I covered the nameless skeleton with a grass mat, and to my astonishment, the system rewarded me with 100,000 years of lifespan. When the great powers of the three realms lined up to claim the remains, they soon realized that I had already forged a path to the heavens through the accumulation of corpses. Chapter 1. Collecting the corpse for the Great Emperor. Welcome to the Invincible Corpse Collection System. Ding. You have been cursed by your fiancé, Jiang Qingxue, and currently have only 10 hours of life remaining. Please renew your life promptly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Burial Heaven Bronze Coffin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a corpse concealment map, which records the precise locations of the strong one's corpses within a radius of 10,000 miles. You may seek them according to the map. Ding. Your current enhancement multiplier is 10 times. Boom. Accompanied by a chilling voice, an ancient and mysterious bronze coffin materialized before Lin Wudao. Simultaneously, an archaic scroll appeared in his hand. It was unmistakably the Burial Heaven Bronze Coffin and the Corpse Concealment Map. System, it seems I have truly traversed realms. Gazing at the Burial Heaven Bronze Coffin and the Corpse Concealment Map, Lin Wudao finally confirmed a profound truth. He had reincarnated into a strange world. Moreover, it was a mythical realm where emperors vied for supremacy. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Wudao was naturally filled with elation. However, a sense of dread loomed over him, for he now had merely 10 hours of life remaining upon crossing over. I must confront death directly. This is truly a hellish beginning. He sighed deeply. Having spoken, he then directed his attention to the Invincible Corpse Collection System. After a brief moment, Lin Wudao finally comprehended the purpose of the system. According to its description, by gathering the bodies of powerful individuals, he could acquire items that the deceased possessed or had come into contact with, and these items would be enhanced. The enhancement multiplier would be no less than tenfold. At its peak, an item could be refined to its utmost potential. To grow stronger, one must collect corpses. Now, I have merely 10 hours of life left. To survive in this world, the system is my only lifeline. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I must grasp it tightly. Lin Wudao murmured softly. As he spoke, he unfolded the corpse map. With a rustle, at that moment, the previously silent map suddenly radiated a glimmer of light. Following this, a crimson humanoid marker came into view. Amidst the rising brilliance, additional information materialized. Character, Jiang Taichu. Identity, 8th Emperor of the ancient imperial clan. Cultivation level, 9th Heaven of the Emperor. Burial location, Divine Ruins. Status, deceased. Hissa Great Emperor has actually fallen in this vicinity. Gazing upon the information revealed in the corpse concealment map, Lin Wudao could not help but inhale deeply, a profound astonishment flickering in the depths of his eyes. The Emperor, the pinnacle of mortals. Such a being possesses the might to suppress an entire realm, an unparalleled existence that has traversed the ages. What astonished Lin Wudao even more was the realization that within this modest expanse of the 9 provinces, a great emperor had actually perished in occurrence that surpassed his wildest imagination. Yet, amidst the shock, an overwhelming sense of elation surged within him. An emperor? What treasures might one procure from the preservation of his remains? The imperial scriptures? Supreme imperial artifacts? Elixirs of immortality? A myriad of emperor-exclusive relics flooded his mind, igniting a fervor that coursed through his veins. The Divine Ruins are a forbidden ground for mortals. Legend has it that they are linked to the ancient battle between gods and demons, harboring supreme opportunities and creations, yet equally concealing immense terrors. According to the Corpse Concealment Map, the body of Jiang Taichu lies not far from the Divine Ruins, merely around 800 miles away. If I could enter, there is a significant chance of successfully retrieving the remains. The pressing question now is how to gain access to the Divine Ruins. Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. The Divine Ruins, concealed in the unfathomable abyss of the void. According to ancient lore, they manifest only once every 3,000 years, and within them lies a tremendous peril. Even if one were to gain entry, survival is never guaranteed. What to do? Before him lay the lifeless body of a great emperor, yet he was unable to approach and pay his respects, which left Lin Wudao in deep distress. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated from the outside world. In that instant, Lin Wudao distinctly sensed a terrifying pressure sweeping towards him, causing his very soul to tremble and making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. What is happening? He pushed open the door and gazed in the direction of the sound. Boom, boom, boom. In the distant horizon, an immensely powerful man wielded an ancient, vast black cauldron, striking it fiercely against the boundless void. The terrifying might he unleashed pierced through the heavens. Countless visible cracks manifested. Ultimately, under the intense onslaught of that mysterious man, the formidable power of the black cauldron cleaved through the firmament, forcefully opening a passage through the void. Hiss! What an unparalleled existence is that! Lin Wudao gasped in astonishment. He was utterly captivated by the scene before him. Such power was undeniably beyond the mortal realm. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Lin Wudao was in shock, an elderly man in green robes rushed towards him in a flustered state. Upon seeing that Lin Wudao was unharmed, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, I am so glad you are safe. Hanbo, what has transpired? Why do I see the void being pierced? Lin Wudao suppressed the astonishment within him and inquired. Upon hearing this, the elderly figure in green remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. Young master, that was a powerful being from the ancient imperial clan. They're opening a passage into the divine ruins. The ancient imperial clan? The divine ruins? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's spirits soared. The ancient imperial clan seeks to enter the divine ruins as well. Indeed, it is said that around 80,000 years ago, a great emperor of the ancient imperial clan unfortunately perished within the divine ruins. For 80 millennia, they have never ceased their search. Whenever the divine ruins re-emerge in the world, they forcefully carve out a passage with imperial weapons, sending individuals to seek the remains of their emperor. However, it seems that for the past 80,000 years, they have not succeeded. The elderly man in green explained patiently, his words brimming with boundless yearning and reverence. Lin Wudao, however, paid no heed to his reaction at this moment. He only understood that the ancient imperial clan had opened the passage to the divine ruins. Hanbo, can only the members of the ancient imperial clan enter the divine ruins? Certainly not. The divine ruins, as legend has it, were once the battlefield of a distant era's war between gods and demons. The essence and grievances of those fallen deities and demons have transformed into an endless chaos mist. The chaotic mist is exceedingly enigmatic. It pervades the entirety of the divine ruins and possesses the ability to obscure the perceptions of living beings, even eroding their very essence of cultivation. The mightier the being, the greater the harm endured upon entering the divine ruins. Hence, throughout the ages, although the ancient imperial clan has consistently utilized imperial weapons to open pathways into the divine ruins, they themselves do not venture inside. Instead, they send others to seek the remains of the great emperor. The ancient imperial clan has pledged that whoever aids them in locating the great emperor's remains shall have 3 wishes fulfilled. Thus, each time the ancient imperial clan opens a passage to the divine ruins, countless individuals are drawn forth, each eager to discover the remains of the great emperor, striving to ascend to greatness in a single leap. How enlightening! A flicker of brilliance ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. When fortune knocks, one must be ready to answer. Initially, he had been troubled by how to enter the divine ruins. Now, the ancient imperial clan had conveniently opened the passage for him. It seemed even the heavens conspired to assist him. With this thought, Lin Wudao took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the elder in green beside him. Uncle Han, I wish to try my luck. What? Master, you. Uncle Han, my innate talent is rather ordinary after a century of arduous cultivation. I can scarcely rival an average person's progress in a single year, and I shall achieve little in my lifetime. Therefore, I wish to explore the divine ruins in hopes of defying fate and altering my destiny. Lin Wudao spoke with fervent anticipation. Upon hearing these words, the elderly figure in green initially intended to decline. However, upon witnessing Lin Wudao's desolate and despairing gaze, he ultimately sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall personally escort you, young master. With that, the elderly figure produced a spirit vessel from his palm, ferrying Lin Wudao away from the estate. Chapter 2. The Divine Ruins, the Ancient Emperor Clan. The Divine Ruins lie not far from the ancient city of Qingyuan. As Lin Wudao and the elderly man in green arrived in their spiritual vessel, they beheld tens of thousands of beings gathered outside the Divine Ruins, the majority of whom were mere mortals. In this world, power reigns supreme. For those devoid of any cultivation resources, venturing into the Divine Ruins for a stroke of luck might present a chance to alter the course of their destiny. Similarly, Lin Wudao harbored this very notion. However, unlike those who floundered aimlessly like headless flies, Lin Wudao's aspirations were markedly clearer. Once he stepped into the Divine Ruins, he would be able to pinpoint the Emperor's corpse with precision. At that moment, it would be his opportunity to reshape his fate. Consequently, Lin Wudao's heart brimmed with boundless anticipation. With a swift motion, after surveying the scene from a distant hilltop for a moment, Lin Wudao's gaze ultimately settled upon an ancient and majestic divine vessel. There, two figures stood. One of them was undoubtedly the formidable being who had previously wielded an imperial weapon, forcefully shattering the spatial barrier of the Divine Ruins and forging a passage through space. Clad in white garments, with a visage as exquisite as jade, his mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura, as if a single individual could uphold the entirety of heaven and earth. The other figure, in contrast, was a young woman. Her beauty was unparalleled, captivating as the moon goddess herself, exuding an ethereal grace that was both dignified and pure, akin to an immortal being untouched by the mundane world. The ancient imperial clan was indeed extraordinary, far beyond the realm of mortals. Lin Wudao exclaimed in admiration. Having said that, he shifted his gaze, redirecting his focus to the void passage within the Divine Ruins. With a thunderous roar, the ancient, colossal black cauldron loomed in the void, its overwhelming imperial might seemingly suppressing the entirety of heaven and earth. Even as the surrounding void was continuously obliterated, the passage remained steadfast. Lin Wudao was filled with profound yearning for such unparalleled power. Suddenly, as he intently observed, a divine light struck the ancient black cauldron, and a grand, resonant voice reverberated across the heavens, bringing instant silence to all present. I am the Imperial Princess, Jiang Linghua. Today marks the once-in-3,000 years descent of the Divine Ruins. In accordance with our ancient customs, the ancient imperial clan invites everyone to venture into the Divine Ruins in search of the body of our ancestral emperor. All actions shall be based on the principles of autonomy and voluntariness. Whoever can locate the body of the ancestral emperor and bring it forth shall have 3 wishes granted by our ancient imperial clan. Whether it be imperial scriptures, divine weapons, or elixirs of immortality, all can be fulfilled. At this moment, Jiang Linghua's voice resonated throughout the space. Upon hearing these words, the assembled beings began to stir restlessly, each individual, brimming with anticipation, prepared to embark upon a grand endeavor within the Divine Ruins. The Divine Ruins, shrouded in immense peril. The void passage opened by our clan's imperial weapon can sustain itself for merely half a day. During this brief period, regardless of the gains one may achieve, it is imperative to exit punctually. Should one fail to heed the time, they shall remain ensnared within the Divine Ruins for no less than 3 millennia. Ultimately, once one enters the Divine Ruins, their fate, life or death, rests solely in the hands of destiny. A frigid voice resonated throughout the surroundings. After delivering her proclamation, she ceased to speak. Observing this scene, the eager crowd, unable to contain their enthusiasm, surged forth toward the void passage the moment her words concluded, vying eagerly to enter the Divine Ruins. In light of this, Lin Wudao also took a step forward, moving closer. Han Bo, you shall remain outside. I shall venture in alone. Young master, how can that be? Rest assured, it will be fine. Simply entrust the spirit vessel to me. If I encounter any danger, I shall return without fail, he replied with an air of tranquility. Very well. Please exercise utmost caution, young master. Should anything seem amiss, disregard everything and prioritize your escape. I shall be waiting for you at the exit. With that, he spoke earnestly. The elderly figure in azure handed a pouch of spirit stones to Lin Wudao, simultaneously imparting the method to navigate the spirit vessel. Whoosh. After a brief trial, Lin Wudao expertly maneuvered the vessel, transforming it into a streak of light as it surged into the Divine Ruins. Before long, a significant portion of the myriad beings that had gathered previously had vanished. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Linghua aboard the divine ship could not help but let out a silent sigh. A glimmer of hope flickered deep within her eyes. Divine King, do you believe we will be able to recover the remains of the great emperor this time? The great emperor had entered the divine ruins 80,000 years ago, after which news of his demise had spread. To this day, our ancient imperial clan has expended tremendous effort and resources, yet we have been unable to locate his remains. With the impending resurgence of imperial warfare, should we fail to retrieve the great emperor's body in this era, our clan may face decline in the next. The calamity that awaits us could be catastrophic. Her eyes brimmed with concern. In response, the divine king sitting before her, clad in white, maintained an expression of serene composure, unwavering in his calmness and steadiness. Let everything unfold as it should. Prior to our journey, I sought divination, and it foretold that we would yield results this time. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lingyue's spirits soared. Divine King, are you suggesting that we might recover the great emperor's remains this time? Perhaps. Alas, let us fervently hope that this endeavor proves successful, for the ancient imperial clan can ill afford further delay. She gently clenched her fist, her gaze directed towards the divine ruins, brimming with boundless anticipation. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, Jiang Lingyue and the white-clad divine king had engaged in conversation. At this very moment, he had already ventured into the divine ruins. Everything transpired as the azure-robed elder had foretold. The divine ruins teemed with boundless chaotic mist, and the heavens and earth were shrouded in obscurity. Even with the naked eye, one could scarcely discern the landscape beyond a mere 3 yards. Having located a secluded spot, Lin Wudao retrieved the corpse burial diagram. Ding! The host has successfully arrived at the divine ruins. In light of the host's feeble strength and lack of self-preservation capabilities, a safe route to the Emperor Corpse's location is being charted for the host. Ding! The route has been successfully charted. The host may safely reach the corpse burial ground by following the route indicated on the corpse burial diagram. The frigid notification reverberated abruptly within his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao was overjoyed. He had been fretting over how to circumvent the perils and reach the corpse burial ground, but the system had resolved this predicament for him. Swoosh! Immediately, he cautiously maneuvered the spirit boat, embarking upon the route indicated on the corpse burial diagram, gradually advancing towards the location of Jiang Taichu's emperor corpse. After approximately an hour, guided by the map of concealed corpses, Lin Wudao finally arrived beneath a desolate and forlorn cliff. At the deepest recess of the cliff's base, he discovered the remains of the great emperor Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu, a middle-aged man of imposing countenance, sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree. Despite having perished 8 millennia ago, his imperial form bore no signs of decay. A divine radiance still flowed within him. Waves of majestic imperial might surged forth, akin to mighty rivers in full spate. The emperor, however, was not invincible. Lin Wudao sighed softly. With that, he produced the coffin of heaven's burial. Upon its emergence, an ancient and profound aura was released, instantly dissipating the unparalleled imperial pressure emanating from Jiang Taichu, rendering it as fleeting as mist. Observing this, Lin Wudao hesitated no longer. He approached Jiang Taichu and began to search diligently. As an emperor, it was certain that he possessed numerous treasures. Should he uncover the imperial scriptures or imperial artifacts, it would catapult him to unparalleled heights. However, to Lin Wudao's dismay, it seemed Jiang Taichu had anticipated this outcome. After thoroughly searching his form, he found nothing but an unremarkable identity token. Had he foreseen his demise and preemptively relocated his treasures? Lin Wudao was left perplexed. Contemplating this, without hesitation, he immediately took out the copper coffin of the celestial burial and placed Jiang Taichu's lifeless body within. Ding dong! Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected the corpse of an emperor. You shall receive the following items. Suddenly, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao felt a surge of excitement. The moment he had eagerly anticipated had finally arrived. Chapter 3. A sudden surge of 10,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations! You have acquired 10,000 years of cultivation from the great emperor Jiang Taichu. Congratulations! You have obtained the innate divine object, the Stone of Origin. Congratulations! You have received the ancient imperial lineage's legacy, the ancient imperial canon. Suddenly, 3 chilling notifications resounded. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao was overwhelmed with joy. His perilous venture into the divine ruins to collect the emperor's remains had indeed yielded remarkable rewards. This time, it was certain to alter his destiny. System. Are these enhancements multiplied tenfold? Indeed. Lin Wudao pondered. If the 10,000 years of cultivation from Emperor Jiang Taichu were to be conferred upon me, to what level would my strength ascend? Ding. That would depend on the circumstances. Given the host's extremely poor foundational roots and mediocre talent, even with the 10,000 years of cultivation from Emperor Jiang Taichu, your strength may not reach a high level. Under normal circumstances, the host would attain the 8th realm. The 8th realm? Hearing this answer, Lin Wudao clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. While he could not soar to the heavens in one bound, reaching the 8th realm of cultivation would be quite commendable for him. In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, he would be considered a formidable expert. Shall I infuse the 10,000 years of cultivation from Emperor Jiang Taichu? No. Lin Wudao chose to decline. At this moment, amidst the divine ruins, danger lurks at every corner. Moreover, should he suddenly transform from an ordinary mortal into a cultivator possessing the 8th realm of power, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of those outside. Thus, he chose to bide his time, planning to reassess his situation upon his return. System. May I inquire about the information regarding the origin stone and the ancient emperor scripture? Indeed. With a flourish, 2 panels appeared before him. Name, origin stone description. An unparalleled divine artifact predating the creation of the universe, shaped like a triangular pyramid, endowed with 3 extraordinary attributes: invincibility, indestructibility, and doppelganger. Invincibility. The bearer of the origin stone experiences a permanent enhancement of their combat prowess by an entire realm. Indestructibility. No being in existence can shatter your corporeal form. Doppelganger. The ability to manifest a duplicate with identical strength to oneself. The stronger the original, the longer the doppelganger endures. Name. Ancient Emperor Scripture Description. A legacy of the ancient Emperor clan from the divine wasteland. Originally capable of allowing one to cultivate to the 9th layer of the Emperor realm, which, when amplified tenfold by the system, enables ascension to the Celestial Emperor realm. With these treasures in hand, how could I not ascend to the pinnacle of life? Lin Wudao felt invigorated. This time, the divine ruins had yielded the corpse of an emperor, and his gains were nothing short of monumental. Each of the 3 items possessed the potential to transform his life and destiny. With a deep breath, Lin Wudao quelled the turmoil within him, and with the assistance of the system, he absorbed the origin stone into his being. This would become one of the formidable trump cards upon which he would rely for survival in the future. The imperial corpse of Jiang Taichu had been successfully collected. It was time to depart. As he spoke, Lin Wudao conducted a thorough inspection, erasing all traces meticulously before navigating the spirit vessel towards the outer realms of the divine ruins. Standing upon the vessel, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to retrieve Jiang Taichu's identity token. Contemplating it, Lin Wudao was lost in thought. For 8 millennia, the ancient imperial clan had relentlessly sought Jiang Taichu's remains, hinting at undisclosed motives. Now that the imperial corpse had been reclaimed by the system, it could not be presented to them. However, this token could be manipulated. Could it possibly yield a wish from the ancient imperial clan? Lin Wudao mused silently, contemplating the potential. Yet, he recognized the risks. Presenting the identity token directly to the ancient imperial clan would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and covetous gazes, leading to incessant troubles. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether adversaries of the ancient imperial clan lurked nearby. If targeted, calamity would surely follow. Thus, this matter required careful planning. In any case, haste was unwise. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Wudao placed the token into the system space and then steered his spiritual vessel towards the exit of the divine ruins. Outside the divine ruins, Han Qingshan awaited anxiously. Heaven bless, may the young master be unharmed, he fervently prayed. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light pierced through the void, carrying a young man who emerged from the divine ruins in a state of utter disarray, his face etched with terror. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not suppress their derisive laughter. Isn't that Lin Wudao? He dares to seek the remains of the great emperor? They scoffed. What a fool. Look at him. Clearly he has faced great peril, and yet he lives. His luck is truly remarkable. The crowd buzzed with chatter, clearly dismissing Lin Wudao and doubting his ability to locate the remains of the great emperor. After a round of mockery, they ceased their attention on him. In contrast, Han Qingshan, upon seeing Lin Wudao emerge safely, was filled with joy, his aged face lighting up. Young master, are you all right? I am fine, Lin Wudao replied. Uncle Han, let us return swiftly. Very well. Without hesitation, Han Qingshan skillfully maneuvered the spiritual vessel, carrying Lin Wudao away from the divine ruins. The entire process went unnoticed by anyone, which was precisely the outcome Lin Wudao desired. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Wudao first refreshed himself and then proceeded to a secret chamber, where he seated himself in meditation. System, infuse me with the millennia of cultivation from the great Emperor Jiang Taichu. Ding, infusion in progress. Boom, boom, boom. As the prompt sounded, torrents of boundless energy, reminiscent of the Milky Way, materialized within his body, fiercely washing over Lin Wudao's physical form. Observing this phenomenon, Lin Wudao immediately focused his mind and began to operate the ancient Emperor Sutra, engaging in cultivation. Physical realm, Dragon Elephant realm, Divine Abode realm, Sea of Suffering realm, Will Platform realm, Dao Palace realm, Other Shore realm. Under the relentless surge of the great Emperor Jiang Taichu's millennia of cultivation, Lin Wudao's prowess began to increase at a visible rate. After half a day, when the last vestige of power was expended, Lin Wudao shattered the shackles of the Other Shore realm, ascending to the 8th realm. Transformation of the spirit. It wasn't easy. After a series of trials, he finally had a promising beginning. Lin Wudao sighed softly. With a thought, an attribute panel instantly materialized before him. Name, Lin Wudao Cultivation Level. Early stage of transformation technique. Ancient Emperor Scripture skills. Basic fist technique. Mountain splitting hand seal items. Burial copper coffin. Corpse concealment map. Origin stone lifespan. 736 years. Remarks. Afflicted by an ancient curse. The passage of life, forcibly stripping away 1 year of lifespan each day. A plethora of information unfolded before him. After perusing it, Lin Wudao furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. It appeared that the curse must be lifted. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient Emperor clan. Perhaps they possessed a solution? In an instant, with this thought in mind, Lin Wudao fell into silence for a moment before reaching out with his consciousness to connect with the origin stone within him. A beam of divine light surged through the air, coalescing into a doppelganger. After altering the appearance and aura of the doppelganger, Lin Wudao took control and directed it towards the divine ruins. Chapter 4. The Elixir of the True Dragon. Outside the divine ruins, Jiang Lingyue was patiently awaiting. As she observed figures emerging from the divine ruins, none bore tidings concerning the great Emperor Jiang Taichu. Her heart grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that she was destined to return empty-handed once more? Divine King, it seems that nearly all have emerged. Could it be that? She cast her gaze toward the white-clad Divine King. Upon hearing her words, the white-clad Divine King's expression remained serene, devoid of any discernible emotion, not even casting a glance toward the divine ruins. Do not fret. Everything is predetermined. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Patience is key. But Jiang Lingyue yearned to articulate her thoughts, yet all that escaped her lips was a weary sigh. Witnessing the white-clad Divine King's composure, she could only suppress her anxiety deep within and continue to wait. Before long, an hour had passed. At this point, no one else had emerged from the divine ruins. With a thunderous roar, even the void passageway that had been opened by the imperial weapon could no longer withstand the overwhelming force of the heavens, collapsing with a resounding crash. Seeing this, Jiang Lingyue's body shuddered slightly, and her heart plummeted into despair. Alas, she murmured bitterly, is this yet another failure? When the void passage of the divine ruins shattered, the usually unperturbed white-clad God King slightly opened his eyes, his profound gaze fixed upon the direction of the divine ruins. Lost in contemplation, God King, shall we depart? For 80,000 years, our imperial clan has made numerous attempts, each ending in vain. And our ancestors have not placed their hopes in this occasion either. To re-enter the divine ruins, we must wait another 3,000 years. Jiang Lingyue clenched her fists. At that moment, as the void passage collapsed, the myriad beings who had gathered began to gradually disperse. Unbeknownst to them, only the two of them remained. Witnessing this, the last flicker of hope in Jiang Lingyue's heart extinguished. God King, there is no one left. Let us wait another half an hour, came the calm voice, resonating softly. Although Jiang Lingyue held no hope, she dared not defy the will of the white-clad God King and could only wait patiently by his side. Whoosh! After approximately a quarter of an hour, an enigmatic figure appeared before them. It was a tall man. What puzzled Jiang Lingyue was her inability to discern the man's cultivation level. Even more astonishing was the palpable absence of vitality emanating from him. A puppet? A hint of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Your Excellency has arrived. May I inquire if the words spoken by your esteemed ancient emperor clan still hold true? Is it indeed the case that one can fulfill 3 wishes simply by discovering the remains of the great emperor? Certainly. The ancient emperor clan's word is as binding as an oath. How could there be any falsehood in what we proclaim? Jiang Lingyue's expression turned solemn as she spoke, her hopeful gaze directed towards Lin Wudao. Do you perchance know the whereabouts of our clan's great emperor's remains? Or have you successfully retrieved them from the divine ruins? No. Lin Wudao shook his head. This response filled Jiang Lingyue with profound disappointment. Then what are your intentions? At this juncture, she had relinquished all hope. Lin Wudao remained indifferent to Jiang Lingyue's reaction. I shall ask once more. If one were to find an item associated with the great emperor, could it be exchanged for a wish from the ancient emperor clan? The great emperor's item? Upon hearing this, not only Jiang Lingyue, but even the white-clad divine king turned their gazes toward him, intrigued. Boom. Just as their astonishment grew, Lin Wudao produced the identity token of the great emperor Jiang Taichu. In that instant, an ancient and majestic imperial aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings and leaving Jiang Lingyue breathless. Yet more than anything, she felt exhilaration. Is this truly the identity token of the great emperor? Her eyes widened in disbelief. In a similar vein, the profound gaze of the white-clad divine monarch was fixated intently upon the identity token, his eyes casting a glance at Lin Wudao that bore an inexplicable significance. This indeed was a personal belonging of our clan's great emperor, a symbol of identity. One could not help but wonder from whence this young brother had procured it. From the divine ruins, Lin Wudao replied with a nonchalant tone. Might this item be exchanged for a single wish from the ancient imperial clan? Certainly. The white-clad divine monarch nodded gently. It remains a mystery what wish this young brother desires in return for such an item. I seek an immortal divine herb. Huh, an immortal divine herb? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingyue furrowed her brow. The immortal divine herb is exceedingly precious. It is a supreme elixir capable of prolonging the lifespan of an emperor, even granting the possibility of a second life. To demand such a treasure for merely an identity token seems rather ambitious. What? Is it not negotiable? Sensing the shift in Jiang Lingyue's expression, Lin Wudao's tone grew somber. Observing this, the white-clad divine monarch broke into a smile. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and pointed lightly. In an instant, a beam of divine light soared through the air, revealing an ancient jade box. Boom. At the moment the jade box was opened, a torrent of divine light surged forth, manifesting a substantial image of a true dragon, exuding an overwhelming majesty. With merely a whiff, Lin Wudao felt a significant extension of his lifespan. This was a true dragon immortal elixir. Consuming it would grant an additional 12,000 years of life. From this moment forth, it would rightfully belong to him. The true dragon immortal elixir? Lin Wudao's spirit surged with astonishment. Initially, he merely sought to test the waters. Little did he know that the ancient imperial clan would indeed part with such a divine elixir in exchange for Jiang Taichu's identity token. Clearly, this item held immense significance for them. Perhaps it possessed other remarkable uses, Lin Wudao pondered. Although he harbored some doubts, he did not linger on them for long. The identity token of Jiang Taichu was utterly useless to him. If he could exchange it for an immortal elixir, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. At that moment, he waved his hand grandly, presenting Jiang Taichu's identity token to the white-robed divine king, as he sensed the ancient and formidable imperial might emanating from the token. Along with the familiar aura of the ancient imperial clan, a ripple of emotion stirred within the white-robed divine king. Subsequently, his gaze towards Lin Wudao was imbued with a hint of gratitude. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, young brother? Indeed. There is a matter I would like to consult about. Do not hesitate to speak. The white-robed divine king replied with a gentle demeanor. I wish to ask, what is the method to lift a curse? A curse? Upon hearing those 2 words, Jiang Lingyue's pupils constricted. You are cursed? Her gaze was fixated intently on Lin Wudao, as if attempting to discern some clue from him. However, Lin Wudao paid her no mind, his focus unwaveringly directed at the white-clad divine king. A curse, indeed, is a peculiar and malevolent entity. If an individual finds themselves ensnared by such a curse and seeks to lift it, there are generally 2 viable methods. The first is to locate the one who cast the curse and eliminate them. The second involves harnessing external forces to forcibly expel or purify the curse, such as the divine water of purity the majestic divine tree, or the golden pill of salvation. The white-clad divine king enumerated various celestial artifacts of the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded. Thank you for the information. With that, he clasped his hands in gratitude and unhesitatingly turned to leave. In this endeavor, he had acquired what he sought. Yet, as Jiang Lingwei beheld the retreating figure of Lin Wudao, a look of astonishment and suspicion graced her features. Divine King? Could he be a puppet? No. This individual likely wished to conceal his identity and origins from us, hence employing a manifestation. Manifestation? Jiang Lingwei was momentarily stunned. Those capable of achieving such a form are invariably ancient and formidable beings. This matter need not be overly contemplated. We have obtained what we desired. And he too has acquired his own aspirations. It can be said that it is a mutual satisfaction. As for his identity, it holds little significance. This entire affair is merely a transaction between us, each taking what is needed. The white-clad divine king spoke with a serene demeanor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingwen nodded in agreement. Divine King, were we not searching for the corpse of the great emperor? This is merely the identity token of the emperor, exchanged for a true dragon's elixir of immortality, is it not? It is not an identity token. Rather, it is a key. A key? Jiang Lingwen inquired. Perplexed. However, the white-clad divine king offered no further explanation. At that moment, he waved his grand sleeves, and the divine vessel beneath him swiftly tore through the void, vanishing in the blink of an eye from this realm. Chapter 5. The Tower of the Mortal Realm, the Celestial Treasure, the Wuyou Villa. This is the residence of Lin Wudao. Orphaned at a tender age, he has lived alongside his devoted old servant Han Qingshan for 2 decades. At this moment, within a secluded chamber of the villa, Lin Wudao sits cross-legged on the ground. After calming his mind, he retrieves the true dragon immortal elixir. In an instant, an overwhelming brilliance surges forth, illuminating the entire chamber. Just a whiff invigorates Lin Wudao. He senses a tremendous surge in his vitality, and his blood energy swells with unprecedented strength. The immortal elixir is indeed extraordinary. Without hesitation, after a thorough examination, he gradually consumes the true dragon immortal elixir. Boom, boom, boom. As a type of immortal elixir, the true dragon immortal elixir harbors an immense essence of life. Once Lin Wudao ingests it, torrents of life force erupt forth, cascading around him. A divine radiance envelopes him inside and out. In this moment, Lin Wudao can distinctly feel his lifespan accelerating at a terrifying pace, rapidly expanding. Thud. Time seems to blur. When the final trace of the true dragon immortal elixir's essence is refined, Lin Wudao suddenly opens his eyes. In that instant, 2 dazzling beams of divine light burst forth. Like 2 radiant suns, there is a brilliance that illuminates the heavens. Name, Lin Wudao. Cultivation, early stage of transformation. Lifespan, 12,736 years. At last, he has temporarily evaded the threat of death. Gazing at the information displayed on the system panel, Lin Wudao could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. The anxiety that had weighed heavily on his heart began to lift at this moment. With the enhancement of the true dragon's immortal elixir, his lifespan had been extended by an additional 12,000 years. Even if a year were forcibly stripped from him each day, he still had several decades to live. However, the curse that lingered upon him remained a fatal threat and must be eradicated as soon as possible. According to the words of the ancient imperial clan's white-clad divine monarch, to remove the curse, one must either cleanse oneself with divine artifacts or supreme treasures, forcibly breaking the bond. The alternative method involves eliminating the one who cast the curse. Lin Wudao possessed neither divine artifacts nor supreme treasures. Therefore, he had no choice but to resolve to kill Jiang Qingxue. Contemplating this, he pondered for a moment before stepping out of the secret chamber. Young master, you seem. At that moment, Han Qingshan happened to arrive at his room, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment and confusion. Han Bo, what is the matter? Young master, I feel as though you are not the same as before. Oh, in what way am I different? Lin Wudao's expression remained tranquil. Ah, it seems that you, young master, are more spirited than before. Your demeanor markedly transformed, and your vitality is remarkably robust. Have you perhaps achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation? Indeed. Lin Wudao responded with a faint acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan's aged visage instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. Excellent. Truly splendid. He incessantly praised, expressing that heaven rewards diligence, and at last, fate has smiled upon us. In response, Lin Wu Dao simply smiled gently, refraining from further comment. By the way, Han Uncle, do you know the whereabouts of Jiang Qingsu? Ah, I was just about to mention this to you, young master. I have just seen in the Tongtian Baojian that today, Miss Jiang Qingsu has successfully transcended to the 4th realm of the Bitter Sea. She has now become the 9th true disciple of the Taishan sect. Jiang Qingsu has attained the Bitter Sea realm? The Taishan sect stands as the foremost sect in the 9 provinces, situated far in the Central Plains, over 10,000 miles from Qingyuan ancient city. How did you come upon news of Jiang Qingsu, Han Uncle? Lin Wu Dao inquired with a hint of confusion. At this, Han Qingshan smiled slightly and produced a palm-sized azure jade tablet, its surface smooth as a mirror, exuding an extraordinary aura. Young master, this is the Tongtian Baojian crafted by the artisans of the mortal realm. It chronicles a myriad of significant news within the Qingshan domain. And the proprietor of the Human Realm Pavilion, Jun Qianma, consistently updates the information on the Tongtian Baojian in real time, ensuring its precision. This Jun Qianma is a remarkable individual, rumored to possess profound insights into celestial secrets and a comprehensive understanding of all matters in the mortal realm. For a price, he can provide answers to any inquiry. The Tongtian Baojian has been in circulation for over a decade and has garnered widespread acclaim. It has now become a sensation throughout the Qingshan domain, an indispensable item for cultivators. If you are interested, young master, you may purchase one from the Human Realm Pavilion. As he spoke, he extended the Tongtian Baojian towards Lin Wu Dao. Out of curiosity, Lin Wu Dao perused it for a while and discovered that this so-called Tongtian Baojian bore some resemblance to forms from his previous life, featuring a variety of news and significant events. It encompassed all matters related to cultivation, featured an overview of the 12 secret realms of the Great Wilderness, featured a column on extraordinary tales of the Great Wilderness, featured the Great Wilderness talents ranking, featured the Dali Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division is perpetually recruiting demon suppressors, offering generous remuneration. Those who pass the assessment will receive 10,000 low-grade spirit stones monthly. Breaking news. The ancient Emperor clan has reopened the Divine Ruins after 3 millennia. Whoever can locate the Emperor's remains may have 3 wishes granted. Breaking news. Jiang Qishui of the Great Li Dynasty has, at the tender age of 20, ascended to the 4th realm of the Bitter Sea, now standing as the 9th true disciple of the Taishan sect. In another significant development, the Grand Commander Zhao Xianxiao of the Great Li Demon Suppression Bureau has successfully apprehended the Red Moon Demon, a notorious figure from the Huangquan demon sect, who will face public execution on an appointed day as a deterrent to others. Amidst the chaotic and intricate information, Lin Wu Dao felt a flicker of intrigue. The Celestial Treasure Mirror published by the Human Pavilion is indeed astonishing, and the proprietor of the pavilion is an extraordinary individual, possessing profound knowledge of worldly affairs. Such prowess commands Lin Wu Dao's admiration. Coincidentally, he recalled that the Human Pavilion is situated within the ancient city of Qingyuan. How much does the Celestial Treasure Mirror cost? 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Young master, do you intend to visit the Human Pavilion? Indeed. Han Bo, prepare 100,000 inferior spirit stones for me. I wish to procure some items. Understood. Han Qingshan did not inquire further and promptly retrieved a spirit ring. The Wuyo Mountain Manor is not lacking in spirit stones. According to Lin Wu Dao's understanding, the original owner's father was a prominent figure within the Great Li Demon Suppression Bureau, wielding considerable power. Following his untimely demise, the family receives substantial compensation annually. Young master, would you like me to accompany you? No need. I simply wish to stroll about. Then, young master, please take care on your journey. After offering a few words of caution, Han Qingshan departed. At that moment, Lin Wu Dao also emerged from the carefree manor. Following a leisurely stroll, he arrived, guided by his memories, before an ancient and enigmatic pavilion. His attention was immediately captured by a couplet: "Venture within, and anxieties shall cease. Roam the world, with me, there is no unease." Banner, omniscient. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wu Dao stepped inside. The Mortal Realm Pavilion was exceedingly spacious. Its furnishings and layout were both archaic and grand, exuding an air of unfathomable mystery. At that moment, behind a desk in the depths of the hall, a tall, handsome young man was engrossed in reading an ancient scroll, his expression one of utter contentment. "Young sir, what is it that you require?" A red-clad girl, brimming with vivacity, approached him, her eyes filled with curiosity. "I wish to purchase a celestial mirror. Furthermore, I seek to inquire of the mortal realm master. Oh, a customer has arrived, she exclaimed with delight. Saying this, she led Lin Wudao to his seat before the desk and prepared a cup of tea. So, it is the young Master Lin. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, Jun Qianma set aside the ancient scroll in his hands. As his gaze fell upon Lin Wudao, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes. What does the esteemed young master wish to inquire? Lin Wudao was about to ask, but then thought better of it. I seek to know the cultivation level of the strongest individual in the Taishan sect. Taishan sect? Jun Qianma was momentarily taken aback. For 80,000 low-grade spirit stones, I shall divulge information regarding the strongest being of the Taishan sect. Very well. Lin Wudao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he waved his hand and directly produced 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 6. Assault on the Jiang clan. The most formidable figure of the Taishan sect is the esteemed elder Wang Jianxing, who has attained the pinnacle of the transformation stage, poised to ascend to the 9th realm at any moment. His cultivated technique is the Taishan classic. Jun Qianma spoke in a measured tone. As he spoke, he inscribed all pertinent information regarding Wang Jianxing onto a jade slip and then handed it to Lin Wudao. Transformation stage at its zenith? Lin Wudao nodded. This revelation did not exceed his expectations. Although he currently possesses only the initial stage of the transformation realm, the invincible attribute of the Origin Stone allows for a permanent enhancement of his combat prowess by an entire tier. Thus, he is more than capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the great masters of the 9th realm. Consequently, even if he were to slay Jiang Qingxue and provoke the Taishan sect, he need not fear any repercussions, nor worry about being at a disadvantage. By the way, it is said that the human world pavilion is all-knowing. Can news be disseminated through the celestial treasure mirror? Indeed. Jun Qianma's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He pondered what sort of announcement Lin Dasha would wish to make. In response, Lin Wudao remained reticent, instead retrieving 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones to purchase a celestial treasure mirror before promptly departing from the human world pavilion. How intriguing as he observed Lin Wudao's receding figure. A subtle smile graced Jun Qianma's lips. Meanwhile, his expression took on a playful intrigue. As for Lin Wudao, he remained an enigma, despite his claims of omniscience. When his gaze fell upon Lin Wudao, he perceived a thick veil of mist obscuring his vision, rendering clarity forever elusive. Even with his formidable skills and abilities, he could extract no useful information. Was this individual beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao in this realm? Jun Qianma furrowed his brows in contemplation. The more he pondered, the more astonishing it became. Young master, who is this young man? He exudes an aura that is truly terrifying. I have never encountered anyone whose fate is so steeped in murderous intent. It feels as though the ground beneath him is a veritable sea of corpses and blood. At that moment, a girl clad in red, brimming with ethereal wisdom, approached Jun Qianma, her voice trembling with trepidation. Her youthful face betrayed a hint of fear. Upon hearing her words, Jun Qianma's curious gaze swiftly turned towards her. Linger, what did you perceive? Well, I saw countless bones forming a mountain of corpses, and an endless sea of blood flowing beneath him, with countless beings slain by his hand. This person will undoubtedly become a formidable harbinger of doom in the future. Ah, formidable harbinger of doom. Upon hearing this, Jun Qianma's expression darkened slightly, and he nodded thoughtfully. Tushan Linger possessed a rare ability to discern the destinies of others. Since she said so, it must indeed be true. Previously, I had heard that Lin Wudao of Wuyo Villa was a complete waste, but it appears that the reality is far from that, he murmured softly. After speaking, Jun Qianma chose not to dwell on these thoughts any further, instead picking up the ancient scroll on the desk to continue his reading. Meanwhile, after departing from the human realm pavilion, Lin Wudao strolled alone along the ancient streets, clutching the celestial treasure guide he had purchased. As he perused the various entries within, he gained a deeper understanding of this world. Simultaneously, he found himself increasingly impressed by Jun Qianma's capabilities. Suddenly, as Lin Wudao was engrossed in the information of the Celestial Treasure Guide, brilliant streaks of light zipped across the skies above Qingyuan ancient city. They were spirit vessels, seemingly heading in the same direction. Have you heard? Jiang Qingsheng, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, has become the 9th true disciple of the Taishan sect. Such momentous news had long reached me. It is said that the Jiang family is now hosting a grand banquet, preparing to celebrate for 3 days and nights. All prominent figures in Qingyuan ancient city have been invited. Do you see those ethereal vessels in the sky? They are all en route to congratulate the Jiang family. With this, the Jiang family has undoubtedly soared to great heights. The air was thick with discussions emanating from the crowd. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, he casually purchased a sharp long knife from a nearby street vendor and made his way towards the Jiang family. The Jiang family is situated to the south of the ancient city of Qingyuan. At this moment, within a resplendent grand hall, the Jiang family was hosting a magnificent celebration. With the sounds of drums, flutes, and the joyful laughter of guests resonating in every corner, the atmosphere was abuzz with festivity. At the entrance of the hall stood a dignified middle-aged man in blue attire, graciously receiving the numerous guests arriving to extend their congratulations. This man is Jiang Wentian, the current head of the Jiang family, who has now reached the pinnacle of the Bittersea realm. In this vast ancient city of Qingyuan, he is indeed a notable figure. Congratulations to the head of the Jiang family. With the eldest daughter now promoted to the 9th true disciple of the Taishan sect, the Jiang family's ascendance over the Lin family is imminent. Henceforth, the Jiang family shall be esteemed as the foremost in Qingyuan. The head of the Jiang family has been blessed with a remarkable daughter, truly an envy to us all. Daughters should be like Jiang Qingshuan. Congratulations to the head of the Jiang family. The chorus of congratulations continued to resonate. Every guest who came to offer their congratulations bore an unmistakable glimmer of envy and reverence in their eyes. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wentian's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Qingxue is the Qilin maiden of the Jiang family. As long as she is present, our family shall undoubtedly shine like the sun, illuminating the entire Dali dynasty. Indeed, it is not inconceivable that one day, our name may resonate throughout the 9 provinces. The more he pondered, the more invigorated he felt. In that moment, he seemed to envision a splendid future for the Jiang clan. However, in the blink of an eye, a thought appeared to cross his mind, causing his brow to furrow imperceptibly. Now, with Qingxue having ascended to the status of a true disciple of the Taishan sect, her prestige was ever increasing. It was time to sever ties with that good-for-nothing Lin Wudao. Previously, due to Lin Daoshan's formidable strength, I had agreed to the union. Now, with Qingxue emerging as a prodigious talent with limitless potential, while Lin Wudao remains a feckless individual incapable of even the simplest tasks, how could he possibly be worthy of my Qilin maiden? After the celebration concludes, I shall formally rescind the marriage proposal. He resolutely resolved within himself. Having made up his mind, he turned and stepped into the grand hall. Master, the celebration is ready, a servant approached to report. Then let us commence. Jiang Wentian nodded in affirmation, issuing his command. Subsequently, he raised his wine cup to the center of the grand hall, and in an instant, the entire assembly fell silent, their gazes converging upon him. Today, the young lady Jiang Qingxue fortuitously became the 9th direct disciple of the Taishan sect. A tremendous fortune for our Jiang family. Therefore, we hold this celebration in her honor. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. Allow me to toast. Jiang Wentian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. As he spoke, he lifted his cup, ready to down its contents in one swift motion. Simultaneously, the guests rose to their feet, eager to join Jiang Wentian in a toast, their faces alight with radiant smiles. It was widely anticipated that in the near future, the Qingyuan ancient city would regard the Jiang family with utmost reverence. Thus, they felt compelled to seize this opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Jiang family. However, despite the noble intentions, reality proved to be merciless. Suddenly, as the guests raised their cups, a fierce flash of blade light hurtled in from outside the hall. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, it struck Jiang Wentian directly. Ah! A cry of anguish echoed through the hall. In the wake of the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Jiang Wentian's right arm was severed with brutal precision. Chapter 7. The Sacrificial Murder, like slaughtering a dog. What transpired? Everything occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses, they beheld Jiang Wentian, his right arm severed, crimson blood gushing forth, staining the ground in a vast area. Hiss! Witnessing this horrifying scene, the onlookers collectively gasped, their faces etched with shock and terror. Simultaneously, Jiang Wentian himself felt his pupils constrict. The previous strike had unleashed an aura of profound dread. His assailant was undoubtedly a master of the highest caliber, at least at the pinnacle of the sea of suffering. Moreover, this individual bore a grudge against him. With this realization, Jiang Wentian's heart sank to unprecedented depths. He fought against the excruciating pain coursing through his body and turned his gaze toward the entrance of the grand hall. Thud, thud, thud. With each steady footfall, a chilling figure gradually came into view. It was a man clad in black, tall and imposing. His gaze was piercing, and he wielded a bloodied long knife, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, as if he were a legendary harbinger of death from the depths of hell. Lin Wudao? Someone exclaimed, their tone laden with profound astonishment. What? He is Lin Wudao? Jiang Qingshue's so-called worthless fiancé? Upon learning that the newcomer was none other than the renowned cripple of Qingyuan ancient city, a pall of astonishment swept across the assembly. A multitude of shocked gazes converged upon him. Jiang Wentian, in particular, was wide-eyed with disbelief, his pale countenance reflecting utter incredulity. At that moment, he could scarcely believe his senses. Had Lin Wudao truly unleashed that devastating strike? Was he not an invalid? How could he possibly wield such formidable power? Slay him! Jiang Wentian roared, his voice filled with desperation. Instantly, 3 imposing figures materialized within the grand hall, their auras radiating menace as they converged upon Lin Wudao with lethal intent. They were the esteemed retainers of the Jiang family, each a master of the 5th realm. Insolent whelp, daring to run amok in the Jiang estate. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous boom, one of the azure-robed elders raised his hand, unleashing a crushing blow upon Lin Wudao. The sheer force of his attack reverberated throughout the hall, causing the assembled guests to recoil in terror, lest they become collateral damage. Amidst the chaos, Lin Wudao stood unmoving, his eyes radiating an aura of chilling indifference in the face of the elder's menacing assault. Begone! Without so much as a glance, he casually extended his hand, delivering a single, decisive palm strike. The power unleashed was as immense as a celestial river, encompassing all directions. The seemingly formidable strike of the azure-clad elder was utterly shattered by Lin Wudao's palm. Ultimately, a colossal hand descended and struck his chest. A harrowing scream echoed through the hall. To the horrified gazes of the crowd, the 5th realm venerated elder had his chest pierced by Lin Wudao's palm, collapsing lifelessly 10 zhong away. Clearly, he was beyond any hope of resuscitation. Hiss, how? How is this possible? Wasn't Lin Wudao an invalid? How could he possess such terrifying power? He killed a 5th realm elder with a single palm? Within the hall, cries of astonishment erupted. The scene unfolding before their eyes overturned their very understanding of reality. At this moment, the gazes directed toward Lin Wudao were filled with dread. Lin Wudao, however, paid no heed to their reactions. Boom. After vanquishing the azure-clad elder with a single palm, he did not spare the remaining 2. His hand shot out, instantly seizing the other 2 5th realm elders. Don't kill me. Spare me. In the face of absolute power, the 2-wheel platform realm elders began to plead desperately, hoping for Lin Wudao's mercy. Yet, Lin Wudao remained deaf to their entreaties. With a sickening snap, the excruciating sound of bone shattering echoed through the air. Before the horrified gazes of onlookers, the necks of 2 esteemed 5th realm elders were mercilessly twisted, extinguishing all signs of life within them. In a mere instant, all 3 elders of the Jiang family had fallen by the hand of Lin Wudao. How can this be? This spectacle filled Jiang Wentian with utter dread. The 5th realm elders were his most formidable bulwark, yet they proved utterly defenseless against Lin Wudao, plunging him into the depths of despair. Lin Wudao, my Jiang family holds no grudge against you. Why do you act with such depravity? Furthermore, my daughter, Jiang Qingxue, is betrothed to you. By all accounts, I am your future father-in-law. Why have you come to the Jiang family with such menacing intent, slaughtering my 3 elders? What is the meaning of this? Jiang Wentian questioned sharply, his words laced with animosity. No grudge? Future father-in-law? Upon hearing this, a frosty smile crept onto Lin Wudao's lips. If you seek answers, direct your inquiry to your virtuous daughter. Without affording Jiang Wentian any chance to retaliate, Lin Wudao swiftly appeared before him and seized his throat. Immediately thereafter, the remains of the 3 offerings were placed into the copper coffin for burial. A chime echoed in his mind. You have gathered the body of Ding Sihai, earning 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After a 10-fold enhancement by the system, you have acquired 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. You have gathered the body of Zhao Shanha, earning 1 year of cultivation. After a 10-fold enhancement by the system, you have gained 10 years of cultivation. You have gathered the body of Li Fenshin, earning a 5th-tier spirit weapon, the Qi Feng Sword. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have obtained a 6th-tier spirit weapon, the Qingming Ancient Sword. 3 notifications resonated in his mind. A surge of power infused him. Although Lin Wudao did not break through to the mid-stage of the Transformation God Realm, he had drawn closer to it. As for the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and the 6th-tier Qingming Ancient Sword, he merely glanced at them before losing interest. Such items were bound to come to him in abundance in the future, thus he paid them little heed. Subsequently, gripping a bloodied long knife in one hand and clutching Jiang Wentian's throat in the other, he strode out of the Jiang family estate. Tell Jiang Qingsnow that if I do not see her within 3 days, I shall take Jiang Wentian's life. His cold voice reverberated from afar. Upon hearing this, those present trembled in fear. How ruthless. It turned out that all of this stemmed from the enmity between Lin Wudao and Jiang Qingsnow. What had transpired with Lin Wudao that he had transformed into such a formidable force overnight? I have heard that he has visited the Divine Ruins. The Divine Ruins? Could it be that he has attained some great fortune? The crowd was filled with uncertainty. However, Lin Wudao paid no heed to their reactions. After the Jiang family departed, he made his way directly to the Human Realm Pavilion. Welcome. Ah, young sir, you have returned? Tu Shan Linger greeted him. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the bloodied long blade and the woeful figure of Jiang Wentian, her delicate face turned as pale as death. Simultaneously, Lin Wudao's arrival caught the attention of Jun Qianma. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? Please assist me in posting a message on the Heavenly Treasure Mirror, stating that the Jiang family has been exterminated by me. In 3 days, I shall slay Jiang Wentian at the Wuyo Mountain Manor. Is this an attempt to lure Jiang Qingsnow back? Jun Qianma instantly grasped Lin Wudao's intention. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Very well. Without hesitation, Lin Wudao produced the spirit stones. Please wait. Jun Qianma did not inquire further, but turned to retrieve a heavenly treasure mirror, swiftly operating it. Soon, the task was completed. All right, you may check the heavenly treasure mirror now. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao opened the heavenly treasure mirror, and indeed, a message had been updated. Breaking news, the family of Jiang Qingsnow, the 9th true disciple of the Taishian sect, has been annihilated by Lin Wudao today, and in 3 days, Jiang Wentian will meet his demise. Indeed, nodding in agreement, Lin Wudao dragged his long sword and Jiang Wentian, turning to exit the Human Realm Tower. Chapter 8. The Upgrade of the Corpse Concealment Diagram. My lord, what is Lin Deshao planning? After Lin Wudao's figure had completely vanished, Tu Shan Linger finally approached Jun Qianma, her eyes filled with curiosity and a lingering trace of astonishment. The recent harrowing scene of Jiang Wentian and Lin Wudao's frenzied actions had undoubtedly left a profound impact on her. Alone, he had stormed into the Jiang family, decisively slaying 3 esteemed elders of the Jiang clan with formidable prowess. As for the rationale behind publicly disseminating information on the Tongtian Baojian, it was intended to lure Jiang Qingshui back, Jun Qianma stated calmly. Lure Jiang Qingshui back? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanlinger's eyes widened in disbelief. My lord, do you mean to say that Lin Deshao intends to kill Jiang Qingshui? Indeed, in truth, Lin Wudao's assault on the Jiang family and his brazen announcement were primarily motivated by his intentions towards Jiang Qingshui. But they are betrothed, are they not? Why would Lin Deshao want to kill her? The young girl appeared utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Lin Wudao's motives. In response, Jun Qianma merely offered a mysterious smile. Perhaps there exists an irreconcilable enmity between them. With that, he concluded. He paid no heed to Tu Shan Linger's astonishment and continued to leisurely savor his tea. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao had already dragged Jiang Wentian back to Wuyo Villa. Young master, you have returned? Is this the head of the Jiang family? Upon seeing Lin Wudao, Han Qingshan first greeted him. However, his gaze was swiftly drawn to the exceedingly tragic figure on the ground. Upon recognizing Jiang Wentian, his eyes widened in shock. Young master, what has happened? The head of the Jiang family. I have enmity with the Jiang family. Keep a close watch on him. 3 days from now, it will be his time of demise. With a forceful motion, Lin Wudao tossed Jiang Wentian onto the ground and departed without a backward glance. Witnessing this, Han Qingshan remained engulfed in utter astonishment. It was only when Jiang Wentian's furious roar pierced through the silence that he snapped back to reality. Head of the Jiang family, what is your connection with the young master? Bah, he has killed 3 of my family's esteemed protectors. Don't tell me you were unaware? What? Lin Wudao has slain the 3 esteemed protectors of the Jiang family? Han Qingshan stood in stunned disbelief. As he understood it, the protectors of the Jiang family were formidable masters at the 5th level. How could they have been vanquished by Lin Wudao alone? When did he become this powerful? Could it be that the young master truly acquired some extraordinary boon within the divine ruins? Contemplating this, Han Qingshan felt a surge of spirit. Master Jiang. The young master has been under my watchful eye since childhood. I am well aware of his temperament and character. If it were not for some misdeed on the part of your Jiang family, he would never behave in such a manner. How absurd. What wrong has my Jiang family ever done to him? Had I known he was such a heartless wretch, I would never have consented to this union in the first place. Just wait. Once Qishue returns, I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. The Taisu sect is not something Lin Wudao can contend with. Jiang Wentian roared with malevolence, his gaze filled with boundless resentment. Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan's heart trembled. The Taisu sect is a formidable power in the realm of Jiuzhou, with unparalleled depth and strength. If they were to support the Jiang family, it would spell trouble. The young master is indeed too impulsive. At this juncture, the only recourse is to seek refuge at the demon S. After ensuring that every detail was flawless, he returned to his chamber. Digging 3 feet deep, he unearthed an ancient bronze chest, cradling it as he made his way towards Lin Wudao. Jiang Wantian's anguished cries reached Lin Wudao's ears, yet he chose to disregard them entirely. With a swift motion, he produced the concealed corpse map. Although the news had already been disseminated across the Tongtian treasure mirror, Jiang Qingsno would undoubtedly require some time to return to the Qingyuan ancient city. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Wudao intended to meticulously examine the corpse map, seeking any other powerful corpses that might lie within the vicinity. Ding! The host cultivation has reached the 8th realm of transformation. The corpse map will undergo an update. Updating. Ding! Update successful. From this day forth, the search range of the corpse map will encompass the entirety of the Jiuzhou territory. Once the host's fortune value reaches a certain threshold, the nearest hidden burial ground will be automatically unlocked. The corpses revealed by the map will undoubtedly belong to formidable beings. Upon collecting these corpses, treasures are guaranteed to drop. For further details, please consult the system. Suddenly, a divine light swept across, and the corpse map underwent a significant transformation. First, the search range expanded considerably. Then, a multitude of red humanoid markers emerged on the map. These markers indicated the burial sites of powerful beings. However, the locations marked on the corpse map are shrouded in ambiguity, seemingly veiled by a mist. Moreover, Lin Wudao was taken aback to discover that each burial site was annotated with a numerical value. Character: Lu Songming. Identity: Supreme Elder of Xiantian Sect from 8 centuries ago. Cultivation level: Perfection of the Celestial Realm. Burial location: Unknown. Status: Deceased. Unlock requirement: 100,000 fortune. Character: Li Qingyuan. Identity: Leader of the Supreme Demon Sect from 3 millennia ago. Cultivation level: Late stage of the Cave Heaven Realm. Burial location: Unknown. Status: Deceased. Unlock requirement: 300,000 fortune. Character: Li Chuanxiu. Identity: One of the 8 deans of the True Dragon Academy. Cultivation level: Perfection of the Void Heaven Realm. Burial location: Unknown. Status: Deceased. Unlock requirement: 500,000 fortune. The information of numerous burial sites unfolded before his eyes. After perusing the details, Lin Wudao fell into silence. This is because the exact locations of the powerful beings' burial sites indicated on the corpse map remain unclear. To obtain detailed information, one must fulfill the corresponding fortune value. Only in this way can one unlock the secrets. System: What is fortune value? Ding! The so-called fortune value refers to the luck possessed by the host, which, after being materialized by the system, is presented as an intuitive numerical value. When the host's luck value reaches the requisite standard of a certain burial site, the corresponding location will be unlocked. Collecting the remains of powerful beings is sure to yield treasures. The system provided an explanation. Is it truly possible? Lin Wudao felt somewhat taken aback. Now, how much luck value do I possess? Furthermore, how can one acquire luck value? Ding! The host's current luck value stands at 1,000 points. There are numerous methods to obtain luck value, detailed as follows. 1. The host's own cultivation level must improve. 2. The host's identity and status undergo significant transformation. 3. Aligning with a particular faction to gain the blessing of luck. 4. Establishing a faction to expand territory. 5. Offering various treasures as sacrifices. 6. Forcefully seizing the luck of others to strengthen oneself. Suddenly, a panel materialized before Lin Wudao. documenting various channels and methods for acquiring luck value. It truly isn't an easy endeavor, he sighed. In this world, there are no free lunches. To gain something, one must be willing to pay a price. The existence of the system merely aids the host in better cultivation and enhancement. It serves only as a guiding force. Ultimately, it relies on the host's own efforts. True strength must emanate from within, for that is the path to greatness. A warning resonated within his mind from the system. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded slightly. The system's philosophy resonated with him profoundly. He too believed that true strength lies in one's own power. Relying on external factors is never the rightful path. It appears he must devise a means to earn fortune points. He murmured softly. As he spoke, Lin Wudao began to ponder. Suddenly, there was a knock at his door. Shortly thereafter, Han Qingshan entered, cradling a bronze chest. Chapter 9. The Ancient Art of the Barbarian Dragon's Great Hand Seal. Hanbo, is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Wudao inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed Han Qingshan cradling an antiquated bronze box. Young master, this is a relic left for you by the master. A relic? Lin Wudao's eyes widened in astonishment. Having recently been reborn in the vast and mystical world of Shenhuang, he had gleaned from his memories that his father, Lin Daoshan, was a formidable figure, a prominent leader within the demon suppression division of Yuanzhou. However, a decade prior, he had met an untimely demise due to a tumultuous upheaval. What could he have possibly left behind? As he pondered, Lin Wudao cautiously unsealed the dust-laden bronze box that had remained undisturbed for 10 long years. Inside, he discovered 3 items: a rustic, obsidian-hued bronze plate, a long sword radiating an intimidating sharpness, and a palm-sized bone fragment exuding an enigmatic aura. In his lifetime, the master had held the esteemed position of the Demon Hunter Hall's leader within the Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou, wielding significant power and influence. His own strength had ascended to the 6th realm of the Dao Palace. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that his prowess and renown would have secured him the position of Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Division by now. Han Qingshan sighed deeply, his gaze reflecting profound sorrow as he regarded the items before him. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao took a moment to reflect before first grasping the ancient sword, its blade gleaming with a fierce brilliance. As the sword was drawn, a palpable aura of menace surged forth. Young master, this is the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, a remarkably rare 8th-tier spiritual weapon that belonged to the late master, Han Qingshan elaborated. Having devoted his life to serving Lin Daoshan and possessing an intimate knowledge of his possessions, an 8th-tier spiritual weapon? Lin Wudao nodded, his expression revealing no discernible emotion. He then picked up a mysterious, dark copper plate, which bore the inscription Jun Mo on one side and Shou Mo on the other. This must be the late master's identity token. Young master, you must safeguard this token from the Demon Hunter Palace. It signifies the late master's glory and honor, as well as his identity. Han Qingshan continued earnestly. The Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou, Zhao Xianzhao, had an agreement with our master. With this token, you will receive protection upon your visit to the Demon Suppression Division. Furthermore, should you pass their assessments or attain the Dao Palace realm, you could even inherit the position of the Demon Hunter Palace Lord directly. This position has remained vacant for years due to this promise. The mention of the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division and the position of the Demon Hunter Palace Lord sparked a glimmer of ambition in Lin Wudao's eyes. He believed he could indeed carry on his father's legacy, especially as he possessed the requisite strength. If one could ascend to the esteemed position of the master of the Demon Suppression Division, it would undoubtedly bestow upon them a considerable fortune of luck. Contemplating this, Lin Wudao felt a surge of determination within. He then set aside the token and grasped the final, palm-sized piece of mysterious bone in his hand. Young master. This was an unexpected acquisition of the late master, said to be a fragment of an ancient barbarian dragon's bone, which contains the record of a formidable offensive technique known as the Barbarian Dragon's Hand Seal. A decade ago, the master wielded this powerful technique, achieving invincibility in battle. According to the master, should one cultivate the Barbarian Dragon's Hand Seal to its utmost perfection, they could unleash the strength of 30 ancient barbarian dragons with a single strike, capable of cleaving mountains and severing peaks. However, the path to mastery is exceedingly arduous. Even with the master's unparalleled talent, after over a decade of diligent cultivation, he barely attained a minor accomplishment in the Barbarian Dragon's Hand Seal. Yet, even at that level, he could still unleash the power of 3 ancient barbarian dragons with a single blow. As he spoke, Han Qingshan's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. He held the Barbarian Dragon's Hand Seal in the highest regard. Humming with anticipation, Lin Wudao observed the bone fragment attentively, then cautiously infused it with a thread of spiritual energy. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted, illuminating the space above. Suddenly, the cultivation method of the barbaric dragon's great hand seal emerged before him. Ding! An icy prompt echoed in his mind. The ancient technique, barbaric dragon's great hand seal, has been detected. Would you like to expend 1,000 luck points to cultivate it to beginner level? Lin Wudao was taken aback. Luck points can be utilized in this manner? He mused in astonishment. He glanced at his remaining luck points, which totaled exactly 1,000. If he were to invest them all into cultivating the barbaric dragon's great hand seal, his luck points would dwindle to 0, leaving him uncertain of any adverse effects it might entail. To err on the side of caution, Lin Wudao refrained from immediate cultivation. He needed to prepare adequately first. Hanbo, I intend to deeply comprehend the barbaric dragon's great hand seal. If all is well, please do not disturb me, he stated. Understood. Han Qingshan replied with a nod before promptly exiting the room. Once alone, Lin Wudao pondered for a moment, retrieving the 6th-tier spiritual weapon, the Qingming Ancient Sword, which he had obtained from a previous endeavor, and placing it alongside the 7th-star Dragon Abyss Sword. In an instant, a brilliant aura surged forth. System. Sacrifice the Qingming Ancient Sword and the 7th-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Ding. The sacrifice was successful. You have sacrificed the 6th-tier spiritual weapon, Qingming Ancient Sword, and received 600 luck points. You have sacrificed the 8th-tier spiritual weapon, 7th-star Dragon Abyss Sword, and received 800 luck points. The prompt resounded once more. Is it possible to expend 1,000 points of luck to cultivate the Manlong Great Hand Seal to the entry-level realm? Yes. Ding. Cultivation successful. Congratulations, host. You have now refined the Manlong Great Hand Seal to the entry level, capable of unleashing the strength of an ancient Manlong with a single strike. Boom. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Lin Wudao suddenly felt an influx of insights regarding the Manlong Great Hand Seal in his mind. Simultaneously, he gently pressed towards the void. And in an instant, an unparalleled force erupted forth, surging like a primordial river, causing a series of explosive sounds in the air. Truly, the ancient techniques are exceptionally formidable, Lin Wudao praised. Afterward, his gaze fell upon the ancient Manlong bone. System, how many luck points can this be exchanged for? For 1,000. Very well, I shall exchange it. Ding. Congratulations on sacrificing a piece of the ancient Manlong spine, acquiring 4,000 luck points. Now, I shall continue to enhance the Manlong Great Hand Seal. Ding. You have expended 5,000 luck points and successfully cultivated the Manlong Great Hand Seal to the minor achievement realm, capable of unleashing the strength of 3 ancient Manlongs with a single strike. Its palm strength penetrates 100 zhang. Name, Lin Wudao Cultivation Level. Early stage of transformation technique. Ancient Imperial Sutra skills. Basic fist technique. Beginner, Mountain Opening Great Hand Seal. Barbaric Dragon Great Hand Seal. Minor accomplishment. Items. Coffin of the Sky Burial. Corpse Concealment Map. Origin Stone. Demon Hunting Hall Token Lifespan. 12. 736 years. Remarks. You have been cursed, and every day, a year of your lifespan will be forcibly stripped away. New information unfolded before him. After perusing the details, Lin Wudao's expression remained unperturbed, retaining an air of tranquility. Now, he awaited the return of Jiang Qingxue. With that thought, he immediately settled onto the ground and commenced his diligent cultivation. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, due to his actions, a tremendous uproar erupted in the vast Qingyuan ancient city, reverberating throughout the entire Jiuzhou realm. In just a single day, the family of Jiang Qingxue, the 9th true disciple of the Taishan sect, was annihilated. This revelation sent shockwaves across Jiuzhou. Likewise, countless individuals were filled with curiosity regarding Lin Wudao's identity and origins. Chapter 10. Expulsion from the Clan and Banishment. In the eastern expanse of the ancient city of Qingyuan lies a prominent family known as the Lin clan, with a legacy spanning nearly 5 centuries. It possesses substantial depth and strength, firmly commanding a significant portion of the city's resources. Indeed, it is a veritable hegemon. The Zicheng Hall, the most imposing edifice of the Lin clan, stands as a symbol of power and status. At this moment, within the Grand Hall, the figures of several esteemed elders are seated, their expressions grave. Some exhibit intense anger in their eyes, while others appear anxious and apprehensive. At the forefront is a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, his demeanor exuding authority. He is Lin Tiannan, the current patriarch of the Lin clan. His cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Wheel Realm, marking him as a formidable figure within Qingyuan. Yet, like the other elders in the hall, his brow is furrowed with an unmistakable blend of anger and concern. This turmoil arises from their awareness of the recent events surrounding the Jiang family. Let us deliberate on how to address the matter concerning Lin Wudao. Lin Tiannan finally breaks the prolonged silence, his voice resonating with authority. Upon hearing this, the furrows on the brows of those present deepen further. Chief, I believe we must promptly expel Lin Wudao from the Lin clan, severing all ties with him henceforth, so that he is no longer considered a descendant of the Lin family. This individual is exceedingly arrogant and audacious. It is incomprehensible how he has acquired the strength of the wheel stage, leading him to act with such reckless abandon, brazenly assaulting the Jiang family without regard for the consequences. Now that Jiang Qingshuang has become the 9th true disciple of the Taishan sect, the upheaval within the Jiang family will undoubtedly draw the attention of the Taishan sect. Should they place blame upon us, the Lin clan would be unable to bear the repercussions. Therefore, while the Taishan sect has yet to arrive, we must swiftly dissociate ourselves from him to avoid being entangled in his troubles. At this moment, an irascible elder rose, shouting vehemently. His words were laced with animosity. In response, Lin Tiannan remained silent, directing his gaze towards the other attendees. Chief, I concur with Elder San's proposal to expel Lin Wudao from the Lin clan. I too am in agreement. Lin Wudao is nothing but a calamity. If we allow him to roam unchecked, he will inevitably bring catastrophe upon the Lin family. We must act swiftly to eliminate this threat. Indeed, our Lin family does not require such a person. One elder after another voiced their agreement. Observing this scene, Lin Tiannan furrowed his brow. Elder Da, what are your thoughts? He cast his gaze towards a sprightly elder clad in red at the lower left. Patriarch, in just a few days, our Lin clan will reach the 500-year mark. At that time, the celestial realm will bestow calamities upon us to test the strength of our lineage. Should we successfully navigate through this divine tribulation, the Lin family shall receive gifts and rewards from above. In that moment, every member of the Lin clan will flourish, their power and heritage surging immensely. However, should we falter, great calamity will befall us. Given the current circumstances, having an additional ally would undoubtedly be beneficial. The elder spoke slowly. The celestial great tribulation? Upon hearing this phrase, the expressions of all present, including Patriarch Lin Tiannan, shifted dramatically. This was a trial from the heavens. No force within the divine wilderness could evade such a fate. For clans like the Lin family, a test would descend every 500 years. If they succeeded, their strength would exponentially increase. Yet, failure would entail severe repercussions from the celestial realm. It was akin to a promotion, regardless of the might or antiquity of any force. When confronted with the celestial great tribulation, caution was paramount. One must tread lightly, as if walking on thin ice, lest they find themselves utterly annihilated. Thus, the Lin clan was enveloped in trepidation. Nevertheless, this did not provide justification for Lin Wudao to remain. Patriarch, this child Lin Wudao must not be allowed to stay. In the present day, the affairs of the Jiang family have already been disseminated by the master of the mortal realm to the celestial treasure mirror, swiftly spreading throughout the entire Great Li dynasty and even across the 9 provinces. It is foreseeable that within 3 days, someone from the Taishan sect will undoubtedly arrive. At that time, my Lin family will inevitably face reproach, a burden we cannot bear. The elder of the 3 clans bellowed once more, his voice tinged with urgency. His words garnered much agreement from the assembly. Patriarch, the elder's words hold merit. Lin Wudao must be expelled from the Lin clan. Regardless of the impending calamity, we must first address the Taishan sect. Should we mishandle this matter, we may not even survive until the great disaster descends, and our Lin family could face annihilation. Patriarch, do not hesitate any longer. Expel Lin Wudao from our lineage. He cannot remain. A chorus of voices echoed in unison. Observing this, Lin Tiannan remained silent for an extended period before finally nodding in acquiescence. Since all the elders are in agreement, let us proceed to expel Lin Wudao from the Lin clan. Henceforth, he shall have no ties to our Lin family. To the elder of the 3 clans, he instructed, you must immediately go to the mortal realm and relay this message to the celestial treasure mirror. We must ensure that the Taishan sect perceives our stance. Furthermore, send a messenger to inform Lin Wudao. Understood. The elder of the three clans departed with a heart full of joy. Witnessing this scene, the elder of the great clan sighed softly, acknowledging the consensus among the voices. Even if he wished to temporarily retain Lin Wudao, it was an impossibility. After all, though the Lin family was formidable, they could not afford to offend the Taishan sect. For the sake of the patriarch's life and death, sacrificing Lin Wudao was the only course of action. Unbeknownst to him, nestled within the tranquil confines of Wuyo Mountain Villa, Lin Wudao remained oblivious to the turmoil engulfing the Lin family. Furthermore, the efficiency of the Lin family's operations was remarkably swift. After announcing Lin Wudao's expulsion from the clan at the Human Realm Pavilion, the elder of the three clans, Lin Tianhe, wasted no time in arriving at Wuyo Mountain Villa. His sudden appearance astonished Han Qingshan, for since the passing of Lin Daoshan, no member of the Lin family had ever set foot in Wuyo Mountain Villa. What could be the purpose of Elder Lin's visit? Han Qingshan did not extend him a warm reception. In response, Lin Tianhe let out a cold snort. I have come today to inform you that, in light of Lin Wudao's audacious actions, a unanimous decision has been reached within the Lin family to expel him from the clan. From this day forth, the Lin family shall have no further association with Lin Wudao. What? Expelled from the clan? Upon hearing this proclamation, Han Qingshan was immediately incensed. What a disgraceful act by the Lin family. Despite my family's persistent support and protection during my lord's lifetime, the outcome is that his offspring is cast out from the clan. Your conscience must truly be devoured by dogs. If the patriarch were still alive, would you dare to act so outrageously? The more he spoke, the more his anger intensified. However, Lin Tianhe paid no heed to Han Qingshan's profound humiliation and resentment, dismissing them entirely. In his view, the Lin family did not require a Lin Wudao. Without him, the family could continue to thrive. Keeping him around would only invite calamity upon the Lin clan. Thus, it would be wiser to expel him from the family at the earliest opportunity to prevent future troubles. Today, I have merely come to inform you of this decision, not to listen to your futile ramblings. The outcome is as stated. You must accept it, whether you wish to or not. Furthermore, from this day forth, you are forbidden from using the Lin family name to deceive others. You are no longer members of the Lin clan. With that, Lin Tianhe forcefully cast aside a written decree and swept out of the room. Witnessing this, Han Qingshan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage, but found himself powerless, compelled to pick up the decree from the ground and make his way to Lin Wudao's chamber. Young master, members of the Lin family have come. I am already aware of the situation, came the calm voice from within the room. In truth, he had never regarded the Lin family with any respect. Chapter 11. Guests are here, let us slay. A day later, with a swift motion, a brilliant stream of light sliced through the void, transforming into an ancient and exquisite spirit vessel, descending upon the ancient city of Qingyuan. Upon it stood two figures. One was a woman clad in white, her beauty unparalleled and her demeanor exuding an air of aloof elegance. The other was a stern-faced elder in red, radiating an aura of formidable strength. They were none other than Jiang Qingsno from the Taishan sect and the inner sect steward Zhou Tianzheng. Upon arriving in Qingyuan, the duo did not linger unnecessarily, swiftly steering the spirit vessel towards the location of the Jiang family. However, upon reaching the Jiang residence, they found it desolate and abandoned. The grand courtyard laid bare in its cold and sorrowful emptiness. Evidently, the rumors held truth. The Jiang family had indeed encountered great calamity. Zhou Tianjing sighed as he surveyed the surroundings. At his words, a frostiness enveloped Jiang Qingsno's exquisite visage, her eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. What a brazen act by Lin Wudao indeed. She clenched her fists, her inner fury reaching a boiling point. Shall we confront Lin Wudao directly? No, Zhou Tianzheng replied. Let us first visit the Lin clan to ascertain the situation. Lin Wudao's audacity to so openly slay members of the Jiang family is undoubtedly not an impulsive act. Perhaps he possesses some formidable trump card. Jiang Qingsno shook her head. Although Jiang Wentian had been captured and was perhaps facing imminent peril, she did not act impulsively. Rather, she remained remarkably composed. However, Zhou Tianzheng paid little heed to Jiang Qingsno's cautious demeanor. What could a mere Lin Wudao possibly stir up? With the support of the Taishan sect, there was no need for such trepidation. Having said this, under Jiang Qingsno's guidance, he steered the spirit vessel directly towards the Lin clan. Moments later, at the Zichen Hall. At this juncture, Jiang Qingsno and Zhou Tianzheng had arrived at the Lin family estate, causing the expressions of everyone present, including the clan leader Lin Tiannan, to darken, their hearts brimming with trepidation and unease. "Where is Lin Wudao?" Zhou Tianzheng inquired coldly from his position of authority. Reporting to the steward, "Lin Wudao has been expelled from the Lin clan and cast out from our lineage. He is currently at the nearby Wuyou Villa. According to our intelligence, Lin Wudao possesses at least late-stage will platform strength, and he is accompanied by an old servant of similar cultivation." Lin Tiannan responded respectfully. Indeed, the Taishan sect has come to demand retribution. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance by expelling Lin Wudao from the clan. Otherwise, the Lin family would likely have faced annihilation by now. Late stage of will platform? Zhou Tian's face broke into a sneer. If it were merely two insignificant ants at the late stage of will platform, he would not deign to regard them at all. Immediately, lead us to Wuyou Villa. Lin Wudao dared to offend the majesty of my Taishan sect. He must be subdued to serve as a warning to others. Zhou Tian's expression was icy. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tiannan had no choice but to comply, promptly guiding them swiftly towards Wuyou Villa. Upon arriving at Wuyou Villa, they found the streets teeming with the figures of cultivators, each straining their necks to catch a glimpse within the estate. As Jiang Qingxue and Zhou Tian arrived, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Countless awe-filled gazes were directed towards the two. To this, Zhou Tian chose to ignore. With a resounding boom, a grand sweep of his sleeves unleashed an unparalleled force that shattered the gates of Wuyou Villa. Thereafter, he strode boldly inside. Upon entering Wuyou Villa, Zhou Tian noticed a young man, exuding a cold and aloof demeanor, seated serenely upon a slab of green stone, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. An otherworldly aura emanated from him. Simultaneously, at his feet knelt a middle-aged man, disheveled and drenched in blood. "Father." Upon encountering the middle-aged man, Jiang Qingxue immediately gasped in astonishment. "Qingxue, you've returned?" Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Wentian abruptly lifted his head. When he beheld the figure of his daughter, an intense surprise illuminated his eyes. He understood that the other individual must surely be a formidable expert from the Taishan sect. In that moment, a glimmer of hope surged within him. With this realization, Jiang Wentian clenched his fists tightly, the boundless humiliation he had endured finally finding release. "Lin Wudao, today shall be your however." Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of cold, glimmering steel sliced through the air, severing his head from his body. "You have outlived your usefulness." The calm voice resonated with chilling finality. The suddenness of Lin Wudao's action left everyone in stunned silence. My heavens, he actually beheaded Jiang Wentian? How ruthless! The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Jiang Wentian was deemed to possess no further value? Was Lin Wudao's intent merely to lure Jiang Qingxue back? Could it be that he harbored intentions to eliminate Jiang Qingxue as well? If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying within the expanse. The sound of collective gasps echoed, all present rendered speechless by Lin Wudao's merciless tactics. Upon witnessing Lin Wudao's decisive strike that felled her father, Jiang Qingxue could no longer restrain the tempest of fury and sorrow within her heart, unleashing a torrent of vehement cries. "Lin Wudao, you are condemned. Esteemed Zhou, I implore you, extinguish Lin Wudao. I demand his demise, his immediate and utter annihilation. I wish to see him torn asunder, reduced to dust, and scattered to the winds." The patricide inflicted upon Jiang Qingxue a profound trauma, driving her to the brink of madness. Her animosity toward Lin Wudao reached its zenith. Boom. In the wake of Jiang Qingxue's pronouncements, Zhou Tianzheng responded with alacrity, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that coalesced into a verdant, colossal hand, descending upon Lin Wudao with crushing force. As a steward of the Taishan sect, having cultivated his being to the 6th realm of Dao Palace, the subjugation of a mere ant in the Wheel Sea realm posed no significant challenge. However, while the aspiration was noble, the reality proved starkly different. Dong. In the face of Zhou Tianjing's aggressively oppressive might, Lin Wudao's countenance remained impassive, his gaze unwavering, devoid of even the slightest ripple of emotion. Savage Dragon Great Handprint. Roar. With a gentle extension of his palm, accompanied by the resounding echoes of an ancient dragon's roar, a surge of primeval and desolate power erupted forth, directly obliterating Zhou Tianjing's offensive. Moreover, the terrifying handprint landed squarely upon him. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Zhou Tianzheng, a cultivator of the 6th realm of the Dao Palace, had his chest pierced through by a single palm before the gazes of numerous practitioners, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Crimson blood gushed forth like a spring. How is this possible? In his final moments, Zhou Tianjing's eyes were filled with shock and terror. He could scarcely believe that Lin Wudao possessed such formidable power. He was, after all, in the Dao Palace realm. How could he not withstand even a single palm strike? Not only him. The surrounding cultivators who were spectating were also wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Heavens! How could Lin Wudao be so powerful? Such strength is terrifying. I heard he also entered the divine ruins yesterday. It seems he obtained some great fortune and ascended to the heavens in a single bound, to slay a master of the Taishan sect with a single palm. Is he in the Dao Palace or the other shore realm? This is going to cause trouble. Overwhelming discussions erupted one after another. To this, Lin Wudao paid no heed. After killing Zhou Tianzhong with a single palm, his icy gaze instantly fell upon Jiang Qingxue. Then, brandishing the blood-stained long sword in his hand, he walked towards her step by step. Chapter 12. The Imperial Dao Spirit Weapon, the ancient Xiantian sword. Could it be true? Are they really going to kill Jiang Qingxue? A voice of disbelief echoed through the crowd. At this moment, gazing upon Lin Wudao's visage, suffused with murderous intent, a shiver coursed through the onlookers, and an overwhelming sense of dread welled up within them. Even the steward of the Taishan sect was dismissed with a mere flick of his hand, slain instantly. One could only imagine the magnitude of Lin Wudao's current strength. After all, Jiang Qingxue is his fiancée. How could he bear to harm her? Perhaps there are unfathomable grievances between them. Alas, what a pity it is that such a promising union has descended into chaos. They were never truly deserving of each other. Were they? Best not to speak further. One must tread carefully, lest Lin Wudao's wrath extend to you as well. The crowd murmured among themselves. Yet, Lin Wudao remained impervious to their whispers, bloody blade in hand, advancing step by step toward Jiang Qingxue. You. Faced with the overwhelming pressure and the cold, fierce gaze, Jiang Qingxue was engulfed by an insurmountable panic and fear. In this moment, she found herself utterly at a loss. She had initially believed that with the backing of the Dao Palace's Zhou Tianzhong, she could surely subdue Lin Wudao and alleviate her heart's resentment. Little did she know, Lin Wudao's prowess had utterly shattered their previous understanding. Zhou Tianzhong, who had ascended to the 6th realm of the Dao Palace, was directly struck down with a single palm. Jiang Qingxue, currently only at the 4th realm of the Bitter Sea, found herself utterly incapable of resistance. An overwhelming sense of dread filled her heart. With each step Lin Wudao took forward, she instinctively retreated, her once resplendent and proud countenance now frail and devoid of strength. Ultimately, Lin Wudao's long blade rested against Jiang Qingxue's neck, the icy edge instilling a profound terror within her. Should you not offer me an explanation? His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated in the air. An explanation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingxue forcibly suppressed her inner fear, a derisive smile curling her lips. You already know, do you? It appears you have indeed acquired tremendous fortune within the divine ruins, soaring to greatness at once. Since you are so eager to understand the reason, let me enlighten you. It is because you are a worthless wretch. While I possess a promising future, I refuse to let a mere marriage contract bind my fate and extinguish my vibrant life. Only with your demise can I attain rebirth. This is the reason I have cursed you. Jiang Qingxue's expression was frigid. Originally, everything had been under my control. As long as I cursed you to death, the marriage pact between us would lose its binding power. Henceforth, I could boldly pursue my own life without restraint. Yet alas, the heavens did not show favor. The sole oversight on my part was underestimating your capacity for a miraculous turnaround, despite being on the brink of death. I find it utterly unfathomable what fortuitous gains you may have acquired within the divine ruins. Perhaps this is simply the nature of fate. Given the chance to choose anew, I would resolutely make the same decision, without hesitation, to end your life. Jiang Qingxue's gaze was as frigid as it was fierce. In her view, she was blameless. The true fault lay with this world. She firmly believed that had it been anyone else in her position, they would have made the same choice. Lin Wudao's survival was a testament to the heavens not siding with her. At that moment, upon hearing Jiang Qingxue's words, the surrounding cultivators collectively gasped in shock. This woman was undeniably ruthless. Lin Wudao was her fiancé. Yet, for the sake of her own future, she sought to curse him to his demise. It was utterly terrifying. The adage, "the most venomous hearts belong to women," proved true indeed. She nearly succeeded, fortunate for Lin Xiao, who had fortuitously acquired blessings within the divine ruins, enabling him to ascend and turn the tides. Lin Wudao was also quite formidable. It seemed he was on the path to slay his fiancée Yi. The crowd was left in astonishment. No one had anticipated that a seemingly harmonious marriage would devolve into such a tragic conclusion. Jiang Qingxue, the one who cursed her husband, was indeed heartless. Yet, with a ruthless resolve, Lin Wudao advanced upon the Jiang family, exemplifying his merciless nature. Both he and his counterpart were formidable adversaries, posing a significant threat to anyone who dared to confront them. Should they indeed unite in matrimony, one could only speculate the chaos that might ensue. Nevertheless, the present circumstances had reached their conclusion. If there were no further matters to discuss, it was time to depart. Upon acquiring the answers he sought, Lin Wudao exhibited no semblance of courtesy. With a swift motion, he reached out decisively, his expression serene as he crushed Jiang Qingsnou's neck, extinguishing her vitality with overwhelming force. This scene sent a shockwave through the gathered onlookers, leaving them astounded by the brutality displayed. Many began to retreat, fearing that Lin Wudao might unleash his fury upon them as well. Unperturbed by the anxious crowd, Lin Wudao proceeded with a grand flourish, summoning the coffin of the celestial tomb into the air, where it enveloped the lifeless forms of Jiang Qingsnou, Jiang Wentian, and Zhou Tianzhong. A notification chimed, indicating that he had collected the body of Zhou Tianzhong, an elder of the Taishan sect, thereby gaining 20 years of cultivation, which, after system enhancement, amounted to 200 years. Furthermore, he obtained a superior revitalizing pill from Jiang Wentian's remains, which, following the same enhancement, transformed into a premier rejuvenation pill. Lastly, he acquired the Zikan sword, a weapon of spiritual significance, from Jiang Qingsnou, which, through system amplification, evolved into the imperial-grade Xiantian ancient sword. 3 chilling chimes resonated within his mind. Boom, boom, boom. As the echo subsided, a torrent of surging spiritual energy coursed through his being. Infused by the system's enhancement of 2 centuries of cultivation, Lin Wudao's strength ascended once more, reaching the mid-stage of the transformation of divinity. Alas, the innate qualities and roots of this body are truly abysmal. The path to becoming more formidable is indeed arduous. Lin Wudao lamented inwardly. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he began to investigate the specifics of the superior rejuvenation pill and the Emperor's spirit weapon. These treasures are truly remarkable. Name: rejuvenation pill. Quality: superior. Description: a single rejuvenation pill swallowed will ensure that none perish below the transformation of divinity. Name: Xiantian ancient sword. Rank: Emperor's spirit weapon. Quality: upper tier. Description: 1. Forged from the human Dao spirit weapon, the Zikan sword, enhanced tenfold. It contains 72 imperial prohibitions, capable of unleashing immensely potent imperial might. 2. Within the Xiantian ancient sword lies a profound technique, the Xiantian sword technique, which, when mastered to the utmost realm, can cleave mountains and rivers, shaking the entire realm. 3. Below the ultimate realm, the imperial path reigns supreme. A wealth of information unfolded before his eyes. After perusing it, Lin Wudao extended his hand and directly retrieved the Emperor's spirit weapon, the Xiantian ancient sword. The sword appeared entirely black, and it felt remarkably heavy in his grasp. Boom! As the sword was drawn from its sheath, an overwhelming aura of imperial might surged forth, its majestic power transforming into a chilling intent to kill that illuminated the entirety of Wuyou Manor. It even stirred the winds and clouds above. What a remarkable weapon! Lin Wudao commented appreciatively. This mysterious ancient sword, known as the Xuantiang sword, belonged to the realm of imperial spiritual weapons, and according to his understanding, its rank was but a notch below the legendary extreme spiritual weapons. Moreover, its quality was exceptional. It truly resonated with the saying, "Beneath the extremes, the imperial reigns supreme." Lin Wudao was quite pleased with this. Such a splendid treasure. He chose not to sacrifice for fortune points, but to retain for his own use. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the imperial spiritual weapon, the Xuaniang sword. The inscribed technique, Xuaniang sword art, will be directly cultivated to perfection. Ding. You have cultivated the Xuaniang sword art to perfection. With a single strike, you can unleash an 800 zhang sword beam, cleaving mountains and splitting peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the system's notifications, a flood of insights regarding the Xuaniang sword art surged into his mind, as if he had been practicing for centuries. Chapter 13. the envoy of the Grand Minister. Master of the Demon Hunting Hall. Name, Lin Wudao. Cultivation level, mid-stage. Transformation technique, Ancient Emperor Scripture skills, Barbarian Dragon Palm, minor achievement. Xiantian Sword technique, major achievement. Items, Burial Heaven Bronze Coffin, Corpse Concealment Map, Origin Stone, Xiantian Ancient Sword, Returning Heaven Pill. Lifespan, 12. 736 years. Fortune value, 400 remarks. The curse cast by Jiangqing Snow has been completely lifted. Lin Wudao promptly summoned his attribute panel to review his various information. Upon noticing the words in the remarks section, indicating that the curse had been entirely dispelled, he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. From this day forth, he no longer needed to fear the curse that threatened to diminish his lifespan. Now, he felt like a renewed and complete self. He whispered softly to himself. Having said that, he cast a cold glance at Lin Tianan and the others gathered outside the manor, and then departed without looking back. Oh! Feeling the chill of Lin Wudao's indifference, the members of the Lin family were not only filled with trepidation, but also overwhelmed by a profound bitterness within their hearts. Including the clan leader, Lin Tianan, they had all misjudged the situation. Initially, everyone believed that Lin Wudao was vulnerable and would inevitably be subdued by the experts of the Taishan sect. However, the actual outcome was that the Taishan sect members were the ones who faced suppression. With just a single palm strike, they were struck down. This outcome has utterly shattered their perceptions. The esteemed steward of the Taishan sect, Zhou Tianzhong, a master who had achieved the 6th realm of the Dao Palace, was unexpectedly slain by a single strike from Lin Wudao. To what extraordinary level has his power ascended? Someone gasped in astonishment. It must be above the Dao Palace. Alas, we have irrevocably offended Lin Wudao, and should he seek vengeance, our Lin family. What is there to fear? He must first contend with the Taishan sect. Lin Tianhe's expression was exceedingly grim. He harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Lin Wudao. Even if he was in the wrong or had misjudged the situation, he would never concede. In his eyes, all his actions were for the sake of the Lin family. The more formidable Lin Wudao becomes, the more imperative it is to expel him from their lineage. Presently, he has merely reached the Dao Palace realm. Yet he has already incurred the Taishan sect's ire. If his strength were to grow further, given his temperament, one cannot fathom the calamity he might unleash. At that point, the entire Lin clan would be ensnared by his recklessness. Thus, it is best to sever ties at the earliest opportunity. Let us depart and discuss this further. With a sigh, Lin Tian promptly led a contingent of clan members away from Wuyo Villa. Once they had departed, Han Qingshan entered Lin Wudao's chamber. In truth, he too had been profoundly shaken. However, his predominant feelings were those of exhilaration and joy. Young master, has your cultivation already reached the 6th realm of the Dao Palace? Indeed, Lin Wudao replied with a calm affirmation. Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan became increasingly agitated. Young master, that was Zhou Tianzhong, the inner gate steward of the Taishan sect. You killed him in public, and this incident has already been reported to the Tongtian Treasure Mirror. Almost everyone in the entire Jiuzhou region is aware of it. I fear that the Taishan sect will send even more formidable individuals to confront us. Perhaps we should seek refuge at the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou, he suggested softly. In response, Lin Wudao's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any trace of concern or fear. There is no need for you to worry, Hanbo. I will handle the Taishan sect myself. I will remain in Qingyuan Ancient City for half a month. If all goes as planned, we shall then proceed to the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou. Very well. Seeing Lin Wudao's steadfastness, Han Qingshan refrained from further discussion and respectfully exited the room. In truth, Lin Wudao's decision to linger in Qingyuan Ancient City for an additional fortnight was motivated by a desire to observe the Taishan sect's reaction. The act of killing Zhou Tianzhong was tantamount to provoking the sect. Under normal circumstances, it was certain that the Taishan sect would dispatch even more powerful experts to Qingyuan Ancient City to seek vengeance against him. If that were to occur, it would play directly into Lin Wudao's hands. What he desired was precisely this outcome. As long as the disciples of the Taishan sect dared to approach, he would not hesitate to slay them. This would allow him to continue collecting their corpses, thereby growing ever more formidable. With this thought, Lin Wudao flipped open the Celestial Treasure Tome, and indeed, the news of the deaths of Zhou Tianzhong and Jiangqing Snow had already appeared. Breaking news. In the celestial calendar year of 99,084, on the 7th day of the 10th month, within the Taishan sect. The inner sect steward Zhou Tianzheng and the true disciple Jiang Qingsno were slain by Lin Wudao in the ancient city of Qingyuan. How swift indeed, Lin Wudao mused softly as he gazed at the message on the tome. Having said that, he put it away and once again immersed himself in his cultivation. In the ensuing fortnight, the demise of Zhou Tianzheng and Jiang Qingsno stirred a tempest within the realms of the 9 provinces, becoming a topic of jest among countless beings during their leisure. Simultaneously, curiosity about Lin Wudao permeated the entirety of the 9 provinces. For as yet, no one knew the true extent of his strength. Even the Mortal Realms Tower had refrained from providing specific details. This only deepened the intrigue among the masses. In response, Lin Wudao remained unperturbed. Throughout these 2 weeks, he had been wholly absorbed in his cultivation. Although his cultivation did not progress significantly, he found delight in the process. However, what took him by surprise was the fact that even after waiting for half a month, the disciples of the Taishan sect still had not made their appearance. It appears that the Taishan sect is not as straightforward as one might assume. Until they thoroughly comprehend my background and capabilities, it is unlikely they will take significant action. In other words, they will not come to eliminate me in the short term? Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. This outcome left him rather disheartened. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Young master, someone from the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division has arrived." While I did not receive a visit from the Taishan sect, it seems the Demon Suppression Division has come instead. Lin Wudao expressed his surprise. After pondering for a moment, he opened the door and stepped outside. Who could it be? It is a messenger from the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, who conveyed an invitation for you to take up a position there. If all goes as anticipated, it would entail succeeding the position held by the late master, the Demon Hunting Hall Master. Indeed, Han Qingshan's eyes shimmered with excitement. The inheritance of one's father's legacy is a cherished aspiration. He had always hoped for Lin Wudao's success. Should Lin Wudao assume the role of the Demon Hunting Hall Master, it would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion, one that Han Qingshan would wholeheartedly support. Regarding Han Qingshan's sentiments, Lin Wudao chose not to elaborate. Consequently, he departed from his residence and made his way to the grand hall of the estate. At this moment, within the expansive hall, a striking young man clad in blue, with sharp brows and bright eyes, awaited him. He was at the pinnacle of the wheel platform realm. It appears that he is indeed a prodigious genius. Lin Wudao cast a glance and arrived at his conclusion. "I am Yin Jianfei, a messenger from the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou," the young man in blue said as he rose and clasped his fists. "I understand that you have come to invite me to the Demon Suppression Division." Indeed, half a month ago, Lin Wudao had decisively defeated Zhou Tianzheng of the Taishan sect and the esteemed disciple Jiang Qingshuang, an event that sent ripples across the entire realm of Jiuzhou. A talent such as Lin Wudao is someone we at the Demon Suppression Division are eager to recruit. I have come on behalf of the Grand Commander, sincerely requesting that you accept a position at our Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, succeeding your father's legacy as the master of the Demon Hunting Hall. That would indeed make for a remarkable tale, Yun Jianfei remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao fell into silence, seemingly deep in thought. Observing this, Yun Jianfei refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting his response. "Please tell me about the general situation of the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division." "Certainly," Yun Jianfei replied with enthusiasm. He then proceeded to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division. It stands as a formidable force under the auspices of the Great Li Dynasty, primarily tasked with overseeing the practitioners within Yuanzhou and maintaining order and stability in the region. Currently, the Demon Suppression Division comprises a Grand Commander for deputy commanders, 8 Hall Masters, 72 Protectors, 300 Stewards, and 100,000 Demon Suppressors. The current Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Division is Zhao Xianxiao. Yun Jianfei eloquently expounded upon this. He spoke earnestly, and Lin Wudao listened with equal seriousness. In due course, under Yun Jianfei's narration, he garnered a fundamental understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou. Can the Hall Master be promoted? Certainly, as long as one achieves a certain level of merit within the Demon Suppression Division and possesses sufficient cultivation and strength, the Hall Master may ascend to the rank of Deputy Commander or even Grand Commander. Ultimately, in the Demon Suppression Division, everything is determined by strength. If one possesses formidable power, they can earn respect and attain a lofty status. Yun Jianfei seemed to imply something deeper. In response, Lin Wudao merely nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I accept the invitation from the Demon Suppression Division. Once I have resolved matters concerning the Qingyuan ancient city, I shall report in person. With that, he fell into silence. Noticing this, Yun Jianfei smiled gently, then rose to take his leave. Han Bo, prepare accordingly. We shall head to the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou in 3 days. Yes, young master. By the way, I recall that 3 days hence coincides with the day the Lin clan undergoes the celestial trial. At that time, a great calamity from the heavens will descend. Indeed. I understand. This celestial calamity will undoubtedly claim lives. Lin Wudao sensed that his corpse retrieval business was about to resume. Chapter 14. The Celestial Cataclysm. Time swiftly passes. 3 days later, within the expansive confines of the Zikin Palace, Lin Tiannan, at the helm, convened the Lin clan members, all of whom bore expressions laden with gravity, their eyes shimmering with an indefinable worry. Yet, the predominant sentiment was one of trepidation. For today marks the arrival of the Celestial Cataclysm, a day when the Lin clan shall face the trials imposed by the heavens. Should they successfully navigate this formidable ordeal, the family would ascend to new heights, reaping greater resources and witnessing a surge in the prowess of its members. Conversely, failure would invite dire repercussions, leading to a significant diminishment of strength. The consequences could manifest as either a perpetual decline or being swallowed by rival factions, with the most harrowing outcome being utter annihilation. Thus, every descendant of the Lin clan bore the weight of this momentous occasion upon their countenance. Today is a pivotal day that will determine the fate of the Lin family. In the Zikin Palace, Lin Tiannan occupied the seat of honor. Elder of the clan, is everything adequately prepared? Indeed. In anticipation of this once-in-500 years celestial trial, the Lin clan commenced their preparations many decades ago. Now, all their resources have been laid bare. Presently, the Lin family boasts 1 elder at the peak of the wheel stage, 3 elders in the late wheel stage, and a total of 11 other formidable practitioners. In total, there are 15 cultivators at the wheel stage. Moreover, numerous elixirs designed for healing and replenishing spiritual energy, along with an array of divine weapons, have all been meticulously prepared. They await the impending celestial tribulation to commence the crossing. The elder of the clan responded solemnly. At that moment, his aged visage bore an unprecedented gravity. Patriarch, just to be cautious, should we not summon Lin Wudao back? He ventured tentatively. Upon hearing this, Lin Tiannan sighed and shook his head. No need. This is a matter of the Lin clan. Lin Wudao has been expelled from our lineage and cast out from our home. He is no longer a scion of the Lin family, and everything pertaining to the Lin clan is irrelevant to him. Furthermore, even if we were to invite him, he likely would not return. Alas! Heaving a heavy sigh at these words, the elder could not help but lament. Could we not invite him to assist us in the capacity of a venerator? Do you truly believe he would come back? Before Lin Tiannan could respond, the third elder, Lin Tianhe, could not contain a derisive chuckle. I concur with the patriarch. This is a matter solely concerning the Lin family and does not involve outsiders. I refuse to believe that, with our decades of preparation, we cannot withstand this impending celestial tribulation. Lin Tianhe declared with unwavering confidence. Boom. As he spoke, his body suddenly surged, releasing an overwhelming aura in an instant. The atmosphere was charged with astonishment as news of Lin Tianhe's achievement in reaching the great perfection of the wheel stage spread like wildfire. Even Lin Tiannan, the patriarch, cast a look of disbelief towards Lin Tianhe. No one had anticipated that Lin Tianhe had silently attained such formidable prowess, a level of strength unmatched within the Lin family. With the elders of the 3 clans having also reached the great perfection of the wheel stage, it was assured that they would weather the impending calamity from the heavens with ease. Lin Tiannan expressed his admiration, momentarily setting aside the matter of Lin Tianhe's concealed strength. After a thoughtful glance, he rose and exited the Zikin Hall, followed closely by the anxious clan members. A rumbling echoed through the air about an hour later, breaking the tense silence. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated across the vast sky, and a terrifying bolt of lightning cleaved through the void with immense power. Waves of overwhelming pressure cascaded down, suffocating all beneath its weight. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. The faces of the gathered onlookers grew solemn. Meanwhile, far away in Wuyo Mountain Manor, Lin Wudao directed his gaze towards the Lin clan, a hint of gravity in his expression. Young master, the heavenly tribulation of the Lin family has descended. Indeed, Lin Wudao replied, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. Alas, one cannot ascertain which trial mode the Lin clan will draw this time. Should they be fortunate enough to select the simple mode, they can undoubtedly navigate through unscathed. If they encounter the difficult mode, albeit at a significant cost, they may barely manage to survive. However, should they be met with the nightmare or hell mode, given the Lin family's foundation and strength, their chances would dwindle to a mere breath away from death. As for the most terrifying death mode, it would leave no survivors. Han Qingshan lamented. The Celestial Tribulation is categorized into 5 modes? Lin Wudao expressed surprise. Since time immemorial, the trials of the Celestial Tribulation have been governed by what mode, one might ask? Well, it all hinges on the luck of the draw. During the Celestial Tribulation, some draw the simple mode, others the difficult mode, and some even the death mode, resulting in the total annihilation of entire factions. It is entirely random, devoid of certainty. So it is. Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. He held no concern for the Lin family's fate or outcome. His sole preoccupation was the number of lives that would be lost during this Celestial Tribulation. At that time, he would go to collect the bodies. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, the members of the Lin family were entirely unaware of his thoughts. At this moment, the once in 500 years Celestial Tribulation had descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, 5 radiant beams of divine light pierced the void, ultimately transforming into 5 enigmatic orbs of illumination that descended gracefully. These luminous spheres were designated for the selection of the trial mode. Every member of the Lin clan was entitled to participate in the voting process. By infusing their spiritual energy into the corresponding orb, they effectively cast their vote. Following the conclusion of the voting, the will of the heavens would unveil the outcome. At that moment, the orb with the highest number of votes would signify the trial mode that the Lin clan would face. This was well understood by all present. Let us commence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianan was the first to channel his spiritual energy into the leftmost orb. Observing this, the other clan members promptly followed suit. I believe we should align with the leader's intuition. Not necessarily, it is entirely random. And the leader's intuition might very well be misguided at this juncture. What if we inadvertently select the death mode? That would be disastrous. I have a feeling the orb on the right seems more favorable. I choose the one in the center. The crowd engaged in heated debate. Soon, every member of the Lin clan had completed their voting. The moment of revelation was upon them. In that instant, the atmosphere was charged with both anxiety and anticipation. Boom. Moments later, accompanied by a heavy sound, the 5 luminous orbs suspended in midair suddenly erupted, revealing the various trial modes they represented. However, upon witnessing the final outcome, everyone was rendered speechless, gasping in disbelief. For it was revealed that the Lin family had drawn the hellish mode. How could this be? Some cried out in incredulity, their faces drained of color. How could it possibly be the hellish mode? This is absurd, absolutely impossible. No, I refuse to accept this as reality. It's over. The hellish mode. The heavens wish to obliterate my Lin family. The voices of panic and despair echoed relentlessly. At that moment, all the clan members, including Lin Tianan, exhibited expressions of dread, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even Lin Tianhe, who had previously boasted the loudest, now stood pale and speechless with fear. Chapter 15. I have come to collect your corpses. How could this be happening at this moment? Lin Tianhe's body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of panic and fear. He had once believed that his formidable mastery at the pinnacle of the wheel stage would suffice, yet before the horrors of hell mode, it proved utterly feeble. In nightmare mode, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, hell mode was nothing short of a true inferno. Once the divine trial descended, the meager strength of the Lin clan was utterly incapable of resisting it. Ultimately, there would be but one fate, death and extinction. Hiss! Just the thought of such a scene sent Lin Tianhe into a state of utmost dread. A wave of despair surged within him. Meanwhile, not far away, the clan elders were equally in disarray, clearly having never anticipated the onset of hell mode. Each of them gradually lost their composure. At that moment of collective anxiety, a peculiar message manifested in the minds of all present. The calamity would commence in half an hour. Alas, could it be that heaven truly desires the demise of the Lin family? The clan elder's eyes were filled with desolation. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he beckoned a guard to approach. Go immediately to Wuyo Mountain Manor and summon Lin Wudao. He possesses the strength to slay Zhou Tianzhong of the Taishan sect with a single strike. At the very least, he is of mid-Dao Palace rank or higher. If aided by him, the Lin family might just survive this calamity. Indeed, Elder. With that, the guard prepared to turn away. Wait. Perhaps it is best that I go in person. I hope Lin Wudao, considering our shared lineage, will extend his hand to assist the Lin family in overcoming this formidable trial. Otherwise, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. The clan elder immediately hastened towards Wuyo Mountain Villa with fervent urgency. Watching his departing figure, Lin Tianan clenched his fists, his profound gaze reflecting both resignation and a flicker of hope. If Lin Wudao were to arrive, perhaps the Lin family might yet find a glimmer of survival. The Lin clan faces the celestial tribulation that occurs once every 500 years, drawing the attention of all within the ancient city of Qingyuan. Among them, Han Qingshan was no exception. Upon learning that the Lin family had drawn the hellish mode, he rushed back to Wuyo Mountain Villa in haste. Young master, the Lin family has drawn the hellish mode for this celestial tribulation. It is likely a matter of 10 lives lost with no chance of survival. He furrowed his brow and stated, Hellish mode? Lin Wudao concluded his meditation, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. It seems the Lin family's fortune is rather grim, he murmured softly. With that, he closed his eyes once more, plunging back into his cultivation. Han Qingshan seemed poised to articulate something, yet upon observing Lin Wuda's nonchalant demeanor, he hesitated to speak further. Consequently, he turned and exited the room. At that moment, an ancient spiritual vessel gracefully descended from the heavens, arriving at Wuyo Mountain Manor. Lin Tianhong. Upon seeing the newcomer, Han Qingshan approached. Elder of the clan, why are you here at Wuyo Mountain Manor instead of attending to the impending catastrophe facing the Lin family? Brother Han, where is Lin Wudao? Is he seeking my young master? Han Qingshan furrowed his brow, seemingly discerning the purpose of the visit. Elder of the clan, my young master is no longer a member of the Lin clan. He retorted, today marks the Lin family's once in 500 years calamity. You must return immediately. My young master is in seclusion, engrossed in his cultivation, and does not wish to see anyone. His voice was cold and deliberate. Having said that, Han Qingshan offered no cordiality and turned to leave. Suddenly, Lin Tianhong knelt on the ground. What is the meaning of this? Han Qingshan's expression darkened. Brother Han, I implore you for assistance. The Lin family stands on the brink of disaster, facing an insurmountable trial. Only Lin Wudao's intervention might offer a glimmer of hope. If he is willing to act, I am prepared to agree to any terms. Lin Tianhong pleaded urgently, his tone almost desperate. Ah, so now you seek assistance? Han Qingshan expressed his disdain. Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Previously, it was the unanimous decision of your Lin family to expel my young master from the clan and cast him out. Now, faced with great calamity, you come to plead for help? Is there such a convenience in this world? I shall convey this matter to my master. As for his stance, I cannot say. With that, he paid no heed to Lin Tianhong's reaction and turned away. Soon, he arrived once more at Lin Wudao's chamber. Young master, the esteemed elder Lin Tianhong is here, currently kneeling outside. Indeed, go out and inform him that I am no longer a member of the Lin family, and that everything concerning the Lin clan bears no relation to me. After the impending heavenly tribulation has passed, I shall attend to their remains. As for offering assistance, it is best not to consider it. The voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated from within the room. Understood. Having received the response, Han Qingshan did not linger, promptly returning to convey Lin Wudao's exact words to Lin Tianhong. What? No assistance? Merely to collect the corpses? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhong's eyes lost their light, and he collapsed to the ground, his expression vacant. Elder, you should return. The great heavenly tribulation is about to commence. Do not delay here. Bang! Han Qingshan coldly shut the door, leaving Lin Tianhong alone, kneeling on the frigid ground. Heaven has forsaken my Lin family. Heaven has forsaken my Lin family. Suddenly, he burst into inconsolable tears, his voice resonating with boundless sorrow and despair. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Lin Tianhong struggled to rise from the ground, taking trembling steps toward the Lin clan. How is the elder of the clan? What of Lin Wudao? The crowd encircled him, their expressions filled with urgency and anticipation. However, Lin Tianhong merely shook his head. Lin Wudao has declared that he is no longer a member of the Lin family. Everything pertaining to the Lin family is of no concern to him. Out of respect for our shared bloodline, he will return after the calamity to collect our remains. What? Collect our remains? That scoundrel wishes for our demise. Upon hearing this, The crowd erupted in outrage, many of the clansmen beginning to curse vehemently. Suddenly, amidst their anger and fear, the skies darkened, and a formidable celestial power surged forth, encompassing all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming force of heaven pressed down upon them, causing everyone to collapse to the ground in submission. Amidst the boundless terror and despair reflected in the eyes of the Lin family, a terrifying river of swords materialized in the heavens above. Vast currents of sword energy surged forth, as if shattering the fabric of reality itself. It is over. The calamity from the heavens has commenced. Save me. I do not wish to perish, O heavens. Why must it be in hellish mode? Why must my Lin clan suffer such fate? The heavens are unjust. The arrival of divine retribution incited a frenzy among the Lin family, their voices rising in a chorus of fear and hopelessness. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the immense river of swords hovering in the sky trembled violently. Following this, unparalleled sword energy sliced through the void, cascading down in a frenzy. Initially, the sword energies were not formidable, merely the strength of the divine concealment realm. However, as time progressed, the sword energies intensified, escalating from the divine concealment realm to the bitter sea realm, and then to the wheel platform realm. Ultimately, they even reached the level of the Tao Palace. The mightiest of the Lin family barely achieved the pinnacle of the wheel platform realm. How could they possibly withstand such terrifying sword energies? Accompanied by anguished screams and cries of despair, the members of the Lin family fell victim to the ravages of the sword energies from above, their lives extinguished, leaving behind nothing but cold, lifeless bodies. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tiannan, Lin Tianhong, and Lin Tianhe remained. At this moment, they had suffered unprecedented devastation, their auras in disarray, as if they were clinging to the last vestiges of life. The Lin family was finished. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of their kin scattered about, Lin Tiannan was engulfed in profound sorrow. He ceased all resistance, his long sword merely propping him up as he lifted his gaze to fixate on the vast, formidable void above, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death. Thud, thud, thud. Just as they were on the brink of their final breath, a steady cadence of footsteps echoed, drawing near with alarming swiftness. Before long, a man clad in black, his countenance austere and his demeanor extraordinary, approached the group with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Wudao? A flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. However, to their dismay, Lin Wudao merely cast them a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze elsewhere. Subsequently, he produced an ancient bronze coffin from his possession and began to gather the bodies strewn across the ground, placing them within its confines. Chapter 16. The Eye of the Divine. Lin Wudao, what are you doing? Witnessing Lin Wudao's blatant disregard for their plight, and even more so, his audacity to bring forth a bronze coffin for the collection of corpses, Lin Tianhe, consumed by fury, erupted into a frenzied roar. I had declared, I shall gather your remains. A calm voice resonated slowly. As he spoke, Lin Wudao paid no heed to the anger and despair of the others. His gaze remained fixated on the lifeless bodies before him. With each step, he meticulously collected the remains of numerous Lin family members and placed them into the coffin of heavenly burial. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Lin Yunfeng, gaining 1 year of cultivation. After the system's tenfold enhancement, you have acquired 10 years of cultivation. You have collected the corpse of Lin Kuan, obtaining 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. After the system's tenfold enhancement, you have gained 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You have collected the corpse of Lin Tianluan, acquiring the technique, Thunderclap Palm. After the system's tenfold enhancement, you have obtained the technique, Great Thunderstorm Palm. You have collected the corpse of Lin Zhao, receiving. A series of notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. With each body placed into the coffin of heavenly burial, a random reward was bestowed, be it elixirs, divine weapons, or profound cultivation methods. A plethora of treasures, each more astonishing than the last. In response to this, Lin Wudao found himself enveloped in overwhelming joy. As for Lin Tiannan and the others, struggling in the distance, their faces were filled with resentment and despair. Lin Wudao, I curse you to a miserable death, Lin Tianhe suddenly roared. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao paused slightly in his task, glanced towards Lin Tianhe, and then, bearing the coffin of heavenly burial, walked directly towards him. What do you intend to do? Seeing Lin Wudao's menacing appearance, Lin Tianhe assumed he was about to attack, and thus adopted a defensive stance, watching him warily. However, he was clearly mistaken. With a resounding thud, Lin Wudao, having reached him, disregarded his animosity and placed the coffin of heavenly burial on the ground, standing there silently. His face was devoid of emotion as he gazed at him, seemingly awaiting something. Lin Wudao, you. At that moment, as Lin Tianhe, filled with resentment, was about to question Lin Wudao, a terrifying sword aura descended from the firmament, piercing directly through his chest. This sword possessed the might of the Dao Palace, extinguishing all of Lin Tianhe's vitality. The instant he perished, Lin Wudao, who had been waiting for this opportunity, slammed the coffin of heavenly burial, immediately encasing his corpse within. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Lin Tianhe and obtained a post-heavenly divine object, the Holy Spirit Fruit. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired a pre-heavenly divine object, the Divine Spirit Fruit. Name, Divine Spirit Fruit Level, Pre-heavenly Divine Object Description, 1. A rare divine entity birthed from the laws of heaven and earth. Consuming it may grant one a pair of divine eyes, allowing one to gaze upon the 9 heavens above and the 9 hells below. 2. The divine eyes can perceive the myriad treasures of the world emanating their precious aura. 3. It dispels confusion, leading directly to the realm of truth. Remark: with these eyes, you become divine. Information regarding the divine spirit fruit presented itself before him. It is unexpectedly a pre-heavenly divine object? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. He had not anticipated such a significant opportunity hidden within the seemingly ordinary Lin Tianhe. That Holy Spirit fruit must have been something he possessed in life. Furthermore, it had given rise to a pair of divine eyes. Otherwise, with his qualifications and roots, achieving the pinnacle of the wheel platform realm would have been impossible. Indeed, a delightful surprise. Lin Wudao felt a surge of joy. After understanding the origins and purposes of the divine spirit fruit, he turned his attention to Lin Tiannan and Lin Tianhong, who were not far away. He then resumed his wait in that very spot. A sigh. Observing his actions, the two lamented softly. A collector of bodies, at the very least, ensures that the deceased are not left to rot in the wilderness. Just as these words left his lips, 2 terrifying swords of energy descended from the heavens, piercing through their forms and extinguishing all traces of life. Thus, under the celestial calamity, every member of the Lin clan met their demise. Having witnessed this harrowing scene, Lin Wudao remained silent. After standing still for a moment, he struck the coffin of the deceased with great force, collecting the bodies of Lin Tiannan and Lin Tianhong within. Ding! You have gathered the corpse of Lin Tiannan and acquired the technique, shrink the earth to an inch. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have gained the technique, a journey of 1,000 miles in an instant. The system has now autonomously cultivated you to the pinnacle of this skill. With a single step, you can traverse 10 miles. You have gathered the corpse of Lin Tianhong and obtained a 300-year-old longevity spirit herb. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired a longevity elixir that has matured for 3,000 years. Once more, 2 notifications echoed in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. As the sounds faded, a myriad of insights regarding a journey of 1,000 miles in an instant surged forth. Under the influence of the system, Lin Wudao directly cultivated this technique to its fullest potential. It is time to depart. Gazing upon the desolate and forlorn remnants of the Lin clan, Lin Wudao sighed softly. He then stowed away the coffin and, taking a single step, vanished from the spot. Whoosh! With just a few steps, he returned to the carefree villa. This extraordinary method of traversing vast distances was indeed remarkable, Lin Wudao remarked. Having said that, he proceeded to his room and extracted the divine fruit. After examining it thoroughly, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. Boom! The divine fruit held boundless potential. As it entered his stomach, Lin Wudao instantly felt powerful divine energy surging forth, coursing through his entire being in an instant. Ultimately, 2 fundamental essences converged in his eyes. At that moment, deep within his gaze, it seemed as if the aura of the heavenly principles blossomed. The world suddenly transformed into a realm of splendor. After his eyes evolved into the divine eyes, Lin Wudao discovered that he could perceive this realm with unparalleled clarity. Observing the myriad of energies flowing and intertwining in the cosmos, it was profoundly mysterious and exquisitely intricate. Everything was indeed as the system had indicated. With these divine eyes, he could gaze upon the heavens above and peer into the depths below. Moreover, he even detected faint traces of treasures, a myriad of radiant lights intertwined in the void. Truly miraculous. Upon careful exploration, Lin Wudao distinctly felt the incredible power and utility of the divine eyes. With these divine eyes, nothing in the world could escape his sight henceforth. Lin Wudao was quite pleased. "Young master, should we take our leave?" Suddenly, a voice inquired from outside the room. It was Han Qishan. "Is everything prepared?" "Yes," came the calm response. "Then let us proceed to the demon office in Yuanzhou town." As he spoke, Lin Wudao meticulously organized the items he had acquired from the body collection, retaining essential items such as the Great Thunder Palm, the Longevity Elixir, and the Inch to 10,000 Miles treasure, while sacrificing the rest. In the end, he gained 3,000 fortune points. Though not an abundant sum, it was better than none. Whoosh! Approximately half a day later, an ancient spiritual vessel soared from Wuyou Manor, transforming into a brilliant streak of light as it swiftly departed from the Qingyuan ancient city. Chapter 17. The Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou is vast, encompassing 36 prefectures and states. To the east, it borders the ancient and majestic 10,000 Great Mountains. To the north, it gazes upon the enigmatic and boundless Northern Sea. To the west lies a desolate wasteland, while the south offers the most favorable haven for all living beings. The Demon Suppression Division serves the Dali dynasty in maintaining order across the realm, restraining the formidable powers of mortal cultivators, and wields immense resources and authority. In this current era of decline for the dynasty, a multitude of heroes rise, marking a time of unparalleled chaos where one misstep could lead to untimely demise. Yet, paradoxically, it is also an age of opportunity. For those who possess sufficient strength, there lies the potential to achieve great feats and ascend to the pinnacle of life. After departing from the ancient city of Qingyuan, Lin Wudao and Han Qingshan raced towards the Demon Suppression Division. As the Lord of the Demon Hunter Hall, Lin's authority is considerable, second only to the Vice-Governor and the Governor. Notably, the division operates on the principle of territorial governance. The 36 prefectures within Yuanzhou are overseen by the 8 lords of the Demon Suppression Division. As a lord, one holds dominion over all affairs within their jurisdiction. And should their power be sufficiently formidable, even the vice-governor cannot impose control. Indeed, the Demon Suppression Division is a realm where strength reigns supreme. If one possesses a strong enough fist and formidable capabilities, while adhering to the established rules of the game, they may act as they wish. Lin Wudao was exceedingly fond of this. Which counties does the Demon Hunting Hall currently govern? On the road, Lin Wudao suddenly opened his eyes and inquired with a hint of indifference. "Young master, according to the information I have gathered, the current Demon Hunting Hall is the weakest among the 8 halls of the Demon Suppression Division, possessing the least resources as well. At present, the Demon Hunting Hall governs 3 counties: Shanhai County, Bahuang County, and Tianwu County. Shanhai County, due to its proximity to the North Sea and the 100,000 Great Mountains, frequently suffers invasions from beasts and barbarian tribes, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of its territory. Bahuang County is the epitome of chaos. It is home to the most notorious and ruthless individuals from the Dali dynasty and surrounding regions, all infamous for their nefarious deeds and exceedingly formidable. They do not heed the commands of the Dali dynasty and possess immense strength, rendering even the Demon Suppression Division powerless against them. As for Tianwu County, it is comparatively better than Shanhai and Bahuang counties. However, due to its location at the border of the Qiyue dynasty and the Dashuan dynasty, it is embroiled in perpetual warfare. In summary, the 3 counties governed by the Demon Hunting Hall are all rife with turmoil. At this point, Han Qingshan could not help but sigh, casting a glance at Lin Wudao filled with sympathy and helplessness. The Demon Hunting Hall is, indeed, a hot potato. Now, Lin Wudao has succeeded the position of the Hall Master, and naturally must assume the responsibilities of governing and managing the 3 major counties. Yet, these 3 regions are engulfed in utter chaos. A single misstep could spell doom. Even a decade ago, Lin Daoshan approached the 3 counties with utmost caution, as if treading on thin ice. "Young master, the Demon Hunting Hall may prove to be somewhat challenging to manage. You must prepare yourself mentally," Han Qingshan remarked after a moment of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao cast him a glance and nodded lightly. "I am well aware of my own measures." With that, he immersed himself in further research regarding the Demon Suppression Division and the Demon Hunting Hall before delving into his cultivation. Half a day later, they arrived at the Demon Suppression Division, Tianyuan Ancient City, a grand metropolis steeped in ancient history and profound cultural heritage, positioned at the very center of Yuanzhou. It overlooks the land like a chessboard, with its location akin to the star at the center of constellations. Hence, it is aptly named Tianyuan Ancient City. Simultaneously, it serves as the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division. Whoosh, upon Lin Wudao and Han Qingshan's arrival at the Demon Suppression Division, they were met by Yin Jianfei, who had been waiting for quite some time. Hallmaster Lin, I have been dispatched to welcome you, he announced. Currently, the 4 deputy governors, along with the 7 hall masters of the Demon Suppression Division, have all gathered at Tianyuan Palace, preparing to extend their hospitality to you. According to the intentions of the Grand Commander, he seeks to familiarize you with the circumstances, Yin Jianfei respectfully stated. Upon finishing his words, he led Lin Wudao directly towards the majestic and imposing Tianyuan Palace. Along the way, numerous curious and astonished gazes were cast upon him, accompanied by a multitude of whispers, reflecting the immense intrigue surrounding the sudden emergence of Lin Wudao, the master of the Demon Hunting Hall. In response to this, Lin Wudao remained unfazed. Moments later, under Yin Jianfei's guidance, he arrived at the grand and austere Tianyuan Palace. Lifting his eyes, he beheld the ancient hall, which was structured into 3 distinct tiers. At the very top, there was but a single seat, undoubtedly that of the Grand Commander, Zhao Zuanqiu. Beneath him were 4 tables, each occupied by a figure, representing the 4 vice commanders of the Demon Suppression Department. Lin Wudao discreetly surveyed them and discerned that each possessed the cultivation of the great perfection of the Dao Palace. Moreover, the most formidable among them, the first vice commander, Li Bingtian, stood merely a half-step away from the other shore realm. Below the 4 vice commanders were the positions of the 8 hall masters. At this moment, Lin Wudao cast his gaze and noticed that one of the hall masters' seats was vacant, seemingly positioned at the end of the hierarchy. Reporting to the vice commander, this individual is the Grand Commander's appointed master of the Demon Hunting Hall, Lin Wudao, Yin Jianfei respectfully announced. Upon hearing this, Li Bingtian, positioned above the hall, nodded slightly. The Grand Commander has always possessed an extraordinary vision. Since he personally appointed him, Lin's younger brother must undoubtedly be a person of great capability. Please take a seat. He gestured towards an empty chair beside him. As his words fell, the gazes of those present converged upon Lin Wudao, each scrutinizing him with indifferent expressions. Among them, Lin Wudao distinctly sensed a myriad of emotions: derision, skepticism, disdain, and animosity. All were palpable. In response, Lin Wudao chose not to engage in further discourse, simply sitting quietly in his chair as he navigated through the various pleasantries. At long last, after the wine had circulated thrice, Li Bingtian first rose to introduce the circumstances of the Demon Suppression Division to Lin Wudao, before finally setting down his wine cup. The Grand Commander is currently in seclusion to break through to a new realm, and I am temporarily entrusted with overseeing the affairs of the Demon Suppression Division. Today, the gathering of all of you, aside from welcoming our brother Lin from the Demon Hunting Hall, serves another significant purpose. This is to inquire about the execution of the Crimson Moon Old Demon. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the Tianyuan Palace. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present instantly turned grave. The Crimson Moon Old Demon? A flicker of intrigue passed through Lin Wudao's eyes. He recalled having seen information about the Crimson Moon Old Demon in the Heavenly Treasure Mirror, seemingly an ancient demon lord of the Huangguan demon sect, who was suppressed by the Grand Commander Zhao Xiandao, destined for execution on a chosen day. What further discussion could there be? He felt somewhat perplexed. It is well known that the Crimson Moon Old Demon is the notorious leader of the Huangguan demon sect, notorious for his numerous heinous acts, which have provoked the wrath of heaven and the ire of the populace, ultimately leading to his suppression by the Grand Commander. In order to instill fear in those malevolent demons, the Grand Commander decided to execute the Crimson Moon Old Demon publicly. Today, we shall deliberate on who will assume the role of the execution officer. Li Bingtian's voice was deep and authoritative. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the vast Tianyuan Palace. Neither the vice commanders present nor the formidable lords of the region dared to utter a word. Clearly, none were inclined to accept this daunting task. Observing the situation, Li Bingtian could not help but furrow his brow. What? Is there no one willing to take on the role of execution officer? His dissatisfaction began to grow. Commander Li, I propose that Lin Wudao be appointed as the execution officer. After all, he is new to our ranks, and this execution of the Crimson Moon Old Demon would allow him to familiarize himself with the Demon Suppression Division, while simultaneously establishing his authority as a lord. Just as the assembly fell into silence, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from beside Li Bingtian. The crowd turned their gaze to see. The speaker is the 4th Deputy Governor, Chen Taiji. Simultaneously, he is also the direct superior of Lin Wudao. Chapter 18. I am the Executioner. This promises to be quite a spectacle. Upon hearing Chen Taiji's audacious suggestion to appoint Lin Wudao as the executioner for the Crimson Moon Demon, the vice commander and various palace lords present could not suppress their glee. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Lin Wudao brimmed with sympathy and pity. Since none of them wished to undertake the execution of the Crimson Moon Demon, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Lin Wudao, being new to this environment, utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies at play, was undoubtedly the most suitable pawn. The assembly was acutely aware of Chen Taiji's intentions. Although he held the position of a direct superior within the demon hunting hall, he had long harbored aspirations for the role of hall master, intending for his brother, Chen Chunxiu, to inherit this esteemed position. However, to his dismay, the Grand Commander Zhao Xianxiao had personally appointed Lin Wudao, shattering his carefully laid plans. Consequently, Chen Taiji had already nurtured a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Wudao. This time, he intended to leverage the execution of the Crimson Moon Demon to eliminate Lin Wudao. After all, they all understood that the Crimson Moon Demon, as the formidable leader of the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, possessed an immensely solid foundation, making his execution a daunting task fraught with peril. Particularly, the danger was exacerbated by the fact that the Demon Suppression Division had received word that the Yellow Springs Demon Sect was dispatching personnel to rescue the Crimson Moon Demon. Should the execution be made public, it was inevitable that there would be an attempt to intervene at the execution grounds. At that juncture, should the Crimson Moon Demon be hijacked, Lin Wudao, as the presiding executioner, would undoubtedly bear inescapable culpability, rendering his removal from the position of Hall Master a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, should the Yellow Springs demonic sect prove sufficiently formidable, it might even be feasible to slay Lin Wudao on the spot. It could be asserted that Chen Taiji's scheme was exceedingly malevolent. As for all of this, Lin Wudao, newly arrived, remained in the dark. Nevertheless, from the pitying gazes cast upon him by those present, he discerned that Chen Taiji harbored ill intentions. Chief Chen, Lin Wudao is new to the Demon Suppression Division and unfamiliar with various aspects. I believe that the execution of the Crimson Moon Demon should be presided over by a veteran. After all, the Crimson Moon Demon is rather formidable. At that moment, Li Bingtian's deep voice resonated. Considering various factors, he did not wish for Lin Wudao to serve as cannon fodder. However, Chen Taiji vehemently opposed it. Chiefly, it is precisely because Lin Wudao is unfamiliar with the situation that he needs to integrate into the Demon Suppression Division more swiftly. As the master of a hall, if he dares not even execute a demon, how can he be worthy of the position? Should such a waste of space remain in our Demon Suppression Division? I maintain that since Hall Master Lin was personally appointed by the Grand Chief and is the son of the previous Hall Master, he would certainly not shrink back at the last moment and disgrace his father's name. Chen Taiji's countenance was resolute. It seems that the executioner must undoubtedly be Lin Wudao. Witnessing this scene, a shadow of gloom crossed Li Bingtian's eyes. However, he refrained from uttering another word and simply directed his gaze towards the perpetually taciturn Lin Wudao. Brother Lin, what is your opinion? I am willing to take on the role of executioner and carry out the sentence on the Crimson Moon Demon. A calm voice echoed. Throughout it all, Lin Wudao maintained an unwavering composure, devoid of any trace of turmoil. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, the crowd was taken aback, bewildered by the source of his audacity. Since you yourself have consented, then let it be so. Dispatch the orders, at noon tomorrow, in the martial arts square of the ancient city of Tianyuan, the execution of the Crimson Moon Demon shall be made public. With that, Li Bingtian cast a profound glance at Lin Wudao before turning on his heel and departing. After his exit, the other deputy governors and a throng of palace masters also dispersed, yet their gazes towards Lin Wudao grew increasingly sympathetic. In response, Lin Wudao remained unfazed. Turning to exit the Tianyuan Palace, Palace Master Lin, the Grand Governor has issued a command. Your residence is at the star-picking courtyard on Lingyun Peak. Shall I escort you there, or would you prefer to explore the Demon Suppression Division first? Suddenly, Yun Jian appeared before him, speaking respectfully. Let us proceed to the star-picking courtyard first. Certainly. Yun Jianfei led Lin Wudao and Han Qinshan through the curious gazes of the crowd. making his way directly to the star-picking pavilion on Linyun Peak. Moments later, upon reaching the pavilion, Yuan Jianfei did not depart, but instead gazed at Lin Wudao, hesitating to speak. "What is it you wish to convey?" Lin Wudao inquired nonchalantly after sipping his tea. "I heard that you are to serve as the executioner tomorrow, tasked with the execution of the Red Moon Old Demon." "Indeed, Lord Lin, you have been deceived." Yuan Jianfei sighed heavily. His words caused Lin Wudao's brows to furrow. "Why is that? Lord Lin, are you unaware that the role of executioner is fraught with peril? The Demon Suppression Department has already received credible intelligence that the Huangquan Demon Sect has dispatched powerful figures to rescue the Red Moon Old Demon. Should the execution proceed tomorrow, the Huangquan Demon Sect will undoubtedly attempt to seize the execution grounds. If they succeed in liberating the Red Moon Old Demon, the blame will fall squarely upon your shoulders. Lord Lin." At that moment, Chen Taiji would have ample justification to remove you from your position as Pavilion Master. After all, he has long coveted the position of Demon Hunter Pavilion Master and has been preparing to elevate his brother, Chen Xuanxiu, to that role, yet has been thwarted by the Grand Commander. If you, Lord Lin, allow the Red Moon Old Demon to escape this time, Chen Taiji will not let this transgression go unpunished. Yuan Jianfei fell into a contemplative silence, speaking softly, coveting the position of Pavilion Master. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wudao finally comprehended the reason behind the sympathetic and pitying gazes he received during his time in the Tianyuan Palace. It turned out they were all aware. Were they preparing to cast me as cannon fodder, and to bear the blame? Indeed. Sigh, had I known this earlier, I should have made my intentions clearer to Lord Lin. Otherwise, we would not have arrived at this predicament. Yuan Jianfei felt a pang of self-reproach. In response, Lin Wudao merely nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter. "Thank you for revealing the truth to me. Lord Lin, what will you do tomorrow?" "Proceed with the execution, as usual." Without acknowledging Yuan Jianfei's astonishment, Lin Wudao turned and strode into the room. "This is akin to knowing there are tigers in the mountains yet choosing to venture forth." Yuan Jianfei sighed to himself. Subsequently, he shook his head and departed from the Zhaixing courtyard. Within the confines of the room, Lin Wudao sat cross-legged. Through today's events, he felt that the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. The depths were fraught with intrigue, and nearly everyone harbored their own schemes. However, he did not feel fear. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. It was said that the Red Moon Old Demon of the Hades Demon Sect was a master of the Other Shore Realm. Had it not been for Zhao Xuanxiao's intervention, the several deputy governors of the Demon Suppression Division would have been unable to subdue him. If he were to collect the corpse, one could only wonder what treasures might be unearthed. Lin Wudao brimmed with anticipation. Why would he refuse a corpse that presented itself? As for the danger, should the disciples of the Huangquan Demon Sect dare to approach, he would greet them with open arms. It was fortuitous. His coffin of heavenly burial was ample enough to accommodate as many as dared to come. After all, these individuals served as stepping stones for his ascent to power. With this thought, Lin Wudao composed himself and, with a flicker of intent, connected with the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully joining the Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou, becoming the Lord of the Demon Hunting Hall, with a fortune value increase of 3,000. Suddenly, an alert resonated in his mind. Is there truly fortune value in this? Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. Changes in the host's identity, status, and strength would yield a certain amount of fortune value. Moreover, should the host make significant contributions to their faction, they would also receive a substantial fortune value boost. Would slaying the Crimson Moon Old Demon count? Indeed, the system responded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Crimson Moon Old Demon, this time it is indeed your time to perish. He murmured softly before immersing himself in his cultivation. Chapter 19. The Underworld Demon Sect, Reduced to Mud. The following day, as the Demon Suppression Division announced the public execution of the Red Moon Old Demon at the Martial Arts Plaza in Tianyuan Ancient City, a wave of commotion swept through the entire city. Numerous cultivators hastened to gather at the execution site. Simultaneously, a multitude of demon suppressors diligently guarded every entry point, enforcing a citywide lockdown to prevent any unforeseen incidents. At last, as noon approached, accompanied by the sharp clinking of iron chains, a group of formidable demon suppressors escorted a disheveled man, his hair unkempt and his visage showing signs of age, onto the plaza. Despite his disarray and the bloodstains that marred his body, He exuded an aura of intense malevolence, particularly striking were his fierce, penetrating eyes, which instilled a profound sense of dread. Is this truly the Red Moon Old Demon? He is indeed a fearsome figure. Some gasped in astonishment. It is said that the Red Moon Old Demon is the notorious leader of the underworld demon sect, having attained the 7th realm, placing him on par with the Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Division. It appears that Grand Commander Zhao Xianxiao has also suffered significant injuries in his efforts to subdue the Red Moon Old Demon. Nonsense. The Grand Commander is clearly in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. It is rumored that today's executioner is the newly appointed master of the Demon Hunting Hall. A mere child, full of youthful ignorance, what prowess could he possibly possess? I have heard whispers that the Huangquan demon sect has dispatched formidable experts to rescue the Red Moon Old Demon. I wonder if there is any truth to this. Amidst the crowd, numerous voices of speculation arose. Kneel. Bang. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, a group of elite members from the Demon Suppression Division forcibly brought the Red Moon Old Demon to the execution platform, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. In response, the Red Moon Old Demon seethed with fury, his eyes ablaze with malevolence. Zhao Zuanqiu, you hypocritical charlatan, you only know how to employ deceitful schemes to undermine me. If you possess any true courage, confront me in battle, resorting to despicable tactics to ensnare me. This is the extent of your Demon Suppression Division's capabilities. Even if I descend into hell and become a vengeful spirit, I shall not spare you. The Red Moon Old Demon howled in madness. His visage twisted in a grotesque snarl. As his voice echoed, murmurs swept through the surrounding crowd, clearly discussing the implications of his words. It appears that Zhao Zuanqiu's ability to suppress the Red Moon Old Demon indeed relied upon ignoble methods. Humph, when dealing with such fiends, why bother with notions of righteousness and justice? Faced with imminent demise, he still dares to argue. Alas, why not simply end him with a swift strike? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of uproar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they engaged in conversation, a dazzling streak of light suddenly traversed the distant sky. Shortly thereafter, the 4 deputy governors of the Demon Suppression Division, along with the 8 Grand Hall Masters, made their grand entrance into the martial arts square. The arrival of such prominent figures instantly captivated the attention of all present. Young Lin, today you are the executioner. Please take your seat, remarked the 1st deputy governor. Li Bingtian, gesturing towards the main seat at the trial venue with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao did not hesitate, nodded in acknowledgement, and proceeded directly to occupy the position of the executioner, his indifferent gaze scrutinizing the distant figure of the Red Moon Old Demon. In his eyes, this was indeed a treasure. Simultaneously, the surrounding crowd, filled with suspicion and curiosity, fixed their eyes intently upon Lin Wudao. They were all aware that the Demon Suppression Division had recently appointed a new master of the Demon Hunting Hall, and he was remarkably young. Seeing him today, it was indeed the case. How could someone so youthful ascend to the position of a hall master in the Demon Suppression Division? Did he possess the capability to command such authority? Some voiced their doubts. If the Yellow Springs demon sect comes to disrupt the trial later, it will surely be an interesting spectacle. I wonder if this hall master Lin can handle the situation? I foresee uncertainty. The crowd was not optimistic about Lin Wudao. After all, he was exceedingly young, and his abilities and strength were undoubtedly in question. In response to the murmurs of those around him, Lin Wudao maintained a tranquil expression. He remained silent, seated alone in the main position, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed, swiftly advancing. Soon, it was noon. Young master, the appointed time has arrived, Han Xingshan, standing beside him, softly reminded. Very well, commence the execution. With a decisive motion, Lin Wudao extracted a decree from the table before him and cast it onto the execution ground. The moment had arrived. The execution was to proceed. Now, a voice boomed from the side, belonging to the demon suppressor. At this command, the executioner on the platform raised his formidable blade, aiming a vicious strike at the neck of the Crimson Moon Old Demon. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes widened in anticipation of the old demon's severed head. Boom. Yet, just as everyone held their breath in tense expectation, a formidable hand, manifested from spiritual energy, suddenly surged from beyond the execution ground, shattering the executioner's blade with a single strike. The overwhelming force wreaked havoc, demolishing a substantial portion of the execution area. Who dares to harm a member of the Huangquan demon sect? Whoosh! A streak of light sliced through the air, Accompanied by an aura of terrifying malice, 10 ominous figures descended from the heavens, surrounding the Crimson Moon Old Demon with unyielding ferocity. The Huangguan Demon Sect. Damn it. They have indeed come to raid the execution ground. Humph. This is a blatant provocation against the Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou. The sight of 10 figures at the execution ground rendered Li Bingtian and his companions' expressions exceedingly grim. Simultaneously, their eyes were laden with a grave intensity. 4. Each of these 10 figures possessed the formidable strength of the great perfection of the Dao Palace. With merely the 4 of them, they stood no chance of resistance. Hey, Lin Wudao, let's see how you escape this time. Who would have thought that the Yellow Spring Demon Sect would be so formidable? Dispatching 10 experts of the great perfection of the Dao Palace to rescue the Crimson Moon Old Demon. In contrast to the solemnity of Li Bingtian and the others, Chen Taiji was filled with a sense of malicious glee. At this moment, he eagerly wished for the Crimson Moon Old Demon to be abducted. Indeed, if he could also eliminate Lin Wudao, it would be even more perfect. In such a scenario, the position of the Demon Hunting Hall Master would fall into his hands. With this thought, Chen Taiji was instantly filled with anticipation, his eyes wide open, ready to witness the forthcoming farce of Lin Wudao. Simultaneously, the members of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, upon witnessing the flustered demeanor of the Demon Suppression Division, could not help but reveal expressions of disdainful sneers and mockery. The Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou is truly nothing remarkable. Crimson Moon, we have come to bring you home. A group of individuals cast a cold glance at Li Bingtian and his companions, preparing to drag the Red Moon Old Demon away from the execution ground. Wait a moment. Just as they turned, a calm voice resonated from behind. It was the young man seated at the head of the table. What? Even the 4 deputy commanders of your Demon Suppression Division dare not obstruct us, yet you wish to take action? A red-robed elder scoffed disdainfully. In response, Lin Wudao maintained an unwavering calm, showing no signs of disturbance. May I inquire if your people have all arrived? What do you mean? If everyone is here, then let us set forth together. What? You wish to escort us? The group of demons, led by the elder in red, erupted in mockery, shaking their heads in disbelief. However, their laughter was soon extinguished, for at that moment, Lin Wudao struck. Boom. Just as they were about to leave with the Red Moon Old Demon, a colossal hand, forged from boundless spiritual power, suddenly pierced the void and forcefully descended upon one of them. Bang! Lin Wudao raised his hand, and the expert from the Yellow Spring Demon Sect was violently smashed to the ground, his body reduced to a mere puddle of mud. Chapter 20. The Sovereign's License. Decapitate first and report later. How is this possible? The events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Witnessing a formidable master from the Huangguan Demon Sect being ruthlessly crushed into a pulp by Lin Wudao, blood splattered everywhere, leaving the onlookers pale with terror. Ferocity. It was utterly merciless. That individual was a pinnacle master of the Huangguan Demon Sect, and yet they were so brutally slain? What immense power must one possess? The crowd dared not even fathom it. Not only them, but even Li Bingtian and others in the distance were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at the savage spectacle before them. My heavens, Lin Wudao possesses such strength? One of the vice-governors gasped in astonishment. This outcome shattered their perception of Lin Wudao. However, this was merely the beginning. Today, no one is permitted to leave. The chilling voice reverberated throughout the arena. Boom. As the words echoed, Lin Wudao stepped forward into the throng of Huangguan Demon Sect masters and unleashed a single, devastating palm strike, penetrating 30 yards with terrifying force. Piercing through one man's chest, he fell lifeless on the spot. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he seized the neck of the Red Moon Old Demon. The Red Moon Old Demon, a perpetrator of countless evils, was marked for execution, with a sharp crack. The sound of shattered bones echoed as Lin Wudao crushed the neck of the Crimson Moon Old Demon with a single, forceful grip. All vitality within him was extinguished in an instant. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. They had never encountered such a ruthless and brutal master of the Demon Hunting Hall, whose ferocity surpassed even that of the Demon Sect. The notorious fiend, known for his malevolence, was dispatched by Lin Wudao with the ease of cutting vegetables. Boom, boom, boom. Alone, Lin Wudao found himself encircled by the elite of the Huangguan Demon Sect, yet he unleashed a relentless slaughter, each palm strike resulting in the demise of a fully realized demon master. In the blink of an eye, half of the formidable foes who had come to ambush him lay dead. This spectacle profoundly shocked the witnesses. Even the members of the Huangquan demon sect were left trembling in fear at his prowess. Lin Wudao was utterly terrifying. Retreat. Suddenly, the elder in red roared. And in an instant, he fled at the utmost speed towards the horizon. Humph, where do you think you're going? Leave no one behind. Kill. As the remaining experts of the Huangquan demon sect attempted to escape, Li Bingtian and his companions seized the opportunity to strike fiercely. The 4 deputy commanders of the demon suppression department soared into the air, pursuing their foes with unrelenting fervor. Lin Wudao let out a cold snort, and in an instant, the technique of close horizon was unleashed, allowing him to catch up with one of the individuals in a single stride. Damn it. No. Please don't kill me. Ah, the man pleaded desperately. However, Lin Wudao offered him no opportunity, striking with a palm that shattered half of his body. Bang. Following this, the morning heaven bronze coffin materialized, enclosing the corpses of the Red Moon Old Demon and others within. Ding. You have collected the corpse of the Red Moon Old Demon and obtained a fragmented dragon burial map. After a 10-fold enhancement by the system, you have acquired 1/3 of the dragon burial map. You have collected the corpse of Ding Sihai, obtaining a 7th-tier spiritual weapon, the Bloodblade. After a 10-fold enhancement by the system, you have acquired an 8th-tier spiritual weapon, the Profound Underworld Blade. You have collected the corpse of Yuguanhai, obtaining a millennium-old vermilion fruit. After a 10-fold enhancement by the system, you have acquired a 10,000-year-old vermilion fruit. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. During this time, Lin Wudao unexpectedly gained 80 years of cultivation, advancing his abilities further. Although he had not yet broken through to the late stage of the transformation god realm, he was not far from it. Indeed, the greater the strength, the more treasures one acquires. Observing his spoils, a chilling smile crept upon Lin Wudao's lips. With that, he activated the technique of close horizon and swiftly pursued the remaining demons. For these are all precious treasures. One must never let slip. Whoosh. With the eye of the divine, Lin Wudao effortlessly discerned the presence of those demonic fiends. Moments later, upon arriving at the site of their disappearance, he fortuitously encountered Li Bingtian and the others. At this moment, they were gathered together, their brows furrowed, gazing at a magnificent ancient manor in the distance. Before its grand entrance stood a stone tablet. The royal manor of Liyang? Lin Wudao's expression darkened. Why are we not pursuing? Observing that Li Bingtian and the others remained inactive, Lin Wudao could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, the group collectively sighed. Ahead lies the royal manor of Liyang. When we pursued them here, we discovered that the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect had already vanished, likely having entered the manor. If that is the case, why not enter and apprehend them? Apprehend them? The others gazed at Lin Wudao, as if he were a fool. Brother Lin, you are unaware that the royal manor of Liyang belongs to the emperor's uncle, the Prince of Liyang. Without the emperor's decree, one cannot tread upon such sacred ground, Li Bingtian elucidated. The Prince of Liyang? Lin Wudao scoffed coldly. I am certain that the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect are concealed within the royal manor. The demon sect has committed a grave transgression against our demon suppression division. He must be apprehended and executed as a warning to others. A frigid voice resonated slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Bingtian and the others wore troubled expressions. Brother Lin, do not be impetuous. The house of the Prince of Liyang is not to be entered so lightly. Should His Majesty take offense, we fear we could not bear the responsibility. Moreover, within the Prince of Liyang's residence, there are formidable experts of the other shore realm. Humph, our demon suppression division, by imperial decree, possesses the authority to execute first and report later. It is a tool to maintain order under heaven. Can a mere Prince of Liyang harbor remnants of the demonic sect? Since you dare not, then I shall go, Lin Wudao declared with a face of indifference. Having spoken, he brandished the 8th-grade spiritual weapon, the Xianming blade, brimming with murderous intent, and strode towards the house of the Prince of Liyang. Brother Lin, do not go. Li Bingtian attempted to dissuade him. However, Lin Wudao turned a deaf ear. Witnessing this, Li Bingtian's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Chiefly, I suggest we let him go. Only after this young calf has suffered a bloody defeat will he comprehend the invaluable advice we offer, Qin Taiji's sarcastic voice chimed in. In response, Li Bingtian glared fiercely at him. Alas, in youthful exuberance, the Liyang Wangfu is not a place one can recklessly invade. His face was etched with helplessness. Lin Wudao's temperament is fierce and tyrannical. He is utterly unmanageable. The Grand Commander summoned him to the Demon Suppression Office. Yet it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Contemplating these thoughts, Li Bingtian was engulfed in anxiety. As for their reaction, Lin Wudao paid it no mind. At this moment, he had already dragged the Xianming blade to the entrance of the Liyang Wangfu. Halt! What is your purpose? Upon witnessing Lin Wudao approaching with his weapon, the guards of the Wangfu instantly braced themselves as if facing a formidable adversary, barking ferociously. Seeing this, Lin Wudao revealed his identity token. From the Demon Suppression Office, I am Lin Wudao, the master of the Demon Hunting Hall. Here to apprehend the remnants of the Huangquan Demon Sect, he stated calmly. Demon Suppression Office? Master of the Demon Hunting Hall? The guards were expressions of disbelief, gazing at Lin Wudao as if he were a fool. This is the Liyang Wangfu. There are no remnants of the Huangquan Demon Sect here. You should leave at once. Bolstered by the Wangfu's authority, the guards spoke without courtesy. However, Lin Wudao, with his fiery temper, could hardly tolerate such insolence. Whether there are remnants of the demon sect is not for you to decide. It is for me to ascertain. With a thunderous clap of his hand, he sent the guards flying across the courtyard. One by one, they lie on the ground 10 paces away, unaware of their fate. Suspended between life and death. Chapter 21. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Lin Wudao's conduct is excessively arrogant and domineering. Moreover, his methods are remarkably brutal and ruthless. If such a person is allowed to continue unchecked, I fear that one day he will bring catastrophic troubles to the Demon Suppression Department. I cannot fathom why the Grand Commander has appointed this individual as the master of the Demon Hunting Hall. Outside the Liyang royal residence, observing Lin Wudao's fierce and tyrannical demeanor, Qin Taiji spoke coldly, his expression filled with dissatisfaction. In response, those present, including Li Bingtian, sighed in agreement. Indeed, Brother Lin's temperament is rather violent. However, he is capable of accomplishing what we cannot. If he truly apprehends the remnants of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, it would be a significant achievement for our Demon Suppression Department. After all, our Great Li Dynasty and the Yellow Spring Demon Sect have always been archenemies. If he captures the remnants of the Demon Sect, even the Liyang King will have no grounds for reproach at that moment. The second deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Department, Yin Shaoqing, suddenly interjected. Humph. Nevertheless, if the Liyang royal residence is devoid of remnants from the demon sect, how will he explain himself then? Qin Taiji retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Bingtian and the others frowned but chose not to elaborate further. In truth, they were also uncertain whether the remnants of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect had truly hidden themselves within the residence of the Liyang King. If they were unable to locate the individuals, they would undoubtedly face reproach from the Liyang King, and it could lead to great calamity. The mere thought of this caused the expressions of the crowd to turn grave. As for the apprehensions of Li Bingtian and others, Lin Wudao remained oblivious. At this moment, he strode purposefully into the Liyang King's residence, wielding the Xianming blade. With the aid of the Eye of the Divine, he could effortlessly detect the presence of those from the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, and he was certain that the remnants of the sect were concealed within the royal estate. However, to Lin Wudao's astonishment, upon entering the Liyang King's residence, he sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolent spirits. The source of this energy lay in the rear courtyard of the estate. Was it possible that there were demons within the Liyang King's residence? This world was indeed a land of the extraordinary and the grotesque. It was said that long ago, for reasons unknown, the heavens and the earth had collapsed, leading to the emergence of various formidable demons upon the mortal realm. They fed upon all living beings, wreaking havoc upon the world. The existence of the Demon Suppression Division was fundamentally to exterminate all demons that plagued humanity. Upon encountering a demon, one could act decisively without prior approval. Both the Li Dynasty and the earthly realm maintained a policy of zero tolerance towards demons. Harboring demons was deemed a grave sin. What Lin Wudao did not anticipate was that the seemingly unremarkable Liyang Wangfu harbored a formidable demon within its confines. Since he had arrived, it would be prudent to vanquish this malevolent entity as well. With that thought, he followed the lingering aura of the remnants of the demonic sect and strode purposefully forward. At this moment, in the rear garden of the Liyang Wangfu, a middle-aged man with a square face and an elegant demeanor was leisurely engaging in a game of chess while savoring tea with a stunningly beautiful woman clad in white palace attire. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. The Liyang Wang raised his head and was taken aback to see four disheveled figures rushing towards him in a state of panic. They were, unmistakably, the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect fleeing for their lives. Elderly, what has happened? The sight of the four in such disarray left the Liang Wang astounded. Not only him, but even the woman in palace attire behind him furrowed her brow in concern. Your Highness, we are doomed this time. The Demon Suppression Division has somehow found a young lad, barely past his infancy. Though he appears youthful, his strength and methods are exceedingly ruthless. Out of our 10 brothers, the majority have been slain by him. Now, only the 4 of us have managed to escape by sheer luck. The plan to seize the execution ground has utterly failed. Even the Crimson Moon Old Demon met his demise at the hands of the newly appointed Demon Hunter Lord, who effortlessly snapped his neck. The elderly man in red spoke with venomous disdain, his eyes still reflecting remnants of panic and dread. The mere thought of Lin Wudao's ferocious visage sent a shiver down his spine. The Demon Hunter Lord? The one appointed by Zhao Xianzhao. Lin Wudao? The King of Liang recalled some details. I have heard that this Demon Hunter Lord, Lin Wudao, was previously deemed a useless individual. How has he acquired such formidable power? Capable of overpowering all 10 of you? I cannot fathom. The old man exclaimed. In any case, that boy is exceedingly terrifying, undoubtedly possessing the strength of the transcendental realm. Just as the elderly man was about to continue, a flustered guard rushed in with urgency. Your Highness, grave news. Lin Wudao from the Demon Suppression Division has intruded into the royal palace, claiming he seeks to apprehend the remnants of the Huangguan demon sect. What? Lin Wudao has breached our defenses? Upon hearing this, both the elderly man in red and the King of Liang's expressions shifted dramatically. Bring elderly and the others to the secret realm for recuperation. I shall confront this Demon Hunter Lord. How dare he trespass into the Liang royal palace? This is an affront to the heavens. The King of Liang's countenance darkened ominously. With that, he departed. He stormed out of the back garden, while the attendant swiftly led the elderly man in red and others into the secret realm of the royal palace. Upon reaching the entrance of the backyard, Lin Wudao encountered a distinguished middle-aged man accompanied by a breathtaking woman adorned in palace attire. The King of Liang? As his gaze swept over the pair, his expression underwent a profound transformation. His icy eyes fixated intently on the palace-dressed woman behind him. Name, Lung Qingyue. Identity, Princess Consort of Liang. Demon, Strength. Lower level 7 Demon Remarks. Raised by King Wei Changqing of Liang. She has devoured 3,564 individuals to date, a transgression of monumental proportions. Name, Wei Changqing. Identity, King of Liang. Dali Dynasty Strength. Early stage of Dao Palace Remarks, covertly nurturing demons to incite chaos, colluding with the Huangguan demon sect. With the intent to dominate Yuanzhou and orchestrate grand schemes. Under the watchful eye of the divine, nothing remains concealed. All information regarding the King of Liang and the palace-clad woman was laid bare. The Princess Consort of Liang is, in fact, a demon? Lin Wudao's gaze turned frigid. What a serendipitous discovery. All remnants of evil have converged in one place. Humph. Lang Qingwei reacted with displeasure to Lin Wudao's cold stare, her exquisite visage instantly clouded with frost. Meanwhile, worried that Lin Wudao might discover his presence, the King of Liang suddenly bellowed, "This is the Liang royal mansion. Who are you to trespass here?" The king intended to assert his dominance. Yet Lin Wudao remained utterly unfazed. He promptly produced the identity token of the chief of the Demon Hunting Hall. I am Lin Wudao, chief of the Demon Hunting Hall of the Demon Suppression Division. I have detected remnants of the Huangguan demon sect lurking within the Liang royal mansion and am here to apprehend them. I kindly request your cooperation, your highness. Preposterous. The king retorted. Do you take my Liang royal mansion for a den of filth? Furthermore, what right do you, a mere chief of the Demon Hunting Hall, have to intrude upon my estate? To conduct a search, you must possess the emperor's decree. Otherwise, you shall be deemed a treasonous scoundrel, and I shall have you executed immediately. The King of Liang declared, his fury radiating like an overwhelming force. In response, Lin Wudao cast a cold glance at him. Disregarding the king's words entirely, our Demon Suppression Division operates under imperial authority, permitting us to act decisively, regardless of your identity. No subject of the Dali dynasty may supersede the emperor's authority. To ascertain the presence of remnants of the demon sect, a search is imperative. Since your highness refuses to cooperate, I shall be compelled to take matters into my own hands. With that, he paid no heed to the king's wrath and strode purposefully towards the rear courtyard. Impudent! Those who intrude upon the residence of the Prince of Liang shall face certain death. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated through the air. Accompanied by the sight of the Princess of Liang, her jade-like face frozen with disdain, as she unleashed a powerful strike toward him. The formidable aura of the otherworldly realm was unmistakably revealed. Witnessing this, Lin Wudao's eyes ignited with a brilliant ferocity. Bold demon, I can see at a glance that you are no human. Prepare to meet your end. A fierce roar erupted. Without a trace of mercy, Lin Wudao unhesitatingly launched a crushing blow from the air. Chapter 22. Raise your hand to suppress the demons. Lin Wudao, how dare you lay your hands on the princess? Roared King Liang, his heart throbbing with panic. At this moment, he was engulfed in an overwhelming fear. For Lung Qingwei was not a mere human, but rather a seventh-tier demon he had secretly nurtured to assist him in achieving grand ambitions. Should this revelation come to light, he would not only find his efforts in vain, but he would also face catastrophic consequences. The act of harboring demons is a grievous sin. Even within the realm of the Dali dynasty, he would find no refuge. The more he contemplated, the more terror consumed King Liang. In desperation, he sought to leverage his status as King of Liang to intimidate Lin Wudao into submission, hoping to deter any reckless actions. Yet, Lin Wudao remained impervious to his frantic shouts. With a thunderous crash, a formidable handprint unleashed a devastating force that shattered Lang Qingyue's assault, ultimately landing heavily upon her. Ugh! A muffled groan of agony echoed through the air, blood splattering in the aftermath. With a single strike, Lang Qingyue was subdued. Her body crashing against the nearby stone wall, the majority of her bones fracturing upon impact. Qingyue, are you alright? The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Wudao's speed was unparalleled, and his ferocity was brutal. That single blow left Lung Qingyue gravely injured. By the time King Liang regained his senses, he beheld the sight of Lung Qingyue sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from her lips. Witnessing this scene, he swiftly approached Lung Qingyue, his heart pounding with fury. Lin Wudao, this is my queen, not some wretched demon. You are utterly outrageous. Such impudence cannot be tolerated. I shall lodge a formal complaint with His Majesty and seek your dismemberment. The King of Liang bellowed in a fit of rage. At this moment, he could only mask his inner turmoil with a tempest of anger. However, Lin Wudao was impervious to his threats, unwavering in his resolve. My vision is infallible. I cannot be deceived. Whether she is a demon shall be revealed in her demise. With that, Lin Wudao wasted no time in further discourse with the king, delivering a powerful strike that sent him flying. He then brandished the Xianming blade and, with a fierce swing, aimed to cleave downwards. The King of Liang, alarmed by the impending violence, screamed, "No!" in a desperate attempt to intervene. Yet, it was too late. As the specter of death loomed, Lang Qingyue's once serene eyes ignited with a crimson glow. An aura of profound malevolence surged within her, erupting forth in a cataclysmic display. A towering demonic visage materialized behind her, an 8-armed demon. Kill. The demons excelled at masquerading as humans, wielding immense physical strength and mastering various arcane arts. Thus, the power of the demon is exceedingly formidable and remarkably troublesome. Presently, the demon, transformed into the chilling figure of Lung Qingyue, possesses mastery over illusions and boasts an immensely robust physique. Bang! With a fierce swing of her grotesque arm, Lin Wudao's descending blade of light was instantaneously shattered. Subsequently, she brandished her 8 arms and charged madly towards Lin Wudao. Ignorant of your own demise. Boom. Confronted by the 8-armed demon, Lin Wudao showed no mercy whatsoever. As Lung Qingyue surged forward, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Roar. In an instant, a thunderous dragon's roar resonated, emanating an overwhelming force that transformed into 3 ancient barbarian dragons, descending upon Lung Qingyue. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as the demonic manifestation behind her was obliterated by the strike. Her entire right shoulder was utterly devastated. Witnessing this scene, King Liang gasped sharply, an endless wave of astonishment and dread flooding his eyes. Lin Wudao was undeniably ferocious. King Liang, do you still believe that your queen is not a demon? The cold blade pointed menacingly at the prostrate Lin Qingyue. Thud. Upon hearing this, King Liang collapsed to the ground in terror. His previous authority and dominance completely vanished, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of panic and fear. No, I do not know. She is not at all my consort. My true consort must have long been devoured by her. The King of Liang erupted into a frenzied outburst. At this moment, he feigned madness, desperately attempting to escape the truth of his own monstrous companion. In response, Lin Wudao cast him a cold glance, choosing to disregard his antics. Our demon suppression department is tasked with the apprehension and extermination of all malevolent beings that plague the world. Since the Princess of Liang is indeed a demon, she must be executed publicly to serve as a deterrent to others. If His Majesty is entirely unaware of these matters, then I kindly request your presence at the execution. What? I must also attend? The King of Liang widened his eyes, his expression filled with indignation. Certainly, to demonstrate that Your Highness is not implicated in this affair. Your attendance is imperative. Otherwise, the populace may very well believe that this demon is one you have been secretly harboring. In that case, even as a member of the esteemed royal family of Dali, you would not escape the most severe penalties. Lin Wudao stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, although the King of Liang was consumed by an overwhelming sense of hatred, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I shall certainly attend, he replied through gritted teeth. This response brought satisfaction to Lin Wudao. By the way, he continued, while I was apprehending the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect, I discovered that several individuals seem to have slipped into Your Highness's estate. I wonder if you have encountered them? No, I haven't seen anything. The King of Liang waved his hands frantically. At this moment, he was utterly despondent. He could only fervently pray in his heart that Lin Wudao would not discover the secret realm. If that were the case, then this lord must take matters into his own hands and search personally. I implore the prince to not hold it against me. With that, Lin Wudao severed the meridians of Lung Qingyue's limbs, rendering her completely immobile, and then dragged her directly towards the secret realm of the royal palace. In the rear courtyard, within the secret realm, for remnants of the demon sect, led by an elderly man in red, awaited news from the outside with mounting anxiety. Their faces etched with worry and unease. Do you think we will be discovered? One of them asked nervously. Surely, it cannot be so, another replied. This is the Liang Royal Palace. Even the people from the Demon Suppression Division would not dare to conduct a thorough search, with the King of Liang standing guard outside. We should be safe. Moreover, this secret realm is so well concealed that even those of the Ascendant Realm would struggle to detect it. Lin Wudao is merely the master of the Demon Hunting Hall, at best at the level of the other shore. He certainly won't find us here. To reassure his companions, the elderly man in red spoke with conviction. However, just as his words fell, the stone door of the secret realm was suddenly shattered by an overwhelming force. Immediately, amidst the terrified gazes of the crimson-clad elder and his companions, a cold and ruthless figure strode in, wielding a blade. Damn it, he has discovered us. Let us fight our way out. Kill. Upon witnessing the menacing silhouette of Lin Wudao, an overwhelming dread surged within the hearts of the four. They frantically raised their weapons, charging forward with unbridled ferocity. You overestimate yourselves. With a thunderous clap, a single strike sent the four hurtling backward, their bones shattering under the immense pressure of his power. Roar, Lin Wudao. We harbor no grievances against you. Why will you not spare us? The crimson-clad elder bellowed in rage. Humph. Remnants of the demonic sect, you are all deserving of extermination. Prepare to face the judgment of the Demon Suppression Division. With that, he summoned an iron chain, binding the four tightly, before dragging them out of the secret realm. How is this possible? He truly found us? Outside, King Liang was already paralyzed with terror, his eyes reflecting boundless panic and fear. Now, all his secrets were laid bare. He could scarcely fathom the consequences that awaited him. My lord, you seem quite frightened. In my view, both the demon and the remnants of the four evil sects have no connection whatsoever to the prince. This demon, lurking beside the prince, seeks to seize the opportunity to consume living beings, thereby wreaking havoc upon the world. The prince remains utterly unaware of her true nature. As for the remnants of the four sects, they are merely fleeing in a panic, fortuitously taking refuge within the residence of the Liang prince. At this moment, Lin Wudao's profoundly meaningful voice resonated. Upon hearing this, the previously anxious and despairing Liang prince instantly lifted his head, gazing at Lin Wudao in a daze. He pondered the implications of the words, quickly grasping their meaning. Lin Wudao must certainly have ulterior motives. What could Lord Lin possibly require from this prince? Indeed, the emergence of demons in the ancient city of Tianyuan, along with over a dozen remnants of the evil sects, constitutes a significant matter. I believe it should be reported to the court to inform His Majesty. Furthermore, I sense that Vice Governor Chun Taiji of the Demon Suppression Department lacks the merit to match his position. These unadorned words gradually unfurled. Upon hearing this, the Liang prince felt a surge of spirit. Rest assured, Lord Lin, I still have some influence with His Majesty. A smile emerged on his face. I shall await the prince at the execution ground. With that, Lin Wudao strode forth, dragging the demon Qingwei and the 4 remnants of the evil sects, exiting the Liyang prince's residence with purpose. Chapter 23. Total Execution, 8th Grade, Demon Pill. Lin Wudao has emerged. Outside the Liyang royal residence, Li Bingtian and others had been waiting for quite some time. Upon witnessing Lin Wudao's appearance, their spirits were instantly lifted, and they scrutinized him for a moment. Subsequently, their gazes shifted to the individuals tethered behind Lin Wudao. At that moment, they realized he was dragging an iron chain, which was bound to several unfortunate souls. The sight was utterly pitiful. Did he truly capture remnants of the Huangquan demon sect from the Liyang royal residence? Li Bingtian, Yin Shaoqing, and the others displayed expressions of shock. In contrast, Chen Taiji, standing nearby, bore a sullen countenance, his eyes towards Lin Wudao brimming with intense resentment and dissatisfaction. Brother Lin, did the Liyang king give you any trouble? Indeed, Lin Wudao replied nonchalantly. The prince is quite understanding and has been very cooperative with my endeavors. What? The notion of the Liyang king being cooperative? Was he truly so amiable? Li Bingtian and the others exchanged bewildered looks. They had previously interacted with the Liyang king and did not perceive this noble of the Dali dynasty as particularly approachable. Nevertheless, given that Lin Wudao had indeed captured remnants of the Huangquan demon sect, and it appeared he had not encountered significant discord with the Liyang king, they felt it prudent to refrain from further comment. However, when the gaze of Li Bingtian and the others fell upon the solitary figure of Lung Qingyue behind them, their eyes widened in disbelief to an extreme degree. Brother Lin, this lady, she is... At that moment, Yin Shaoqing pointed towards Lung Qingyue. This is undoubtedly the princess of Liyang. How could Lin Wudao have bound her as well? Is this also a result of the Liyang king's collusion? At this moment, they felt their understanding of reality shatter in an unprecedented manner. She is the Liyang princess, Lung Qingyue. Yet, she is not truly a princess, but rather a manifestation of a demon. What? Lung Qingyue is a demon? Upon hearing this, Li Bingtian and the others turned pale with shock. As members of the Demon Suppression Division, they were acutely aware of the nature of demons, fearsome fiends that feed on living beings. Each one is remarkably sinister. Encountering such entities, even seasoned cultivators would expend considerable effort to subdue them. Their astonishment grew as they realized that Lin Wudao, having just joined the Demon Suppression Division, had encountered a demon right beneath their noses at the Liyang prince's residence. At this thought, Li Bingtian and the others felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. This time, it was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Fortunately, Brother Lin ventured to the Liyang prince's residence and fortuitously discovered this demon. Had she remained hidden, who knows what calamity she would have wrought upon the ancient city of Tianyuan. At that moment, Li Bingtian expressed his gratitude, stating, "Our Demon Suppression Division shall undoubtedly bear a heavy burden." To this, Yin Shaoqing and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, we owe a great debt to Brother Lin. Otherwise, we would have faced immense trouble. We must advocate for Brother Lin's merits. Certainly, that is indisputable. Once the Grand Commander emerges from seclusion, we shall jointly petition the court. At that time, our Yuan Province's Demon Suppression Division will also bask in the glory. The 3 vice commanders praised in succession, each wearing a broad smile. Among them, however, only Chen Taiji wore a gloomy expression. "Commander Chen, you seem rather displeased?" Lin Wudao glanced at him indifferently. "Oh, how could that be? I am merely still recovering from the shock of the demons," Chen Taiji awkwardly replied, while his resentment towards Lin Wudao deepened within. "Brother Lin, what do you intend to do with this demon and the remnants of the demon sect?" "Execute them directly." Without waiting for the reactions of those around him, he seized the iron chain and made his way toward the execution ground. Observing this, Li Bingtian and the others exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Before long, the group arrived once again at the execution site. Due to Lin Wudao dragging the demon and remnants of evil with iron chains through the streets, a wave of shock rippled through the populace, drawing many to the execution grounds. Even the reclusive king of Liyang made an appearance. My heavens! Could it be that the queen of Liyang has transformed into a demon? How is this possible? Observing the desolate figure of the queen at the execution site, someone exclaimed loudly, "She is the queen. How could she possibly be a demon?" With the king of Liyang present, it seems undeniable. Thankfully, this demon was discovered by the master of the demon hunting hall. Had she continued to lurk, she would have undoubtedly brought catastrophic ruin to the ancient city of Tianyuan. The audacity of Master Lin is indeed commendable, a true dragon among men. Though somewhat ferocious, he undeniably possesses genuine prowess. The crowd pointed at the demon and remnants of the evil sect at the execution site, engaging in fervent discussion. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wudao raised his hand, and an instant silence fell over the assembly. This demon, having assumed the guise of the Queen of Liang, had already consumed 3,564 lives. A veritable embodiment of heinous sin. At that moment, she was poised to strike at the King of Liang, but fortunately, the master arrived just in time to suppress the demon. The demon must be eradicated by all. In the realm of the Demon Suppression Division, tasked with preserving order in the world and ensuring peace among humankind, today a demon is to be executed in public. A grim display meant to instill fear in all malevolent beings. A cold, unfeeling voice reverberates across the expanse. As he speaks, Lin Wudao advances with the Shinming blade, step by step, until he stands before Lung Qinghua. Curse you, wretched human. It is clearly the King of Liang who secretly nurtures. Lung Qinghua roars in fury, her crimson eyes ablaze with a sanguine fury. At this moment, she seems poised to expose the King of Liang's transgressions in harboring demons. Yet Lin Wudao denies her that opportunity. With a sharp crack, the icy blade slices through the air, and a head soars into the atmosphere. Boom. As life extinguishes, the true form of the eight-armed demon is unveiled before the onlookers, who are left in a state of shock. Indeed, the Princess of Liang has transformed into a demon. Witnessing this brutal scene, the four elderly men clad in red, bound by iron chains, are utterly horrified. Please spare us, master. They plead frantically, yet their cries are met with the chilling edge of the blade. Swish! A fierce and unmatched flash of the blade swiftly beheads the men in red. From this day forth, any who dare to harbor demons or conspire with the demonic sect to bring calamity upon the world shall be declared enemies of the Demon Suppression Division, and I, the master of this court, shall ensure their annihilation. Regardless of his identity, it remains the same. A ferocious voice reverberated around the execution ground. Upon hearing this, King Liang trembled in fear, his heart overwhelmed with boundless trepidation. He understood that Lin Wudao was addressing him. Simultaneously, it served as a warning. Lord Lin eradicated the demons and the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect, restoring peace and tranquility to the ancient city of Tianyuan. I shall present my accolades to the court on behalf of Lord Lin. I am no ally of the demons. He forcibly suppressed the fear within, declaring loudly. After speaking, he furtively cast a glance at Lin Wudao. As for Lin Wudao, he paid little heed to him. As the Zongtian copper coffin emerged and directly collected the bodies of Lung Qinghua and others. Subsequently, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode towards the star-picking courtyard. At that moment, a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. You have collected the corpse of the 7th-tier low-level demon Lung Qinghua, acquiring a 7th-tier demon core, which, after system enhancement by tenfold, has transformed into an 8th-tier demon core. You have collected the corpse of Li Fenshin, acquiring the Thunderblade technique, which, after system enhancement by tenfold, has yielded the technique Thunderblade formula. You have collected the corpse of Mu Qifeng, acquiring 10 mid-grade spirit stones, which, after system enhancement by tenfold, has resulted in 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 10 formidable masters of the Huangquan demon sect, thus upholding the authority of the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, earning 500 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a 7th-tier lower demon, earning 700 fortune points. Ding! The people of Tianyuan Ancient City hold you in deep respect, earning 2,000 fortune points. Listening to the multitude of notifications, Lin Wudao's lips curled into a satisfied smile. His arduous efforts were not in vain, as he finally reaped substantial rewards. Now, it was time to return and tally his gains. Chapter 24. Unintentionally Uncovering an Affair. In the star-picking courtyard, Lin Wudao sat cross-legged. Subsequently, he opened his system panel. Name, Lin Wudao. Identity, Master of the Demon-Slaying Hall Cultivation Level, Mid-Stage Transformation Technique, Ancient Emperor's Scripture Skills, Barbaric Dragon's Great Hand Seal, Minor Achievement, Xiantian Sword Technique, Major Achievement. Distance of a Finger, Major Achievement, Great Thunder Palm, Thunderblade Technique Items, Stone of Origin, Coffin of the Fallen Sky, Corpse Concealment Map, Xiantian Ancient Sword, Longevity Elixir. 1/3 of the Dragon Burial Map, 10,000 Year Vermilion Fruit, 8th Tier Demon Pill, Xianming Blade. Lifespan, 12, 736 years. Fortune value, 10, 100. New information appeared before him, showcasing significant changes compared to before. Lin Wudao was quite pleased with this development. After pondering for a moment, he summoned Han Qingshan. Young master, did you call for me? Indeed, Lin Wudao replied. Han Bo. During my recent expedition to the Li Yang royal mansion to apprehend demons and remnants of the demon sect, I acquired some items that should be of use to you. As he spoke, Lin Wudao waved his hand grandly, presenting the 10,000-year vermilion fruit, the 8th tier Xianming Blade, and the Thunder Blade technique to Han Qingshan. This 10,000-year vermilion fruit will aid you in breaking through to the Dao Palace realm. Furthermore, this Xianming Blade is an 8th tier spiritual weapon, which, when combined with the Thunder Blade technique, possesses tremendous power. Over the years, thanks to your care, Han Bo, this is but a small token of my appreciation. The Eternal Zhu Fruit, an 8th tier spirit weapon? Han Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Young master, this is far too precious. He hesitated, wishing to decline. However, just as he was about to voice his refusal, Lin Wudao raised his hand to stop him. Witnessing this, Han Qingshan had no choice but to accept it with utmost respect. After his departure, Lin Wudao revealed the 1/3 portion of the burial dragon map and the 8th tier demon pill obtained from slaying Lung Qinghua. System, what purpose do these two items serve? He examined them for a moment, but could discern no clues. Eventually, the system provided an answer. The complete burial dragon map contains the records of a powerful being's cultivation ground. The portion in the possession of the host is merely 1/3. Another third resides within the royal family of the Great Li dynasty, and the final third is held by the Taishan sect. Collecting all parts of the burial dragon map grants access to the spirit void's secret realm, a powerful being's cultivation ground. Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. And what about this 8th tier demon pill? What purpose does it serve? The demon pill is the source of a demon's power. The stronger the demon, the more potent the pill within. It can be utilized for alchemical concoctions or to enhance one's cultivation. Are there any side effects? Or dangers? Yes. The demon core is the very essence of demons, inherently possessing their malevolent traits. Only by purging these traits can one harness its power. Otherwise, one risks being consumed by this darkness, ultimately losing their humanity and succumbing to demonic form. How much cultivation can it grant me? Approximately 300 years. So much. Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could absorb the demonic energy of this core, it would be akin to acquiring 300 years of cultivation out of thin air, undoubtedly allowing him to break through to the late stage of spirit transformation. However, how does one eliminate the demonic traits of the core? Ding. Would you like to expend 3,000 fortune points to eradicate the demonic essence of the core and convert all its energy into your own cultivation? Just as Lin Wudao was mired in contemplation, a prompt sounded. Yes, fortune points are indeed a valuable currency. Boom, boom, boom. After the deduction of 3,000 fortune points, Lin Wudao was astonished to discover a surge of powerful energy manifesting within his body. The 8th grade demon core instantly disintegrated into dust. Moments later, under the system's formidable influence, Lin Wudao's cultivation advanced further, successfully breaking through to the late stage of spirit transformation. Not bad, he mused, feeling the immense power coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Now, I have firmly established myself within the Demon Suppression Division. It's finally time to clear out those who harbor ill intentions towards me. Lin Wudao's eyes glinted with murderous intent. The first individual that sprang to his mind was Vice Commander Chen Taiji. A person like him, remaining in this world, would inevitably bring trouble. To eliminate future threats, Lin Wudao resolved to act against him. However, while contemplating the demise of Chen Taiji, he understood the necessity of discretion. It was paramount that he did not attract suspicion, lest he find himself in an untenable position. With this thought in mind, Lin Wudao promptly connected with the origin stone within him. With a resounding flourish, a surge of divine light erupted, and a doppelganger materialized. Subsequently, he sent forth a fragment of his consciousness, guiding the doppelganger to swiftly exit the star-picking courtyard. The doppelganger, born from the origin stone, was remarkably extraordinary. Not only could it conceal itself within the boundless void, rendering it undetectable, but it could also traverse seamlessly through all worldly substances and obstacles. Thus, under Lin Wudao's command, the doppelganger stealthily arrived at the Yunhai Pavilion, where Chen Taiji resided. Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered that Chen Taiji had changed into a new attire. Now commanding a spiritual vessel, heading straight into the depths of the Cloud Desolation mountain range behind the Demon Suppression Division. The opportunity has arrived. Witnessing Chen Taiji's departure from the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Wudao let out a sinister chuckle and immediately pursued him. Moments later, under his covert following, Chen Taiji ventured into the innermost recesses of the Cloud Desolation mountain range. Ultimately, they paused before a crescent-shaped lake, concealed deep within the mountains. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, lending an air of secrecy to the place. Had it not been for Chen Taiji's guidance, Lin Wudao would have remained oblivious to its existence. The clandestine nature of the situation suggested that something nefarious was afoot. Driven by curiosity, Lin Wudao stealthily followed Chen Taiji to the heart of the lake. There, at the water's edge, he beheld not only Chen Taiji himself, but also the silhouette of a woman. Was she clandestinely engaged in something shameful? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Wudao summoned his doppelganger and approached the scene. Simultaneously, the eye of the divine swept over the woman, and information was instantaneously relayed back to him. However, upon discerning her identity, Lin Wudao was thoroughly astonished. Name: Yan Suxin. Identity: wife of Li Bingtian. Cultivation level: early Dao Palace. Remark: in her youth, she had a romantic liaison with Chen Taiji, which ended under duress. Li Bingtian's wife is unexpectedly Chen Taiji's former lover? Lin Wudao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a revelation. It seemed that Li Bingtian had been wearing this metaphorical green hat for many years now. He mused quietly. Neither Chen Taiji nor Yan Suxin had noticed the existence of Lin Wudao. At this moment, the two had not seen each other for a while, and upon their reunion, warmth enveloped them. It is said that the newly appointed head of the Demon Hunting Hall, Lin Wudao, not only vanquished a demon, but also single-handedly apprehended all the fiends of the Hades demon sect, even several deputy governors from your Demon Suppression Division, as well as King Li Yong, have united to commend him. If this continues, I fear that one day, your position as deputy governor may be in jeopardy. At this moment, Yan Suxin's voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's eyes narrowed sharply. Humph, that scoundrel Lin Wudao truly deserves his fate. The position of the head of the Demon Hunting Hall rightfully belonged to me. Yet, due to the words of the Grand Governor, that wretched cur was appointed instead. I am filled with resentment. I must devise a plan to eliminate him. Chen Taiji growled with seething fury, his gaze brimming with malice. After speaking, he turned his attention to Yan Suxin in his embrace. Do you have any good ideas? There is indeed one. Oh? Speak quickly. Chen Taiji's spirit was invigorated, and he eagerly inquired. Lin Wudao's recent triumph in slaying demons and remnants of the demon sect has solidified his position within the Demon Suppression Division. To dispose of him, one must explore unconventional avenues. I recall that the Demon Hunting Hall is situated within the realm of Shanhagen, guarding a tower that suppresses demons, where many formidable fiends are imprisoned. Should the tower be opened, an onslaught of malevolent creatures would ravage the human world. Even with Lin Wudao's immense abilities, he would be unable to bear such a grave responsibility. Ultimately, he would undoubtedly face extermination. Presently, the deputy master of the Demon Hunting Hall is your brother, Chen Chuanqiu. If he were to employ some cunning, eliminating Lin Wudao would be a trivial matter, wouldn't it? Yan Suxin said with a cheerful smile. Hiss, open the tower and unleash the demons? Upon hearing this nefarious scheme, Chen Taiji could not help but inhale sharply, his heart filled with dread. The demons within the tower are exceedingly ferocious. Once released, they would undoubtedly bring catastrophic calamity to humanity. In such a scenario, countless lives would be lost, and many would fall prey to the demons. How cruel that would be. Humph, those who aspire to greatness must not be bogged down by trivialities. Your indecisiveness and hesitation make it impossible for you to eliminate Lin Wudao. In the end, all blame could simply be cast upon him. After all, he is the master of the Demon Hunting Hall. Yan Suxin remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Chen Taiji fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his head. Very well, let it be as you say, we shall proceed. His eyes gleamed with madness. Oh, so you dare to scheme against me once more using the Demon Suppression Tower? It appears I must not allow you to remain. Not far away. Lin Wudao's eyes ignited with an infinite ferocity. As he spoke, he immediately commanded his avatar to stealthily depart from the Yunhuang mountain range. He did not strike them down immediately. Rather, he intended to witness a captivating spectacle. What reckless actions would Li Bingtian take upon discovering their connection? In this regard, Lin Wudao was filled with anticipation. Chapter 25. I always leave no survivors. Whoosh. After departing from the Yunwang mountain range, Lin Wudao exhibited no hesitation as he maneuvered his avatar, conjured from the origin stone, to stealthily arrive at Li Bingtian's residence. At this moment, Li Bingtian sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. An aura of formidable power radiated from him. The signs indicated that he was on the verge of transcending the confines of the Dao Palace and entering the realm beyond. Though both were at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace, Li Bingtian was undeniably superior to Chen Taiji. While Lin Wudao spoke, he flicked his finger, propelling a pre-prepared note to land on the meditating Li Bingtian, who, suddenly disturbed, Li Bingtian was jolted awake. He swiftly flung open the door, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings, yet found no useful information. Upon returning to his room, his eyes abruptly narrowed as he picked up a piece of white paper from the floor. The first thing that caught his eye was a map. Furthermore, beside the map, there was a line of small text. Your wife, Yin Suxin, is deep within the Yunhuang mountain range, secretly meeting someone. What? As he absorbed the information inscribed on the paper, Li Bingtian's pupils constricted instantly. Who could this be? What is their intention? He squinted, his expression gradually darkening. He was acutely aware that someone was orchestrating mischief. However, the information inscribed on the paper left him utterly astonished, even engulfed in a profound sense of anger and humiliation. It was undoubtedly a deliberate scheme. Although the motives remained elusive, the contents of this document, the truth could be unveiled by venturing to the Yunhuang mountain range. He found it unbearable to accept this outcome. In his recollection, his wife, Yin Suxin, had always been demure and obedient, and their marital bond was characterized by harmony, with no significant discord ever arising. Yet now, he was confronted with the shocking revelation that Yin Suxin was clandestinely meeting someone. Despite his skepticism, he pondered the terrifying possibility. What if it were indeed true? Who could this clandestine acquaintance be? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Bingtian momentarily suppressed his doubts. After scrutinizing the map with great care, he promptly steered his spirit vessel towards the Yunhuang mountain range. What awaited him next promised to be a spectacle. Observing Li Bingtian's departing figure, Lin Wudao's lips curled into a chilling smile. With that, he too followed closely behind. Before long, Li Bingtian and Lin Wudao arrived at the Yunhuang mountain range in succession. Following the map's guidance, Li Bingtian navigated effortlessly to the designated lake. At this moment, he did not act recklessly. Rather, he approached with utmost caution, fully attuned to the sounds of his surroundings. His gaze fixated intently upon the direction of the lake. There, unmistakably, were two figures. Moreover, as Li Bingtian discerned the contours of the silhouettes, a sense of familiarity washed over him. One of them was indeed his wife, Yin Suxin. As for the other figure, obscured by the mist, remained elusive. Yet, it too evoked a sense of recognition. Suxin has truly betrayed me. Li Bingtian clenched his fists tightly, his heart aching with profound sorrow. Though he wished to deny it, the stark reality lay before him, leaving him no choice but to accept the truth. Why? Did I not treat you well? Why would you betray me, donning the guise of infidelity? The more he pondered, the deeper his rage festered. With a thunderous roar, taking advantage of the intimate moment shared by the two, he surged forth from the thicket, propelled by an overwhelming fury, resembling a frenzied lion. Wretched woman, you dare to betray me. His furious bellow echoed through the vast mountains. Ah, Li Bingtian? Everything transpired in an instant. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yin Suxin turned, her face draining of color in terror, just in time to catch sight of the furious Li Bingtian charging towards her. The fierce and piercing gaze sent chills coursing through her entire being. In that moment, Yin Suxin was plunged into a state of utter panic. She could hardly believe her eyes. Why was Li Bingtian here? Husband, you. She began to speak, but was abruptly met with a fierce slap. The sound echoed sharply as 5 distinct finger marks appeared on Yin Suxin's face. At the same moment, Chen Taiji, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Li Bingtian, was utterly flabbergasted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Bingtian, how could you? His words faltered, struggling to find coherence. At that moment, Chen Taiji felt as though he had been stripped bare, standing before the man who radiated unrestrained hatred. He desperately wished to vanish into the ground. Governor Li, please let me explain. Despicable scoundrel, meet your end. The revelation that the person secretly meeting with Yin Suxin was none other than his colleague, Chen Taiji. ignited an overwhelming fury and humiliation within Li Bingtian. With a roar of rage, he offered no opportunity for Chen Taiji to defend himself, raising his hand to deliver a crushing blow. Bang! Caught off guard, Chen Taiji was sent flying by the force of the strike, blood gushing forth into the air. Husband, it's not as you think, we. Get lost. Even at this critical moment, Yan Suxin continued to argue. Enraged, Li Bingtian raised his hand and delivered a forceful slap, sending her sprawling away. At this very moment, spurred by anger and humiliation, he had lost his sanity. Observing this scenario, Chen Taiji seized the fleeting opportunity created by Yan Suxin's delay, disregarding his grievous injuries. He promptly produced a spiritual vessel and swiftly departed from the Yunwang mountain range. At this juncture, only the Grand Commander Zhao Xiandao could rescue him. Chen Taiji, even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth today, your demise is inevitable. Li Bingtian's eyes blazed with crimson fury. As he spoke, he unsheathed an ancient longsword, infused with overwhelming murderous intent, and madly pursued. As for Yan Suxin, once he had dispatched Chen Taiji, he would return to deal with her. Everything was well within expectation. In the darkness, Lin Wudao, who had been observing it all, was filled with icy resolve. After Li Bingtian and Chen Taiji had departed from the Yunwang mountain range, he emerged from the void, advancing step by step towards Yan Suxin. In dealing with adversaries, he has always been ruthless and merciless. My guiding principle in life is to leave no one alive, thus eliminating any future threats. A chilling whisper gradually emerged. With a resounding crash, an ancient bronze coffin plummeted from the void, directly entombing the lifeless body of Yan Suxin. Ding! You have collected Yan Suxin's corpse and received a minor creation pill, which, after being enhanced tenfold by the system, has transformed into a supreme creation pill. The supreme creation pill, when consumed, allows any being beneath the 8th realm of spirit transformation to elevate their cultivation by an entire realm. The supreme creation pill? Lin Wudao was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. It is indeed a valuable item, though regrettably only beneficial for those below spirit transformation. Despite a tinge of disappointment, Lin Wudao did not dwell on it. After eliminating Yan Suxin, he promptly pursued the auras of Li Bingtian and Chen Taiji, swiftly making his way towards the Demon Suppression Division. Whoosh! Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, he found Chen Taiji already kneeling outside Zhao Xuanqiao's chamber. Chapter 26. The Death of Chen Taiji. Great Commander, save me. Li Bingtian. He wants to kill me. In a state of panic and fear, Chen Taiji disregarded his dignity and knelt outside Zhao Xuanqiao's room, urgently calling out for help. His voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of many from the Demon Suppression Division. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Yan Xiaoqing and others rushed over at the fastest speed. What is happening? Seeing Chen Taiji disregarding his image and kneeling before Zhao Xuanqiao's door, shouting for help, Yan Xiaoqing and the others displayed expressions of utter shock. In their memory, Chen Taiji was a person of great pride. Yet now he was on his knees, pleading for assistance. What could have transpired? It seemed that Chen Taiji had sustained severe injuries. Could it be that someone intended to kill him? Whoosh! Just as Yan Xiaoqing was engulfed in suspicion, suddenly, a sharp and unmatched sword light cut through the air, ultimately transforming into an ancient sword that pierced directly through Chen Taiji's chest. The immense force pinned him to the ground. Chen Taiji is dead? Everything occurred in the blink of an eye. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Yan Xiaoqing and the others stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what had transpired. Boom. At this moment, they sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent approaching. Lifting their eyes, they beheld a figure not far away, exuding an air of ferocity and madness. Li Bingtian. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. It was evident that he was the one who had just slain Chen Taiji with a single stroke. Governor Li, what is the meaning of this? Why have you killed Chen Taiji? At that moment, another deputy governor, Duga Shan, furrowed his brow and questioned sharply. Chen Taiji held the esteemed position of deputy governor in the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division. His status and rank were extraordinary. Even amidst the greatest enmity, such actions should not be taken lightly. In the Demon Suppression Division, striking against one's own comrades is a grave taboo. Even if Chen Taiji had committed the most heinous of sins, Li Bingtian's act of killing him would inevitably lead to severe consequences. At that moment, neither Yan Xiaoqing nor Duga Shan could comprehend the situation. However, in stark contrast to their shock and indignation, Li Bingtian remained consumed by rage and hatred. His gaze fixed intently upon Chen Taiji, as if he wished to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Chen Taiji deserves to die. If I kill him, I shall bear all the consequences myself. His fierce voice rang out suddenly. With that, Li Bingtian disregarded the astonishment of Yin Shaoqing and Du Shan, and he strode directly to the door of Zhao Xianxiao, kneeling upon the ground. Alas, how could this be? The two sighed in unison. Witnessing the commotion that had stirred the entire demon-subduing division, their expressions darkened. With the authority of the deputy governor, they forbade anyone from approaching or inquiring further. Among those present, aside from themselves, only 3 other lords remained, having arrived rather swiftly. Among them was Lin Wudao. How could such a spectacle occur without his presence? At last he is dead. Observing Chen Taiji being slain by Li Bingtian's sword, all traces of vitality extinguished. Lin Wudao feigned shock, yet his heart brimmed with cold laughter. Li Bingtian did not disappoint him. Now, it was time to see how Zhao Xiankong would handle this matter. With that, he patiently awaited developments. Bang! After approximately a quarter of an hour, the door to the chamber swung open. Subsequently, a tall, elegant man clad in azure robes emerged, his hands clasped behind his back. A half-step to transcendence? A flicker of intrigue passed through Lin Wudao's eyes. Zhao Xiankong had attained the pinnacle of the great perfection, mere steps away from the 8th realm of transcendence. No wonder he could preside over the demon-subduing division in Yuanzhou. His strength was indeed formidable. Lin Wudao nodded in silent acknowledgement. It seemed Zhao Xiankong sensed his gaze as well, glancing in his direction. His attention was fixed upon the lifeless form of Chen Taiji and the kneeling figure of Li Bingtian before him. What could this mean? Upon hearing this, Yin Shaoqing and Du Shan exchanged bewildered glances, both at a loss regarding the circumstances. In contrast, Li Bingtian raised his head with a calm demeanor. Great Commander. It was I who took Chen Taiji's life. Zhao Xianxiao squinted his eyes. Why did you slay him? Because Yin Suxin betrayed me and maintained an improper relationship with Chen Taiji. Today, I chanced upon their secret meeting in the Yunhuang Mountains, and in my fury, I killed Chen Taiji. The deed was mine, and I am willing to bear all the consequences. Li Bingtian clenched his fists, his voice laced with rage. What? Chen Taiji and Yin Suxin? The revelation struck Yin Shaoqing and the others nearby with disbelief, their expressions reflecting shock. At last, they comprehended why Li Bingtian had recklessly taken Chen Taiji's life. Had they found themselves in a similar predicament, they likely would have acted likewise. After all, this is an affront no man can endure. Upon hearing Li Bingtian's confession, Zhao Xianxiao, the Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Division, furrowed his brow. How many are aware of this matter? After a moment of silence, he suddenly inquired, reporting back to the Grand Commander. This matter has already stirred the entire Demon Suppression Department. However, aside from those present, no one else is aware of what has transpired. Yin Shaoqing hastily stepped forward to report. At this moment, from Zhao Xuanxiao's words, he seemed to infer some underlying implications. Indeed, as his words fell, Zhao Xianxiao first uttered a contemplative sound, followed by a profound gaze that settled upon the lifeless body of Chen Taiji, while his icy eyes swept over Li Bingtian. Convey this order. Deputy Commander Chen Taiji, having long engaged in the slaying of demons, has been persistently corroded by the malevolent energies of these fiends, resulting in a loss of his senses and posing a risk of succumbing to demonic influence. This could bring calamity upon the mortal realm. I shall personally take action to subdue him, to instill fear across the land. The commanding voice resounded steadily. Yes, Grand Commander. Upon hearing these words, the spirits of the assembly were lifted. The Grand Commander intends to protect Li Bingtian. Simultaneously, Li Bingtian also abruptly raised his head, his eyes brimming with boundless gratitude. Thank you, Grand Commander, he exclaimed, bowing deeply. Rise, in light of your reckless conduct, you shall face a penalty of 3 years' salary forfeiture, during which all resource support will cease. Should a similar incident arise in the future, you shall bear the full responsibility. Understood. Naturally, Li Bingtian had no objections to this. After addressing his matters, Zhao Xuanxiao's gaze fell upon Lin Wudao. A tiger father does not produce a dog's son. I have heard of your recent endeavors, although somewhat audacious. You have undeniably achieved results and have not brought shame to the Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou. Yin Shaoqing, shortly, under the auspices of the Demon Suppression Division, report to the Dali Court and commend Lin Wudao. Understood. Moreover, in 3 days, we shall celebrate the 500th birthday of the ancestor of the Lu family in Tianyuan ancient city. Lin Wudao will represent me at the Liu family's festivities. Additionally, Chun Taiji is your superior. Find a serene place and lay him to rest. All right. Lin Wudao nodded. Subsequently, he hoisted Chun Taiji's body onto his shoulder and departed with purposeful strides. You all, henceforth, must keep a vigilant eye on him and prevent him from causing any significant disturbances. This lad is likely to be a restless spirit, alas. Zhao Xinxiao sighed. With that, he turned and entered his chamber, immersing himself once more in his cultivation. Watch over Lin Wudao? Upon hearing Zhao Xuanxiao's words, Yin Shaoqing and the others exchanged glances, each face etched with a bitter expression. Could they truly restrain him? Alas, let everything unfold naturally. The group shook their heads in lament. One by one, they subsequently took their leave. On the other side, Lin Wudao remained oblivious to Zhao Xuanyao's admonitions. After exiting the courtyard, he sought a secluded spot and carefully placed Chun Taiji's lifeless body into the copper coffin of the heavenly burial. A chime echoed. You have collected Chun Taiji's remains and obtained a fragment of an ancient imperial spiritual weapon. After undergoing a tenfold system enhancement, you have acquired a shard of an ultimate spiritual weapon. Suddenly, a chilling notification sound reverberated. Chapter 27. Fragments of the Supreme Path Weapon. The Supreme Path Spirit Weapon? Lin Wudao's spirit surged. Within the vast expanse of the divine wilderness, the weapons wielded by cultivators are classified into strict hierarchical levels. Though spirit weapons occupy the lowest tier, their power is still formidable. For instance, the Xiantian Ancient Sword, obtained by vanquishing Jiangqing Snow, is a spirit weapon forged from the fusion of 72 imperial prohibitions and royal materials. Beneath the Supreme Path, the Imperial Path reigns supreme. A typical imperial spirit weapon can serve as a treasured artifact for powerful factions such as the Taishan sect, let alone the supreme spirit weapons that lie above the Imperial Path. These are the legendary supreme weapons. Although it is merely a fragment, its worth surpasses that of a 10th-tier spirit weapon. Does Chun Taiji possess such remarkable items? With a mere thought, the fragment of the supreme spirit weapon materialized in his hand, resembling the apex of an ancient pagoda. Boom! As Lin Wudao grasped it, an ancient and profound aura surged forth like mighty rivers. Simultaneously, the terrifying might of the Supreme Path, even Lin Wudao at the late stage of the transformation god realm, could not withstand it. Thud! Under the impact of the supreme force, the ancient tower fragment fell to the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic power that obliterated the earth beneath. In the blink of an eye, a vast chasm of Tianzhong emerged, and it continued to expand. The weapon of ultimate power was terrifying indeed. The system had sacrificed it. Witnessing the increasing horror of this ancient tower spire, Lin Wudao promptly seized it from the ground and offered it as a sacrifice. Ding! You have sacrificed a fragment of an ultimate spiritual weapon, acquiring 18,000 points of fortune value. A notification echoed in his mind. So much. A hint of astonishment flickered in Lin Wudao's eyes. This fragment of the tower spire, barely the size of a palm, was astonishingly valued at 18,000 points of fortune. How much would a complete ultimate spiritual weapon be worth? Lin Wudao could not fathom. However, it surely exceeded 100,000. The might of the ultimate realm was indeed formidable. The power unleashed by that fragment of the tower spire was beyond the comprehension of even the celestial realm. At such a level, possessing it without sufficient strength would likely lead to one's own demise. Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. Through this experience, he gained a profound understanding of the potency of ultimate spiritual weapons in this world. In the hands of the mighty, it serves as a tool to suppress all. In the hands of the weak, it becomes a catastrophic disaster. Had it not been for Lin Wudao's invincible physique, he would have likely been obliterated by the explosive force emanating from that fragment. Upon this realization, a wave of relief surged within him. Nevertheless, the gains from this endeavor were indeed substantial. Name: Lin Wudao. Cultivation level: late stage of transformation. Fortune value: 25,100. Suddenly becoming wealthy. Lin Wudao couldn't help but reflect on this thought. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to elevate his own strength. Presently, the mighty dragon palm technique appeared to be the most advantageous choice. This ancient method possesses immense power. At this moment, Lin Wudao had only cultivated it to a minor success, enabling him to unleash the strength of 3 ancient dragons with a single strike. Should he attain full mastery, the potency would undoubtedly escalate. Ding! Would you like to expend 10,000 fortune value to cultivate the mighty dragon palm technique to full mastery? Yes. Congratulations. You have successfully cultivated the mighty dragon palm technique to full mastery, allowing you to unleash the strength of 10 ancient dragons with a single palm strike. Its force penetrating 100 feet, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering peaks. Boom, boom, boom. As the system's notification resonated, a multitude of insights regarding the mighty dragon palm technique flooded his mind, as if he had trained for a century in an instant. Thunderously, to validate the might of the mighty dragon palm technique, Lin Wudao unleashed a single strike, an overwhelming force emanating from his palm, shattering a massive boulder 10 feet away with ease. With my cultivation at the late stage of transformation, coupled with this fully mastered mighty dragon palm technique, even a cultivator at the pinnacle of the transformation realm could be effortlessly struck down with a single palm. A subtle smile graced Lin Wudao's lips. His strength had indeed surged considerably. The system required how much fortune value to cultivate the barbarian dragon hand seal to its zenith? 30,000. Such an immense sum? Lin Wudao glanced at his remaining fortune value of 100, shaking his head. It seemed he must strive even harder. With a sigh, he turned back toward the demon suppression division. Master, as Lin Wudao returned to the star-picking courtyard, he encountered Han Qingshan, who presented a mysterious wooden box in front of him. What is this? The old servant is uncertain. Just moments ago, the guards of the demon suppression division mentioned that an enigmatic individual of unknown identity and origin had deposited this wooden box outside the gates, specifically instructing that it be delivered to you, young master. For me? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. Subsequently, he opened the wooden box to reveal a slip of paper and a palm-sized jade vial. In the ancient city of Tianyuan, Lu Yunxiao sacrifices himself to feed the demons. This vial of demon transformation water allows one to reveal their true demonic form. Lu Yunxiao? Sacrificing oneself to feed the demons? As he perused the contents of the note and grasped the vial of transformation water, Lin Wudao could not help but narrow his eyes. Who exactly is Lu Yunxiao? He gazed towards Han Qingshan, who remarked, Young master, Lu Yunxiao is the eldest son of the Lu family in Tianyuan ancient city, and he is also the most outstanding descendant of the Lu clan. It is said that he has reached the Dao Palace realm at a remarkably young age and is now a distinguished disciple of the Xiantian sect. In 3 days, it will be the 500th birthday of the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Kangming, and I have heard that Lu Yunxiao will return to celebrate. Han Qingshan pondered for a moment before speaking. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's brow furrowed slightly, followed by a cold smile playing upon his lips. This is quite intriguing. It appears this individual harbors ulterior motives. With a swift motion, a sharp beam of spiritual light flickered, and the paper in his hand was instantly reduced to powder. In 3 days, he would represent Grand Commander Zhao Xiankong to attend the birthday celebration at the Lu family. What kind of events might unfold if he were to cross paths with Lu Yunxiao, who had offered himself as sustenance to demons? Was that individual plotting against Lu Yunxiao, or was he scheming against Lin Wudao himself? The intricacies eluded him. Nevertheless, he was confident that the truth would soon reveal itself. With this thought, Lin Wudao's gaze shifted to the vial of demon transformation water in his hand. Name: Demon Transformation Water. Description: the nemesis of demons effect, when sprinkled, it reveals the true form of demons below the 8th rank. Indeed, a remarkable item. In the future, it may prove useful, he mused, as he stored the enchanted water into the system space. Young master, I recently took a stroll around the Tianyuan ancient city and encountered a follower of the late master, named Zhao Meng. This individual is fiercely loyal and possesses the strength of the other shore realm. Would you like to meet him? At this moment, Han Qingshan hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. Zhao Meng. Lin Wudao glanced at him. Indeed, presently, I find myself in need of manpower. Having someone from the other shore realm at my disposal would be quite advantageous. Where is he located? Well, 10 years ago, following the Master's untimely demise, Zhao Meng departed from the Demon Suppression Division and has since remained in Tianyuan Ancient City, where he established a business named Yellow Springs Pavilion, specializing in affairs concerning the deceased. Affairs concerning the deceased? Yes. His services primarily include handling corpses, selling coffins, organizing funerals, tomb raiding, and occasionally taking on bodyguard assignments. He is a man of integrity. As the two conversed while departing from the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Wudao grew increasingly intrigued by Zhao Meng. Recognizing that their business interests overlapped significantly, they are, by nature, kindred spirits. Chapter 28. $1 Million Business. excavating ancestral graves. The Huangquan Tower, situated on the eastern street of the ancient city of Tianyuan, was reached after a brief journey of half an hour under the guidance of Han Qingshan. Upon raising his gaze, Lin Wudao beheld the so-called Huangquan Tower, which hardly lived up to its grandiose name. It was merely an unremarkable two-story building, rather modest in size. Within its dimly lit interior were arranged coffins and various items associated with funerary rites, clearly a venue dedicated to dealings with the deceased. "Boss, come out to greet the guests," Han Qingshan bellowed. Thud, thud, thud. As his voice echoed, heavy footsteps resonated, and a man emerged, towering over 10 feet tall. With a physique reminiscent of a savage behemoth, his muscles bulged with explosive strength, and in his massive hand, he wielded an ancient blade the size of a door, exuding an aura of formidable ferocity. "Old Han, you've arrived." Upon spotting Han Qingshan, the man grinned broadly, yet, paired with his fearsome visage, this smile evoked an unsettling sense of impending violence, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Wudao's impression of him was that of a born predator, and indeed, his strength, as Han Qingshan remarked, has indeed reached the late stage of the other shore, far surpassing that of several deputy governors from the Demon Suppression Division. Name, Zhao Meng. Identity, owner of the Yellow Spring Tower cultivation, late stage of the other shore physique, ancient barbarian king innate talent, barbarian king's embodiment technique, ancient dragon seizing scripture, volume 1 skills, dragon seizing hand, overlord blade technique, mighty bull demon fist items, demon slaying blade remarks, a steadfast follower of Lin Daoshan. Under the keen insight of the eye of the divine, a plethora of information regarding Zhao Meng unfolded. Upon reading it, Lin Wudao couldn't help but nod in silent admiration. Indeed, he is endowed with prodigious talent. He mused, reflecting on how his own qualifications paled in comparison to Zhao Meng's. "Zhao Meng, allow me to introduce you to the young master, Lin Wudao. He has recently succeeded the late master as the head of the Demon Hunting Hall and previously vanquished a demon and 10 remnants of the Yellow Spring Demon sect at the Liyang Royal Mansion. Currently, he is in need of capable hands," Han Qingshan fervently suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng's fierce gaze immediately fixated on Lin Wudao. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch, the sheer force causing the air to shatter. This strike, fueled by only 70% of his strength, was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary practitioner at the other shore. "Zhao Meng, what are you doing?" Han Qingshan was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. At that moment, his eyes were filled with fury and anxiety. He was about to sternly admonish Zhao Meng when Lin Wudao, with equal fervor, launched a punch in response. Bang! A piercing explosion reverberated through the air. As the fist struck, Zhao Meng's body was instantly propelled backward. Simultaneously, the formidable force of the punch shattered the objects within the Huangquan Tower into fragments. Indeed, the entire structure was breached by that singular blow. Hiss! He was even more formidable than the Hall Master. Rising from the ruins, Zhao Meng gazed at Lin Wudao with eyes brimming with astonishment. Thud! After a moment of contemplation, he immediately knelt before Lin Wudao. "I pay my respects to the young master. I have been disrespectful before. I implore you, do not hold it against me," he intoned. Zhao Meng adhered to the principle of strength as the ultimate authority, valuing martial prowess above all. Even if Lin Wudao was the son of Lin Daoshan, he would never submit without earning his recognition. Talents possess their own pride. "Rise," Lin Wudao replied with a faint smile. He was quite pleased with Zhao Meng's aptitude and strength, recognizing significant potential for future growth. "Hall Master, what is your current strength? What do you think?" "I have already reached the latter stages of the other shore, even with only 70% of my strength. It is certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary other shore cultivator to withstand. Not only have you endured a blow from me, but you have also sent me flying. Your prowess is at least in the latter stages of the other shore, if not at its pinnacle." Zhao Meng's gaze was intense. In response, Lin Wudao merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. "Since you have chosen to follow me, there is no need to open the Yellow Spring Tower. Let us tidy up and relocate to the Demon Suppression Division." "All right." Zhao Meng nodded and began to prepare for the move. However, just as he turned around, a mysterious figure appeared at the Yellow Spring Tower. "Is the boss in?" A voice called out, and a man cloaked in black, with a ghostly mask covering his face, emerged before them. He exuded an eerie aura. "What business do you have?" Zhao Meng furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the enigmatic individual, a sense of instinct urging him that this person was far from ordinary. Likewise, Lin Wudao observed the cloaked figure with a peculiar gaze. I have a lucrative deal worth 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. I wonder if Boss Zhao might be interested? A deal worth 1,000,000 spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng's heart jolted with surprise. He has been running a shop in the ancient city of Tianyuan for 10 years. Yet he has never encountered such a significant business opportunity. Now, as he is on the verge of closing his doors, it has unexpectedly come knocking. What could this grand enterprise be? Well, the cloaked figure glanced at Lin Wudao beside him, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Observing this, Lin Wudao remained unfazed and beckoned Han Qingshan, leading them out of the Huangquan building. Can we speak now? Zhao Meng's voice was somber, as if he sensed that this so-called grand business was anything but ordinary. He had heard that Zhao, the proprietor, specialized in dealings concerning the deceased and possessed formidable strength. Might he be interested in the ancestral grave of the Liu family? What? You intend to excavate the Liu family's ancestral grave? Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. The Liu family, a prominent lineage in the ancient city of Tianyuan. It was said to have a legacy exceeding a millennium. Their ancestor, Liu Kangming, was now a practitioner of the great perfection on the other shore, only slightly inferior to the Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Division, Zhao Xiandao. Such prowess marked him as an absolute master. Given Zhao Meng's late-stage cultivation on the other shore, considering the excavation of their ancestral tomb seemed rather presumptuous. Are you afraid, Boss Zhao? The mysterious figure appeared to detect Zhao Meng's shock and could not help but scoff. In response, Zhao Meng offered a cold smile. Indeed, I am afraid. The ancestral figure of the Liu family, Liu Kangming, is a practitioner of the great perfection on the other shore. With my meager capabilities, how could I possibly entertain the notion of disturbing his ancestral grave? It would be tantamount to courting death. If you seek demise, do not drag me along. I shall not engage in this venture. As he spoke, Zhao Meng prepared to expel the intruder. However, the enigmatic man merely chuckled, as if everything was proceeding according to his expectations. Liu Kangming was currently in seclusion, having reached a critical juncture, and would not emerge for at least 3 days. Now is the opportune moment. At the midnight hour, I shall await you at Panlong Ridge, Zhao Boss. With that, the man disregarded Zhao Meng's reaction and transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Meng let out a cold sneer. Cunning and secretive. It was evident he harbored ill intentions. The Liu family's ancestral grave is most likely a trap. I would never fall for such a ruse. He cursed under his breath as he exited the door. At that moment, Lin Wudao emerged from a nearby alley. Have you concluded your discussion? Indeed, I encountered a madman. I cannot fathom what possessed him to invite me to excavate the Liu family's ancestral grave. It is nothing short of a death wish. Did you acquiesce? Absolutely not. This is clearly a trap. I would never be so foolish as to take the bait. Moreover, my Huangquan tower has already closed its doors. Why should I concern myself with such matters? Zhao Meng shook his head. At this point, a hint of faint perplexity flickered in his eyes. This individual is undoubtedly from the Liu family. How can you be so sure? Because I visited the Liu family once before and detected a unique fragrance there, which coincidentally, the person earlier possessed. Although the scent was exceedingly subtle, imperceptible to the average person, my innate olfactory sensitivity allows me to discern such nuances. Hence, it is highly probable that this individual hails from the Liu family. Zhao Meng stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao revealed a slight smile. You are indeed correct. That person is indeed from the Liu family. His true identity is Liu Yunsheng, the 9th son of the Liu family. The useless Liu Yunsheng? Zhao Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. If he is from the Liu family, why would he disturb his own ancestral grave? Has he lost his mind? Perhaps it is for revenge. Revenge? Zhao Meng grew increasingly bewildered. He could not fathom any profound enmity between Liu Yunsheng and the Liu family. If you wish to understand, simply visit Panlong Ridge tonight, and all will be revealed. At that moment, Lin Wudao's calm voice resonated. What? We are to witness Liu Yunsheng excavating his ancestral grave? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Meng's interest was immediately piqued, and he excitedly rubbed his palms together. Chapter 29. Rest assured, I shall handle at Panlong Ridge, the ancestral burial ground of the Liu family. At the stroke of midnight, Lin Wudao and his companions had arrived early, carefully concealing themselves not far from the Liu family tomb. Their chosen position was exceedingly discreet. Coupled with the dimness of the night and the surrounding environment, it allowed them to blend seamlessly into the shadows. making it exceedingly difficult to detect them even with a deliberate search. At this moment, Zhao Mang's eyes widened as he intently gazed at the distant tomb, the resting place of the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Tianxiong. Bold, ancient characters stood out vividly before his eyes. Master, I have heard that Lu Tianxiong, the ancestor of the Lu family, once encountered a significant fortune in his early years. Over a millennium ago, he was a renowned figure throughout the Zhezhou realm. It is said that at the time of his passing, he had already attained the realm of transcendence. The Lu family's continued existence to this day is entirely reliant on the legacy passed down by Lu Tianxiu. Zhao Mang whispered, providing an introduction. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded slightly, his expression remarkably calm. Master, do you truly believe that Lu Yunsheng will come? He will. However, that fellow is notorious as a wastrel in Tianyuan ancient city. Even the entire Lu family regards him with shame, reluctant to speak of him. Yet, judging by today's circumstances, he does not seem to be a wastrel after all. Perhaps he possesses his own destiny. Lin Wudao responded faintly. No sooner had he spoken than his ears twitched slightly, and he immediately gestured for Zhao Mang and Han Qingshan to be silent, for he had discerned the approach of others. Indeed, just as Lin Wudao signaled for silence, two furtive figures emerged suddenly from the shadows. Cloaked and adorned with ghastly masks, their features remained obscured. However, Lin Wudao, endowed with the eye of the divine, perceived them with utmost clarity. One was Lu Yunsheng, and the other was his hired aide, named Chao Zhan, who had attained the pinnacle of the Dao Palace. At that moment, Lu Yunsheng glanced at the time and proceeded to survey the surroundings with meticulous attention, seemingly lost in thought. Your plan appears to have faltered. That scoundrel Zhao Mang has not arrived, remarked the other cloaked figure, his voice raspy and grating, akin to the sound of a saw, exceedingly unpleasant to the ears. Huh, who claims my scheme has failed? In truth, it matters not whether Zhao Mang appears or not. Oh, Lin Wudao retorted. Ultimately, my objective is merely to ensure he bears the blame. Should he arrive, it would only facilitate my plans. Should he not, I can still successfully attribute the excavation of his ancestral grave to him. Given this, why would you venture to the underworld pavilion in search of him? It seems rather superfluous. I have heard that Han Qingshan, who is beside Lin Wudao, has already approached Zhao Mang. If we provoke Lin Wudao, the god of death, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Chao Zhan remarked, a hint of concern in his voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunsheng let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Rest assured, I am fully capable of handling this matter. Even if Lin Wudao becomes aware of our actions, he cannot harm us. For, beneath the heavens, no one knows our true identities. His confidence was unwavering. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to exercise caution. We are undertaking a considerable risk this time. Should we fail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chao Zhan expressed his worry. In response, Lu Yunsheng merely scoffed, dismissing the concern. The hour grows late. We must act swiftly. Let us adhere strictly to the plan. As long as we encounter no unforeseen circumstances, all shall be well. Let us hope so. Chao Zhan murmured. In the shroud of the dark night, he removed his cloak and subsequently took off the mask that concealed his face, revealing a somewhat naive countenance. He began to chant incantations, his hands weaving a mysterious spell. Gradually, his physique began to swell, becoming tall and robust. Simultaneously, his appearance underwent a swift transformation. Moments later, Chao Zhan, in both form and visage, had transformed into a being indistinguishable from Zhao Mang. How audacious! This wretched soul truly harbors ill intentions. From a distance, witnessing Chao Zhan's actions, Zhao Mang's expression contorted with fury. His colossal fists, reminiscent of a raging dragon, clenched tightly, yearning to rush forth and annihilate both Chao Zhan and Lu Yunsheng. Do not act impulsively, Lin Wudao admonished with a cold glare. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mang was compelled to suppress the insatiable rage within him, refocusing his gaze towards the distance. At this moment, the two had readied themselves. Strike! With a resounding crash, Lu Yunsheng revealed an ancient cauldron, wielding it with formidable might, and brought it crashing down upon Lu Tianxiong's tomb. The overwhelming force shattered the tomb, leaving behind a multitude of fractures. Human Dao spirit weapon. Lin Wudao's eyes narrowed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lu Yunsheng possessed such a rare treasure. The human Dao spirit weapon, though slightly inferior to the imperial Dao spirit weapon, was still regarded as a precious artifact within the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Even the esteemed Taishan sect seemed to possess only one complete human Tao spirit weapon, a relic of the ancient sect leader. Lu Yunxing emanated an aura of profound antiquity. If all goes according to expectation, he must have obtained the fortuitous gifts or inheritance of some ancient formidable beings. Lin Wudao mused quietly. Boom. Just as he was engulfed in suspicion, the black cauldron in Lu Yunxing's hand struck the tomb once more. The tomb, already riddled with cracks, suffered another violent blow and instantly shattered, revealing a vast gaping hole. Enter. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yunxing called out and immediately plunged into the ancestral tomb. Close behind him, Zhao Zhen followed closely. Witnessing this scene, a fierce glint of cold light erupted in Lin Wudao's eyes. Such commotion would undoubtedly alert the Lu family. You all wait here and refrain from acting recklessly. I have some matters to attend to. With that said, before Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan could react, Lin Wudao vanished from sight in a flash. Splash. Upon entering the darkness, he utilized the origin stone to conjure a doppelganger, silently infiltrating the tomb. Meanwhile, the tremendous disturbance atop Panlong Ridge also roused the Lu family. This is not good. Something has happened at the ancestral tomb. In a room adorned with an ancient charm, the current head of the Lu family, Lu Qiho, gazed at the shattered jade pendant in his hand, his expression changing drastically. When the Lu family constructed the ancestral tomb, they had received assistance from a great master. Through the arcane arts, the ancestral burial site of the Lu family was intricately connected to a jade pendant, which was regularly worn by the family head. Should any anomaly arise at the ancestral grave, it would be detected instantaneously. Alas, the jade pendant, tethered to the ancestral energy, has shattered, indicating a clear violation of the Lu family's sacred resting place. Could it be that someone dares to disturb my ancestors' tomb? A chilling thought emerged unbidden. Hiss. Upon this realization, Lu Qiho felt a surge of shock and an overwhelming fury. He promptly summoned several elders of the family and, with great urgency, they set forth towards Panlong Ridge. Meanwhile, as they approached with fervor, Lin Wudao had already followed Lu Yunxing into the tomb. The tomb's expanse was vast. As practitioners of a level beyond Dao Palace, they possessed the ability to see clearly in the darkness. Thus, the environment and artifacts within the tomb were vividly discernible to them. Following the silhouette of Lu Yunxing, Lin Wudao soon arrived at the main burial chamber. At this juncture, Lu Yunxing demonstrated exceptional skill and technique, deftly disarming the hidden mechanisms within the tomb, and effortlessly made his way to the coffin of Lu Tianxiu. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yunxing forcefully pushed open the enormous bronze coffin. In an instant, myriad streams of eerie blood light burst forth. Chapter 30. The Imperial Tao Substance. The Celestial Demon, or a sudden phenomenon captured Lin Wudao's attention. Through the overwhelming and eerie crimson light, he discerned a male corpse within the bronze coffin. Inexplicably, the body had not decayed. It remained as lifelike as a normal human. Simultaneously, in the man's hand, he grasped a diamond-shaped ore the size of a fist, glistening in a sinister black-red hue. Hiss! With just a glance, Lin Wudao was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of malevolence, surging towards him. It appeared as though within that torrential blood light lay an infinite multitude of vengeful spirits. The ominous energy was palpable. Celestial Demon ore. A piece of information resonated back. Name: Celestial Demon ore. Classification: Imperial Tao. Material description: the Celestial Demon ore is forged from the wrathful essence of heaven and earth, capable of attracting and gathering various malevolent energies from the cosmos, with the potential to evolve into an ultimate material. Note: in 10,000 years, it may transform into an ultimate substance. To think it is an Imperial Tao material. Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. He truly did not anticipate such a remarkable treasure residing within Lu Tianxiong's tomb. Although this celestial demon ore exuded a profoundly sinister nature, its essence was indeed that of true Imperial Tao material. If combined with the expertise of a master weaponsmith and various spiritual materials, it could undoubtedly forge an Imperial Tao spirit weapon. However, due to the malevolent nature of the demon ore, it possesses the ability to erode the minds of living beings, plunging them into an abyss of madness and carnage. Even the most formidable royal weapons forged from it cannot be controlled by ordinary individuals, and they may even bring calamity upon the world. Perhaps Lu Tianxiong was acutely aware of this danger, which is why he chose to conceal the demon ore within the coffin. Lin Wudao speculated silently. Lu Tianxiong had good intentions, yet alas, his descendants proved to be ungrateful. The likes of Lu Yunsheng were a blight. At last, he had found it. At this moment, gazing at the demon or within the bronze coffin, a look of sheer delight emerged on Lu Yunsheng's masked face. With a swift motion, without a hint of hesitation, he grasped the demon or firmly in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the demon or was lifted, it seemed to awaken. Waves of resplendent bloodlight surged forth like a torrential flood, illuminating the entire tomb. Simultaneously, the terrifying aura of the royal path bore down on Lu Yunsheng, nearly robbing him of breath. We must leave at once. With utmost urgency, he secured the demon or into a mysterious box and called out to Zhao Zhen, who was searching for treasures, before preparing to depart. Now that the demon or was in his possession, his plan had already reached a significant milestone. Next, as long as one adheres to the secret method and absorbs the imperial power of the celestial demon or, his cultivation will undoubtedly surge. With this thought in mind, Lu Yunsheng's eyes brimmed with anticipation. However, fate had other plans. Boom. Just as Lu Yunsheng turned around, a terrifying palm print suddenly emerged from the void, enveloped in overwhelming force, and struck him fiercely. Ah! A scream erupted as the unprepared Lu Yunsheng was sent flying. Even the celestial demon or he held slipped from his grasp. Who dares to thwart my ambitions? Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Lu Yunsheng felt both fury and boundless terror. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, finding no one in sight. Oh, he is still alive? At that moment, a cold and merciless voice echoed from the void, causing Lu Yunsheng's pupils to constrict in fear. Celestial Demon Disintegration. Just as Lin Wudao's terrifying palm print descended once more, he formed a mysterious seal with his hands, and in an instant, transformed into an eerie black light. Vanishing from the spot, boom. Before his departure, he clearly witnessed that under the dreadful palm print, the unfortunate Zhao Zhen, unable to escape in time, was crushed, leaving half of his body obliterated, all vitality extinguished. Curse you! May you meet a wretched end. A voice filled with immeasurable hatred echoed from afar. In that moment, Lu Yunsheng's heart surged with boundless anger and animosity. To acquire this piece of the celestial demon or, he had meticulously devised plans and preparations. At long last, his desires were within reach. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would all amount to naught? This outcome inflicted profound anguish upon him. However, with danger looming, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the forsaken celestial demon or and swiftly employed the secret art of the celestial demon to escape. Humph. Do you think you can evade my watchful gaze? Out of consideration for your remaining value, I shall spare your life for now. But once I have extracted every ounce of worth from you, your continued existence will hold no significance. Lin Wudao's eyes glinted with icy resolve. With a resounding clang, he produced the burial heaven copper coffin, placing the corpse of Zhao Zhen within it. Ding! You have collected Zhao Zhen's corpse, earning 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The familiar notification rang out sharply. In response, Lin Wudao remained unperturbed. Spiritual stones were exceedingly common, and as long as he continued his collection of corpses, he would endlessly amass vast quantities of them. Thus, it was destined that Lin Wudao would never find himself wanting for wealth. Regarding the spiritual stone, he held little interest. Rather, it was the celestial demon or within the box that captivated his attention. System, can this be enhanced? Negative. The system replied. The host can only acquire items that the deceased possessed or came into contact with during their lifetime. This celestial demon, or being sought out by the host, does not fall under the category of items collected by the system. Thus, enhancement is not possible. The system provided its explanation. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's mind stirred. What if I return this celestial demon or to Lu Tianxiu? Could it then be enhanced? Items acquired by the host are random. Even if you return the celestial demon, or there is no guarantee that it can be retrieved. In that case, wouldn't I be at a loss? Lin Wudao decisively abandoned this notion. The celestial demon or is undoubtedly the most valuable possession of Lu Tianxiu. If returned and lost after collection, it would be a case of failing to gain while incurring a loss. It appears that seeking shortcuts is not an option. He sighed. Whoosh. At that moment, he sensed a sharp sound slicing through the air, rapidly approaching. Looking up, he saw that members of the Lu family were nearing. Observing this, A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Wudao's lips. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Lu Yunsheng, if you wish for others to bear the blame for you, then I shall do the opposite. With these words, he transformed his doppelganger into the likeness of Lu Yunsheng, then hoisted the bronze coffin of Lu Tianxiong onto his shoulder and strode out of the tomb. Outside Panlong Ridge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, accompanied by a series of rapid whooshing sounds, a group of formidable experts from the Lu family, led by Lu Qingho, arrived at the ancestral grave with an imposing presence. Upon seeing this, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan were immediately alarmed. This is bad. Lu Qingho has arrived. The Hall Master is still within the tomb. If he encounters them, then Zhao Meng dared not contemplate further. In his heart, he fervently prayed that such an awkward and thrilling scene would not unfold. Similarly, Han Qingshan beside him wore an expression of anxiety and concern. His heart raced to his throat. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the two were consumed by worry, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from within the tomb. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, a figure emerged, shouldering the bronze coffin, only to collide head-on with the just-arrived Lu Qingho. Chapter 31. The Fallen Demon Lord in the Tomb of Heaven's Copper Coffin. Oh no! Upon witnessing the collision, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, who were concealed in the shadows, were instantly engulfed in a wave of panic. At that moment, their hearts plummeted into an abyss of despair. However, just as they were overwhelmed with horror, Lu Qingho, who was approaching, suddenly froze in place, his gaze fixated on the figure before him, as well as the bronze coffin resting upon his shoulder. Lu Yunsheng? Boom. As he beheld the man striding forth from the ancestral grave with the bronze coffin hoisted upon his shoulder, Lu Qingho felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him, rendering his mind a blank slate. Lu Yunsheng had excavated the ancestral tomb. Realizing this, his body began to tremble violently, and his eyes were filled with an overwhelming fury. Yet, in the face of Lu Qingho's wrathful and menacing glare, Lu Yunsheng exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he broke into a grin. It was this very smile that nearly drove Lu Qingho to the brink of madness. You wretched. Swish. Just as he prepared to utter a retort, Lin Wudao denied him the opportunity, stepping forward with the bronze coffin, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the mist of Panlong Ridge. Only moments later did Lu Qingho regain his senses from the depths of shock and fury. Lu Yunsheng, you wretched scoundrel. A misfortune has befallen our house, a grave misfortune indeed. His countenance was contorted with ferocity, as if he yearned to tear Lu Yunsheng limb from limb. At this juncture, the elders of the Lu family behind him seemed to recognize the figure, a sense of familiarity washing over them. Patriarch, that person just now. Silence. An elder attempted to inquire, only to be met with a ferocious roar from Lu Qingho. This matter is not to be spoken of by anyone. A secret decree is to be issued, mobilizing the entire clan to search for Lu Yunsheng's whereabouts. Upon discovery, no rash actions are to be taken. I shall personally slay that wicked offspring. Furthermore, should anyone dare to divulge the sacrilege committed upon the ancestral tombs today, they shall be executed without exception. Lu Qingho uttered these words with a palpable aura of murderous intent. Upon hearing this, the assembled elders fell into a state of hushed trepidation. They were all too aware of the gravity of the situation. In 3 days' time, the venerable ancestor Lu Kangmang would be celebrating his 500th birthday. Should the news of the desecrated ancestral tombs be revealed at this juncture, the Lu family would undoubtedly suffer an irreparable loss of face. They could not bear such humiliation. With this in mind, the hearts of those present were filled with a surge of anger and animosity towards Lu Yunsheng's actions. Such an act of utter rebellion was simply inhuman. That damned scourge, devoid of all conscience. Once apprehended, he shall surely be subjected to the most extreme form of punishment. A cleansing of our lineage. Fortunately, he is not my son. Otherwise, I would surely be driven to the brink of despair. Lu Yunsheng must perish. The crowd was filled with grievances. Subsequently, they restored the shattered ancestral tomb to its former state before gradually departing. Once all the members, including Lord Lu Qing, had left, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally breathed a sigh of relief, their previously tense hearts now at ease. They had been utterly terrified. What on earth happened? I distinctly witnessed the Lord entering the ancestral tomb. How did that scoundrel Lu Yunsheng emerge instead? Zhao Meng rubbed his face, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan wore an equally perplexed expression. You look at me, but how would I know? Perhaps the Lord employed some means, he mused softly. Ever since Lin Wudao's visit to the divine ruins, he had returned a changed man, one that even Han Qingshan could no longer comprehend. So, what should we do now? Let us return for now. Are we not to await the Lord? The young master does not require your concern. Just take care of yourself. Han Qingshan replied with a dismissive pout. With that, the two cautiously made their way away from Panlong Ridge. Meanwhile, in a canyon 100 miles away from Panlongling, the disheveled figure of Lu Yunxing plummeted from the sky, his body marred by traces of blood. Upon removing the mask from his face, he revealed an extremely pale visage. Cough, cough. Do not let me discover your identity, or I, Lu Yunxing, vow to reduce you to ashes. A voice filled with unbridled hatred resonated at that moment. Lu Yunxing's expression contorted with utmost ferocity. He could not fathom where his plan had gone awry. Who was the assailant lurking in the shadows? The celestial demon, or from his ancestral grave, a substance of imperial significance, had been lost just like that. The prospect of recovering it seemed daunting beyond measure. His heart ached profoundly. Buzz, just as his fury and hatred surged, a strange black light suddenly erupted from his forehead, ultimately transforming into a mysterious and grand figure. That person resembled both deity and demon. Their aura was chilling and terrifying. What of the celestial demon, or the demon lord, the celestial demon, or has been taken by someone? Lu Yunxing declared with venomous rage. Taken by someone? Upon hearing this, the enigmatic figure appeared somewhat taken aback. However, they chose not to elaborate further. It seems you are fated to be without that item. Since it has been seized, continue your search for other rare treasures. The world is vast and does not lack for celestial demon or whoosh. With a chilling remark, he instantaneously merged into Lu Yunxing's body, lurking deep within his consciousness. Observing this, Lu Yunxing took a deep breath, forcefully calming the fury within, before wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggering away. Suddenly, after his departure, Lin Wudao's enigmatic avatar materialized from the void. Gazing at Lu Yunxing's retreating figure, his eyes were filled with indifference. As I suspected, Lu Yunxing indeed harbors secrets. The fallen heavenly demon lord, a peerless powerhouse from 80,000 years ago, a figure from the same era as the great Emperor Jiang Taichu. Moreover, it is an uncanny coincidence that he was slain by Jiang Taichu himself. It is astonishing that although Emperor Jiang Taichu has perished, a fragment of his lingering soul remains in this world, now attached to Lu Yunxing. It appears he seeks to utilize Lu Yunxing for a resurgence. Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. Since departing from Panlong Ridge, he had been tracing Lu Yunxing's aura, leading him to this very place. Indeed, a significant issue has been uncovered. Although the fallen heavenly demon lord has fallen and now possesses only a shred of true spirit, such an ancient being, having lived for tens of thousands of years, undoubtedly has numerous hidden cards. To eliminate him will not be an easy task. Even Lin Wudao dares not act recklessly. However, he is not without means. Bang! With a decisive gesture, the ancient Zong Tian bronze coffin materialized before him, exuding an aura of profound antiquity, as if it had endured the passage of countless epochs. Under the scrutiny of the divine eye, Lin Wudao gleaned fragments of information. Name: Zong Tian bronze coffin grade, unknown description, in the mythic era. The Kunlun immortal emperor discovered this supreme artifact at the terminus of a grand world. Its origins remain a mystery, its material unidentifiable, untouched by causality, and unbound by destiny. Evaluation: once possessed, one shall seek nothing more in this lifetime. Function 1. To suppress all. Any entity confined within the Zong Tian bronze coffin shall inevitably be subdued. Even the exalted immortal emperor would meet his demise therein. Function 2. Unknown. Function 3. Unknown. Function 4. Unknown. The succinct information lay before him. Upon its perusal, Lin Wudao found himself momentarily entranced. This Zong Tian bronze coffin surpassed his wildest imaginings. Even the divine eye could not unveil its secrets, indicating that its origins were more formidable than even that of the immortal emperor. He inwardly marveled at this revelation. Having concluded his thoughts, a radiant divine light erupted from his eyes. Although the origins of the Zong Tian bronze coffin eluded him, its terrifying nature was undeniable. It could even extinguish the immortal emperor. Should the true spirit of the fallen demon sovereign be ensnared within, it too would undoubtedly be obliterated. If that were the case, Lu Yunxing could certainly take advantage of this. A chilling smile crept upon his lips. Boom. As he spoke, Lin Wudao raised his hand. effortlessly gathering Lu Tianxiong's lifeless body into his possession. Chapter 32. The Saintly Method, the Celestial Binding Spell. Ding. You have collected the remains of Lu Tianxiong and obtained a fragment of the ancient Taoist scripture from the Taiga Dao sect. After being amplified tenfold by the system, you have acquired a complete page of the ancient scripture. Inscribed upon it is a formidable technique, the Celestial Binding Spell, which, when invoked, can confine all of heaven and earth. A chilling notification reverberated through the air. The Celestial Binding Spell? A profound interest surged within Lin Wudao's gaze. As far as he knew, the Taiga Dao sect was an extraordinarily ancient and powerful entity, one that had once borne the mandate of heaven. Endowed with a scripture titled Dao Jing, this scripture encompassed numerous miraculous and potent esoteric arts and divine abilities. In the era dominated by the Dao sect, it was the mightiest force on earth. Even now, a mere page of scripture must contain extraordinary techniques. Moreover, this particular method had been enhanced tenfold by the system. Suppressing the tumult within, Lin Wudao began to examine the details concerning the Celestial Binding Spell. Name: Celestial Binding Spell. Category: Technique Level: Saintly Method. Overview: Derived from the ancient Taoist technique of body fixation, amplified tenfold. It has evolved into a saintly method capable of confining all entities in the world. When cultivated to the pinnacle, it can restrain beings of a realm higher than oneself. A saintly method? Gazing at the information displayed before him, even Lin Wudao's composure and steadiness could not help but be stirred by a wave of astonishment. This is indeed the sacred law. Only those forces that have birthed saints or the ancient aristocratic families possess a complete sacred law. Previously, he had gathered the remains of the Emperor Jiang Taichu, acquiring a celestial law. Now, by collecting the body of Lu Tianxiong, he has obtained another sacred law. This brought Lin Wudao great joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a sacred law. According to the rules of body collection, the secret methods and supernatural powers obtained by the host will be automatically cultivated to the grand completion realm by the system. The heavenly binding incantation, grand completion. Upon its execution, it can imprison beings of a slightly higher realm than oneself, encompassing both body and soul, for a duration of 3 breaths. Not bad, Lin Wudao exclaimed. As a sacred law, the potency of the heavenly binding incantation is beyond doubt. Although at the grand completion state, it can only confine for 3 breaths. That is more than sufficient. Any cultivator whose body and soul are forcibly restrained for 3 breaths is destined for death. Currently, the heavenly binding incantation is at grand completion, capable of imprisoning beings of a slightly higher realm. Should it be cultivated to its pinnacle, it would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Contemplating this, Lin Wudao felt a stirring in his heart. System: how much fortune value is required to elevate the heavenly binding incantation to its pinnacle? 1 billion. Hiss, so much? Lin Wudao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Though the decree of heaven's law is merely a saint-level technique, its extraordinary nature is such that it rivals the great sage's methods. Even a single saint requires a considerable amount of time to cultivate it to its zenith. 1 billion fortune points is not an insignificant sum. With this technique at hand, a saint could potentially slay a saint king. Sensing Lin Wudao's astonishment, the system felt compelled to elucidate further. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this decree of heaven's law is astonishing. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, were he to rely solely on his own efforts, the journey to achieve mastery would be a protracted one. By the way, how much fortune value does this heavenly demon or possess? Suddenly, Lin Wudao produced the heavenly demon Oregon. This item served no purpose for him, and it would be more beneficial to offer it as a sacrifice. 20,000. Very well. Let the sacrifice commence. Though the heavenly demon or possesses the potential to transform into an ultimate material, it currently remains merely an imperial-grade resource, requiring another 10,000 years to attain its ultimate form. By that time, Lin Wudao might have already ascended to immortality. Ding! You have sacrificed the heavenly demon or and received 20,000 fortune points. The familiar voice resonated. Name: Lin Wudao. Identity: Master of the Demon-Slaying Hall. Cultivation level: Late stage of transformation technique. Ancient Emperor Scripture skills: Barbaric Dragon Palm, great accomplishment. Thunderclap Palm, great accomplishment. Xiantian Sword Technique, great accomplishment. Within Reach of Heaven and Earth, great accomplishment. Celestial Binding Spell, great accomplishment. Items: Heavenly Burial Copper Coffin, Stone of Origin, Corpse Concealment Map. Xiantian Ancient Sword, Elixir of Longevity, 1/3 of the Burial Dragon Map, Boundless Transformation Pill, Return to Heaven Pill Lifespan, 12, 736 years Fortune Value, 35. 100. A multitude of information lay before him. After perusing it, Lin Wudao fell into a contemplative silence. System, enhanced the Barbaric Dragon Palm. Ding. Consumed 30,000 fortune points. Successfully elevating the Barbaric Dragon Palm to the pinnacle realm, enabling a single strike to unleash the power of 20 ancient barbaric dragons. The force of his palm extended 200 fathoms. With the host cultivation at the late stage of transformation, a single blow could effortlessly slay a peak transformation cultivator, engaging even those at the great perfection stage without succumbing. 20 ancient barbaric dragons worth of strength? Lin Wudao was immensely satisfied. According to the system, his current combat prowess was already unrivaled among transformation cultivators. However, the fortune points he had painstakingly accumulated were now depleted in an instant. Fortune value, 5, 100. Alas, greater efforts were required. In 3 days, it would be the 500th birthday celebration of the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Kangming. As the day of celebration approached, Lu Yunxiao's return was anticipated. And Lin Wudao mused that should he truly have embraced the path of demonic cultivation, it would provide yet another source of revenue. With this calculation in mind, he promptly departed the canyon, pursuing the aura of Lu Yunxing. As it stood, Lu Yunxiang was likely unaware of the events that had transpired on Panlong Ridge. If this were the case, he might still believe his identity remained concealed. Consequently, he would undoubtedly return to the Lu family, walking straight into the trap set by Lu Qingho's warrant for his capture. In such a scenario, how would the enraged Lu Qingho deal with him? Lin Wudao surmised that Lu Yunxiang would likely be beaten to death. A chilling smile crept across his lips. Indeed, events unfolded as he had foreseen. After a leisurely stroll through Tianyuan ancient city, Lu Yunxing headed directly towards the Lu family, oblivious to the danger that awaited him. Unbeknownst to him, his movements had already been detected by the Lu family. Within the Lu family's grand hall, the patriarch, Lu Qingho, sat upon the dais. His frigid countenance was etched with gloom and fury, and an aura of murderous intent emanated from him. His piercing gaze swept over the assembled clansmen below. Has he not been found yet? He questioned, his voice devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, the crowd shuddered. The head of the household remarked that all members of the clan had already been dispatched. However, as of now, there was still no news of the 9th young master. We suspect he may have already left the ancient city of Tianyuan. An elder spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingho's expression darkened even further. Continue the search, he commanded fiercely. Even if it meant turning the entire Dali dynasty upside down, I must find that wretched Lu Yunxing. I shall personally flay him alive to appease the spirits of our ancestors. How dare he disturb our ancestral graves? This scoundrel has utterly lost his moral compass. My family's forebears fought valiantly, overcoming countless obstacles and shedding blood to establish the foundations of our present estate and accumulate the Lu family's current prestige, only for it to be tarnished by that rogue. We must find him and punish him according to the harshest clan rules. Lu Qingho bellowed with ferocity. In response, although the elders in the hall bore solemn expressions, they did not dare defy Lu Qingho's commands. At once, they prepared to venture out once more in search of him. Suddenly, at that moment, a guard rushed him breathlessly. Head of the household, we have located the 9th young master. What? Found him? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingho sprang to his feet in astonishment. Where's that wretch? Ah, the 9th young master. He is about to arrive home. The guard replied tremulously. What? That wretched scoundrel dares to return? Clearly, he holds me in utter contempt. With this thought, Lu Qingho's fury ignited. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Crack, crack, crack. At that very moment, Lu Yunxiang, as per his usual demeanor, swaggered through the grand entrance. Chapter 33. Filial Piety and 20 Years of Hatred. Boom. The moment I stepped into the Lu family estate, a thunderous sound erupted. Turning around, I saw the grand entrance being shut by 2 formidable guards. Simultaneously, amidst a throng of clan elders, Lu Qingho emerged from the hall, wielding an ancient, imposing blade. Exuding an aura of fury, his stern countenance was etched with a chilling intent to kill. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yunxing's heart sank. What was the meaning of such an uproar? Had they discovered my intrusion into the Lu family ancestral grave? Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Impossible. I am cloaked in the ghostly mantle and adorned with a mask that conceals my presence. There is no way anyone could discern my identity. Moreover, Chao Xin had been eliminated. If that were the case, why did Lu Qinghe radiate such terrifying malice? Lu Yunxing was puzzled. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had fallen victim to Lin Wudao's scheme. The matter of the grave digging had already been exposed. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe held no kindness in his gaze towards Lu Yunxiang, the bane of his existence. Upon seeing him dare to return, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Where have you been? I merely took a stroll, as I often do. Lu Yunxing did not reveal his true capabilities. On the surface, he maintained an appearance of trepidation and unease, seemingly intimidated by Lu Qinghe's imposing presence. However, upon hearing his words, a fierce and violent glint erupted in Lu Qinghe's eyes, allowing no room for explanation. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and delivered a vicious strike. Swish! This blow was infused with all of Lu Qinghe's might. The ferocious blade of light hurtling directly toward Lu Yunxing's face. Damn it! The old fool intends to kill me. Boom! In that critical moment, Lu Yunxing could no longer conceal his strength. As the menacing blade of light descended upon him, he instinctively retaliated with a powerful punch. The immense force unleashed shattered the incoming attack with sheer brutality. A perfected Dao Palace? You wretched spawn, indeed, you have desecrated the ancestral grave. Witnessing the power displayed by Lu Yunxi in an instant, they all closed in, unleashing their most formidable attacks, intent on subduing him. Heavenly Demon Disintegration. As he beheld the formidable elders of the clan, Lu Yunxing felt the chilling presence of death looming over him. Thus, he sought to employ the same ruse once more, intending to swiftly escape using the supreme secret technique imparted by the fallen heavenly demon sovereign. However, fate had other plans. At this moment, it was not only the members of the Lu family who sought his demise. Lurking in the shadows was Lin Wudao. Heavenly Fixation Spell. Just as Lu Yunxing was about to execute the heavenly demon disintegration technique, an intangible force suddenly descended from above, binding both his body and soul in an unbreakable grip. He was utterly immobilized. Damn it! Who was the wretch that conspired against me? Lu Yunxing roared in anguish within his heart. In that moment, his eyes were ablaze with overwhelming panic and terror. Wretched spawn, perish. Whoosh. At the very instant Lu Yunxing was ensnared, Lu Qinghe charged at him once again with fierce intent, driving his blade directly through Lu Yunxing's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. An endless wave of agony engulfed him. The once stoic countenance of Lu Yunxing contorted into a mask of rage. His gaze was filled with venomous hatred. Speak. Why did you desecrate the ancestral grave? From where did your Dao Palace's perfected cultivation arise? Disregarding Lu Yunxing's malevolent gaze, Lu Qinghe pressed the frigid blade against his face, interrogating him. Lu Yunxing scoffed derisively in response. Why would I desecrate the ancestral tombs? Are you truly ignorant of the cause, Lu Qinghe? Since my birth, have I ever been afforded the privileges of a Lu family scion? Simply because I am of secondary birth and possess unremarkable innate talents, you seek my demise? Because Lu Yuxiao is your eldest son, and exceedingly gifted. You sought to extinguish my potential, lest I tarnish the Lu family's honor. You severed my aspirations for cultivation. To elevate Lu Yunxiao, you personally shattered my meridians and destroyed my dantian, rendering me utterly useless. Am I not your son as well? Why have you treated me with such cruelty? Lu Yunxing roared vehemently. At that moment, the pent-up fury and resentment of 2 decades finally erupted within him. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qinghe's body trembled imperceptibly, but he swiftly regained his composure. His gaze reverted to its former glacial indifference. I bestowed life upon you, and I possess the prerogative to reclaim it. Lu Yunxiao is the most exceptional progeny of the Lu family in a millennium. He has already cultivated to the late stage of the Dao Palace. Given time, he will undoubtedly revitalize our Lu clan. Compared to him, you are but a firefly to the radiant moon. Despite our shared lineage, my preference naturally inclines towards excellence. Would you have me entrust the legacy of the Lu family to a mere cipher? Lu Qinghe scoffed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxing clenched his fists, his countenance etched with desolation. I possess the strength of a perfected Dao Palace. In time, I could invigorate the Lu family. Why would you seek my demise? Because you are inherently rebellious, consumed by ambition. Having endured years of torment and humiliation, you would undoubtedly seek retribution against Lu Yunxiao upon gaining power, leading to internecine strife and the family's ruin. To avert such a catastrophe, I must eliminate you. Only in your death can the Lu family find tranquility, Lu Qingho declared, his words devoid of emotion. So, you never regarded me as your son, never believed in me, not even for a moment. Haraha. Suddenly, Lu Yunxing erupted in manic laughter. In that instant, he was utterly bereft of hope, his spirit extinguished. Swiftly, Lu Qingho, unmoved by his despair, unleashed a fierce glint in his eyes. Gripping his greatsword, he brought it down upon Lu Yunxing's neck with ruthless force. He could not allow any threat to linger within the family. Witnessing Lu Qingho's onslaught, Lu Yunxing, seemingly resigned to his fate, closed his eyes, allowing the deadly blade to descend upon him. Buzz. At the critical moment, a peculiar black light suddenly erupted from the center of the forehead, shattering the great blade in Lu Qingho's grasp. Immediately, a tempest materialized out of thin air, intent on whisking away Lu Yunxing. Observing this from the shadows, Lin Wudao exhibited no hesitation. He promptly unsealed the coffin of the celestial burial. With a thunderous crash, Lu Yunxing, along with the tempest, was entirely absorbed within. What in the world is this? A chilling howl reverberated faintly in Lin Wudao's ears. Yet, that sound lasted but a moment before fading into oblivion, replaced by the familiar chime of the system. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Lu Yunxing, gaining 100 fortune points. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired 1,000 fortune points. You have gathered a remnant soul of the fallen heavenly demon lord, obtaining a doomsday sword talisman. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have gained a Great Annihilation Sword Talisman. The Great Annihilation Sword Talisman, when shattered, can unleash the Great Annihilation Sword Chi, wielding power comparable to a saint's strike. A succession of notifications echoed continuously. What a treasure! Lin Wudao remarked with appreciation. Subsequently, he maneuvered his avatar, stealthily departing from the Lu residence, leaving behind a group of dazed individuals, including Lu Qingho, standing foolishly in place. Chapter 34. The Fear of the Master of the Mortal Realm. Has Lu Yunxing perished? Who could be responsible for such a fate? Faced with this sudden upheaval, Lu Qingho's countenance darkened to an extreme, fierce killing intent flickering in his eyes. He could not fathom who that individual might be, nor could he comprehend the motivation behind such actions. Master, could it be that someone is plotting against Lu Yunxing? Or perhaps, their intentions are directed at the Lu family? After a moment of silence, an elder of the clan broke the stillness with his inquiry. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingho shook his head in confusion. The situation was shrouded in enigma, leaving him at a loss for understanding. Send out orders to strengthen our defenses. In 3 days, we shall celebrate our ancestors' 500th birthday, and we must not allow any misfortune to mar the occasion. Regardless of who that person is or what their motives may entail, we shall set those considerations aside for now. They lurk in the shadows, while we remain in the light. For the time being, we can only await the unfolding of events, he solemnly commanded. Understood. The assembly nodded in agreement. Furthermore, regarding the desecration of our ancestral tomb, no member of the family is permitted to disclose this information. Should anyone dare utter a word, compromising the dignity and reputation of the Lu family, they shall face execution without mercy, Lu Qingho declared, his face a mask of lethal intent. Having delivered his orders, he cast a cold glance over the gathered assembly before turning away, brandishing his weapon as he departed. Witnessing this, the clan elders sighed deeply, remaining silent in their contemplation. At this moment, a foreboding sensation lingered in their hearts, suggesting that the incident involving Lu Yunxing was no mere coincidence. Perhaps, in 3 days' time, another storm would arise. The mere thought of it cast a shadow of worry upon their faces, prompting each individual to sigh and depart. In the Qingyuan ancient city, at the Human Realm Tower, just as the conflict between Lu Qingho and his son Lu Yunxing escalated, a tall, distinguished man clad in azure attire made his entrance into the establishment. Following closely behind him was a formidable elderly figure, whose cultivation had evidently reached the mid-stage of transformation. My lord, as per your instructions, I have dispatched the items to the Demon Control Division in Yuanzhou, and they should now be in Lin Wudao's possession. The elder in dark garments reported with a bow. Upon hearing this, the man nodded in satisfaction. Now, he awaited the unfolding of a spectacle. Given Lin Wudao's notorious ruthlessness and bloodthirsty nature, once he learned that Lu Yunxiao had offered himself as a sacrifice to the demons, there would be no mercy spared. Chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the Lu family. As conflict erupted, their scheme would inevitably come to fruition. With this thought, A conspiratorial smile curled at the corners of the man's lips. My lord, as the foremost true disciple of the Tai Xin sect and the sole heir to the sect leader, destined to inherit the position, why lower yourself to Lin Wudao's level? If you are concerned that he obstructs your path, I could simply eliminate him without such elaborate measures. Is it truly necessary for the sake of a mere Jiang Qingxue? My lord, with your qualifications and status, Jiang Qingxue is utterly unworthy of you. The elderly man in red furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by the young man's actions. Zhou Lao, my intentions are my own. In truth, Jiang Qingxue and I are merely servants to a greater cause. If Lin Wudao remains alive, it is I who shall perish. What? A servant to a greater cause? The elderly man in red was taken aback by these words. It is known that Li Longxiang is the foremost disciple of the Tai Xin sect and the sole heir of the current sect leader, Li Tiandu. What kind of person could compel him to willingly serve? Moreover, failure means death? Who is this individual? A wave of profound shock surged within the elderly man. The curse associated with Jiang Qingxue is also. Otherwise, how could a mere scion of a small family possess such an ancient curse? Regarding this matter, Li Longxiang seemed reluctant to elaborate further. After briefly mentioning it, he stepped into the human realm building, with the elderly man in red closely following behind. My lord, we have a guest. Tu Shanlinger exclaimed joyfully. Understood. A languid voice echoed as Jun Qianma emerged, holding an ancient, nameless scroll. Li Longxiang has met the master. Zhou Qichen has met the master. The two bowed respectfully. What do you wish to inquire? A calm voice emanated from behind the writing desk. Upon hearing this, Li Longxiang stepped forward with reverence. Master, I have come to ask about the current Demon Hunter Home Master, Lin Wudao. What is his cultivation level? Lin Wudao? At the mention of this name, Jun Qianma instantly lifted his head. After a moment of calculation, he arrived at an answer in his mind. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I shall reveal the answer. Very well. Li Longxiang was prepared and promptly produced the spirit stones. He then awaited Jun Qianma's revelation with anticipation. At that moment, after receiving the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, Jun Qianma began his divination. Lin Wudao's current cultivation level is transformation. However, as he uttered Lin Wudao's name and barely mentioned the term transformation, a dreadful backlash surged forth, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His countenance instantly waned. Simultaneously, the heavens beyond the human realm erupted with countless thunderclaps. An overwhelming pressure as if to obliterate him entirely. The heavens retaliate. Who exactly is Lin Wudao, and why does he forbid my calculations? The mere utterance of the phrase transcendence has summoned forth an unspeakable terror. Should this continue, my demise is assured. In that moment, Jun Qianma was engulfed by an unprecedented dread. He could no longer dare to delve into the enigma of Lin Wudao. Master, are you all right? Observing the sudden upheaval, Li Longxiang was taken aback, his expression filled with concern. In response, Jun Qianma waved his hand. Cough, I'm fine. I merely rushed my cultivation a bit too fervently, causing a slight mishap. What? Master, you are perpetually engaged in cultivation? Li Longxiang and Zhou Qingchun were instantly filled with boundless admiration. Master, I have another matter to discuss. Speak. I wish to request that you post a message on the Tongtian Baojian 3 days hence. Is it again concerning Lin Wudao? No. It pertains to Lu Yunxiao of the ancient city of Tianyuan. I would like to ask you to announce the news of Lu Yunxiao offering himself as sustenance for the demons on the Tongtian Baojian in 3 days. May I inquire how many spirit stones this would require? Li Longxiang asked cautiously. Lu Yunxiao? Offering himself as sustenance for the demons? This time, after a brief calculation, Jun Qianma determined that it indeed bore no relation to Lin Wudao, and thus, with a stern expression, he nodded in assent. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. So much. Faced with this astonishingly exorbitant price, Li Longxiang was taken aback. If you don't wish to pay, then be gone. The icy voice suddenly echoed. Upon hearing this, Li Longxiang felt a chill run down his spine. No, esteemed host, please do not be angry. I was merely momentarily distracted. As he spoke, he respectfully produced 1 million low-grade spirit stones and placed them upon the counter. Esteemed host, 3 days hence, the truth will be revealed. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. Do not return. With a thunderous roar, Jun Qianma offered Li Longxiang and his companion no chance for resistance, sweeping them away with a mere wave of his hand. Bang! With a resounding crash, The doors of the human realm tower slammed shut. Witnessing this scene, Li Longxiang stood in a daze. He could not fathom where he had offended Jun Qianma. Young master, perhaps the host is experiencing a rare setback in cultivation and urgently needs to recuperate? Indeed, that must be it. Given that the matter was settled, let us proceed directly to the ancient city of Tianyuan. I never anticipated that Lin Wudao possessed such profound cultivation in the transformation stage. I truly underestimated him. With that, Li Longxiang and Zhou Qingchen commandeered their spirit vessel, departing at a swift pace. Young master, they have left. At the human realm tower, after the departure of the two individuals, Tu Shanlinger assisted Jun Qianma into the backyard, her delicate face etched with concern. Young master, how could you possibly be injured? It was merely a minor mishap, he replied. By the way, Linger, for the next few days, I shall be closed to visitors. I wish to see no one except Lin Wudao. Understood, she responded obediently, though perplexed. Alas, this time the cost was substantial. It appears that from now on, I must avoid any matters relating to Lin Wudao. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to tremendous peril. Fortuitously, this time it was merely a warning. Should there be a next time, it could very well result in my demise. Jun Qianma shuddered at the thought. He dared not contemplate the identity of Lin Wudao, only knowing that any attempt to unravel his mysteries would invite calamity. Such a person must be approached with caution. It is imperative to cultivate a benevolent connection. Perhaps this could rectify the karmic ties. He sighed inwardly. Thus, he entered his chamber and commenced the process of healing his wounds. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the mortal realm. After the departure of the Liu family, he returned directly to the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 35. Sacrificing Oneself to the Devil. 3 days hence, as it was the venerable Liu Kangmang, the founding patriarch of the Liu family, celebrating his quincentennial birthday. The greater part of Tianyuan ancient city was imbued with a festive atmosphere, with numerous guests arriving in droves. The Demon Suppression Agency. At this juncture, Lin Wudao, having made preparations, intended to represent Zhao Xianxiao in offering felicitations to the Liu family. Just as he stepped out of the star-plucking courtyard, he beheld Li Bingtian and the other two approaching in unison. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Brother Lin, felicitations, felicitations. Upon their meeting, the three clasped their hands in congratulation, each countenance illuminated with radiant smiles. Observing this scene, Lin Wudao was somewhat perplexed. What is the cause for such jubilation? Brother Lin, are you not yet aware? The Prince of Liyang and our Yuan Prefecture Demon Suppression Agency have reported your slaying of demons and suppression of the remnants of the demonic sect to the greatly imperial court. It is said that His Majesty holds you in high regard. Upon the strong recommendation of the Prince of Liyang, preparations are underway to promote you to the position of Deputy Commander. This matter is virtually assured. Within half a month at most, an imperial decree from the capital will arrive. You are, without a doubt, the fastest rising individual in the history of our Yuan Prefecture Demon Suppression Agency. Li Bingtian and the others spoke volubly. Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Agency? Upon hearing this news, Lin Wudao nodded calmly. It appears that King Liyang did not speak falsely. Indeed, he holds considerable influence within the Great Li dynasty. I extend my gratitude to the three commanders for their care. Lin Wudao exchanged pleasantries. Brother Lin, you are being overly modest. We serve the Great Li dynasty together. Behind closed doors, we are all one family. Your accomplishments are undeniably commendable. Moreover, Chen Taiji is truly unworthy of his position. Indeed, the others chimed in, supporting their own. It is essential to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Wudao, given his formidable strength. In the future, one might find themselves relying on him. By the way, Brother Lin, are you preparing to visit the Liu family to offer your congratulations? Indeed, Lin Wudao replied with a slight nod. Previously, the Grand Commander asked me to represent him. I must make an appearance. Since that is the case, let us accompany you. With that, along with Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, the group of 6 departed the Demon Suppression Division, filled with laughter and conversation. The Liu family was not far from the Demon Suppression Division. After half an hour, Lin Wudao and his companions arrived. Upon looking up, they beheld the Liu family adorned with festive decorations, the sounds of drums and music echoing, and guests arriving in a continuous stream. Each face bore a gentle smile, and this scene infused the surrounding atmosphere with an air of celebration. Governor Li, Governor Yan, Governor Dugu, and Lord Lin, it is a pleasure to see you all here. The Liu family is truly honored. greeted an elderly steward with a respectful demeanor. He then personally escorted the guests into the grand hall of the Lu residence. At this moment, a multitude of guests had already gathered. Upon the arrival of Li Bingtian and his companions, everyone rose to extend their greetings. Lin Wudao, standing nearby, drew several curious glances. The newly appointed master of the demon hunting hall had indeed garnered significant attention, his reputation echoing throughout the entire Tianyuan ancient city, even reaching the imperial capital of the Great Li dynasty. Countless cultivators revered him as a hero against demonic forces. Simultaneously, his ruthless and savage methods instilled fear in many, prompting them to keep their distance from this cold-hearted assassin. Unperturbed by their glances, Lin Wudao followed Li Bingtian and the others into the grand hall. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed Lu Qingho greeting the arriving guests outside. At the head of the hall, there was an ancient chair, evidently reserved for Lu Kangmei. Moreover, the Lu family possessed extensive connections, as Lin Wudao observed a considerable number of cultivators at the Dao Palace realm present in the hall. Remarkably, there were even a few at the Beyond realm. As Lin Wudao surveyed his surroundings, a sudden clamor erupted from the crowd outside the grand hall. Then, an elderly gentleman clad in resplendent attire strode forth with vigor. Despite his apparent age, he emanated a formidable presence that inspired reverence among the gathered guests. The peak of the other shore. Lin Wudao cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. This esteemed ancestor of the Lu family was only slightly inferior to Zhao Xianxiao of the Demon Suppression Division. Within the ancient city of Tianyuan, he could certainly be regarded as a top-tier expert. Is Yunxiao not yet back? Seated at the head of the hall, Lu Kangmeng inquired without turning to his companion. Lu Qingho. Ah, he is en route and should arrive shortly. Please wait a moment longer, ancestor, came the response. Upon hearing this, Lu Kangmeng maintained a tranquil demeanor and refrained from further comment. Seizing the opportunity, he subtly scrutinized those present, his profound gaze sweeping over individuals such as Li Bingtian. It lingered momentarily upon Lin Wudao. Ancestor, this is Lin Wudao, the newly appointed master of the Demon Hunting Hall of the Demon Suppression Division. Not long ago, he vanquished the demons and quelled the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect. It is said that he will soon be promoted to the position of deputy commander. Lu Qingho quietly introduced. In response, Lu Kangmeng nodded thoughtfully. Lin Dian's, a prodigy in his youth, possesses an immeasurable future ahead of him. He received a commendation. In response, Lin Wudao cast a glance, his expression remaining perpetually indifferent. Indeed, youthful fame often breeds arrogance. Lu Kangmeng chuckled softly, then chose to disregard Lin Wudao. In his estimation, Lin Wudao was merely a somewhat capable junior who had fortuitously slain a demon and quelled a few insignificant remnants of the demonic sect. Once fame is achieved, one is likely to become conceited. Such individuals are destined to falter. Their future accomplishments are thus inherently limited. Consequently, he did not continue to pay attention to Lin Wudao. At that moment, a brilliant streak of light cleaved through the heavens, ultimately transforming into an ancient spiritual vessel that hovered above the Lu family estate. Upon it stood a young man clad in resplendent garments, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lu Yunxiao has returned. It is said that he is the most exceptional descendant of the Lu family in a millennium, having attained the Dao Palace realm at a tender age. Undeniably a paragon of talent. Furthermore, he has taken a revered master from the Xiantian sect as his mentor. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd. At this juncture, Lin Wudao too turned his gaze in that direction. With the eye of the divine, what he perceived diverged from the views of others. At this moment, as Lin Wudao's gaze swept across, he immediately perceived a formidable demonic aura surging skyward, manifesting behind Lu Yunxiao as a monstrous ape with 9 heads, its visage exceedingly malevolent. This fiend was even more potent than the previous consort Lung Qingwei, having attained the 7th tier superior grade. Lu Yunxiao was indeed nourishing the demon with his own being. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Wudao's eyes. Simultaneously, he recalled the note delivered by the enigmatic figure in the demonic water, now harboring deep suspicions about their intentions and motives. Were they aimed at dealing with Lu Yunxiao, or were they secretly plotting against him? All of this remained unclear to Lin Wudao for the moment. However, the answers would likely be revealed soon. Unaware of Lin Wudao's killing intent, Lu Yunxiao, surrounded by the crowd, proceeded directly to the main hall. Grandson pays respects to the ancestor, wishing the ancestor eternal prosperity and boundless radiance. Lu Yunxiao kowtowed respectfully. Upon witnessing this, Lu Kangmeng's aged countenance burst into a radiant smile. Excellent. Excellent. My Lu family's prodigy has returned. Let the feast begin. His sonorous voice reverberated throughout the Lu family. At that moment, everyone clearly sensed Lu Kangmang's elation and joy. Yet, what they were unaware of was that, at that moment, two uninvited guests had stealthily mingled with the crowd. Observing the joyful and harmonious scene within the grand hall, Li Longxiang's lips curled into a chilling smile. Since the banquet had commenced, let the festivities begin. He produced the celestial treasure mirror. At that moment, a message appeared upon it. Breaking news, within the inner sect of the Xiantian sect. Young Master Lu Yunxiao of the Lu family from the ancient city of Tianyuan has transformed himself into a furnace to nurture a 7th-tier high-ranking demon, the 9-headed demon ape. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. Chapter 36. Bold Lu Yunxiao, you are indeed not human. In the grand hall of the Lu family. Under the leadership of the family head, Lu Qiho, the younger generation of the Lu clan gathered respectfully to celebrate the longevity of their ancestor, Lu Kangmang, presenting him with gifts of reverence. The atmosphere was joyous and lively, with Lu Kangmang's hearty laughter resonating throughout the spacious hall. However, amidst the jubilant festivities, a sudden and shocking shout reverberated through the crowd. What the hell? How could this be? Lu Yunxiao was actually feeding the demons? Boom. The unexpected exclamation startled everyone. As they turned to locate the source of the voice, they beheld a frail man clutching a transcendent treasure book, his face etched with profound horror. Simultaneously, his gaze toward Lu Yunxiao was filled with trepidation. Thud, thud, thud. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he frantically pushed through the crowd, as if driven mad, fleeing the Lu family estate with palpable fear. What is happening? The man's bizarre behavior drew the attention of many. In an instant, several individuals began to retrieve their own transcendent treasure books, eager to uncover the news that had instilled such fear in him. However, it was better that they did not look. Upon casting their gaze, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. What? Lu Yunxiao was feeding demons? How could this be possible? Was he not a distinguished disciple of the Xiantian sect? How could he engage in such acts? Cursed be it, he was actually nurturing fiends. My heavens, is this truly the case? Are demons lurking among us? The revelations from the Tongtian Baojian instilled profound terror in the crowd. In an instant, they distanced themselves from Lu Yunxiao, each one recoiling as if they had encountered a specter. Many timid souls fled from the Lu residence altogether. This sudden upheaval shattered the original celebration of longevity. Not only was Lu Qingho trembling, but even Lu Kangmang gazed wide-eyed in disbelief. They all regarded Lu Yunxiao with incredulous expressions. Damn it, why would the master of the human realm take note of a mere insignificant figure like me? Who was it that conspired against me from the shadows? To expose my supposed act of feeding demons during this grand celebration was a plot to bring about my ruin. Lu Yunxiao's heart roared with fury. At this moment, he harbored an utmost loathing for the one scheming behind his back. Yet, despite the intense hatred surging within him, Lu Yunxiao maintained an air of composure. Even under the scrutinizing gazes of all present, he displayed no signs of panic. He understood that once he displayed any signs of panic, it would irrevocably confirm the unsettling truth of his entanglement with the malevolent forces. Thus, despite its veracity, he could not concede to it. Furthermore, his symbiotic relationship with the 9-headed demon ape was imperceptible, even to the most accomplished cultivators of the celestial realm. How could the mere mortals present discern any hint of the truth? As long as he remained silent, none could bring harm upon him. With this thought, Lu Yunxiao regained his composure. Yunxiao, the Celestial Chronicle states that you are a vessel for demons. What do you have to say for this? At that moment, Lu Kangmang's weighty voice resonated. His piercing gaze fixated on Lu Yunxiao, as if seeking to unveil some trace of the demonic within him. In response, Lu Yunxiao was well prepared and remained unflustered. Ancestor, this is nothing but a fabrication conjured by the mortal realm's master, utterly devoid of truth. Who in this world does not recognize that harboring demons is an unforgivable sin? I am but a humble cultivator of the Tao Palace. Even a great celestial being would not dare to engage in such an act. This is sheer nonsense. It is evident that someone has approached the mortal realm's master to deliberately spread slander in the Celestial Chronicle, aiming to tarnish my reputation. They seek to bring about my demise. Lu Yunxiao feigned a pitiable countenance. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Could the mortal realm's master truly disseminate falsehoods? Nonsense. Nonsense. For many years, the master of the human realm has never erred. Since he has publicly disclosed this matter in the heavenly treasure mirror, it must undoubtedly be true. Breeding demons is a grave sin. Lu Yuxiao would surely not dare to admit it. Why not verify by offering oneself to the demons? The crowd buzzed with speculation. In comparison to Lu Yunxiao's solitary defense, they were far more inclined to believe in the prestigious reputation of the Human Realm Tower. Therefore, despite Lu Yunxiao's frantic justifications, he could not alter the public's skepticism towards him. Indeed, many began to suggest a verification of his identity. At this thought, the attendees involuntarily cast their gazes toward Lin Wudao's location. This individual is truly formidable. If Lu Yunxiao is indeed guilty of demon breeding, he would certainly not let it slide. As anticipated, the focus shifted onto me. Lin Wudao's eyes were frigid. He was certain that this incident was aimed directly at him. Indeed, just as Lin Wudao was lost in thought, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. The Master Lin of the Demon Suppression Department is remarkably attuned to demons. I have heard that he possesses a special potion to combat demons, known as the Water of Transformation. Once sprinkled upon oneself, it reveals the true form of any demon. Whether Lu Yunxiao is breeding demons can be ascertained with a simple test. The voice, ethereal and elusive. Though it resonated within the grand hall, its source remained elusive. Observing this, Lin Wudao's heart surged with murderous intent. Swiftly, he discreetly extended his palm behind him, and in an instant, a glimmer of the Origin Stone's divine light quietly melded into the void, silently manifesting as a doppelganger. In the shadows, it traversed the interior and exterior of the hall, seeking out any suspicious individuals. Moments later, with the aid of the Eye of the Divine, Lin Wudao controlled the doppelganger and stealthily approached Li Longxiang. Just then, a voice emanated from Li Longxiang. Lin Hall Master. Since young Master Lu claims his innocence, might I implore you to assist in verifying this? The Demon Suppression Division has long been in contact with demons and should certainly discern the truth. Indeed, it is you. Observing Li Longxiang's lip movements, Lin Wudao's heart was set on vengeance. Once he dealt with Lu Yunxiao, he would eliminate you. Having thought this, Lin Wudao retracted his focus. At that moment, he noticed that all eyes in the hall were fixed upon him, including Lu Yunxiao's. However, unlike the anticipation reflected in the gazes of others, a flicker of inexplicable anxiety and unease danced in the depths of Lu Yunxiao's eyes. Since the assembly demands it, let us proceed with the verification. Lin Wudao slowly rose to his feet as he spoke. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he deftly produced a palm-sized jade vial and approached Lu Yunxiao step by step. This vial contained the transformative water capable of unveiling the true forms of demons. Should an individual harbor any trace of demonic essence, a mere sprinkle of this elixir would render them utterly exposed. Lu Yunxiao, do you dare to try it? Lin Wudao remarked with an expression of indifference. Concurrently, a fierce and formidable aura surged forth, enveloping Lu Yunxiao. Faced with the transformative water, he felt a twinge of panic. His countenance shifted rapidly. What, are you afraid? Thus, it seems you are indeed nurturing demons? With a swift motion, a chilling long blade materialized in Lin Wudao's hand, its menacing glint sweeping through the grand hall. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yunxiao seethed with rage. I do not nurture demons. How could I possibly be afraid? If that is the case, let us proceed. With that, Lin Wudao unleashed the transformative water in an instant. No, don't, Lu Yunxiao cried out in a voice filled with terror, his expression utterly frantic. Yet, it was too late. The transformative water had already drenched him completely. Accompanied by a piercing scream, dark waves of demonic energy erupted from Lu Yunxiao's form. At that moment, a demon with 9 heads materialized ominously behind him. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was engulfed in terror. Bold Lu Yunxiao, you are indeed not of this world. Suddenly, a chilling roar reverberated through the air. At the moment the sound emerged, Lin Wudao showed no hesitation and swiftly swung his blade forward. Chapter 37. I shall personally slay this abomination. Roar. As Lin Wudao unleashed a ferociously brutal strike, Lu Yunxiao, his demonic nature now exposed, abandoned all pretense. A savage roar erupted from his throat, and a monstrous aura surged from every pore. His eyes burned with a crimson intensity, transforming him into a mirror image of the demon that writhed behind him. He had become one with the demon. Lu Yunxiao was indeed nurturing a demon within his own body, a horrifying revelation. It was a stark reminder that appearances can be deceiving. A seemingly peerless genius was, in reality, fostering a demon, wreaking havoc upon the world, and devouring countless lives. Such a vile being must not be allowed to live. The instant the demon's true form materialized, a chorus of indignant voices arose from the surrounding crowd. To harbor a demon is a heinous crime. All living beings in this world are justified in slaying such a creature. At that moment, the assembled guests, overcome with shock and terror, cast furious glances at Lu Yunxiao, wishing that Lin Wudao's blade would cleave him in two. In truth, Lu Yunxiao, having merged with the nine-headed demonic ape, was not a true demon, but rather a hybrid. He possessed not only the demon's formidable power, but also an astonishingly resilient physical defense. Boom. Upon uniting with the demon, his strength surged to the late stage of the other shore realm, radiating terrifying ferocity. However, nevertheless, this could not impede the blade of Lin Wudao. With a resounding thud, as he struck down with force, Lu Yunxiao's late-stage power appeared feeble in comparison, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying. A horrific scar marred his chest had he not relied on his formidable demon body. That strike would have cleaved him in two. Not dead, Lin Wudao was somewhat astonished. He had exerted merely a third of his strength in that strike. He had anticipated being able to sever Lu Yunxiao with a single blow. Yet it seemed the defensive capabilities of the demon body were indeed astonishing, able to withstand even the strikes of those in the divine transformation stage. Contemplating this, Lin Wudao stepped forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Yunxiao. Stop! At the critical moment, with a thunderous roar, Lu Kangmeng brandished an ancient longsword. Positioning himself before Lin Wudao, Lu Yunxiao had fed demons, and such a crime warranted execution. What? Does the Lu family wish to shield him? Lin Wudao's gaze was icy. Upon hearing this, Lu Kangmeng clenched his fists tightly, anguish evident in his eyes. Feeding demons was an unforgivable sin, since Lu Yunxiao had committed such a heinous act. Transgressing against the heavens, even if he were a prodigy of the Lu family, I, as an elder, would never shield him. The reason for this was to facilitate Lord Lin's actions, allowing me to personally eliminate this abomination, to personally slay Lu Yunxiao. Upon hearing this, all present displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lu Kangmeng could be so ruthless. However, in contrast to the surrounding guests, Lin Wudao merely curled his lips into a faint, disdainful smile. Do you truly intend to take Lu Yunxiao's life with your own hands? Indeed, Lu Kangmeng declared. My family cannot coexist with demons. Whoever fosters these beasts must perish. With that, Lu Kangmeng swiftly drew his sword and plunged it into Lu Yunxiao's chest. Ah, Lu Yunxiao gasped. Ancestor, why? Do you not save me? His face contorted in agony, his eyes filled with hatred and despair. Ultimately, under the gaze of all, he breathed his last, collapsing into a pool of crimson. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were profoundly shaken. He truly killed him. This ancestor of the Lu family is indeed a formidable individual. Humph! To die so easily, what a mercy for him. Alas, what a promising talent. Yet he chose to nurture demons. The crowd murmured among themselves, offering no sympathy for Lu Yunxiao's demise, merely lamenting his misguided path that led to the ruin of his bright future. Among them, only Lin Wudao remained a detached observer. Attend to this task. Remove Lu Yunxiao's lifeless body from our sight. At that moment, Lu Kangmeng beckoned several guards to carry away Lu Yunxiao's corpse. Witnessing this, Lin Wudao promptly roared. Hold! He brandished his blade, obstructing their path, his icy gaze fixed intently upon Lu Kangmeng. Hall Master Lin, Lu Yunxiao has already perished. Does my Lu family not even possess the prerogative to retrieve his remains? Lu Kangmeng questioned with a somber countenance, his voice a low growl, his expression fraught with anguish. However, Lin Wudao remained indifferent, who declared Lu Yunxiao deceased. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated deeply within the hearts of all present, causing them great astonishment. What? Lu Yunxiao is not dead? In an instant, everyone's gaze turned once more in that direction. Concurrently, upon hearing Lin Wudao's words, Lu Kangmeng's frame trembled slightly, a profound loathing flashing within the depths of his eyes. What are you implying, Hall Master Lin? Everyone has witnessed that I personally slew Lu Yunxiao, and indeed, he has ceased breathing, devoid of any signs of life. Even so, do you still doubt his demise? Is your intention to publicly humiliate my Lu family? Lu Kangmeng questioned sharply. Rumble. As he spoke, the aura of the perfected other shore was instantly unleashed, causing those present to struggle for breath. However, Lin Wudao remained unaffected. From beginning to end, he had been coldly observing Lu Kangmeng's charade. Since you claim to have personally slain Lu Yunxiao, would you dare to sever his head directly? Demons excel at disguise, and feigning death is one of their specialties. Only if you dare to publicly decapitate Lu Yunxiao will I believe that you have truly killed him, Lin Wudao stated frigidly. You are going too far. At that moment, Lu Kangmang's countenance was exceedingly grim, his eyes flashing with intense hatred. He appeared as though he wished to tear Lin Wudao into a million pieces. What? You dare not. Hall Master Lin, let the dead have their peace. Now that he is deceased, why must you persist? Can you not allow my son to have a complete corpse? At this juncture, Lu Chi-ho, who had been silent all along, erupted completely, glaring at Lin Wudao with a face full of animosity. Allow him a complete corpse? You think these paltry tricks could deceive my eyes? What a joke. Lu Yunxiao is not dead at all. He has offered himself to the demons. And his physical structure has long been altered. He can no longer be considered human. The moment he decided to offer himself to the demons, his heart was already consumed. Pray tell, would a soulless being succumb to mortality upon the thrust of a blade? The frigid query resonated, stirring a palpable wave of astonishment throughout the assembly. All eyes, wide with disbelief, turned towards Lu Kangmang and the prone figure of Lu Yunxiao. Could it be that Lu Yunxiao had indeed eluded death's grasp? A gasp of incredulity pierced the air. Perhaps, given the expertise of Hall Master Lin, a simple incision would readily unveil the truth of his demise. Wouldn't it? I posit that the old scoundrel, Lu Kangmang, wouldn't dare. Should he falter, it would serve as irrefutable proof of Lu Yunxiao's survival. A clandestine maneuver to deceive the masses and secure his rescue. The wily old fox. In that instant, the collective gaze shifted. The reverence once held for Lu Kangmang, now supplanted by suspicion and disdain, devoid of any semblance of pity or compassion. Witnessing this dramatic shift, Lu Kangmang trembled uncontrollably. This old man shall. Succumbing to the mounting pressure, he inhaled deeply, raising his trembling hand, longsword in grasp, poised to deliver the fatal blow to Lu Yunxiao. However, another moved with greater alacrity. Shoo! A fierce, keen blade flashed, and Lin Wudao, preempting him, struck a devastating blow upon Lu Yunxiao's neck. Alas! A harrowing scream pierced the air as a severed head tumbled to rest at Lu Kangmang's feet. Chapter 38. This grudge cannot be shared. Yunxiao. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the head rolling before him, Lu Kangmang's eyes widened in anguish, his frail body trembling uncontrollably, filled with boundless sorrow. This was the most outstanding descendant of the Lu family in a millennium. And now, he lay lifeless before him. Lu Kangmang could not accept this outcome, nor could he bear such a monumental blow. In an instant, his aged eyes were filled with a fierce rage. His hatred for Lin Wudao reached its zenith. Not only him, but Lu Chi-ho beside him wore a similarly twisted and fearsome expression. His gaze directed at Lin Wudao brimming with endless malice and resentment. All of today's calamity was brought upon by Lin Wudao. Had it not been for him, Lu Yunxiao would not have been discovered as a sacrifice to the demons. Had it not been for him, Lu Yunxiao would not have met such a tragic end. One could say that Lin Wudao had brought ruin to the Lu family's future. This enmity was irreconcilable. However, in stark contrast to the grief and hatred of Lu Kangmang and Lu Chi-ho, the onlookers in the grand hall erupted in astonished gasps. Lu Yunxiao was indeed alive. Lu Kangmang intended to deceive all, for the truth of Lu Yunxiao's sacrifice to the demons was an undeniable fact, a crime that warranted no mercy, and yet, he dared to shield him? Regrettably, he mistakenly believed he could evade detection, only to be discerned by the formidable Master Lin. Indeed, Master Lin is as ruthless as he is fierce. The crowd murmured among themselves, while they felt no sympathy or compassion for Lu Yunxiao, who had sacrificed himself to the demons. They could not help but feel a sense of lament for the entire Lu family's plight. What should have been a grand celebration of longevity had devolved into chaos. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly illustrious Lu Yunxiao would resort to nurturing demons with his own being? Who would have guessed that he would be exposed at this very moment? When heaven intends to bring about one's downfall, it first drives them to madness. Having reached this point, Lu Yunxiao's fate was indeed self-inflicted. Sighs of resignation echoed continuously. Amidst the astonishment and lamentations of the onlookers, Lin Wudao remained unperturbed. After severing Lu Yunxiao's head with a single stroke, he was prepared to drag the corpse away. "Halt!" shouted Lu Chi-ho, his voice filled with rage. "What are you doing? Lin Wudao? That is my son's body. Where do you intend to take it?" His countenance bore an expression of fierce hatred, as if he wished to reduce Lin Wudao to ashes. In response, Lin Wudao let out a cold snort. Lu Yunxiao had transformed into a demon, and his corpse would continuously emanate demonic energy. To prevent attracting other demons to the ancient city of Tianyuan, it was essential to dispose of the body. Rest assured, I am well versed in the art of body retrieval. No thanks are necessary. With that, he proceeded. Before Lu Qingho could respond, he directly dragged Lu Yunxiao's corpse and strode out. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingho's eyes were filled with furious resentment. Seeing that there was no spectacle to behold, everyone gradually departed. After a brief moment, the once bustling hall was deserted, leaving only Lu Kangming and Lu Qingho, consumed by boundless sorrow and resentment, standing in place. This animosity is irreconcilable. I must dismember you into 1,000 pieces to vent my hatred. Bang! After everyone had left, Lu Kangming could no longer suppress the towering resentment in his chest, raising his hand to smash the teacup before him violently onto the ground. His face contorted to the extreme. At this moment, he attributed all the sources of the turmoil to Lin Wudao. Issue an order to keep a close watch on Lin Wudao's every move. I must kill him. If I don't avenge this, may I not be worthy of being a man. Lu Kangming clenched his fist and exclaimed with great resentment. Having spoken, he left the hall with a menacing aura. Lin Wudao did not take Lu Kangming's endless resentment to heart. However, Li Bingtian and the others who followed behind were filled with worry. Brother Lin, although you killed Lu Yunxiao today, and he deserved it for feeding himself to demons, which is also the duty of our demon suppression division, you have completely offended the Lu family. Moments ago, I observed the eyes of Lu Kangming and Lu Qingho brimming with animosity. I fear they may seek to exact a frenzied revenge upon you, sighed Li Bingtian. He had not anticipated that a mere attendance at a birthday banquet would lead to such an unpleasant incident. Similarly, Yin Shaoqing and Du Gashan, who stood nearby, were equally troubled. Indeed, as the governor stated, Lin Laodi, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution in the days to come. If possible, refrain from leaving the demon suppression division, lest you fall victim to retaliation. Lu Kangming is evidently driven to madness by hatred. As long as you remain within the confines of the demon suppression division, he would likely refrain from reckless actions. Both men urged him earnestly. With Lu Yunxiao's demise, a frantic Lu Kangming could resort to any manner of desperate deeds. In response, Lin Wudao, though internally dismissive, nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, that old wretch cannot harm me. Zhao Meng, Han Bo, you shall accompany Governor Li and the others back to the demon suppression division. I shall proceed to dispose of Lu Yunxiao's remains and attend to a few other matters. Master, are you certain you do not wish for us to accompany you? If Lu Kangming were to come after you, I have my own means of dealing with him. With that, without heeding their reactions, Lin Wudao resolutely dragged the corpse away. Moments later, having found a secluded and uninhabited spot, Lin Wudao began to excavate Lu Yunxiao's body, extracting a thumb-sized black demon core from within. Subsequently, his lifeless form was placed into the copper coffin of the deceased. A familiar notification resonated within his mind. You have collected the corpse of Lu Yunxiao, earning 500 fortune points, which, after a tenfold system enhancement, has become 5,000 fortune points. Name, Lin Wudao cultivation level, late stage of transformation god fortune points, 11,000 5,000 fortune points. Quite commendable, Lin Wudao mused, nodding slightly. He then grasped the ebony magic core, scrutinizing it intently. This core, lacking the system's enhancement, was of inferior quality compared to the 8th-tier magic core previously obtained from Lung Qinghua. The one before him was merely of the 7th tier. Lin Wudao opted to extract it from Lu Yunxiao's body rather than placing it into the copper coffin, uncertain if he could still retrieve the core after the corpse had been collected. A loss of such magnitude would be regrettable. It appears his decision was sagacious. For after the body was interred, no magic core emerged, only the acquisition of 500 fortune points. System, how much cultivation can this magic core be exchanged for? 200 years. Very well, let us proceed with the sacrifice. Thunderous roars echoed as the power of the magic core was drawn forth, necessitating the expenditure of fortune points. After consuming 2,000 points, streams of pure energy surged into Lin Wudao's being, augmenting his cultivation further. The breakthrough to the pinnacle of transformation is now one step closer. Although Lin Wudao felt a tinge of regret regarding this outcome, he chose not to dwell on it any further. Next, it was time to deal with Li Longxiang. To conspire and scheme against me in the shadows cannot be allowed to go unpunished. A fierce glint of murderous intent sparked in his eyes. Having spoken, he immediately followed the guidance of his doppelganger and pursued onward. Chapter 39. Those who have wronged me shall face their demise. My lord, shall we now return to the Taishan Gate? There is no urgency. This ancient city of Tianyuan, being a city of considerable historical and cultural significance, it would be a waste to have come all this way and not explore its sights. Furthermore, everything is proceeding according to plan. Lin Wudao publicly exposed Lu Yunxiao's demonic practices and even severed his head. The Lu family will undoubtedly seek retribution from him. In the coming days, it is expected that Lu Kangmang will retaliate against Lin Wudao with a vengeance, which will undoubtedly make for an interesting spectacle. Li Longxiang remarked with a sinister expression. Currently, everything is under his control. However, in contrast to Li Longxiang's schemes and confidence, Zhou Qingchun, who stood beside him, felt a persistent sense of unease. My lord, I still believe we should act decisively and eliminate Lin Wudao as soon as possible. Only in this way can we prevent future troubles, he gravely cautioned. To this, Li Longxiang could not help but curl his lips in disdain. Old Zhou, you are admirable in many ways, but you worry excessively. Lin Wudao is but a mere trifle. Even if he possesses some abilities, he is incapable of causing any significant disruption. I not only have the backing of the Taishan Gate, but also the support of the enigmatic Mr. Yin. Even if he had heaven-defying means, he is destined to die. Rest assured, he cannot escape my grasp. But, no more buts, old Zhou. Just wait and witness the spectacle. Li Longxiang remarked nonchalantly. At this moment, he paid no heed to Lin Wudao. However, unbeknownst to him, a mysterious figure had been shadowing him from the depths of the dark void, absorbing every word of their conversation. Mr. Yin? It seems that besides Li Longxiang, there are others scheming against me. His murderous intent was palpable. Lin Wudao had always been ruthless towards his enemies. Boom. He revealed his form and struck with a powerful palm aimed at Zhou Qingchun. In an instant, the strength of 20 ancient barbaric dragons surged forth, exuding a terrifying aura. Even Zhou Qingchun, at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, felt an overwhelming sense of panic and dread. Young master, be careful, there is an enemy. Zhou Qingchun bellowed suddenly. As he spoke, he attempted to draw his weapon in defense. However, Lin Wudao did not afford him that opportunity. With a palm infused with the might of 20 ancient barbaric dragons, he obliterated Zhou Qingchun's body in an instant. At the mid-stage of the transformation realm, he was utterly defenseless. Old Zhou, how could this be? Everything transpired within the blink of an eye. As Zhou Qingchun was abruptly struck down, Li Longxiang's stern visage was instantly overshadowed by panic. A profound sense of dread enveloped his heart. At the very moment Zhou Qingchun met his demise, he resolved to employ a secret technique to flee. However, as he turned to escape, he found himself ensnared. Simultaneously, a terrifying hand emerged from the void, gripping his throat with an iron hold. With a slight exertion, the energy coursing through his meridians and dantian was utterly shattered, rendering him more incapacitated than a mere invalid. An agonizing wave of suffering caused his entire being to convulse. Who are you? At that moment, Li Longxiang beheld a menacing figure materializing from the abyss, cold eyes glimmering with an inexhaustible ferocity. Having altered his appearance, he was oblivious to the identity of Lin Wudao. In response, Lin Wudao engaged in no idle chatter. He seized Li Longxiang by the throat and transported him to a desolate and secluded locale, where he severed the tendons in both hands and feet. Only then did he revert to his true form. Why you, Lin Wudao? With the recognition of that familiar countenance, Li Longxiang was struck by a thunderclap of realization, leaving his mind in a state of utter blankness. Subsequently, an unprecedented terror surged within him. As the chilling blade of Lin Wudao descended upon his neck, he demanded, "Speak. Why have you conspired against me?" I do not know." With that, as Li Longxiang attempted to offer a feeble defense, the glint of the knife flashed, severing his left arm with brutal precision. "Why seek to harm me?" The voice remained icily resolute. The excruciating pain from his left arm left Li Longxiang in a state of utter horror and despair. It was not my doing. Yet, in a swift motion, his right arm too was cleaved away. The relentless agony clouded his senses, rendering him almost delirious. Truly, it was not me. It was Mr. Yin who compelled me to act. Li Longxiang responded weakly. Who is Mr. Yin? I do not know. He is a fearsome curse master, recently rescued from the brink of death by my father, Li Tiandu, and then he cast a curse upon us. The one who truly desires your demise is him. A curse master? A chill ran through Lin Wudao at the mention. His knowledge of curse masters was scant, merely whispers of their enigmatic and sinister nature, capable of planting curses in silence and striking from afar, rendering them exceedingly malevolent. Once entangled with a curse master, one's fate was bound to be tragically dire. Thus, it can be inferred that the curse cast upon me by Jiangqing Snow was indeed bestowed by that Mr. Yin. Indeed, Mr. Yin, who is hindered in movement and seems to be nearing his end, entrusted us with the task of eliminating you. Aware that she is your betrothed, I. At this point, Li Longxiang hastily fell silent, his eyes filled with regret and terror. In his overwhelming fear, he inadvertently revealed the truth. It seemed his fate was sealed. As expected, upon learning the specifics of the situation, the murderous intent in Lin Wudao's eyes intensified. That Mr. Yin, is he still at the Taishan sect? Why yes. Crack. Before he could finish speaking, a monstrous hand descended abruptly, crushing his neck in one swift motion. Li Longxiang had become worthless. To eradicate the roots is essential. Otherwise, the spring breeze shall bring forth new life. It appears a visit to the Taishan sect is warranted. Lin Wudao murmured softly. Having said this, he did not immediately dispose of Li Longxiang's corpse, choosing instead to temporarily place it within the system space. For the forthcoming tasks, his remains would still prove useful. After completing these actions, Lin Wudao contemplated for a moment before commanding a spirit vessel to swiftly depart from the Tianyuan ancient city. Before long, he returned to the Qingyuan ancient city, once again arriving at the human realm pavilion. Before taking action, he must ascertain the details of his adversary. The door is closed? Observing the tightly shut entrance of the human realm tower, Lin Wudao felt a twinge of surprise. Just as he was about to inquire further, the previously sealed door unexpectedly swung open. Subsequently, a small girl's head peeked out. It was none other than Tu Shanlinger. Are you here to see my young master? She asked timidly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded. Is your young master not present? He is. The girl exclaimed. My young master has instructed that only you are to be received at this time. Only me? Lin Wudao was taken aback. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from pressing further. At that moment, guided by Tu Shanlinger, he made his way directly to the courtyard of the human realm tower. At this juncture, Jun Qianma was leisurely engrossed in reading and savoring tea beneath an ancient tree. Chapter 40. The Ancient Sutra of Crossing Adversity. Young Master, Lord Lin has arrived. Called Tu Shanlinger. It was none other than the esteemed Lord Lin. Please, take a seat. Upon the arrival of Lin Wudao, Jun Qianma set aside the ancient scroll he was holding, and a warm smile blossomed upon his sharply defined features, evoking the gentle embrace of spring. Noticing this, Lin Wudao was unreserved and promptly seated himself across from Jun Qianma. The master of the tower remained within his abode yet possessed an extraordinary awareness of worldly affairs. A remarkable skill that commanded admiration. Lord Lin, you flatter me. Jun Qianma replied with a smile. I am merely scraping by. I cannot compare to the illustrious future that awaits you, Lord Lin. This was their second encounter, and Jun Qianma found Lin Wudao increasingly inscrutable. Likewise, Lin Wudao's divine gaze, fixed upon Jun Qianma, yielded little in the way of useful information. He realized that Jun Qianma was certainly no ordinary individual. The purpose of Lord Lin's visit was to inquire about those who conspired against him from the shadows. Indeed, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is that all? Upon hearing this price, Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. Previously, when he sought information about the strongest member of the Taishan sect, he had paid a substantial sum of 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet this enigmatic and mysterious curse master, Mr. Yin, only demanded 100,000? It seemed rather inexpensive. Although the intentions of Jun Qianmo remain elusive, Lin Wudao refrained from further discourse and promptly produced 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Governor Lin, the matter you wish to inquire about is deeply entangled with the grievances of the previous generation. As far as I am aware, the one orchestrating schemes against you is named Yin Tianjue. He originally hailed from the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division and, 20 years ago, shared the title of Hall Master with your father, Lin Daoshan. Moreover, they were also rivals in love. Approximately 30 years ago, Lin Daoshan and Yin Tianjue both entered the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, and since then, their relationship has been fraught with animosity, gradually evolving into that of sworn enemies. To complicate matters, your mother, Nian Qixin, further exacerbated their already strained relations, rendering them nearly irreconcilable. Subsequently, due to Yin Tianjue's underhanded schemes against your mother, he became the target of your father's relentless pursuit, ultimately being cast into the abyss of death. However, fate spared Yin Tianjue. He not only survived, but unexpectedly inherited the legacy of an ancient curse master. From that point onward, he mastered the art of curses. Jun Qianma took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Throughout this discourse, Lin Wudao listened intently. Through Jun Qianma's narrative, he gained a clearer understanding of the enmity between Lin Daoshan and Yin Tianjue. And then, well, thereafter, ever since acquiring the inheritance of the curse master, Yin Tianjue felt he had discovered a means for vengeance. Thus, within the abyss of death, he diligently practiced the art of curses. A month prior, he encountered Li Tiandu, the current leader of the Taishan sect, who guided him out of the abyss. Since then, he has concealed himself within the Taishan sect, nurturing his strength while simultaneously seeking information about your father. Upon learning of Lin Daoshan's untimely demise due to an unforeseen accident, he unleashed his pent-up hatred upon you. At this juncture, Jun Qianma paused slightly, casting a glance at Lin Wudao. Noting his lack of expression, he resumed his narrative. Through the Taishan sect, Yin Tianjue became aware of your existence. Consequently, he ensnared Li Tiandu and Li Longxiang with a curse, and through Jiang Qingxue, he instilled in you the ancient curse of life's decay. Initially, Li Tiandu intended to eliminate you outright, but Yin Tianjue opposed this. He desired to torment you mercilessly, subjecting you to a fate worse than death, channeling all his animosity toward your father onto you. In truth, even if you had not ventured to the divine ruins, Yin Tianjue would not permit your demise. As your life neared its end, he would lift the curse. However, you have disrupted his plans. Is that so? Lin Wudao squinted, lightly nodding. Had it not been for Jun Qianma's revelation, he would have remained oblivious to the hidden depths of this enigma. I have heard that Yin Tianjue's days are numbered. After a moment of silence, Lin Wudao suddenly inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed," replied Jun Qianma. Yin Tianjue has long suffered from the malevolent influence of the abyss of death, and he has also been afflicted by an ancient curse. Therefore, his time is limited. At most, he has but a month before he meets his end. If you wish to seek him at the Taishan sect, it is not without possibility, however. Given his precarious state, his powers are severely diminished due to the curse. As long as you exercise caution and avoid falling prey to his malediction, you should be safe. By the way, I once stumbled upon a remarkable scroll, the ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, which expounds upon the supreme method of refining the golden body of crossing tribulations. Should one succeed in forging this golden body, they could subdue all evil entities in the world, including curses. Given that Governor Lin frequently engages with demons, this ancient sutra may prove beneficial to you. At this juncture, Jun Qianma produced an ancient and weathered jade tablet from his sleeve, speaking with solemnity. The ancient sutra of crossing tribulations? A flicker of intrigue ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. Currently, with the origin stone suppressing his physical form, his bodily defenses are unparalleled, and no one in the realm can shatter them. However, his soul remains exceedingly frail. Particularly the bizarre and malevolent nature of curses has rendered him restless. And this ancient scripture, the Tao of Deliverance, proves to be of immense value to him. Under the discerning gaze of the divine, information regarding the Tao of Deliverance swiftly emerged. Title: Tao of Deliverance Level, Celestial Path Technique Status, Incomplete, Mortal Volume, Function 1, to refine the golden body of deliverance. Subduing all evil in the world. Function 2, immune to all malevolence, impervious to all forms of destruction. Function 3, records of formidable offensive technique, the Great Sun Incantation, which, when cultivated to the utmost realm, can manifest 10 radiant suns, illuminating the ancient heavens and possessing the might to obliterate all existence. Celestial Path Technique. Lin Wudao's spirit was profoundly shaken. Initially, he believed that the ancient emperor's scripture, obtained from Jiang Taichu, was incredibly powerful. Little did he know that he would now encounter the legendary Celestial Path Technique of yore. This pertains to the secret of ascension. Was Jun Qianma truly unaware of the value of such an item laid before him? Taking a deep breath, Lin Wudao sought to quell the tumult within his heart. At this moment, he found it difficult to fathom Jun Qianma's intentions. This treasure was far too precious for him to bear. Ultimately, Lin Wudao suppressed his inner desires. He understood profoundly that in this world, there are no free lunches. To acquire certain things inevitably requires the sacrifice of others or the payment of a price. The value of this volume of the ancient scripture of crossing tribulations far exceeds his imagination. Even though Lin Wudao yearned for it intensely, he dared not accept it casually. To do so might lead to immense trouble in the future. Seemingly aware of Lin Wudao's apprehensions, Jun Qianma couldn't help but chuckle softly. Rest assured, Governor Lin. I harbor no sinister intentions. I merely wish to forge a friendship with you through this volume of the ancient scripture of crossing tribulations. This item was indeed acquired by mere chance. If you feel undeserving or uneasy about receiving it, you may simply grant me a request for the future. Should I find myself in need one day, I hope you might lend me your assistance. Of course, he added, everything would remain within your capacity. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wudao scrutinized Jun Qianma for a considerable time, yet he discerned no ulterior motives. If that is the case, I can accept it. After much contemplation, Lin Wudao ultimately decided to accept the ancient scripture of crossing tribulations, recognizing its significant potential to aid him. Chapter 41. Ascending the Taishan Gate. Commander Lin exuded an air of grandeur. Jun Qianma offered a compliment with a smile. Subsequently, under Lin Wudao's inquisitive gaze, he retrieved an object from his sleeve, a stack of yellow paper. This yellow paper exuded an aura of antiquity, adorned with mysterious patterns. A mere glance from Lin Wudao revealed that it was no ordinary item. Name: Spirit Summoning Paper. Description: a remarkable creation by the esteemed landlord Jun Qianma. Function: by inscribing content upon the spirit summoning paper, messages can be transmitted instantaneously across vast distances of millions of miles. Note: each sheet of spirit summoning paper is for one-time use only. Truly a wondrous item. Upon receiving the feedback from the Eye of the Divine, Lin Wudao could not help but exclaim in admiration. This spirit summoning paper is exceedingly convenient for message transmission. Landlord, is this item for sale? Indeed. If Commander Lin is interested, it is priced at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones per sheet. I shall take 100 sheets. With that, Lin Wudao promptly produced 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Previously, while retrieving corpses for the Lin clan, he had amassed the greatest wealth in spirit stones, totaling approximately 10 million. Money was of no concern to him. Spirit stones were merely a numerical value. Instead, this summoning paper, apart from the human realm tower, is a rare and elusive treasure that cannot be found elsewhere. 100 sheets should suffice for a considerable duration. By the way, Governor Lin, I am about to depart from the lands of Jiuzhou and prepare to explore other regions. Should there be any matters requiring inquiry in the future, you may reach me through the summoning paper. Furthermore, I sincerely wish to forge a friendship with you, Governor Lin. From this day forth, I shall not disclose a single detail regarding you to anyone. Jun Qianma's sudden declaration left Lin Wudao momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend the reason behind it. However, for him, it was indeed a fortuitous development. Thank you. Lin Wudao solemnly acknowledged the sentiment expressed by the tower's owner, vowing to remember it deeply. After uttering these words, he exited the human realm's tower and took to the skies aboard his spiritual vessel, leaving Qingyuan ancient city behind. Young master, are we departing? At this moment, Tu Shanlinger approached, her voice bright and inquisitive. Yes, Jun Qianmo replied with a sigh. We cannot linger in Jiuzhou any longer, otherwise calamity is destined to befall us in the future. It is best to explore other places. With the rise of Lin Wudao, it is foreseeable that the future of Jiuzhou will inevitably descend into chaos. At that time, a multitude of individuals would undoubtedly come forth to inquire about Lin Wudao. To utter the truth would surely invite the overwhelming wrath of the heavenly Tao, leaving one without a burial place. Yet, to remain silent would tarnish one's esteemed reputation. To avert such a predicament, Jun Qianma deemed it wise to hasten away from this place of turmoil. Master, where shall we venture next? Let us proceed to the central celestial domain. That location is the very heart of the divine continent, a convergence point for countless prodigies and formidable powers. We shall first explore there after a moment of contemplation. Jun Qianma articulated his thoughts. The central celestial domain? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanlingo appeared to have an epiphany, and her delicate visage instantly radiated a brilliant smile. Wonderful. Let us go to the central celestial domain. Master, I shall prepare my belongings at once. With that, she dashed away in a flurry, observing her retreating figure. Jun Qianma chuckled softly and then leisurely settled beneath a grand tree, grasping an ancient tome and immersing himself in its contents. The Taishan sect. As a prominent force in the realm of the 9 provinces, it has maintained its legacy for 18 centuries. Both its heritage and strength are remarkably robust. Its sect is situated in Qingzhou, a staggering distance of 800,000 miles from the Yuan province, where Lin Wudao resides. Whoosh! After spending half a day, Lin Wudao skillfully navigated his spiritual vessel to this location. Upon arriving in Qingzhou, he sought out a place to gather information about the Taishan sect and, having made ample preparations, he set off alone. This time, Lin Wudao's objective was exceedingly clear, in Tianjue. After changing into a new outfit, he donned an ominous bronze mask. Wielding the imperial spiritual weapon, the Xiantian ancient sword, and boldly advanced toward the Taishan sect. At that moment, under the sun's zenith, thousands of disciples from the Taishan sect were engrossed in their training in a vast plaza, creating a scene of remarkable grandeur. The atmosphere was impressively imposing. Bang! After a cursory glance, Lin Wudao produced the corpse of Li Longxiang, channeling all his strength to cast it onto the plaza. Boom! The resounding impact and the splatter of blood shocked the gathered disciples. In an instant, a wave of astonishment erupted across the plaza. Hiss, is that Brother Li Longxiang? Someone gasped in disbelief. The horrified murmurs drew the attention of the disciples and sect members, who quickly converged. Upon seeing the lifeless body of Li Longxiang, their eyes widened in utter disbelief. Li Longxiang was actually dead? Who could have killed him? Quick, go report to the sect master. The lifeless body of Li Longxiang was carelessly discarded, indicating that the perpetrator lurked within the vicinity of the Taishan sect. Urgent orders were dispatched to meticulously scour the area. The murderer must not escape. Brother Li, the sole heir of the sect's master, has met his untimely demise, and surely the master will be consumed by wrath. Who could have committed such a heinous act? The assembly was struck with profound shock. After a thorough examination, their faces turned ashen with horror, for every meridian and dantian of Li Longxiang had been shattered. Even the sinews of his hands and feet had been severed. What unspeakable torment had he endured? The brutality of the assailant was staggering. Many gasped in disbelief at the grim discovery. However, amidst the astonishment and dread of the Taishan disciples, Lin Wudao, concealed in the shadows, retained his icy composure, showing no concern for Li Longxiang's fate. His true objective lay with Li Tiandu. Boom, boom, boom. Utilizing Li Longxiang's corpse as bait proved to be an effective stratagem. Before long, upon receiving reports from the disciples, Li Tiandu arrived at the square. Upon witnessing the bloodied remains of Li Longxiang, he was rendered utterly speechless, frozen in place. An overwhelming sorrow surged within his eyes. My son is dead? He muttered in a daze. Li Longxiang was his only offspring, upon whom he had placed immense expectations to eventually inherit the position of the leader of the Taishan sect. However, to think that after merely stepping outside, he had met his demise? This outcome was utterly intolerable for Li Tian. Who was responsible? Who had committed this heinous act? He bellowed fiercely. Upon witnessing this, the gathering disciples shook their heads in unison. Sect leader, senior brother Li's body was thrown in from the outside. We have dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough search, yet we have found no leads. Moreover, senior brother Li's meridians and dantian were shattered. Even his hands and feet were severed, suggesting he endured brutal torment. A courageous individual reported, trembling with fear. At the sound of this revelation, Li Tian cast a furious glance at Li Longxiang's lifeless form, his rage nearly palpable, as if he could crush bones with his bare hands. The dignity he once possessed had vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming ferocity and an insatiable thirst for vengeance. This incident was undoubtedly linked to Lin Wudao. This time, they had set out to the Tianyuan ancient city to eliminate Lin Wudao. Now, with my son deceased and Shou Qingshan also missing, he must have met with misfortune as well. Once I locate you, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder, your bones ground to dust. Only then can the hatred within my heart be quelled. Li Tian growled menacingly, his eyes ablaze with animosity. After taking several deep breaths, he forcibly suppressed the sorrow within his heart, trembling as he cradled Li Longxiang, slowly making his way away. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao hesitated not a moment. He stepped forth from the void, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike aimed at Li Tiandu, intending to subdue him. Chapter 42, Shattering Li Tiandu. Be cautious. Sectmaster. Damn it, an ambush. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The disciples of the Taishan sect were struck with terror as a fearsome figure suddenly materialized in the void, ruthlessly descending upon Li Tiandu. A cacophony of startled cries erupted from the crowd. Simultaneously, Li Tiandu sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent approaching from behind. Boom! Just as Lin Wudao's terrifying hand descended from the heavens, a black bell, exuding an ancient aura, soared forth from Li Tiandu, enveloping him entirely. Dong! Lin Wudao unleashed his attack without reservation. The formidable force of 20 ancient barbarian dragons collided fiercely with the black bell. In an instant, a monumental chime resonated throughout the boundless void. Weak disciples of the Taishian sect were directly sent reeling, coughing up blood from the sonic shockwave. The human Dao spiritual weapon, the Xuanwu Bell. A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd. The Xuanwu Bell, a treasured weapon of the sect master, had attained the level of a human Dao spiritual weapon, inscribed with 64 prohibitions of the human Dao. Even among human Dao spiritual weapons, it was regarded as one of the finest. The defensive capabilities of the Xuanwu Bell were extraordinarily formidable. Wielded by cultivators of the Other Shore realm, it could withstand attacks from those in the Transformation God realm, and when held by a Transformation God, it could resist the assaults of the Heaven-accessing realm, ensuring invincibility. At this critical juncture, Li Tiandu revealed this weapon exclusive to the sect leader. With the formidable defense of the Xuanwu Bell, Lin Wudao's fierce palm strike did not directly kill him. However, Lin Wudao's cultivation was at the late stage of the Transformation God realm, and coupled with the power of the 20 ancient savage dragons of the Savage Dragon Great Handprint, his combat strength was known as invincible among Transformation Gods. Bang! Even without using the power of the Origin Stone, Lin Wudao's palm directly sent the Xuanwu Bell flying, along with Li Tiandu inside, who coughed up blood as he was thrown back. Cracks appeared all over his body, and large amounts of scarlet blood gushed out like a spring. Hiss! The sect leader was defeated? One palm sent the Xuanwu Bell flying, and almost shattered the sect leader's body. What kind of combat power is this? At least the late stage of the Transformation God realm. Too terrifying. This brutal scene shocked the onlookers from the Taishian sect. That was a human Dao spirit weapon, and a defensive one at that. Now, it was almost shattered by a single palm? Who exactly was this person? Whoosh! Many terrified gazes converged on Lin Wudao. However, Lin Wudao paid no attention. Did you truly believe that possessing a spirit artifact of humanity would guarantee your immortality? How naive. Swoosh! With a single stride, he instantly materialized before Li Tiandu, raising his hand to deliver a devastating palm strike. Upon witnessing this, Li Tiandu instinctively sought to resist. However, this time, Lin Wudao did not permit him such fortune. Boom! With a single palm strike, the Xuanwu Bell in Li Tiandu's grasp, along with his arm, was sent flying. Immediately following, Lin Wudao's terrifying hand descended upon his body. A miserable scream echoed, under the gaze of numerous Taishian sect disciples. Half of Li Tiandu's body was directly obliterated. The formidable power of the Savage Dragon handprint forcefully reduced a palace, located hundreds of feet away, to ruins. The ground was as if it had been plowed. Silence. Deathly silence. Witnessing Lin Wudao's obliteration of Li Tiandu with a single palm, the surrounding Taishian sect disciples were terrified beyond measure, their faces etched with intense fear. Li Tiandu was a master of the Transformation realm. Yet now, even with the Xuanwu Bell, a spirit artifact of humanity, in his possession, he was overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. With merely 2 palm strikes, he met his demise on the spot. So brutal, so terrifying. They had never encountered such a savage individual. Disregarding the aghast gazes of the surrounding disciples of the Taishian sect, Lin Wudao cast a frigid glance in their direction. With a resounding boom, he waved his sleeves, gathering the remains of Li Longxiang's corpse, the severed portion of Li Tiandu's body, and the Xuanwu Bell that had been hurled away, storing them all within the confines of his system space. Having completed this task, Lin Wudao proceeded towards the depths of the Taishian sect. Previously, through the divine eyes, he had distinctly detected the sinister aura emanating from Li Tiandu, undoubtedly originating from Yin Tianjue. Consequently, relying on the divine eyes, Lin Wudao followed the trail of the aura, step by step, in pursuit. Quick! Go and inform the Supreme Elder. The sect leader has been slain. No sooner had he departed than a disciple cried out in alarm. Whoosh! 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 Under Lin Wudao's observation, numerous disciples scattered from the plaza, presumably to seek the aid of the Taishian sect's venerable ancestor. Witnessing this, he smirked coldly and continued his advance. Moments later, Lin Wudao, guided by the lingering sinister aura on Li Tiandu, arrived at the rear mountain of the Taishian sect. Eventually, He halted before a secluded chamber. According to the divine eyes, Yin Tianjue was within. Swift. To forestall any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Wudao concealed his true self and, employing the origin stone, conjured a doppelganger, which silently infiltrated the chamber. Upon entering the dimly lit chamber, one is immediately struck by the sight of an ancient altar positioned at its center. Beneath the altar sits a peculiar figure, enveloped in a sinister aura. Name: Yin Tianjue Cultivation Level, Late Stage of Transformation Technique. Book of Spells, Volume 1 Skills, Killing Curse, Blood Loss Curse, Soul Dispersion Curse, Spirit Snatching Curse Items. Ancient Altar, Book of Spells, Volume 1. Soul Banner, Seed of Souls, Killing Blade. Lifespan, 28 days. Notes. 1. Cursed by an ancient sorcerer. Life draws to a close. 2. Power constrained by the curse. 3. Incapable of movement. A multitude of information lay before him. At last, I have found you. Lin Wudao's gaze gleamed with murderous intent. In that moment, he was poised to strike down Yin Tianjue, to eliminate the threat once and for all. However, just then, the ancient altar beneath Yin Tianjue began to rotate with a strange energy, emanating an eerie black light that enveloped him entirely. Lin Daoshan's little cub, I am aware of your arrival. I can already sense your father's presence upon you. Haha. A raspy and chilling voice suddenly echoed through the chamber. He can detect me? Lin Wudao's expression hardened. The hand he had raised in preparation abruptly froze in midair. Yet, he remained concealed, motionless in the depths of the void. He held no belief in Yin Tianjue's words. Indeed, after waiting for approximately a quarter of an hour, witnessing the continued absence of any response around him, Yin Tianjue could not help but furrow his brow. The curses upon Li Longxiang and Li Tiandu had entirely dissipated. Moreover, he could no longer sense their life essence. It was evident that they had perished. Moments ago, there had been a fierce battle outside. It must have been that little brat Lin Wudao who had arrived. It seemed he dared not confront me directly. Perhaps out of fear of the curses in my possession? Haha. A series of cold chuckles escaped from Yin Tianjue's lips. Since you harbor fear, I still possess a chance. I shall lay down an array of terrifying curses here. Should you dare to set foot in this secret chamber, you will inevitably suffer the consequences, meeting a fate worse than death. Even if I am to perish, I shall drag you down with me. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally. With that, he began to prepare the curses. Bang! Just as he took action, an ancient bronze coffin suddenly shattered the void, leaving him no room for resistance, and engulfed him along with the ancient altar. Ah! Faintly, Lin Wudao heard a chilling scream. However, it was quickly silenced, replaced by the alert tone of the system. Chapter 43, The Seed of the Primordial Spirit. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Yin Tianjue and obtained the extraordinary item, the Soul Seed. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired the divine treasure, the Seed of the Primordial Spirit. You have sacrificed an ancient altar and gained 100,000 fortune points. 2 consecutive notification sounds echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao felt a surge of vitality. What exactly is the Seed of the Primordial Spirit? Curiosity piqued, he immediately began to examine the related information. Name: Seed of the Primordial Spirit Level, Divine Treasure Evaluation, Rare and Sought After. Description 1. The Seed of the Primordial Spirit is derived from the Soul Seed, enhanced tenfold. It is a seed imbued with remarkable power. When sown within the soul, it can safeguard the spirit from annihilation. Description 2. Once successfully planted, the cultivator's soul or primordial spirit will rival beings of the 3 major realms and beyond. Description 3. The seed of the primordial spirit can withstand soul attacks. Description 4. Nurtured and cultivated through the power of the soul, the seed of the primordial spirit can gradually grow, bloom, and bear fruit, ultimately evolving into the tree of the primordial spirit, ensuring the soul's immortality. What a remarkable treasure! Upon reading the introduction to the Seed of the Primordial Spirit, Lin Wudao's eyes gleamed with a profound light. This item is incredibly beneficial to him. With the Origin Stone, his physical defenses are invincible. No one in the world can shatter his corporeal form, yet his soul remains exceedingly fragile. For a long time, Lin Wudao has harbored concerns that one day he might fall victim to a soul attack, which could potentially lead to the degradation of his very essence. After all, once the soul is damaged, the path to restoration is fraught with immense difficulty. At present, the arrival of this primordial spirit seed is nothing short of fortuitous. Should he plant it within his soul, Not only will it enhance his spiritual strength, but it will also serve as a bulwark against any soul assaults, alleviating his lingering anxieties. His final deficiency has now been rectified. Naturally, Lin Wudao is exceedingly pleased with this development. Ding! A primordial spirit seed has been detected. Will the host expend 100,000 fortune points to implant it within the soul? 100,000 fortune points. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao wore an expression of incredulity. He had just consecrated an ancient altar and received precisely 100,000 fortune points. Is it mere coincidence that planting the primordial spirit seed requires exactly that amount? Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed with the planting. Faced with the imperative of ensuring his safety and future, Lin Wudao had no alternative. Buzz! No sooner had he spoken than the primordial spirit seed vanished from his grasp. When it reappeared, it had already merged into the deepest recesses of his soul, transforming in the process. At this moment, the primordial spirit seed floated within the ocean of his soul, radiating an extraordinary brilliance that continuously nourished Lin Wudao's essence. He could distinctly sense that with the planting of the seed of his primordial spirit, his soul had grown immensely stronger than before. System. What level has my soul strength reached now? Comparable to those undergoing tribulation. Upon hearing the term tribulation, Lin Wudao's heart stirred. Currently, he was at the transformation stage. Beyond that lay the celestial ascendancy, the return to truth, the tribulation, and the great ascendance. Achieving the level of tribulation was indeed indicative of a formidable cultivator. Truly, it was remarkable, this divine object of heaven and earth. Lin Wudao marveled. At this moment, he thought it prudent to collect the bodies of Li Longxiang and Li Tiandu, hoping to uncover some treasures. As he spoke, Lin Wudao promptly retrieved their corpses and stored them in the burial heaven copper coffin. Ding! You have collected the body of Li Longxiang, obtaining 3 million low-grade spirit stones. After the system's enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired 30 million low-grade spirit stones. You have collected the body of Li Tiandu, obtaining 2,000 fortune points. After the system's enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired 20,000 fortune points. Indeed, it was evident that disciples from prestigious sects like Li Longxiang were quite affluent. The 30 million low-grade spirit stones added to his account barely drew Lin Wudao's attention. He lost interest almost immediately. In contrast, the 20,000 fortune points delighted him far more. After all, for him, this was the true currency of value. Name: Lin Wudao cultivation level, late-stage transformation fortune value, 31,000. This fortune is acquired swiftly, yet expended just as rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it has vanished once more. Greater effort is imperative. Lin Wudao sighed quietly as he observed the information displayed on the system panel. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the outside world. Has the Taishan sect summoned their ancestral master? Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. According to prior intelligence, Wang Jiansheng, the esteemed elder of the Taishan sect, possesses cultivation at the pinnacle of transformation. Since I am here, I shall take you down as well. A chilling aura of killing intent surged forth. With that, Lin Wudao commanded his avatar and swiftly exited the secret chamber. Bang! Upon emerging, he witnessed his true self being forcefully suppressed by Wang Jiansheng, sent flying hundreds of feet away. Fortunately, his physical body was invincible. Otherwise, he would have truly been unable to withstand such a ferocious assault. However, now that Lin Wudao's consciousness had returned to his true self, the tide was about to turn. Bold thief, perish! Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Wang Jiansheng, seeing that Lin Wudao remained unscathed, erupted in fury and immediately spread his palm. In an instant, an ancient black cauldron materialized before him. Rumbling, a formidable aura of imperial majesty surged forth, sweeping across the vast expanse like mighty rivers. It even stirred the very clouds in the heavens. This was an imperial spiritual weapon, inscribed with 81 prohibitions of the imperial path, having reached the pinnacle of its potential, even surpassing the profound ancient sword in Lin Wudao's possession. However, this black cauldron was damaged, having lost the potency of its peak. Nevertheless, it remained incredibly powerful, far beyond the reach of any mortal spiritual weapon. The Xianyuan cauldron? Lin Wudao's eyes shimmered with brilliance. Although this imperial spiritual weapon was flawed, its rarity was undeniable, and he had no intention of letting it slip away easily. Boom! Just as Wang Jianting activated the Xianyuan cauldron to suppress him, Lin Wudao wasted no time and directly invoked the invincible attribute of the Origin Stone. In an instant, His combat power surged to an entirely new realm, elevating from the late phase of divine transformation to the late phase of heavenly transcendence. Bang! An overwhelming force transformed into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, effortlessly extinguishing the powerful offensive of the Xian Yuan cauldron and firmly seizing it in his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jianting's expression shifted dramatically. How can you transcend to the heavens? In that moment, an unprecedented terror surged within his eyes. Yet, just as he was engulfed in shock, a terrifying hand, imbued with the overwhelming power of the barbaric dragon, struck him fiercely. Nay, as the immense hand descended, Wang Jiansheng was consumed by utter dread. He attempted to flee using a secret technique, but to his horror, he found himself utterly immobilized. In the end, accompanied by a piercing scream, Wang Jiansheng, the foremost powerhouse of the Taishan sect, was obliterated by a single palm strike. Half of his body exploding, all vitality extinguished. Upon witnessing this spectacle, all the surrounding disciples of the Taishan sect were utterly petrified. The Supreme Elder, was he truly dead? Someone murmured in disbelief, their expression one of profound terror. That was a mighty cultivator at the pinnacle of the God transformation stage. And he was even wielding an imperial spiritual weapon. How could he be slain with a single palm? So terrifying. Alas, the heavens have forsaken our Taishan sect at that moment. A deafening wail of sorrow erupted from the crowd. They were gripped by boundless fear. Humph! Lin Wudao paid no heed to the shock and dismay of the Taishan sect disciples. After casting a cold glance, he proceeded towards the Taishan sect's treasury. Following a thorough search, he sacrificed all items of no use, ultimately gaining 300,000 fortune points. Chapter 44. The Supreme Path Spirit Weapon, the Great Wilderness Cauldron. Name: Lin Wudao. Identity: Master of the Demon Hunting Hall Cultivation Level. Late stage of Divine Transformation Techniques. Ancient Emperor Scripture. Ancient Passage Scripture. Mortal Volume Skills. Barbaric Dragon Hand Seal. Peak. Xiantian Sword Technique. Great Accomplishment. Great Thunder Palm. Great Accomplishment. Distance of Heaven and Earth. Great Accomplishment. Celestial Binding Spell. Great Accomplishment. Items: Origin Stone, Heaven Burial Copper Coffin, Corpse Concealment Scroll, 1/3 of the Dragon Burial Map, Xiantian Ancient Sword, Longevity Spirit Herb, Boundless Creation Pill. Return to Heaven Pill, Great Annihilation Sword Talisman, Spirit Summoning Paper, Seed of the Primordial Spirit, Xuanwu Bell, Xian Yuan Cauldron. Fortune Value: 331,000. A wealth of new information lay before him. After reading it, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. In less than a month since defying destiny, he had ascended from a mere mortal to the late stage of divine transformation, simultaneously acquiring numerous fortuitous opportunities. This transformation was nothing short of monumental. All of this he owed to his diligent efforts in collecting corpses. His hardships had not been in vain, and he was finally reaping bountiful rewards. After a moment of silence, he carefully placed the corpse of the esteemed elder Wang Jiansheng from the Taishan sect into the Heaven Burial Copper Coffin. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Wang Jiansheng, the supreme elder of the Taishan sect, and received the Imperial Path Spirit Weapon, Xian Yuan Cauldron. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, it has evolved into the Supreme Path Spirit Weapon, the Great Wilderness Cauldron. What? A Supreme Path Spirit Weapon? The sudden notification sent a shockwave through Lin Wudao's mind. At that moment, he swiftly opened the introduction to the Great Desolation Cauldron. Name: Great Desolation Cauldron. Level: Supreme Dao Spirit Weapon. Quality: Inferior. Description: 1. Enhanced tenfold from the Ultimate Emperor Dao Spirit Weapon, the Xian Yuan Cauldron. Description: 2. The Great Desolation Cauldron can suppress an entire region or a void, serving as both an offensive weapon and a means to collapse the earth and mountains, obliterating mighty peaks. Description: 3. It is inscribed with 9 supreme prohibitions, classifying it as an inferior supreme Dao spirit weapon. Status: damaged. Remarks: can be repaired using luck points. Indeed, it is a supreme weapon. Upon seeing the information displayed by the system, Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, and the tranquil lake of his heart stirred with faint ripples. This was the most formidable weapon he had obtained from collecting corpses. Although its quality was merely inferior, it was still a supreme weapon, and the power it unleashed was far beyond that of an Emperor Dao spirit weapon. The distinction between the two was as vast as the sky and the earth. Does the system categorize supreme Dao spirit weapons by quality as well? Certainly. Every divine object or treasure in the world possesses a classification of quality. The Great Desolation Cauldron, inscribed with only 9 supreme prohibitions, is deemed inferior. Each additional inscription of 9 supreme prohibitions elevates its quality by a minor grade. If inscribed with 81 supreme prohibitions, it would be classified as a top-tier supreme weapon. Now it makes sense. After a thorough explanation from the system, Lin Wudao gained a general understanding of the extreme Dao weapons. But why is this great desolate tripod in a damaged state? The truth is, it was originally broken. The system merely enhanced its level tenfold. Thus, even after the level was raised, it remains in its original state of disrepair, and the host can utilize fortune points to restore it. How much? Lin Wudao cautiously inquired, glancing at his fortune points. Not much, 250,000. Hearing this figure, Lin Wudao felt a pang of discomfort. He had just scavenged the treasure vault of the Taishan sect, acquiring a mere 300,000 fortune points. Now, to restore the great desolate tripod would require him to part with more than half. It hadn't even warmed up yet. Host, please note that this great desolate tripod is currently in a severely damaged condition. Should it be unable to withstand the impact of extreme Dao power? It is highly likely to shatter. Must I really restore it? System, may I inquire how many fortune points are needed to cultivate the first layer of the ancient crossing scripture? 100,000. So many? Although he had anticipated this, hearing the number still left him somewhat shaken. After all, the ancient crossing scripture belongs to the realm of celestial pathways. Even the lowest mortal volume demands immense wisdom and great perseverance to cultivate successfully. Given his qualifications, if he were to rely solely on his arduous cultivation, he would likely never transform the mortal tome into. With my current fortune value, to what level can I ascend? The second level. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao fell into deep contemplation. The ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, mortal tome, is divided into 12 levels, and only upon reaching the third level can one be considered to have entered the threshold, beginning to condense the golden body of crossing tribulations. At present, his fortune value only suffices for cultivation up to the second level, clearly falling short of Lin Wudao's expectations. Repair the Great Desolate Cauldron. Ultimately, he chose to restore the Great Desolate Cauldron. After all, it is an extraordinary spiritual weapon, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Ding. The host expended 250,000 fortune value and successfully repaired the extraordinary spiritual weapon, the Great Desolate Cauldron. Buzz, accompanied by the system's prompt. A mysterious beam of light swept through, and the terrifying cracks upon the Great Desolate Cauldron vanished in an instant. As the radiance dissipated, an ancient cauldron emanating a vast and supreme aura hovered within the system's space, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even under the influence of this supreme aura, Lin Wudao's very soul trembled. Such is the formidable nature of supreme weapons. He inhaled deeply. Only by truly mastering a supreme weapon can one appreciate its might. With it in his grasp, Lin Wudao felt empowered to vanquish even the strongest of the returning to Truth Realm. There remained 81,000 luck points. What shall they be used for? Lin Wudao cast another glance at the system panel. Ultimately, he chose to continue enhancing the barbaric dragon handprint. Possessing formidable power is always advantageous. System, how many luck points are required to cultivate the barbaric dragon handprint to perfection? 100,000. Not enough. Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. He decided to sacrifice the Xian Yuan Cauldron. Ding. You have sacrificed the Royal Dao Spirit Weapon, Xian Yuan Cauldron, and gained 50,000 luck points. Enhanced the Barbaric Dragon Handprint. Ding. You have consumed 100,000 luck points and successfully cultivated the Barbaric Dragon Handprint to perfection, enabling you to unleash the strength of 30 ancient barbaric dragons with a single strike. The host currently possesses late-stage Transformation Realm cultivation, allowing the Barbaric Dragon Handprint to contend with early-stage Tongtian powerful beings, standing invincible. Unable to subdue? Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. It seems that the gap between the Transformation and Tongtian realms is quite substantial, he murmured to himself. Although slightly disappointed, he did not dwell on it excessively. After meticulously tallying the gains from this excursion to the Taishan sect, Lin Wudao piloted the spirit vessel, taking the better part of a day, and ultimately returned to the Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou. Star-picking courtyard. Upon Lin Wudao's arrival, he found Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan anxiously awaiting him. Young master, you have finally returned. Master, you have been absent for an entire day. I feared you had fallen victim to the retribution of the Lu family. The two sighed in relief. I merely went for a stroll. Soon, we may be departing from the Tianyuan ancient city to journey to the counties under the jurisdiction of the Demon Hunting Hall. Please gather your belongings and prepare for departure. Understood. Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan bowed in acknowledgement. By the way, Zhao Meng, your strength remains insufficient. I have recently acquired a Wujizao Huadan, which can significantly enhance your cultivation. I hope you do not disappoint me. As he spoke, Lin Wudao produced a jade vial from his palm and presented it before Zhao Meng. The Wujizao Huadan. Zhao Meng's heart surged with astonishment, his eyes reflecting boundless joy. Thank you, master. He prostrated himself in deep reverence. Yes, rise, Lin Wudao replied, before retreating into his chamber to meditate in tranquility. Chapter 45. The Great Demon of Tushan. Lu family. Upon learning that Lin Wudao had returned to the Demon Suppression Division, Lu Qiho hurriedly made his way to Lu Kangmeng's courtyard, his expression still exceedingly grim. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Ancestor, Lin Wudao has returned to the Demon Suppression Division. Do you know his whereabouts? I am uncertain. Lu Qingho shook his head. In truth, they had dispatched individuals to shadow Lin Wudao, yet they inexplicably lost track of him along the way, unaware of how he vanished. Consequently, Lu Qiho could only ascribe this to Lin Wudao's extraordinary methods. We must continue to observe closely. This Lin Wudao is exceedingly ruthless and vindictive. The enmity of him extinguishing the pride of our Lu family cannot simply be overlooked. I shall ensure he pays in blood for his transgressions. But ancestor, there are no buts. I possess my own means to deal with Lin Wudao. You need not concern yourself with this matter. With that, Lu Kangmeng disregarded Lu Qingho's astonished expression and strode out of the courtyard. A moment later, he arrived at a secluded chamber on the back mountain. The chamber was modest in size, devoid of any elaborate adornments, and reeked of decay, clearly having gone for ages without proper cleaning. In the center, there lay a piece of black silk cloth, seemingly concealing something. With a rustle, standing in silence for an extended period, Lu Kangmeng seemed to have made a momentous decision. He took a deep, shuddering breath and slowly pulled down the black silk cloth. In an instant, an ancient and enigmatic stone statue came into view. The statue, with its fearsome and grotesque form, appeared to be anything but human. It possessed the body of a dragon and the head of a man, exuding an aura of antiquity and malevolence. The great demon of Tushan, confronted with the mysterious statue, Lu Kangmeng's body trembled uncontrollably. Within the Lu family, an ancestral decree has long been passed down. One must not worship the great demon of Tushan unless absolutely necessary. A millennium ago, the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Tianxiong, rose to prominence across the land and established the Lu family's 1,000-year legacy by acquiring this very statue of the great demon from an ancient relic. According to the secrets passed down through generations, the great demon of Tushan is a transcendent entity whose true form does not exist within this realm. As long as sentient beings revere him and offer their own lives or souls as sacrifices, they may gain formidable power. The Lu family has endured for 1,000 years, facing numerous perils, and it has been through the sacrifices to the great demon of Tushan that they have persisted until today. Although the cost is terrifying, the results are undeniably profound. In pursuit of vengeance against Lin Wudao, they are prepared to pay that price. In the vastness of despair, Lu Kangmeng found himself devoid of alternatives, placing his last glimmer of hope upon the formidable figure of the two-mountain demon. However, he was acutely aware that once he offered his soul in sacrifice, he would be condemned to a fate of eternal oblivion. The very thought filled him with trepidation, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming tide of hatred. Lin Wudao posed an insurmountable threat to the Lu family, and he must be eradicated, otherwise, unrest would plague his heart. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Lu Kangmeng steeled his resolve and knelt beneath the statue of the two-mountain demon. With a swift motion, he drew his hand across his palm, allowing his blood to serve as a conduit to communicate with the demon. I beseech the demon lord to descend upon this realm, he implored fervently, bowing in solemn reverence. As his blood mingled with the stone, the statue of the demon seemed to awaken to his call. The once dormant figure began to emanate a flicker of black luminescence. In an instant, an oppressive force descended from the heavens, suffocating Lu Kangmeng with its weight. What is it that you seek? A voice, ethereal and elusive, resonated deep within Lu Kangmeng's soul. Startled, he felt a profound reverence for the enigmatic two-mountain demon. "O demon lord, I yearn for immense power. Granted, came the response. Now, having surpassed 5 centuries, you are but a frail remnant of your former self. With little time remaining, to acquire such formidable power, you must offer your soul in sacrifice. So, what power shall I gain from sacrificing my soul? Liu Kangming inquired with trepidation. The initial stage of divine transformation. So meager? Upon hearing the response, Liu Kangming gasped, his heart filled with consternation. To think that offering his very soul would only elevate him by such a trifling degree. A moment of hesitation washed over him. Ignorant mortal. Your soul is of little consequence in my eyes. Were it not for your Liu family's millennia of veneration, your tainted soul would not even warrant my attention. You have but 3 breaths to decide. Should you refuse, I shall still claim half of your soul. The frigid voice echoed forth. Upon hearing these words, Liu Kangming was seized by alarm. This deviated from the ancestral accounts. I Sakri. Ultimately, under immense psychological duress and spurred by boundless animosity, Liu Kangming acquiesced. Shumph. In the instant his words trailed off, an eerie tendril of ebony light erupted from the statue, plunging into the deepest recesses of his soul. I have now branded your soul. From this moment forth, your soul belongs to me. You have but half a moon to settle your affairs. Once the time elapses, I shall claim the offering. Rumble. As the words fell, an overwhelming force surged forth from the soul mark, catapulting his cultivation from the pinnacle of the other shore to the nascent stage of divine transformation. Witnessing this scene, Liu Kangming was enveloped in astonishment and an inescapable sense of dread. The methods of the great demon of Tushan were beyond his wildest imagination. With only half a month of life remaining, the prospect of forcefully breaching the Demon Suppression Division to subdue Lin Wudao seemed insurmountable, especially considering the formidable Zhao Xuanya. Should they prepare themselves, all hope would be extinguished. The only viable course of action was to explore alternative avenues. After a moment of panic, Liu Kangming furrowed his brows in contemplation. Soon, a brilliant idea struck him. It was rumored that Lin Wudao was about to succeed Chun Taiji as the 4th deputy governor of the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, which presented a potential opportunity to leverage the power of King Liang. Lin Wudao had also slain his queen, establishing a common adversary between them. Calculating this in his mind, Liu Kangming meticulously devised a plan, altering his appearance and demeanor before stealthily making his way to the Liang royal palace. Upon Liu Kangming's unexpected arrival, the king of Liang was taken aback, for it was indeed a surprising development. At this moment, the atmosphere is exceedingly tense. The entire Tianyuan ancient city is aware that the Liu family is poised for a frenzied vengeance against Lin Wudao. Unexpectedly, Liu Kangming has sought him out. Senior Liu, your visit is unannounced. May I inquire as to your purpose? Of course, it is to eliminate Lin Wudao, Liu Kangming stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of King Liang widened in shock. If you intend to kill Lin Wudao, why not confront him directly? What brings you to my Liang palace? Do you expect me to assist you in slaying Lin Wudao? Indeed, Liu Kangming retorted. That scoundrel Lin Wudao has slain your most beloved consort. Do you not harbor resentment towards him? Do you not yearn to dismantle him piece by piece, to turn his remains to dust? After all, the consort was nurtured by you. Liu Kangming stressed the term nurtured heavily. Upon hearing this, King Liang's expression shifted drastically. I am unaware of what you speak. I wish to rest. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall not keep you any longer. With that, he rose to escort his guest out. However, Liu Kangming remained resolute, unperturbed. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from him. Could it be the transformation into the divine? King Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I have transcended to the realm of transformation. If the prince could assist me with a small task, eliminating Lin Wudao would be as effortless as turning one's hand. Assistance? Upon hearing this, Prince Liang fell into deep contemplation. The formidable power of Liu Kangming stirred his ambition. He too desired to eliminate Lin Wudao, yet had lacked the strength to do so. Now that Liu Kangming had broken through to the realm of transformation, was this not an opportunity? However, a twinge of concern lingered in Prince Liang's heart. He remained uncertain of Lin Wudao's true capabilities. How do you intend for me to assist you? After a prolonged silence, Prince Liang, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity, resolved to hear Liu Kangming's plan. It is quite simple. I have heard that an imperial decree will soon be issued, appointing Lin Wudao as the deputy governor succeeding Chun Taiji. We can seize this opportunity to set a grand banquet. The prince shall host it, ostensibly to congratulate Lin Wudao on his promotion. At that time, I will orchestrate the means to eliminate Lin Wudao. Lu Kangmang's expression was fierce. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade vial from his bosom and gave it a gentle shake. What is this? The dissolution elixir. It originates from the imperial apothecary, being colorless and odorless, capable of silently dissolving a person's cultivation in an instant, effective for all realms beneath the celestial stage. Should Lin Wudao come into contact with it, he would surely have no hope of recovery. Is there no antidote? Only two. Lu Kangmang flipped his palm, revealing two crimson-hued pills nestled within. Upon witnessing this, King Liang fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. I shall give it a try? Success or failure? It shall be left to fate. Excellent. Having achieved his desired objective, Lu Kangmang did not linger and promptly departed from the Liang royal residence. As he watched the figure of Lu Kangmang fade into the distance, King Liang clenched his fists tightly. Lin Wudao, your arrogance knows no bounds. I shall not find peace until you are vanquished, he murmured softly. With that, he summoned a royal guard. Immediately proceed to the capital and urge them to expedite the decree for Lin Wudao to be appointed as the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division. It must arrive within 7 days. Any delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Understood. The guard bowed in acknowledgement, and then swiftly departed aboard a spirit vessel, leaving the ancient city of Tianyuan. Everything seemed to be firmly under their control. At last, 3 days later, a messenger from the capital arrived at the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 46. There will always be villains to harm me. His Majesty has decreed that the master of the Demon Hunter Hall, Lin Wudao, has slain demons and captured the remnants of the demonic sect, rendering great service to the court. With his singular strength, he has safeguarded the populace of a region, thus becoming a pillar of the nation. In recognition of his meritorious deeds, he is hereby promoted to the position of Deputy Governor of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou. So decreed. Within the Grand Hall of the Demon Suppression Division, the sound of proclamation resonated. At this moment, led by the Grand Governor Zhao Xiankong, Li Bigtian, Lin Wudao, and other high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Division gathered to listen to the edict from the capital of the Dali dynasty. The proclaimer was an elderly eunuch with a benevolent countenance named Mu Tiansong. According to Lin Wudao's understanding, this individual hailed from the imperial city of the Dali dynasty. Although his status was not particularly high, his cultivation had already reached the stage of transformation. Congratulations, Governor Lin. Upon hearing of your deeds in the ancient city of Tianyuan, His Majesty has praised you highly, calling you a pillar of the dynasty. Your future prospects are undoubtedly limitless. Henceforth, I hope you will remain loyal and dedicated. So as not to disappoint His Majesty's expectations, Mu Tiansong said with a gentle smile. As he spoke, his profound gaze subtly scrutinized Lin Wudao, as if attempting to see through him. However, no matter how intensely Mu Tiansong observed, he could glean not a shred of useful information from Lin Wudao. This outcome caused him to furrow his brow slightly. He was both sent to convey the imperial edict and eager to discern the true nature of Lin Wudao, the ruthless master of the demon hunting hall. Initially, he believed that with his keen insight, he could effortlessly unravel the mysteries surrounding Lin Wudao. However, upon their actual encounter, he realized he might have underestimated him. Lin Wudao proved to be even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty, Lin Wudao replied calmly, offering a respectful gesture. He paid little heed to Mu Tiansong's scrutiny. Commander, it has been some time since we last met. Your Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division has indeed produced a formidable dragon. With Commander Lin here, it seems your prosperous days are on the horizon. Mu Tiansong remarked with a hint of significance. In response, Zhao Xiankong nodded without elaboration, his expression suggesting a certain indifference towards Mu Tiansong, who hailed from the Imperial City Division. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the King of Liang stepped forward. Congratulations, Commander Lin, to celebrate your promotion to Deputy Commander. I have arranged a banquet at Lingyun Pavilion. I sincerely invite you to grace us with your presence. Coincidentally, Eunuch Mu has also arrived from the capital. This would be a splendid opportunity to welcome him properly, the King of Liang said with a warm smile. To celebrate for me? Upon hearing these words, Lin Wudao cast a curious glance at King Liang. However, he discerned no signs of anything amiss on the king's countenance. Commander Lin, the cuisine at Lingyun Pavilion is renowned throughout Yuanzhou and its surrounding regions, famed for its exquisite offerings. Among them are the wujitang, capable of transforming muscles and bones, the shishin tea, which purifies the soul, the jingling water, rich in pure spiritual energy, and the Ling Fan, which enhances one's comprehension. As Commander Lin arrives at the ancient city of Tianyuan, it would be a grave oversight to miss the Lingyun Pavilion. They say that a visit there can bestow boundless blessings, allowing one to soar like the clouds. Perhaps Commander Lin should consider it? Seeing Lin Wudao remain unmoved, King Liang fell into a brief silence before once again earnestly urging him. Lingyun Pavilion? Lin Wudao raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly intrigued. Since it is the heartfelt suggestion of King Liang, then let us pay a visit. Moreover, the king has spoken highly of you in the presence of his majesty. At this moment, the voice of Mu Tianxing chimed in. Excellent. After glancing at the two, Lin Wudao nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, King Liang was instantly filled with joy. Allow me to lead the way. Thus, the group set forth in grand procession from the Demon Suppression Division. Due to the imminent breakthrough of Grand Commander Zhao Xianxiao, he did not accompany them. King Liang was consumed with unfulfilled desires. Lingyun Pavilion, situated in the bustling heart of Tianyuan Ancient City, was not far from the Demon Suppression Division. Moments later, under King Li Yang's guidance, a group arrived at Lingyun Pavilion. Gazing upwards, they beheld the ancient architecture of the pavilion, its three-tiered structure exuding a magnificent aura that seemed to soar into the clouds. A splendid place indeed, Lin Wudao remarked appreciatively. Through the eye of the divine, he discerned the meticulous design and layout of Lingyun Pavilion, which intriguingly intertwined with the surrounding atmospheric conditions and the flow of Earth's energy. Furthermore, the entire Lingyun Pavilion functioned as an expansive spirit-gathering array, enhancing the efficacy of cultivation within its confines. Such an arrangement undoubtedly indicated the expertise of a master craftsman. Governor Lin, please, upon entering Lingyun Pavilion, King Liang led Lin Wudao and the others to the central position of the Grand Hall. At that moment, a sumptuous feast had already been laid out before them. Surrounding them were other guests, a glance revealing that they were either of noble birth or accomplished cultivators. The assembly buzzed with a lively atmosphere. Your Highness, are there no private rooms available in Lingyun Pavilion? Why have we chosen the main hall? Li Bingtian inquired. Compared to the clamor of the environment, he preferred a more tranquil setting. In response to this, the king of Liang naturally could not reveal that this was a deliberate arrangement, intended to facilitate the assassination of Lin Wudao. The more chaotic the surroundings, the easier it would be to achieve his goal. Governor Li, this grand hall is quite splendid. A perfect place to revel with the people, he chuckled. Once Lin Wudao and his companions had taken their seats, he promptly produced a jug of wine and personally approached Lin Wudao to pour him a glass. The entire process radiated warmth and enthusiasm. This wine is rather extraordinary. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Bingtian's eyes. The wine before him had a hue reminiscent of blood, and it subtly emanated an inexplicable aura of power. I have heard tales of a great governor from the royal city who, 3 centuries ago, slayed a 9,000-year-old dragon and used its blood to brew a legendary wine. It is said to greatly benefit cultivators. Could it be that this is the fabled dragon's blood brew? Li Bingtian's expression was one of wonder. Upon hearing this, the king of Liang displayed a look of approval. Indeed, Governor Li possesses a discerning eye. This is, without a doubt, the renowned dragon's blood brew. Many years ago, my royal brother bestowed upon me a jar, which I have cherished and refrained from consuming. Today, in celebration of your presence, I have chosen to share it. As he spoke, he rose to offer a toast to Lin Wudao. Lin Dudu, congratulations on your promotion to the position of Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Division. May your future be as splendid as brocade, ascending to the 9th heaven. As the words fell, he immediately downed the wine in his cup. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wudao calmly cast a glance at him and was about to lift his own cup. However, as his gaze landed on the dragon blood brew, his eyes instantly narrowed. Name: Dragon Blood Brew. Quality: superior. Description: crafted from the blood of a 9,000-year-old demon dragon, blended with numerous precious herbs. It enhances vitality and strengthens spiritual power for cultivators below the celestial realm. Note: this is a cup of dragon blood brew laced with transformation powder. Once consumed, all cultivation will vanish in an instant. Transformation powder? Upon reading the displayed information, a fierce glint erupted in Lin Wudao's eyes. There will always be unscrupulous individuals seeking to harm me. He sighed and then slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 47, A Lethal Strike, Rooting Out the Problem. The dragon's blood brew is indeed a remarkable elixir. It is said that consuming it not only enhances one's vitality, making it more vigorous, but also amplifies spiritual power, saving years of arduous cultivation. For practitioners, it is immensely beneficial. Lin Wudo lifted his wine cup, feigning admiration. His voice resonated loudly. As his words echoed, numerous cultivators in the hall turned their gazes towards him, their eyes brimming with intense desire. Observing this, King Liang felt a jolt within. He could not quite comprehend Lin Wudo's intentions. Commander Lin, with his astute insight, recognized the miraculous properties of this dragon's blood brew. Just as he had proclaimed, it indeed bolstered vitality and augmented spiritual power. For cultivators in this world, it is a treasure of unparalleled worth. Since the commander holds it in such high esteem, why not taste it publicly and witness its effects? It would certainly broaden our horizons. King Liang urged earnestly. His words were met with widespread support, as many clamored for Lin Wudao to personally demonstrate the extraordinary effects of the dragon's blood brew. In response, Lin Wudao offered a calm smile. No rush. The prince has an entire jar of dragon's blood brew. I shall have ample opportunity to savor it. Such a rare gem should not be savored by me alone. Today, in light of the prince's warm invitation and his advocacy for shared joy with the people, it is only fitting that such exquisite nectar as the dragon's blood brew be offered for everyone's enjoyment. As he spoke, before Prince Liang could react, another cup of dragon's blood brew was poured and held aloft. Prince Liang invites all to partake in the dragon's blood brew. Which valiant hero dares to drink to the last drop? His resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, Prince Liang's expression shifted dramatically. Currently, the brew contained a concoction designed to neutralize one's abilities. Should anyone else consume it, their true nature would surely be revealed. If exposed, all would be lost. With this thought, he found himself utterly restless. Commander Lin, what is the matter with the dragon's blood brew? What troubles you, Your Highness? Just a moment ago, you proclaimed your desire for communal merriment. Are you reluctant to share this exquisite brew? Or do you hold the assembled heroes in disdain, deeming them unworthy of savoring the dragon's blood brew? I. Prince Liang's eyes widened in shock, sweat beading on his forehead in desperation. At this moment, he was frantically devising a means of salvation. However, Lin Wudao had already discerned his treacherous scheme, and would he allow it to succeed? In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, sending the cup flying from his grasp. Ultimately, a cup of dragon blood brew was firmly grasped by a slender man, who possessed the profound mastery of the Dao Palace. Among those present, he was the strongest. Upon obtaining the dragon blood brew, a look of exhilaration immediately graced his features. Thank you, Governor Lin. Thank you, King Liang, he proclaimed, bowing deeply while raising the cup. As he spoke, he was about to down the contents in one gulp. Witnessing this, King Liang was instantly struck with terror. No, don't drink it, he bellowed, attempting to prevent the man from consuming the dragon blood brew. However, it was too late. With a resounding gulp, the man paid no heed to King Liang's desperate shout, subconsciously believing the king was reluctant to part with the brew. Thus, he consumed it with utmost haste. After finishing, a look of profound satisfaction illuminated his face. This dragon blood brew truly. Initially, he displayed an expression of enjoyment and ecstasy, but immediately after drinking the brew, he felt his internal spiritual energy wildly dissipating. His cultivation level plummeted at a visible rate. In mere breaths, he descended from the pinnacle of the Dao Palace to the wheel stage. Moreover, the decline showed no signs of halting, continuing to spiral downward uncontrollably. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Why is my cultivation plummeting? The man displayed an expression of utter panic. This is dire. The dragon blood brew is poisoned. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he bellowed with fierce intensity, his fierce eyes fixed unwaveringly on King Liang. Why do you seek to harm me? You possess a heart so malevolent, to have infused the dragon blood brew with the dissolution powder, obliterating all my cultivation. His roar of profound resentment reverberated throughout Lingyun Pavilion. What? The dissolution powder in the dragon blood brew? Upon hearing this, the numerous cultivators in the hall were immediately struck with horror as they beheld the man's anguished and desolate visage. The dissolution powder, truly a nightmare for any cultivator. Once tainted, decades of arduous training could be rendered null in an instant. The vile King Liang harbors thoughts that are exceedingly malicious. How terrifying. I am fortunate not to have seized that cup of dragon blood brew. Otherwise, I too might have faced the dissolution of my entire cultivation. That despicable King Liang is nothing short of inhuman. Amidst the crowd, voices filled with intense hatred emerged. In that moment, the image of King Liang collapsed in an instant. From being a revered member of the royal family, he was suddenly reduced to a figure universally condemned and reviled. Confronted by the ire and curses of the crowd, King Liang found himself at a loss for words, rendered utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that Lin Wudao would inadvertently evade disaster, while he himself had plunged into an abyss from which there was no escape. Just as his anxiety reached its zenith, Lin Wudao's icy gaze swept over him. King Liang, what is the meaning of this? Why does your dragon blood brew contain such a thing as the transformation powder? Is it your intention to strip me of all my cultivation? No, that is not the case. King Liang attempted to explain. Yet, at the very moment he opened his mouth, a formidable figure surged forth from the crowd, wielding an ancient, fearsome blade. In a flash that was almost too swift to comprehend, the figure advanced menacingly towards Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao, return my grandson's life. The voice, filled with hatred, reverberated through the halls of Lingyun Pavilion. Lu Kangmeng? The sight of the suddenly emerging formidable figure left Li Bingtian and the others aghast. They had not anticipated that Lu Kangmeng would be lying in wait here. Be careful, boom. No sooner had the warning been uttered than Lu Kangmeng's blade, imbued with the force of a thunderclap, descended with devastating intent. Commander Lin. The onlookers could only watch in horror, powerless to intervene as the terrifying edge of the blade bore down upon Lin Wudao. Just when everyone believed that Lin Wudao was destined to meet his demise, a piercing scream suddenly reverberated through Lingyun Pavilion. Upon closer inspection, they beheld Lu Kangmeng's blade, firmly grasped in Lin Wudao's hands, unable to advance even a fraction. Simultaneously, a terrifying hand struck heavily upon Lu Kangmeng. Boom! An unparalleled might surged forth like a rampaging dragon, as it directly pierced through Lu Kangmeng's chest, leaving behind a gaping wound. How can you transform? In his final moments, Lu Kangmeng mustered his last breath, staring at Lin Wudao with incredulous eyes, filled with both shock and boundless terror. To attempt to kill me, you are woefully unworthy. Crack! Arriving before Lu Kangmeng, Lin Wudao decisively crushed his neck with a swift kick, extinguishing all traces of life. Lu Kangmeng, audaciously bold, dared to publicly assault the governor, a crime of egregious severity. Zhao Mang, immediately lead your men to the Lu family, apprehend everyone, and charge them with treason. Come noon tomorrow, they shall all face execution. The cold voice swept across the assembly. Yes, Zhao Mang bowed in response. Thereafter, under the watchful gaze of all, he departed Lingyun Pavilion, brimming with murderous intent. King Liang, it is time to settle the accounts between us. Suddenly, the frigid blade pressed against the throat of Prince Liang. Chapter 48. This has nothing to do with me. Commander Lin, this is a misunderstanding. How could I possibly conspire with Lu Kangmeng to harm you? I share no allegiance with evil. King Liang bellowed in panic. At this moment, he was utterly flustered. The brutality and savagery of Lin Wudao had been witnessed by numerous corpses. Should suspicion fall upon him, his life would surely be in jeopardy. Thus, King Liang could only frantically argue to absolve himself of any involvement. However, could Lin Wudao be so easily deceived? Oh, a misunderstanding? Absolutely. It was well known that due to the incident with Lu Yunxiao, the Lu family harbored deep resentment towards him, eagerly seeking an opportunity for revenge. He must have heard of my banquet at Lingyun Pavilion and had long since laid an ambush here. Commander Lin, this matter is unrelated to me. King Liang feigned a pitiful demeanor, his face etched with grievance. He appeared as if he too were a victim. The Prince of Liang is indeed a member of the royal family. Even if there are faults, they should be submitted to His Majesty for a fair judgment. Who grants you the authority to act thus? He rebuked sharply. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged forth, bearing down on Lin Wudao. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming oppression, Lin Wudao remained as steadfast as a pillar, his expression perpetually frigid. His gaze emanated an aura of impending death. Minister Mu, are you instructing this governor on how to conduct his duties? Aye. The Demon Suppression Division operates under imperial authority, allowing for decisive action first and explanations later. The Prince of Liang has conspired with Lu Kangmeng, plotting to ensnare this governor with the blood of dragons, with irrefutable evidence. There is no room for denial. I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, you may invite calamity upon yourself. Lin Wudao, are you threatening me? It is not a threat, but rather a warning. The disdainful look in Lin Wudao's eyes filled Mu Tiansang with deep resentment. To Lin Wudao, however, he was of no consequence. Prince Liang, I offer you one final opportunity. If you are willing to disclose the truth, I assure you before all present that I shall not make things difficult for you. Really, truly? Of course. Very well, I shall speak. This entire scheme is the machination of Liu Kangmang. Ever since Liu Yunxiao was slain, he has harbored deep resentment and seeks to exact ruthless vengeance upon you. Thus, he sought out the king, intending to orchestrate a treacherous banquet, aiming to extinguish your life and avenge his grievances. Given that Liu Kangmang has ascended to the realm of transformation, I found myself powerless to resist, left to be manipulated by him. This was never my intention. I too was coerced. The king of Liang shifted the entirety of the blame onto Liu Kangmang. Hiss, upon the utterance of these words. The onlookers displayed expressions of shock. As for Li Bingtian and the others, their faces darkened to an extreme. Even at this moment, they were still haunted by terror. Just moments ago, they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Fortunately, someone had consumed the dragon blood brew in advance, revealing the malevolent transformation powder. Had it not been for that, their decades of cultivation would have been utterly obliterated in an instant. The thought of such a dreadful outcome filled them with profound loathing for the king of Liang. Such a person is exceedingly malicious. Commander Lin, I have relayed the entire truth to you. You previously assured me that you would not make things difficult for me. At this juncture, the king of Liang forcibly suppressed his inner resentment, speaking with palpable fear. To this, Lin Wudao nodded. Indeed, I have made such a promise. Rest assured, I, the commander, place great weight on my word. Having stated that I would not trouble you, I shall not place you in peril. May I take my leave then? Lin Wudao responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the prince of Liang, oblivious to the agony coursing through his body, struggled to rise, desperate to flee this treacherous place. Yet, fate would not conspire to fulfill his wishes. Just as he turned, a swift and merciless flash of a blade cleaved through the air, severing his neck with a speed that left no time for reaction. In an instant, his head tumbled to the ground. The assailant was none other than Han Qingshan, who stood behind Lin Wudao. The governor had stated he would not trouble him, but alas, others had different intentions. Farewell, Prince of Liang, came the calm voice, resonating softly in the air. At that moment, Lin Wudao approached the lifeless form, nonchalantly reattaching the severed head to the body. This scene profoundly unsettled Mu Tiansang. Lin Wudao's brutality was alarming. He would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Upon returning, it was imperative to report to the governor and devise a plan to eliminate this menace, he mused inwardly. With that thought, Mu Tiansang bid farewell and departed from Lingyun Pavilion, sensing that remaining there could spell danger. Indeed, his intuition was correct. Lin Wudao had long prepared his doppelganger. Stationed outside Lingyun Pavilion. Boom. As Mu Tiansang had just exited the Lingyun Pavilion, preparing to command his spirit vessel for departure, an overwhelmingly fierce hand, imbued with terrifying power, descended from the heavens. A piercing scream resonated throughout the surroundings. The avatar of the Origin Stone, possessing the same combat prowess as Lin Wudao's true self, struck down with a single palm, obliterating Mu Tiansang's form into mere dust. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd swiftly emerged from the Lingyun Pavilion, witnessing the shattering spirit vessel suspended in midair and the frenzied cascade of blood rain. Gasp! Has Mu Tiansang perished? The onlookers were struck with horror. In unison, their gazes turned towards Lin Wudao. Yet, Lin Wudao feigned a bewildered expression. This matter bears no relation to this governor. He scoffed. Indeed, Governor Lin had been with us the entire time, a fact witnessed by all present. It was inconceivable that he had the opportunity to strike down Mu Tiansang. This old rogue even favored King Liang, undoubtedly deserving of his fate. I believe it must have been Mu Tiansang's enemies who orchestrated this. Absolutely. The crowd exchanged remarks, collectively attributing Mu Tiansang's demise to his adversaries. In truth, they were not mistaken. When examined closely, he was indeed a potential foe of Lin Wudao. Governor Li, let us return. The atmosphere here is perilous. One cannot rule out the emergence of a second Liu Kangmang. With a sense of urgency, Lin Wudao turned to Li Bingtian and the others, who all nodded in agreement. Consequently, the group hastily departed from Lingyun Pavilion. As they traversed the path, Zhao Meng approached them with swift steps. Governor, all members of the Liu family have been apprehended. Liu Qiho resisted fiercely, but I have slain him on the spot. Indeed, Lin Wudao responded with a subdued acknowledgement. Furthermore, we discovered a peculiar stone statue in the secret chamber behind the Liu family's mountain, resembling a demon, likely intended for sacrificial purposes. A demon statue? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao halted momentarily. "Let us proceed to investigate," he declared, and following Zhao Meng's lead, they soon arrived at the chamber, where they indeed beheld the eerie statue. Tushan Demo? The information relayed by the Eye of the Divine Spirit caused Lin Wudao's brow to furrow deeply. Suddenly, the statue appeared to react to some unseen stimulus, radiating a strange black light. With a thunderous roar, an immense pressure descended from above. Chapter 49, Supreme Tao Talisman, City of the Heavens. Humble mortal, offer your soul, and I shall bestow upon you immense power. Suddenly, an ethereal voice emanated from the statue, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. As the formidable force descended, Lin Wudao remained unfazed. However, Zhao Meng, standing behind him, gasped in shock. His robust frame trembled violently, and his eyes reflected an unprecedented terror. Under the oppressive aura of the great demon of Tushan, his body instinctively yearned to kneel, feigning divinity. With a sweeping motion, Zhao Meng was thrust out of the chamber. In response, Lin Wudao retrieved the great desolation cauldron, unleashing a torrent of supreme power that struck the statue of the great demon of Tushan with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated, engulfing the surroundings. Under the suppression of this ultimate force, the statue of the great demon of Tushan began to exhibit visible cracks, which continued to expand. Supreme spiritual weapon? A mere junior possesses such fortune? It appears you are indeed favored by destiny. Once I consume you, my power will increase yet further. The chilling and sinister voice echoed through the chamber. As the voice fell, a brilliant black light suddenly erupted from the statue of the great demon of Tushan, transforming into a terrifying giant hand that surged directly towards Lin Wudao. Upon witnessing this, a fierce and tumultuous gleam ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. "Huh, you wish to devour me? You surely overestimate your own worth. You are but a wretched, cornered dog, daring to set your sights on me? Let us see who consumes whom." The great wilderness cauldron descended. However, even the formidable might of the extreme Tao spirit weapon was unable to shake the great demon of Tushan. Lin Wudao had anticipated this. Thus, he did not harbor overly optimistic expectations. After all, the great demon of Tushan was a legendary fiend that had swept through the ages. Although it was merely a fragment of divine thought manifesting in this world, it possessed powers beyond the reach of ordinary forces. Boom! As the great demon of Tushan's colossal hand was about to descend upon him, Lin Wudao, fully prepared, pressed down with great force, and in an instant, an ancient bronze coffin appeared before him. Accompanied by a deep, resonating impact, an overwhelming, timeless will descended, obliterating the great demon of Tushan's hand with sheer force. Damn it! What in the world is this? Faced with the sudden emergence of the burial heaven bronze coffin, even the great demon of Tushan felt an immense wave of panic and fear. Yet, just as he was struck with shock, Lin Wudao's hand pressed down decisively, maneuvering the burial heaven bronze coffin to enclose the eerie statue within it. In an instant, Lin Wudao heard a piercing scream. Within that statue lay a fragment of the true spirit of the great demon of Tushan. At this moment, under the supreme might of the burial heaven copper coffin, his true spirit was ruthlessly obliterated. The burial heaven copper coffin is an unparalleled divine artifact. Even the eye of the divine cannot fathom its origins. The exalted immortal emperor would meet a fate of utter annihilation within, let alone a mere fragment of the great demon of Tushan's true spirit. If there were no assurance of victory, how could Lin Wudao dare to confront him? Ding, you have collected an indestructible true spirit of the great demon of Tushan and obtained a golden Tao talisman. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired a supreme Tao talisman. You have sacrificed the royal statue of the great demon of Tushan and gained 80,000 fortune points. The system's prompt suddenly resonated within his mind. A supreme Tao talisman? Lin Wudao was momentarily taken aback. Judging by its name, it appeared to be an extraordinary item. Immediately, he began to examine the information regarding the supreme Tao talisman. Name: Supreme Tao Talisman Level, Supreme Description 1, derived from the Golden Tao Talisman, enhanced tenfold. Description 2, with this Supreme Tao Talisman, one may enter the City of All Heavens, enjoying the highest level of treatment and a 1/10 discount on any purchase. Description 3, the Supreme Tao Talisman is a symbol of identity across the myriad realms. Evaluation: beyond the reach of all beings. Note: the City of All Heavens, a trading venue crafted by a supreme existence, where one can procure anything imaginable in the world. How wondrous! Gazing at the description presented by the supreme talisman, Lin Wudao found himself enveloped in boundless curiosity. With a mere thought, a strand of noble purple light sliced through the air, materializing before him a palm-sized purple token, exuding an ancient and profound aura. The front of the token bore the inscription Supreme, while the reverse displayed the words All Heavens. It was shrouded in unfathomable mystery. How is this to be utilized? Lin Wudao scrutinized it for a considerable time, yet could not discern the method to enter the city of all heavens. Subsequently, he attempted to infuse a wisp of spiritual energy into the supreme talisman. Whoosh! In an instant, a brilliant divine light surged forth, striking the void above. Thunderous roars echoed as, under the influence of the supreme will, a mysterious passageway was abruptly unveiled, leading to an unknown realm. Could this passageway be the gateway to the city of all heavens? Lin Wudao pondered deeply. The void passage resembled a vast black hole, seemingly capable of devouring all. After a prolonged silence, Lin Wudao conjured a doppelganger from the origin stone, altering its appearance before stepping forward, one careful stride at a time, into the passage. Boom! Upon entering the passage, Lin Wudao felt an immediate darkness envelop him. Upon reappearing, one finds themselves in an unfamiliar realm. The first sight that greets the eye is a vast and magnificent ancient city, its height and expanse unknown. As far as the gaze can extend, it stretches into the boundless eternity. Standing before it, Lin Wudao feels an overwhelming aura of supremacy surging towards him. Were it not for his invincible physique, the mere emanation of that aura could have obliterated him. At this moment, the skies above the city of 10,000 heavens are occasionally illuminated by brilliant divine lights, showcasing extraordinary beings of unparalleled might, majestic ancient vessels, and various world-destroying treasures, all shimmering in the celestial expanse. Witnessing such a spectacle, Lin Wudao feels akin to a rustic bumpkin entering the city for the first time. Everything here transcends his comprehension and imagination. Is this brother visiting the city of 10,000 heavens for the first time? As Lin Wudao is lost in the magnificence of the city, a young man with striking features and an extraordinary presence approaches him. His eyes, radiant like stars, survey Lin Wudao with curiosity. May I ask who you are? I am Mu Jiutian, the guide of this city of 10,000 heavens, dedicated to assisting newcomers and distinguished guests in navigating their way. I have served as a guide here for 80,000 years. In all the realms, none are more familiar with this place than I. Should you require anything? Feel free to inquire. Within the city of all heavens, there exists no corner unknown to me, nor any matter I remain unaware of. Of course, as a guide, I must modestly collect a service fee, Mu Jiutian remarked with a smile. Despite the aura of nobility and strength that enveloped him, he dared not display it overtly. Instead, he appeared profoundly respectful and humble. For anyone who could arrive at the city of all heavens possessed remarkable stature. They were either peerless prodigies from epochs long past, or formidable beings who dominated vast realms, or even transcendent entities that reshaped the very fabric of existence. Regardless of their identity, he could not afford to provoke any of them. As a guide in the city of all heavens, Mu Jiutian wielded merely a most ordinary white jade talisman, the lowest rank among all. Thus, he could only serve as a guide. Even after residing here for 80,000 years, he could only indulge in the most commonplace offerings of the city, which, if placed in the outside world, would be regarded as divine artifacts and treasures. Therefore, entering the city of all heavens was indeed a monumental fortune. This, of course, Lin Wudao was wholly unaware of. It is indeed my first visit to the city of all heavens. I have heard that one can procure anything in the world here. Lin Wudao inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiutian smiled and nodded. Indeed. In theory, that is indeed the case. In theory? Mu Jiutian smiled as he elaborated. Within the city of all heavens, as long as you possess an ample supply of divine stones, celestial stones, and Tao stones, you can acquire anything your heart desires. However, the rarer the item, the loftier the price. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao appeared pensive. By the way, my friend, since this is your first visit to the city of all heavens, is there anything you require? Might you allow me to accompany you on a brief exploration? Of course. Mu Jiutian replied, however, my rank is rather limited, so I can only guide you through the first heaven of the city of all heavens. As for the realms beyond the second heaven, I lack the qualifications to enter. Very well. Lin Wudao nodded slightly. Thus, he followed Mu Jiutian into the city of all heavens. Chapter 50. One word, poverty. By the way, esteemed brother, what is your surname? Oriental. Lin Wudao fabricated a surname haphazardly. In this chaotic city of myriad beings, he could not possibly reveal his true identity. Who knows what kind of entities inhabit this place? A careless slip could invite monumental calamity. Therefore, one must exercise utmost caution. Oh, so you are Brother Oriental. Mu Jiutian did not pursue Lin Wudao's real name. Anyone who ventured into the city of all heavens was undoubtedly a figure of significance, and any information that could be divulged was likely fabricated. Here, no one would dare unveil their true details or identity. Brother Oriental, as you are new to this realm, let me acquaint you with the regulations of the city of all heavens, lest you inadvertently breach a taboo. All right. Lin Wudao nodded. As they strolled through the ancient streets of the city of all heavens, Lin Wudao listened attentively to Mu Jiutian's exposition. The city is governed by numerous rules, but among them, a few ironclad edicts are inviolate. To violate these could result in, at best, a permanent expulsion from the city of all heavens, or, at worst, utter annihilation. Firstly, combat or slaughter is strictly prohibited within the city of all heavens. Secondly, transactions conducted on-site must be settled immediately. Credit is not permitted. Thirdly, individuals possessing ordinary white jade talismans may only remain in the city of all heavens for a single day, with the exception of guiding emissaries. Fourthly, private transactions are forbidden. Fifth, one must not disclose the existence of the city of all heavens to anyone. Sixth, one must not venture into unauthorized areas. Mu Jiutian continued to elucidate earnestly, and Lin Wudao listened with utmost attention. After a brief introduction, Lin Wudao gained a general understanding of the rules governing the city of all heavens. Essentially, this is a realm where beings from myriad worlds engage in trade. Aside from trade, all else is strictly prohibited here. By the way, you mentioned that the city of all heavens has a second tier? Indeed. The city of all heavens is characterized by an exceedingly stringent hierarchy. Without sufficient rank or identity, one is forbidden from stepping into other realms. The first tier has a paramount limit of the heavenly emperor. To ascend to the second tier of the city of all heavens, one must possess the cultivation and strength of a true immortal or higher, while only immortal kings may tread upon the third tier. As for the fourth tier, one must be an unparalleled immortal emperor. Such powerful heavenly emperors are confined to the fourth tier? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's mind was profoundly shaken. The great demon of Tushan possesses the golden Dao talisman of the city of all heavens, indicating that his identity and power are far more formidable than I had previously imagined. He mused silently. From that statue, only the most rudimentary information could be gleaned. Beyond the appellation of the Tushan Grand Devil, little else is discernible. Through Mu Jiutian's narration, Lin Wudao discerned that the Tushan Grand Devil was undoubtedly a paramount existence. The extent of his power, however, remained unknown to him. By the way, Brother Dongfang, given the diverse and complex nature of the city of heavens, would you be interested in acquiring a set of equipment to conceal your identity and aura? Mu Jiutian inquired, turning abruptly. Instantly, a black cloak and a ghost-faced mask materialized in his hand. These are available for purchase within the city of heavens. They are called the Heaven-Avoiding Cloak and the Heaven's Mask. Once donned, no one, regardless of their cultivation level, can penetrate your identity and origins. Given the affinity between us as brothers, I'll offer them to you at a discount. Only 1 billion supreme-grade divine stones. Mu Jiutian gazed at Lin Wudao with fervent eyes. 1 billion supreme-grade divine stones. Lin Wudao stood aghast. Divine stones. He was merely a minor cultivator in the late stage of divine transformation. How could he possibly possess such high-level items? Moreover, supreme-grade divine stones at that. Mu Jiutian's opening price was a staggering 1 billion. This sum, for Lin Wudao at this moment, was an astronomical figure. Brother Dongfang, you wouldn't happen to be unable to produce a mere 1 billion supreme-grade divine stones, would you? Mu Jiutian blinked inquisitively. A peculiar expression adorned his face. To him, 1 billion supreme divine stones were of little consequence. In the city of all heavens, even the most trivial expenditure would surpass that amount. Today, I forgot to bring any money. What? To arrive in the city of all heavens without divine stones? Mu Jiutian's curiosity deepened. He scrutinized Lin Wudao closely and discerned that he did not appear to be deceiving him. Sighing, he resolved to act generously this time. I shall lend you this cloak of avoidance and the mask of all heavens for now. When you return, do remember to bring along the supreme divine stones to repay me. As he spoke, Mu Jiutian promptly placed the cloak and mask into Lin Wudao's hands. Thank you. It's nothing, merely a trifling sum of 10 billion supreme divine stones. One can never have too many friends. Perhaps I may require your assistance in the future. Brother Dongfang. Mu Jiutian smiled nonchalantly, truly unconcerned about such a paltry amount. However, Lin Wudao etched this kindness into his memory. He was not one to relish being indebted to others and vowed to repay it when the opportunity arose. With this thought in mind, he donned the cloak of avoidance and the mask of all heavens, following Mu Jiutian as they continued onward. Throughout the journey, Lin Wudao's eyes were opened wide in wonder. Having witnessed a myriad of wondrous phenomena, any single one, if placed within the realm of the divine wasteland, would undoubtedly be deemed a supreme treasure or divine artifact. Even the emperors and celestial sovereigns would be driven to madness over it. Brother Dongfang, should you wish to procure something, I can first escort you to take a look. When you return next time, you may purchase it directly. Are there any items meant for mortals? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wudao suddenly spoke. Mortals? Mu Jiutian stood frozen in place. Anyone beneath the true god level is referred to as a mortal. In the city of the heavens, it seems that items for mortals are rather scarce. Only available in the mortal zone of the 9th Avenue. Allow me to take you there. Excellent. Lin Wudao silently noted the location. At that moment, Mu Jiutian produced an ancient divine vessel to carry Lin Wudao to the 9th Avenue of the first heaven. Boom. Just as the two were about to embark on their journey, a grand and resounding bell echoed across the vast and ancient sky, accompanied by an unparalleled majesty. What is happening? Lin Wudao's gaze sharpened. Turning his head, he noticed that Mu Jiutian's expression was equally grave at that moment. After countless years, the legendary bell of the heavens has once again resounded, suggesting that momentous events are imminent in the city of the heavens, murmured Mu Jiutian, his brow furrowed. The bell of the heavens? Lin Wudao expressed his bewilderment. My dear Eastern brother, the so-called bell of the heavens is a supreme divine artifact, which tolls whenever significant events unfold in the city of the heavens. I recall that the last time it rang was during the first era of the mythic age. That was several years ago. Thus, it is evident that the forthcoming events will be of considerable magnitude. As he spoke, Mu Jiutian lifted his gaze towards the vast expanse of the void. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by an overwhelming might, infinite principles of the universe began to manifest. Ultimately, a sacred veil of light coalesced in the void. By the decree of the city lord, from this day forth, the city of the heavens shall welcome its 10th supreme being. Those in possession of the supreme Tao talisman shall enjoy the highest privileges within the city of the heavens. All purchases shall be granted a 100% discount. Duration, permanently valid. An array of profoundly intricate ancient inscriptions appeared out of thin air, with a resounding crash. As the final character echoed, a purple, ancient Tao talisman inscribed with the words supreme materialized from the void. In that instant, every living being within the city of the heavens widened their eyes in astonishment. On their faces, an infinite reverence and yearning were unveiled. In the city of the celestial realms, a supreme being has once again emerged. Chapter 51. The Treasure Pavilion and the 9-Turn Nirvana Pill. After countless epochs, someone has finally attained the path to eternity once more. Morong Jiutian exclaimed. At that moment, his eyes radiated an infinite reverence, as if he longed to prostrate himself in worship. What is the essence of supremacy? Although he was already aware of the extraordinary nature of the supreme Tao talisman and its immense significance, Lin Wudao, a newcomer, remained oblivious to the nuances of the talisman's hierarchy and classification. He was even less aware of the identity and implications associated with the possession of a supreme Tao talisman. In this regard, Morong Jiutian did not hold back, patiently elucidating the matter. In the city of all heavens, identity and status are distinguished by Tao talismans. The greater one's strength, the higher the level of Tao talismans one possesses. At the lowest tier is the white jade Tao talisman, which is the most commonplace. The white jade Tao talisman merely grants the privilege to purchase items within the city of all heavens and does not confer any additional benefits or discounts. In the city, a staggering 99% of individuals hold the white jade Tao talisman. Above the white jade Tao talisman are the black iron Tao talisman, the bronze Tao talisman, the silver Tao talisman, the gold Tao talisman, and the pinnacle, the supreme Tao talisman. The black iron Tao talisman affords a degree of status, allowing for a 10% discount. The bronze Tao talisman provides an 8% discount, the silver Tao talisman a 7% discount. and the gold Dao Talisman a 50% discount. The higher the level of the Dao Talisman, the greater the identity, status, and power it signifies. Morong Jiotian spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in understanding. At last, he comprehended the extraordinary standing of the supreme Dao Talisman in the city of all heavens. It was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single leap. The great demon of Tushan, as a possessor of the golden Dao Talisman, was indeed formidable, he mused silently. As they conversed, Morong Jiotian skillfully navigated the divine vessel toward the 9th Avenue. Whoosh! A brilliant divine light pierced through the void. Standing upon the divine vessel, Lin Wudao gained a clearer appreciation of the grandeur and magnificence of the city of all heavens. This place was an existence beyond imagination. Moments later, under Morong Jiotian's guidance, Lin Wudao arrived at the so-called 9th Avenue. Raising his gaze, he beheld an expansive street that seemed endless, resembling a galaxy shimmering beneath the vast starry sky, radiating countless mysterious hues. As far as the eye could see, various shops and an array of splendid goods filled the scene. Brother from the east. This is the 9th Avenue, where mortal items are traded. From the lowest realm of physical existence to the utmost realm of true divinity attainable by mortals. Anything related to cultivation can be found here. The city of the heavens offers only the finest divine artifacts and treasures, as ordinary items are deemed unworthy of entry here. One need not worry about counterfeit goods, for every item undergoes rigorous scrutiny. As he spoke, Mu Jiotian began to wander along the 9th Avenue with Lin Wudao. Along the way, they encountered a plethora of extraordinary merchandise. Each item, if presented in the vast realm of the divine wilderness, would undoubtedly incite considerable commotion. Are there any treasures that can enhance one's aptitude? Lin Wudao inquired suddenly. Enhance aptitude? Mu Jiotian glanced at him quizzically before nodding. Indeed, the enchantment of the city of the heavens lies in the ability to procure virtually any desired item. Even if it is not readily available, one can offer a handsome sum to have it custom-made. As long as the price is sufficiently high, there will undoubtedly be someone willing to fulfill your request. On this 9th Avenue stands the pavilion of 10,000 treasures, where the finest celestial artifacts and treasures for mortals are sold, albeit at a slightly elevated cost. Mu Jiotian gestured towards the front. Subsequently, he steered the divine vessel and descended before an ancient and magnificent 9-story tower. Oh, the Emperor of Heaven has arrived. A lean man dressed as a servant approached with a smile. Gongjio, is your master in? Here we are. This time, I have brought along a friend, eager to explore the mystical artifacts that enhance qualifications. The humble individual understands and invites me in with great enthusiasm. Upon noticing, Mu Jiotian does not hesitate and promptly leads Lin Wudao inside. To my astonishment, my brother Mu is indeed a heavenly emperor? I too merely scrape by as a heavenly emperor in the city of the celestial realms. Here, one could casually toss a brick and strike a multitude of heavenly emperors. Yet, is it not said that attaining the status of a great emperor is a rarity, with the path to becoming a heavenly emperor fraught with challenges? Bah, my Eastern brother. Isn't it said that one merely needs capability to become a great emperor? The scenario you describe exists only in worlds depleted of resources or of exceedingly low ranks. In any high-tier world, great emperors are akin to ordinary mortals. Mu Jiotian scoffed. Ordinary as mortals? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao felt a profound shock within. In the divine wilderness, great emperors are indeed a rare phenomenon, synonymous with immense power. However, in the words of Mu Jiotian, they seem trivial. They are practically indistinguishable from common mortals. This clearly indicates that Mu Jiotian must hail from a world of significantly higher caliber. At the same time, this indirectly affirms that the hierarchy of the divine wilderness is rather modest. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, one is greeted by an overwhelming splendor. The dazzling divine light and treasures were so radiant that Lin Wudao found it difficult to keep his eyes open. Has Brother Mu arrived? I heard from Gongjio that your friend wishes to procure some divine artifacts to enhance his aptitude. Just as Lin Wudao was surveying the surroundings, a rotund man, clad in splendid garments and wearing a broad smile, approached him. Brother, this is Qian Rumming, the manager of the treasure pavilion, affectionately known as Fatty Qian. If you desire anything, feel free to express it to him. He can generally provide anything at the mortal level, Mu Jiotian introduced. Qian Rumming? That is indeed an amusing name, Lin Wudao thought to himself, casting a discreet glance at him and nodding slightly. I seek divine artifacts that can enhance my aptitude without inflicting any side effects upon myself. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wudao spoke. May I inquire what level you are seeking? There are numerous divine artifacts capable of enhancing aptitude, each varying in level and quality. Some can bestow one with the aptitude of an emperor, while others can grant the aptitude of a celestial emperor. Furthermore, there are even those that can elevate one directly to the ranks of true immortals, and perhaps even immortal kings. Qian Ruming inquired cautiously. Is the minimum starting level that of an emperor? Lin Wudao felt a tumult of emotions within. The young man suggested, shall I select a few for you to choose from? Certainly. Please hold on. With that, Qian Ruming turned and departed. Before long, he returned, his wide sleeves sweeping gracefully, and an overwhelming divine light surged forth, manifesting an array of celestial artifacts and treasures in the void, as if reflecting the myriad heavens. Each artifact exuded an aura of immense grandeur. Lin Wudao's divine eye scanned the scene, and a plethora of information immediately unfolded before him. Name, Taishu sword bone description, an unparalleled root bone refined from the innate essence of the void, which, when harmonized with oneself, can forge the Taishu sword body. Upon reaching completion, it can evolve into the Taishu sword realm. Note, forcefully extracted from the body of the Taishu divine sun, upon fusion, it bestows the potential of an emperor. Price, 100 billion supreme divine stones. Name, Shitian divine water description, a primordial divine object from a high-level world. Originating at the dawn of creation, it can cleanse one's innate talents and roots, harmonizing them with the heavens and forging an innate Tao body. Note, bestows the potential of a heavenly emperor. Price, 100 trillion supreme divine stones. Name, Wangu Huangtian blood description, extracted from the Tao source of a medium-sized world. This divine substance has evolved through countless epochs. Upon integration with oneself, it can forge an innate Tao divine body. Note, acquired through the slaying of a celestial Tao. Upon fusion, it grants the potential of a true immortal. Price, 100 billion exquisite divine crystals. Countless divine treasures dazzled Lin Wudao's eyes. Before him lay an array of exceptional items. However, each was priced in the hundreds of millions of supreme divine stones, with even divine crystals counted in the millions. After a mere glance, Lin Wudao felt his horizons had been drastically limited. He was utterly impoverished. Anything here was beyond his financial reach. What's the matter? Young sir, are you dissatisfied? Observed Qian Ruming, mistaking Lin Wudao's silence for discontent. Not to worry, this is just a small selection. There are many more divine treasures to choose from. Take your time. Surely, there is something that suits you. As Lin Wudao remained silent, Qian Ruming waved his hand, conjuring an even greater assortment of divine items and treasures, each surpassing the last in both grade and quality. Yet, Lin Wudao continued to maintain his silence. Noticing this, Qian Ruming was poised to present another batch when he was halted by Mu Jiutian's raised hand. He was well aware that Lin Wudao had not brought any money today. Master Qian, I recall that your Wanbao Tower possesses something known as the 9-turn Nirvana Pill. Why not bring it forth for my brother here to examine? Mu Jiutian spoke in a low voice. It is said that the 9-turn Nirvana Pill can elevate one's aptitude to that of a celestial emperor. I wonder if you still have any in stock? Is there truly a divine item that grants the aptitude of a celestial emperor? Lin Wudao inquired, curiosity piqued. However, upon hearing about the 9-turn Nirvana Pill, Qian Ruming displayed a rather awkward expression. What, is that all there is? Mu Jiutian lamented. No, there is one left, Qian Ruming clarified, but the 9-turn Nirvana Pill is sold separately. Each consumption enhances one's aptitude by 1 tier. Only after 9 turns can one elevate their innate potential to that of an immortal emperor. The 9-turn Nirvana Pill becomes increasingly precious as one progresses, and its refinement is no simple task. It requires considerable time to gather materials and to engage a skilled alchemist for its creation. As of now, my Wanbao Tower possesses one, perfectly suited for those at the mortal stage. Upon ingestion, it can augment one's aptitude and root by tenfold. As for pills beyond the first turn, they necessitate special ordering. Qian Ruming elucidated. With a flourish, he produced an exquisite jade vial, from which he poured out a thumb-sized pill, shimmering with divine light. Just a whiff of its fragrance invigorated Lin Wudao immensely. Name, 9-turn Nirvana Pill, first turn, description, an unparalleled divine medicine suitable for the mortal stage, capable of enhancing one's aptitude tenfold. Beyond the first turn, the enhancement continues to multiply by 10. Note, after 9 turns, one can forge the potential of an immortal emperor. Price: 800 premium divine stones. Upon reviewing the details, Lin Wudao fell into silence once again. This might be the least expensive item within the Wanbao Pavilion, yet he still could not afford it. Chapter 52. The Nine Heavens Merchant Alliance. The price of the first transformation Nirvana pill is 800 premium divine stones. Even with Lin Wudao possessing the Supreme Tao Talisman, allowing him a discount, he would still need to present 80 premium divine stones to make a purchase. Currently, he does not possess even a single premium spirit stone. Where could he possibly acquire the premium divine stones? Upon arriving in the city of all heavens, he realized just how truly impoverished he was. At this moment, he could not help but silently lament. As he spoke, he forcibly diverted his gaze from the first transformation Nirvana pill, intending to leave the Wanbao Tower. However, at that moment, a voice beside him echoed, "I shall take this first transformation Nirvana pill." With unwavering resolve, he produced 800 premium divine stones and placed them before Qian Rumen. "Brother Mu also requires this item?" Qian Rumen inquired, somewhat puzzled. "I intend to purchase it as a gift for a junior. He possesses the potential of an emperor. Perhaps, with this Nirvana pill, he could elevate himself to the status of a heavenly emperor," Mu Jiutian replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Qian Rumen glanced at Lin Wudao, seemingly having discerned something, yet chose not to elaborate further. "By the way, how long would it take to obtain a custom-made second transformation Nirvana pill? And what would be the cost?" "Well, it would take approximately a year. The primary ingredient required for the second transformation Nirvana pill, the Nirvana flower, takes 3,000 years to mature. So we must wait a bit longer. Moreover, items such as the second transition Nirvana pill are seldom crafted, necessitating a considerable fee to enlist someone's expertise. Thus, the price is rather steep. If one is truly earnest about commissioning it, the asking price stands at a flat 8 million premium divine stones. Money is as precious as life, one remarked. The price escalates 10,000-fold for merely a second transition? Lin Wudao was inwardly astonished. Indeed, I shall gather more information first and discuss it later. With that, Mu Jiutian grasped the first transition Nirvana pill and turned to exit the Wanbao Tower. "Brother Dongfang, this is for you." Just as he stepped out, Mu Jiutian directly presented the Nirvana pill to Lin Wudao. "I have no money to give you today." "Oh, it's merely 800 premium divine stones. It's not as though I lack such trifling sums. I have already given you the sky-evading cloak and the heavenly mask worth 10 billion premium divine stones, so why would I concern myself with this? When you have the means, simply return the favor. It's no great matter," Mu Jiutian said nonchalantly, dismissing the mere 800 premium divine stones from his thoughts. "Are you not afraid I might renege on the debt? What if I leave this city of heavenly realms and never return?" Lin Wudao teased. In response, Mu Jiutian merely scoffed. "If that were truly the case, it would only prove that I, Mu Jiutian, misjudged your character. With merely a few hundred exquisite divine stones, one can discern the true nature of an individual, which is indeed quite worthwhile. However, you and I are but fleeting acquaintances. My greatest passion lies in forging connections with the world's heroes and luminaries. In a sense, it also paves the way for my own future. After all, one inevitably encounters difficulties in life. Today, I have extended my assistance to you. And who knows, perhaps tomorrow you may find yourself in a position to aid me. It is through mutual support that we can traverse the path of life more effectively. Ultimately, I believe, dear brother Dongfang, that you are not the kind of person people assume you to be," remarked Mu Jiutian with a broad smile. To this, Lin Wudao merely sighed softly, choosing not to respond. "Brother Dongfang, since you have come to the city of all heavens, why not seize this opportunity while the day is still young? Allow me to escort you to an intriguing place where you can witness grand spectacles. Where might that be?" "The Nine Heavens Tower." This Nine Heavens Tower is a property under the auspices of the Nine Heavens Merchants Alliance. It stands as the largest auction house within the first tier of the city of all heavens. At the end of each month, a magnificent auction is held. The items showcased at the auction are of the highest caliber, unattainable in the outside world. Each auction is a breathtaking clash, where participants compete in terms of identity, status, strength, and financial prowess. Once you set foot there, it is guaranteed to be a feast for your eyes. It is said that something extraordinary has emerged at the auction. Mu Jiutian spoke with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's curiosity was piqued. Whoosh! Under Mu Jiutian's guidance, the two navigated their divine vessel, racing swiftly to the Jiutian Tower. It was an island suspended in the void. Boom, boom, boom. At a glance, the surroundings of the Jotian Tower were filled with countless anomalies, and in the hazy distance, the profound truths of heaven and earth were manifesting. Mighty figures, unparalleled in their might, stood sentinel in all directions, exuding an air of grandeur. At this moment, coinciding with the monthly auction, the heavens above were illuminated by divine lights, as powerful beings rode upon celestial rainbows, traversing the skies. Ultimately, amidst the reverent gaze of myriad beings, they entered the Jotian Tower. Time was of the essence. We must hasten. With a call, Muron Jotian promptly piloted the divine vessel, descending with Lin Wu Dao at the entrance of the Jotian Tower. Subsequently, the two stepped inside. Upon entering the Jotian Tower, Lin Wu Dao discovered that it was an entirely separate world. At this moment, within the boundless void, countless beings had been waiting for quite some time. In the very center, a massive auction stage loomed. Simultaneously, surrounding the auction stage, there were numerous private boxes, each housing ancient and powerful entities. Let us find a place to sit, suggested Mu Jotian as he led Lin Wu Dao to a vacant spot. Just as they settled in, a familiar figure suddenly emerged, illuminated by a beam of divine light, none other than Qian Rumming from the Wambao Tower. Mu brother, are you also interested in this auction? Indeed, Mu Jotian replied with a smile. I have heard that there will be remarkable items available. If something suitable arises, I would like to partake. You have come at the perfect time. Today's auction will feature imperial treasures. Imperial treasures? Mu Jotian gasped, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The concept of imperial treasures is closely tied to the path of ascension, particularly beyond the 9 heavens of the Celestial Emperor. Should one attain the realm of humanity, the realm of imperial authority, and the realm of heavenly principles, they could ultimately cultivate an immortal body. If such treasures truly appear, it is certain that a fierce competition will ensue, and to acquire them, one must be prepared to pay a significant price, Mu Jotian remarked, his expression a mix of astonishment and yearning. Apparently, Mu Jotian's identity and origins are far from ordinary. Lin Wu Dao glanced over, musing inwardly. The participants in this auction are all top-tier magnates. If it truly involves an imperial treasure, I fear even ordinary heavenly emperor forces would be unable to partake. At the very least, it would require immortal-level powers. After all, auctions are a contest of foundation and financial resources. In this regard, Mu Jotian seems to have no shortage. With this in mind, Lin Wu Dao couldn't help but feel a surge of interest. He remained silent, subtly observing his surroundings while awaiting the commencement of the auction. Finally, after an indefinite period, a dignified and grand chime resonated, and the previously bustling 9 heavens pavilion was instantly silenced. A wisp of divine light descended, and a peerless woman in palace attire, ethereal and otherworldly, gradually materialized. Chapter 53. The Supreme Treasure of the Imperial Path. With a resounding clamor, the arrival of the woman stirred a tremendous commotion within the 9 heavens tower. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon her. Isn't that the foremost goddess of the 9 heavens merchant alliance, Ji Ruyue? She has come to the 9 heavens tower to personally preside over this auction? A voice in the crowd exclaimed. Indeed, she is the top-ranked goddess. Wasn't Ji Ruyue always in the 2nd heaven, overseeing the Celestial Path Tower? How has she suddenly appeared in the 1st heaven? The entire 9 heavens merchant alliance seems to belong to her. She can go wherever she pleases. It is said that Ji Ruyue has already attained the status of a true immortal. Is that true? It appears so. She has only cultivated for a mere 180 years. Various sounds of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. A true immortal? Hearing the discussions from afar, Lin Wu Dao felt a subtle tremor in his spirit. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he has encountered formidable beings, such as the Emperor Jiang Taichu, the fallen demon lord, and the great demon of Tushan, but he had only brushed against them in death and had never truly witnessed a living being of such caliber. Now, upon arriving in the city of all heavens, he has come face to face with a living true immortal. This filled Lin Wu Dao with an overwhelming sense of awe. The foremost goddess of the 9 heavens merchant alliance, having achieved immortality after just 180 years of cultivation, must possess an extraordinary level of talent that is beyond imagination. Moreover, the resources at her disposal were beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. He mused inwardly. Some are born at the zenith of existence. Such is destiny, incomparable to others. He had often heard that birth itself is a form of erudition, and now it seemed undeniably true. Amidst his contemplation, Lin Wudao suppressed the tremor within and refocused his tranquil gaze upon the distant auction platform. At that moment, Jiru Yue cast a subtle glance. And with a gentle lift of her jade hand, the entire assembly fell into immediate silence. No one dared utter another syllable. "I shall preside over today's auction," she declared. "According to the ordinances of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, items shall be auctioned to the highest bidder. No credit, no reneging, and no defaulting. Otherwise, the Nine Heavens Pavilion reserves the prerogative to permanently banish transgressors from the City of Heavens." Her serene, composed voice resonated throughout the expanse. Upon hearing her words, the crowd remained reticent. They were thoroughly acquainted with the regulations of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and thus harbored no resistance. "Since all are cognizant of the rules, let us commence," she announced. "Now, let us present the inaugural item for auction." Instantly, as Ji Ryue's voice reverberated, a chilling ray of divine light pierced the void, enveloping a vast imperial aura and materialized upon the auction platform. It was an ancient, ebony-hued sword. This artifact, known as the Celestial Desolation Emperor's Sword, is an unparalleled imperial weapon forged by the Celestial Desolation Emperor during the era of the Entombed Sovereign. Crafted primarily from the rare Xiantian divine gold and fused with 36 kinds of extraordinary materials, its creation spanned 3 millennia. It bears the engravings of 81 sovereign prohibitions, classifying it among the pinnacle of imperial weapons. The starting bid is set at 100 trillion exquisite divine crystals, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 1,000 exquisite divine crystals. Jiru Yue began her slow narration. The Celestial Desolation Emperor? Was he not the legendary sovereign ranked 9th on the Emperor's roll during the era of the Entombed Sovereign? To think that such a weapon, taking 3,000 years to forge, has been unearthed. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The first item up for auction is none other than the most elite imperial weapon. It seems this grand finale might very well be the legendary sovereign treasure. Mu Jiutian furrowed his brows and whispered to himself. Likewise, Lin Wudao was equally taken aback. In this moment, he truly grasped the grandeur of the Jiutian Tower. To commence with the apex of imperial weapons is an unthinkable occurrence in the divine wasteland. "I bid 11 trillion. A voice rang out, initiating the bidding. "I bid 12 trillion. 13 trillion. As the first bidder made his call, the price of the Celestial Desolation Emperor's sword soared at a breathtaking pace. Soon, it became evident that, under the watchful gaze of Lin Wudao, the price of the Tianhuang Emperor's sword surged beyond 20 trillion. And it was indeed composed of exquisite divine crystals. This was an item far superior to even the finest divine stones. Lin Wudao could scarcely fathom the magnitude of this sum. A fixed price of 50 trillion. Suddenly, amidst the fervent bidding for the Tianhuang Emperor's sword, a commanding voice erupted from a private box on the auction platform. Lin Wudao turned his gaze towards the source, discovering it to be box number 3, a clear indication of an ancient and formidable power. 60 trillion. At this moment, a calm voice emanated from box number 2, suggesting that its occupant also harbored an interest in the Tianhuang Emperor's sword. 80 trillion. In response to the bid from box number 2, box number 3 displayed no hesitation, immediately raising the stakes by 20 trillion exquisite divine crystals, catapulting the price to 80 trillion. Goodness, truly a case of a fool with more money than sense. In the audience, Mu Jiutian smirked, clearly relishing the spectacle. What was the true worth of this Tianhuang Emperor's sword? Perhaps a maximum of 100 trillion. If it could be secured for 80 trillion, it would neither be a gain nor a loss. However, encountering someone who genuinely required it would yield an entirely different valuation. After all, there exists a certain group of individuals in this world who hold a profound affection for something known as sentiment. Mu Jiutian remarked with a hint of meaning. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in agreement. Indeed, when faced with the exorbitant price of 800 trillion superior divine crystals for the third private box, the second private box fell into a moment of silence before ultimately raising the price to 900 trillion superior divine crystals. However, the third private box was evidently intent on acquiring the Tianhuang Emperor's sword at all costs and continued to increase the bid by 100 trillion. In the end, the sword was successfully secured for the staggering sum of 1 trillion superior divine crystals. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Today, he had certainly broadened his horizons. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of the third private box for successfully acquiring the Tianhuang Emperor's sword. A resounding chime echoed from the auction stage. Next, let us welcome the second auction item. Ji Ryue's voice rang out once more. With a swift motion, Another divine light descended, transforming into an exquisitely crafted jade vial, no larger than a thumb. This object is known as the water of life. Its primary effect is to extend one's lifespan. Within this jade vial, there are 3 drops of the water of life, each capable of prolonging life by 18,000 years. The starting bid is set at 1 trillion superior divine crystals, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 100 million superior divine crystals. It is particularly noteworthy that these 3 droplets of the elixir of life are effective only for beings below the realm of the Celestial Emperor. This indeed is a remarkable treasure. Lin Wudao silently marveled at the value of a single droplet of this life-giving essence, which far surpassed the precious true dragon immortality medicine he had previously acquired. For those ancient emperors, it is nothing less than a supreme divine remedy. 110 trillion, 120 trillion. Such treasures are never in want of buyers. Soon, the price of the elixir of life soared dramatically, reaching an astonishing 300 trillion top-tier divine crystals in the blink of an eye, and it continued to escalate. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Wudao and Mu Jiutian sat quietly at the base of the stage, observing the frenzied bidding among the powerful factions. The back and forth continued, and after a fierce contest, the 3 droplets of the elixir of life were finally secured by the second private box, at the exorbitant price of 150 trillion. Congratulations to the second private box for successfully acquiring the 3 droplets of the elixir of life. The next item to be auctioned is a Celestial Emperor's transformation pill, which, upon consumption and refinement, can shatter the constraints of the Emperor realm and elevate one to the Celestial Emperor tier. The starting bid is set at 300 trillion top-tier divine crystals, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 300,000 top-tier divine crystals. On the auction stage, Ji Ryue meticulously presided over the proceedings. Lin Wudao observed quietly, adopting the perspective of an outsider, as if witnessing a lively spectacle. Beside him, Mu Jiutian appeared somewhat disinterested, engaged in casual conversation with Qian Rumming, occasionally casting a glance towards the auction stage. Clearly, the treasures presented at that moment held little allure for him. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed. After a considerable duration, following the spirited bidding for an array of divine artifacts and treasures, the auction reached its pinnacle. Ji Ryue unveiled the crowning item of the event. This auction featured a singular highlight, a treasure of unparalleled rarity, known as the Heavenly Dao Xin Huang fruit. Suddenly, Ji Ryue's cold voice resonated from the auction stage. With that declaration, all eyes in the room converged instantly. There, accompanied by a beam of divine light, a mysterious fruit, roughly the size of a fist and radiating a golden hue, appeared within a jade plate, exuding an aura of profound and arcane rules. Was this the rules of the Heavenly Dao? Gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. Indeed, with the blessing of the Heavenly Dao's rules, this was a regal treasure. The richness of the rules aura emanating from the Heavenly Dao Xian Huang fruit was extraordinary. If one were to consume it, it would undoubtedly forge a 9-fold Celestial Emperor, achieving the royal golden body in one fell swoop. With this item in hand, the path to imperial greatness would be within reach. Such a treasure of this caliber has not surfaced in many years. I wonder what the starting price will be. At this moment, all eyes are on it. Almost everyone present has fixed their gaze upon that heaven and earth profound yellow fruit. Even Mu Jiutian, who had been dozing off, abruptly raised his head. His eyes riveted upon it, a profound longing coursing through them. Are you interested in this item? Indeed, this is an imperial treasure of unparalleled rarity, seldom seen even in the first heaven of the City of Heavens. I have, by chance, cultivated to the pinnacle of the human realm. If I can acquire this fruit, I will undoubtedly forge the 9 Heavens Emperor and cultivate the imperial golden body in one fell swoop. At that time, I may glimpse the pinnacle of the Heavenly Dao. Mu Jiutian's eyes shone with divine light. Having spoken, he began to tally his own wealth. This contest for the imperial treasure will undoubtedly be fiercely contested. One can imagine that the final transaction price will be astonishingly high. He must prepare in advance. Seeing this, Lin Wudao did not disturb him. He merely observed quietly as an onlooker. The heaven and earth profound yellow fruit, an imperial treasure, is an innate divine object evolved from the rules of the Heavenly Dao. Upon consumption, one can cultivate the imperial golden body in one fell swoop and glimpse the pinnacle of the Heavenly Dao. The starting bid is set at 1 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence, with each subsequent bid not to be lower than 100 million pounds of exquisite divine essence. Moments later, Ji Ryue's voice resonated from the auction platform. Divine Essence? Lin Wudao felt a tremor in his heart. To his knowledge, Divine Essence is a cultivation resource exclusive to those above the Heavenly Emperor, imbued with terrifying innate spiritual power, far surpassing that of divine crystals. 1 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence is extraordinarily precious, even among ancient forces of the Heavenly Emperor level, which most ordinary factions cannot possibly put forth. Indeed, a grand gesture. Lin Wudao praised silently. With that, he focused intently on the unfolding event. At this moment, following a brief silence, the contention for the heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit commenced. 1 billion 100 million, 1 billion 200 million, 1 billion 500 million, 2 billion. A cacophony of shouts echoed through the void. The competition was exceedingly fierce. Often, before one price had fully settled, another higher bid would emerge. In a mere 10 breaths, the price of the heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit soared to an astronomical 50 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence. 55 billion. Mu Jiutian could no longer contain himself and shouted out. 60 billion. A voice emerged from the third private box. 70 billion. Mu Jiutian was reluctant to concede, continuing to grit his teeth and raise his bid. 8 billion. 90 billion. Following Mu Jiutian, a series of soaring bids drowned out his voice. Damn it. Mu Jiutian cursed vehemently, his fists clenched, his eyes filled with helplessness and sighs. Ultimately, he slumped back into his seat. Observing this scene, Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. How much supreme divine essence do you possess? Huh. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiutian lifted his head, gazing at him in confusion. 100 billion Jin. Brother Dongfang, why do you ask this? Oh, it's nothing. That should be sufficient. Lin Wudao murmured softly. Huh. Sufficient? What is sufficient? Mu Jiutian was utterly perplexed by Lin Wudao's words. Nevertheless, Lin Wudao paid him no mind, continuing to observe the fierce competition in the auction hall with an indifferent demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, the price of the heavenly yellow fruit had soared to 300 billion Jin of supreme divine essence. At this juncture, the only bidders remaining were the 3 private boxes labeled Tian. Chapter 54, 100 billion. I demand a discount. What price could a treasure of imperial significance, akin to the celestial element fruit, command in the past? After observing for a moment, Lin Wudao inquired of his companion, Mu Jiutian. That is unpredictable. Treasures of imperial significance are effective only for beings who have attained the realm beyond the Heavenly Emperor or those in the Imperial Dao realm. Each possesses distinct effects. Ultimately, they serve to assist the Heavenly Emperor in cultivating the Imperial Dao Golden Body. The human Dao realm forges the human Dao Golden Body. The Imperial Dao realm forges the Imperial Dao Golden Body. The Heavenly Dao realm forges the Heavenly Dao Golden Body. Only when these 3 golden bodies are unified can one manifest celestial energy and forge an immortal body. The last time a treasure of imperial significance emerged, it seemingly fetched an astronomical price of 800 billion pounds of top-tier divine essence. Mu Jiutian pondered briefly before responding. 800 billion? Lin Wudao nodded softly upon hearing this figure. He then resumed his attention to the fierce competition unfolding in the auction hall. At this moment, the bidding for the celestial element fruit in the 3 VIP rooms marked by the character Tian had reached a fever pitch. I bid 400 billion pounds of top-tier divine essence. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated from the 3rd VIP room, exuding an air of determination. However, the other 2 rooms were equally unwilling to concede. 500 billion. 600 billion. 2 sounds echoed in succession. In an instant, the eyes of everyone present converged upon the first private box. Clearly, the owner of this box possessed a far greater wealth. 700 billion. After a brief silence, a deep voice emerged from the second private box. 800 billion. A calm bid followed, and upon the utterance of this figure, a wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding crowd. Wasn't the last imperial treasure priced similarly? Someone exclaimed. The quality of this heaven and earth profound yellow fruit surpasses that of the previous imperial treasure. If all goes as anticipated, the price will undoubtedly exceed 800 billion. Hiss. Within the ancient forces of the Celestial Emperor level, few could muster 800 billion pounds of exceptional divine source. In this auction, the first private box held the greatest hope. Within 1,000 billion, it should be secured. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao remained an indifferent observer. 850 billion. Faced with the high bid from the first private box, the second box seemed to be struggling. After a moment's hesitation, it gritted its teeth and called out the elevated price of 850 billion. 880 billion. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Forget it." In the second private room marked Tion, an enraged roar erupted. Witnessing this scene, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, who had anticipated a lively event. Little did they expect that the second private room would retreat. It appears that the coveted heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit will undoubtedly belong to the first private room. The onlookers marveled. 880 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence. Even the most ancient heavenly emperor forces would have to sacrifice a portion of their foundation to present such a sum. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bid? As the second private room withdrew from the auction, Ji Ryue on the stage scanned the audience, her voice calm as she inquired. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Faced with the staggering price of 880 billion, none possessed the capability to compete. In contrast, Lin Wudao below revealed a cryptic smile at the corner of his lips. "I bid 900 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence," he declared suddenly, without turning to his companion Mu Jiutian. "What?" Mu Jiutian was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. "Brother Dongfang, did you just say? For me to raise the bid?" "Indeed," Lin Wudao replied with a slight nod. "Yet, I possess only 100 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence in total. Having surged to 880 billion, my meager financial resources are utterly insufficient to compete," he lamented, his face etched with bitterness. The imperial treasure was a source of immense desire for him, yet when confronted with the staggering price of 88 billion, he could merely sigh in despair. It was beyond his reach. In contrast, Lin Wudao maintained an unwavering calm. "Feel free to place your bids. I have a plan." "What? You have a plan?" Mu Jiutian was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend the source of Lin Wudao's confidence. "Brother Dongfang, if the bidding escalates and we actually secure it, how will we produce such an astronomical amount of exquisite divine essence? We risk being permanently exiled from the city of all heavens." "I understand." Lin Wudao's voice was steady and gentle. "If you truly desire this celestial Xianhuang fruit and trust in me, then continue bidding. Otherwise, let it go." His calm words resonated softly. Mu Jiutian gasped in shock, his heart wrestling with turmoil. Meanwhile, on the stage, Ji Ryue began her second round of inquiries. In box number 1, the bid stands at 88 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence. Is there no higher offer? As her words echoed, the arena remained silent. 88 billion. For the third time, if there are no further bids, I bid 90 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence. Boom. Just when everyone present believed the celestial Xianhuang fruit would belong to box number 1, a thunderous shout erupted from below. With a sudden rustle, all eyes in the room converged upon Mu Jiutian. In that fleeting moment, he became the center of attention. Even Qian Rumming, standing beside him, widened his eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished. "Brother Mu Yu, that is 900 billion. Have you lost your mind?" Qian Rumming exclaimed in sheer shock. He could scarcely believe that such words had escaped Mu Jiutian's lips. From his observations over the years, Mu Jiutian lacked the financial capacity to produce 900 billion pounds of premium divine source. Could it truly be Mu Jiutian, a mere guide from the city of all heavens, possessing such wealth? It was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that he was merely invoking an outrageous price in jest? Yet, within the confines of Jiutian Tower, who would dare utter a frivolous bid? Such an act would result in permanent expulsion from the city of all heavens. It seemed this guide was hiding a profound depth. Among those present, nearly everyone recognized Mu Jiutian. Thus, when he audaciously declared the astronomical sum of 900 billion, a wave of incredulous gasps erupted from the crowd, overwhelming him with countless astonished gazes. In response, Mu Jiutian felt a surge of trepidation. At this juncture, he could only fervently pray that Lin Wudao truly possessed a means to fulfill such a claim. Otherwise, the consequences were beyond his imagination. When Mu Jiutian announced the staggering price of 900 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence, Ji Ramun at the auction platform cast him a glance of mild astonishment. For her, 900 billion pounds of exquisite divine essence was not particularly significant. However, for the powers of the first heaven, it was an astronomical sum. Not just any force could afford such an amount. As Mu Jiutian called out 900 billion pounds, a higher bid had yet to emerge. 920 billion. After a brief silence, a voice from the prestigious first box gritted its teeth to deliver the figure. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiutian's body trembled. and he once again turned his gaze towards Lin Wudao beside him. Brother Dongfang, continue to raise the bid. 930 billion. This price was nearly extracted from the depths of Mu Jiutian's willpower. Likewise, within Jiutian Tower, one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was palpably tense. 950 billion. Directly to 1 trillion. Lin Wudao's calm voice resonated once more. 1 trillion. At this moment, Mu Jiutian had completely committed himself, audaciously proclaiming a price that left all present breathless. Simultaneously, the crowd's attention converged upon Lin Wudao. It was palpable that Mu Jiutian was acquiescing to the other party's designs in his bidding. Who was this individual? What immense financial resources did they possess? Unknown, came the reply. It seemed Mu Jiutian had indeed secured a patron of considerable magnitude. A staggering 100 billion, a truly formidable reserve. At this juncture, an additional focal point emerged, capturing the collective attention. 100 billion supreme-grade divine sources. Are there any further bids? Ji Ryue inquired, as was customary. The venue was steeped in silence. 100 billion, the first time. 100 billion, the second time. 100 billion, the third time. Congratulations to this esteemed guest on successfully acquiring the heaven and earth Xianwang fruit. With a resounding thud, Ji Ryue finalized the transaction. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiutian's heart plummeted into an abyssal chasm. He mustered every ounce of strength to turn and gaze at Lin Wudao, yearning for the solution he had alluded to. Yet, Lin Wudao remained utterly composed. Esteemed guest, kindly remit the payment of 100 billion supreme-grade divine sources. At that moment, a red-robed elder of imposing stature approached, bearing a jade box. Brother Dongfang. Mu Jiutian's voice quivered as he spoke. Is a discount permissible? The utterance of discount evoked a collective astonishment throughout the assembly. However, immediately after, they became invigorated, staring intently at Lin Wudao without so much as a blink. It is essential to understand that within the city of all heavens, one's identity and status are entirely dictated by the level of their Dao talisman. Anyone possessing a talisman of authority is undoubtedly a figure of great importance. Even Ji Ryue, upon hearing of a discount, wore a solemn expression. Of course, kindly present your Dao talisman, and the Nine Heavens Tower will bestow upon you the corresponding discount as per the regulations of the city of all heavens. The elderly man in red spoke with utmost reverence. Those endowed with discount privileges are not to be trifled with. Brother Dongfang, do you possess a discount Dao talisman? At this moment, Mu Jiutian struggled to articulate his words. Initially, he had perceived Lin Wudao as merely an ordinary individual who had recently acquired a Dao talisman, unaware that he also possessed the authority to offer discounts. This revelation was entirely beyond Mu Jiutian's expectations. In response to his astonishment, Lin Wudao maintained an indifferent demeanor. With a swift motion, and under the gaze of countless onlookers, he produced the purple supreme Dao talisman and extended it towards the elderly man in red. Boom. Upon sighting the talisman, the elderly man seemed to witness some unspeakable horror. Collapsing to his knees in sheer terror, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented fear. Chapter 55, The 10th Supreme Being. Salutations to the Supreme. Before the gaze of countless onlookers, the elderly man clad in red knelt with profound reverence and sincerity, bowing deeply before Lin Wudao. His frail body trembled incessantly. What? The Supreme? As the words of the red-clad elder resonated, and witnessing his sudden act of veneration, all present in the Nine Heavens Tower were engulfed in a wave of incredulous astonishment. Subsequently, their collective gaze gravitated towards the purple Dao talisman. Boom. In that instant, a resonating tumult surged through their souls, instigating an unprecedented sense of dread and fear that surged from deep within, enveloping them in a frenzied tide. The Supreme Dao talisman? They were utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe their own eyes. In the city of celestial realms, the Supreme Dao talisman is held in the highest regard. Its associated identity, status, and power are unparalleled. Previously, there existed only 9 such tokens. Yet, at this very moment, a new one had appeared. According to the announcement disseminated by the city of celestial realms, the individual who had recently ascended to the rank of Supreme possessed a Dao talisman identical to the one before them. Could it be that this individual is indeed the newly promoted Supreme? Hiss! Upon this realization, a collective gasp echoed throughout the assembly. Thud! 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 Subsequently, they immediately prostrated themselves upon the ground with utmost haste, consumed by boundless trepidation and reverence. offering devout obeisance towards Lin Wudao. The earth-shattering sounds of their prostrations reverberated through the heavens. Even Ji Ryue, the esteemed first divine maiden of the Nine Heavens Commerce Alliance, experienced a dramatic shift in countenance upon beholding the supreme Dao rune, her heart filled with trepidation. Instantly, she directed all members of the Commerce Alliance within the Nine Heavens Pavilion to kneel and pay homage. Supreme, paramount. They alone comprehended that this signified not only the most distinguished treatment and privileges within the City of Heavens, but also represented the pinnacle of power in the outside world. Only those who had attained eternal Dao could possess the supreme Dao rune. Throughout the ages, there have only been 9 such individuals. Su. Supreme? Meanwhile, gazing upon the sudden spectacle before him, Mu Jiutian's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. He had not anticipated that Lin Wudao's solution would be this. The supreme Dao rune, entitling him to a 10% price. The present heaven and earth Xian Wang fruit carried an auction price of 100 billion caddies of supreme divine source. With a 10% reduction, the cost would only be 100 billion caddies of supreme divine source. Thus, with his financial resources, he could indeed afford it. However, it was exceedingly alarming. In Mu Jiutian's perception, even with the privilege of discounts, Lin Wudao would merely possess an ordinary black iron talisman, with a maximum discount of only 10%. Little did he know that Lin actually possessed the highest grade of the supreme talisman. This revelation shattered Mu Jiutian's expectations. Not only him, even Qian Ruming, who stood nearby, was rendered utterly speechless. He actually was a supreme? Just moments ago in the Wanao building. He was fortunate to have refrained from any disrespect or offense. Otherwise, Qian Ruming dared not continue that thought. At this moment, all he felt was an overwhelming sense of reverence and trepidation. Is this the authority of the supreme talisman? Indeed, it is terrifying. Observing the individuals kneeling beneath him, such as Ji Ryue, who were filled with utmost awe, Lin Wudao couldn't help but reflect. In this instant, he fully comprehended the unparalleled authority of the supreme talisman. It was simply beyond imagination. Even the exalted true immortals were compelled to bow before him. All of this stemmed from his possession of the supreme talisman. Let us continue the transaction, a calm voice intoned, resonating through the air. Why yes, the elderly man in red replied, his voice laced with fear, not daring to lift his gaze towards Lin Wudao. Simultaneously, he felt no need to verify the level of the talisman any further. The supreme talisman was beyond imitation. Your Excellency, the crimson-clad elder articulated, his frame trembling, in accordance with the dictates of the Celestial City. Your supreme Dao talisman entitles you to a 90% reduction on all acquisitions. Consequently, this primordial fruit of heaven and earth may be procured for a mere 10 billion caddies of supreme-grade divine essence. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao responded with a taciturn affirmation. Render payment, then. Yes. It was only after Lin Wudao's prompting that Mu Jiutian was roused from his profound astonishment. Without delay, he produced the requisite 10 billion caddies of supreme-grade divine essence with utmost haste. Subsequently, he resumed his prostrate position upon the ground. Let us depart, Lin Wudao declared, his hands clasped behind his back. Having experienced firsthand the unparalleled authority of the supreme Dao talisman, he had lost interest in further perusing the establishment. Thus, he strode out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. In response, Mu Jiutian inhaled deeply, striving to quell the boundless agitation within his heart. Cradling the primordial fruit of heaven and earth, he followed with obsequious reverence. It was only after their departure that the assembled throng exhaled in unison, relieved. They rose from the ground in succession. Good heavens, I have borne witness to the legendary supreme being, a paragon destined to attain eternal enlightenment. The Nine Heavens Pavilion has been graced with unparalleled splendor today, blessed by the advent of a supreme being. An honor of such magnitude is sufficient to boast of for generations to come. Alas, the fortunes of that scoundrel Mu Jiutian are truly heaven-defying. To have the fortune of guiding the supreme, one must have accumulated immense karma over countless lifetimes. That young man is poised to ascend to greatness. Countless voices of discussion echoed from within the Nine Heavens Tower. In this regard, Lin Wudao remained oblivious. Whoosh! Upon exiting the Nine Heavens Tower, he was propelled by Mu Jiutian, steering the divine vessel back along their original path. Before long, they arrived outside the City of All Heavens. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again, Lin Wudao remarked, raising his hand to unleash a flash of spiritual light. which instantaneously opened a void passageway. Supreme, your heaven and earth Xian Wang fruit, Mu Jiutian reminded him. That belongs to you. The voice from the void replied. Consider it a return of the favor for your heavenly cloak and the mask from the city of all heavens, as well as for your purchase of the 9-turn Nirvana pill. With those words, the void passageway collapsed with a thunderous roar. Mu Jiutian was left standing alone, dazed, gazing at the heaven and earth Xian Wang fruit in his hand, struggling to comprehend the reality of the moment. It felt as if he were caught in a dream. Eventually, after a considerable time had passed, when Mu Jiutian regained his senses, he discovered that the surrounding space had already gathered numerous figures, each gazing at him with a mixture of reverence and envy. At the forefront stood Ji Ryue. Friend Mu, greetings, Ji Ryue said with a smile. Upon witnessing the situation, Mu Jiutian was instantly enveloped in a sense of tension. Goddess Ji, you exaggerate. I am merely a guide within the city of all heavens. Unworthy of being addressed as a fellow Taoist by one of your stature, he felt somewhat flattered by her words. Not at all, dear Taoist. You are entirely deserving of such recognition. To be able to guide the Supreme is an unparalleled honor. From this day forth, throughout the entire city of all heavens, I dare say many shall show you the utmost respect. Accompanying the Supreme, your future prospects are bound to be limitless, Ji Ryue praised without reservation. In response, Mu Jiutian repeatedly waved his hands, insisting that he could not accept such an honor. Dear Taoist, this is the latest divine shopping card launched by the Jiutian Commerce Alliance. Those who possess it may enjoy a 50% discount at any establishment under our alliance. I wish to offer this as a token of friendship and hope you do not find it lacking, she said, producing a golden, embossed metal card and presenting it before Mu Jiutian. Mu Jiutian's heart raced at this gesture. He understood full well the intentions of Ji Ryue and the Jiutian Commerce Alliance. They merely sought to cultivate a relationship with him due to his association with the Supreme. It was a strategic maneuver to leverage the Supreme's influence for their own gain. Lady Jishin, at this moment, my encounter with the Supreme is merely a fleeting one. The next time the Supreme visits the city of all heavens, it is uncertain whether they will seek my guidance once more. I have already stated that this matter is unrelated to the Supreme. I, a humble lady, merely wish to forge a friendship with you, Taoist Mu. If you refuse my offer, could it be that you look down upon my 9 Heavens Merchant Alliance? No, that cannot be the case. In that event, I implore you to accept it. Well, very well. Faced with no other option, Mu Jiutian reluctantly accepted the divine shopping card. This scene elicited envy from the onlookers nearby. By the way, I heard that earlier you accompanied the Supreme to the Wanbao building? At that moment, Ji Ryue's soft voice suddenly resonated. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiutian inwardly sighed. He understood that this was the true intention of Ji Ryue. Indeed, earlier, I accompanied the Supreme to the Wanbao building, where the Supreme sought to acquire some divine artifacts and treasures to enhance and improve the qualifications of a certain junior. After careful selection, the Supreme set their sights on the 9 transformations Nirvana pill. Unfortunately, there was only a single one available at the Wanbao building, and it was merely the first transformation. Any subsequent ones would require special customization. Mu Jiutian left it at that. After speaking, he offered his apologies and departed aboard his divine vessel. The 9 transformations Nirvana pill? Ji Ryue's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Chapter 56, The Sale of Ancestry. Highest bidder wins. A faint ripple undulated through the void. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wudao emerged step by step from the spatial passage. At this moment, he found himself once again within the secret chamber of the great demon stone statue of Tushan. What a remarkable journey it had been. A whisper escaped softly from his lips. Reflecting upon his experiences in the city of all heavens, his heart remained awash with disbelief. The impact of the supreme Tao talisman, in particular, had been profoundly overwhelming. Indeed, his eyes had been truly opened this time. Simultaneously, after his visit to the city of all heavens, Lin Wudao's greatest realization was his own poverty. Even the most inexpensive items within the Wanbao Tower were beyond his financial reach. It seemed he must strive even harder. With that thought, he gathered his emotions and stepped out of the secret chamber. Governor, are you all right? With a swish, Xiaomang, who had the cloak of avoidance, the mask of the celestial realm. These 3 treasures undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of divine artifacts within the vast expanse of the divine wilderness. Particularly, the cloak of avoidance and the mask of the celestial realm are likely unparalleled in their rarity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Wudao grasped the first-tier Nirvana pill and consumed it. Boom, boom, boom. The nirvana pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. Once it settled in his stomach, Lin Wudao felt an overwhelming surge of mysterious power coursing through him, washing over his entire being. Gradually, under the transformative might of the nirvana pill, he distinctly sensed a profound alteration within his physique. With a resounding rumble, he attempted to channel the ancient emperor's scripture. In an instant, pure spiritual energy rushed in from all directions, eagerly converging into his body. The efficiency had indeed surged tenfold compared to before. Truly, it is a divine object, and its effects are immensely powerful. Even the first-tier nirvana pill possesses such terrifying efficacy. One can only imagine the extraordinary might of the second, third, or even the ninth-tier nirvana pills. Lin Wudao's heart trembled with excitement. Only through personal experience can one truly appreciate the extraordinary nature of the nirvana pill. With each subsequent tier, one's innate talent is enhanced tenfold from its original state. If calculated accordingly, the ninth-tier nirvana pill would bestow upon him the potential of an immortal emperor. It seems a journey back to the city of heavens is in order. These nirvana pills, subsequent to the initial refinement, require bespoke crafting, necessitating a prompt accumulation of wealth. Lin Wudao clenched his fist. Formerly, he held the spiritual stones acquired from corpse collection in disdain. However, following his sojourn to the city of heavens, he discovered their true worth. Alas, he currently possesses only spiritual stones, a far cry from the 8 million supreme divine stones required to procure the second refinement nirvana pill. Reflecting upon this, Lin Wudao yearned to collect the corpses of several great emperors. However, such notions are but fleeting fantasies. Great emperors are not commonplace, readily available for collection. Given his current cultivation and strength, reaching such echelons will necessitate a considerable passage of time. Cultivation is not akin to mere sustenance. It requires gradual progression. Subsequently, his gaze settled upon the heaven-evading cloak and the celestial mask. Item: Heaven-evading cloak description, a unique artifact from the city of heavens. When worn, it conceals all traces of one's aura, rendering the wearer imperceptible, undetectable, and inscrutable. Note: Effective only against beings below the true immortal realm. Item: Celestial mask description, a unique artifact from the city of heavens. When worn, one's true identity remains concealed from all. Note: Effective only against beings below the true immortal realm. Detailed information unfolded before his eyes. Indeed, it was a remarkable find, Lin Wudao remarked. With the heavenly cloak and the celestial mask in his possession, engaging in discreet or private matters would become significantly more convenient, alleviating the fear of his identity being exposed. Now, the affairs of the Demon Suppression Division had reached a temporary conclusion. It was time to visit the 3 major counties under the jurisdiction of the Demon Hunting Palace. To pacify those regions would be a notable achievement. At that point, a substantial influx of fortune values awaited. At this juncture, Lin Wudao suddenly recalled that he had been promoted to the deputy commander of the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, yet he had not seen any notification from the system. System: Have I not received any fortune values for my promotion to deputy commander? Yes. It has already been automatically added to your total. Please check the details yourself. Out of curiosity, Lin Wudao accessed the system panel. Name: Lin Wudao Cultivation. Late stage of transformation. God fortune value: 114,000. An addition of 3,000? Upon seeing the number in the fortune value column, Lin Wudao shook his head. Too slow. It was entirely insufficient. By the way, hadn't the corpse hiding diagram been upgraded? I seem to recall that it contained a location of a powerful being's burial site, which required 100,000 fortune values to unlock. Now that his fortune value had met the requirement, it would be worth investigating. With this thought in mind, Lin Wudao took out the upgraded corpse map. After a thorough search, his gaze settled upon a particular red mark. Character: Lu Songming. Identity: Supreme Elder of Xiantian sect from 800 years ago. Cultivation level: Perfected celestial being. Burial location: Unknown. Status: Deceased. Unlock requirement: 100,000 fortune points. System: Unlock the burial location of Lu Songming. Ding! 100,000 fortune points consumed. The burial site of Lu Songming has been successfully unlocked. Its location is Jiuzhou region, Xianzhou Dian City. For further details, the host may refer to the corpse map. The system's notification sounded sharply. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao focused his attention and indeed observed that the information regarding Lu Songming on the corpse map had changed. The previously vague burial site now clearly displayed a route: Xinzhou was not particularly distant. Having confirmed the location, Lin Wudao immediately immersed himself in his cultivation. The following day, he summoned Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan before him. I need to attend to some matters, which may take 3 to 5 days at minimum, or as long as 10 days to half a month. You two should head to the 8 Desolation County in the meantime. Once I have completed my tasks, I will come to find you. Understood, they replied respectfully. Lin Wudao provided a few more instructions before skillfully maneuvering a spiritual vessel, departing from the Demon Suppression Division at breakneck speed. Half a day later, he arrived at Dian City in Xinzhou. To avoid drawing attention, he donned the cloak of evasion and the heavenly mask. Dian City, an ancient fortress renowned for the Dian sect that has thrived for 8 millennia, now serves as a territory of the Xianyuan sword sect. Upon entering Dian City, Lin Wudao took out the corpse hiding map and began to follow the route inscribed upon it. After approximately an hour's search, he found himself on a bustling street, where his gaze was suddenly captivated by a disheveled Taoist. This Taoist was clad in tattered robes, holding an ancient whisk in one hand, his hair in a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, reeking of alcohol. At that moment, he leaned against an ancient bronze coffin, cradling a gourd of wine, and appeared to be peacefully meditating with his eyes closed. Beside him stood a tattered banner, emblazoned with several prominent characters. Chapter 57, The Madman, the Tomb Raider Terminator. The eccentric behavior of the slovenly Taoist drew considerable attention in Dian City. Whispers echoed throughout the crowd. How astonishing it is, in this vast world, to encounter someone who would sell their own ancestors. Some were utterly incredulous. A disgrace. An unfilial son. This Taoist, by mere appearance, is hardly a commendable figure, resorting to the sale of his own forebears. How desperate must one be for money to delve into such depths? Has he become blinded by avarice? Utterly devoid of conscience. Even lower than a beast. A cacophony of curses resounded. Yet, in the face of the scornful glances and merciless vitriol from the onlookers, the slovenly Taoist appeared oblivious, leaning against the bronze coffin, indulging in his drink and nurturing his spirit. He seemed to exist within a realm of his own. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. Through the eye of the divine, he gleaned many insights regarding the slovenly Taoist. Name: the Madman, Qi Shuming. Identity 1. Heir of a tomb-raiding family from the Central Celestial Domain. Identity 2. Member of the Terminator's organization, the Tomb Raider Terminator. Identity 3. Outer sect disciple of the Tai Daozone cultivation level. Initial stage of the heaven-reaching realm talents. Myriad manifestations. I technique. Great Tomb heavenly canon skills. Invisibility technique. Disguise technique. Wall-walking technique. 5 elements concealment technique. Diamond technique. Dragon elephant ancient fist. Divine movement technique. Great teleportation technique. Items: Destruction Goddess Ho, Burial Book, Volume 1. 3000 Puppets Lifespan. 6 months. Remarks. 1. Bold and audacious in action, he has an unparalleled penchant for grave digging. Due to the cultivation of the Great Tomb heavenly canon, the more graves he excavates, the faster his cultivation progresses. 2. Excessive grave digging damages his moral integrity, tarnishes his fortune, and shortens his lifespan. 3. There exists no grave in the world that he dares not to excavate. A plethora of information unfolded before him. Upon reading, Lin Wudao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This was his first encounter with such an eccentric individual as the Mad Taoist. The notion that the more graves one digs, the faster one's cultivation rises. As he perused the introduction regarding the Mad Taoist, Lin Wudao felt an overwhelming curiosity about the Great Tomb heavenly canon he practiced. Is it possible that such a peculiar technique exists in this world? Furthermore, the Mad Taoist's identity and background are remarkably extraordinary, possessing 3 distinct identities. Whether it be the tomb-raiding aristocracy of the Central Celestial Domain or the Tai Daozone, both are renowned and formidable forces with legacies spanning thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. As for the Terminator organization, Lin Wudao had never heard of it. However, deep within his heart, he harbored a subtle intuition that this so-called Terminator organization was likely even more enigmatic than the tomb-raiding families of the Central Heavenly Domain and the Tai sect. Truly, a remarkable individual. Lin Wudao shook his head in bemusement. As he spoke, he approached the madman step by step, his gaze settling upon the ancient bronze coffin. According to the location indicated by the corpse concealment diagram, the remains he sought were indeed within that very coffin. Lu Songming, the supreme elder of the Xiantian sect from 8 centuries past, could not possibly be the madman's ancestor. Could it be that he had unearthed someone else's ancestral grave? Lin Wudao pondered in astonishment. How much for your ancestor? A low voice emerged from his lips. Upon hearing someone seemingly addressing him, the madman groggily opened his eyes. When he beheld Lin Wudao's attire, a spark of interest ignited in his gaze. A fellow practitioner? He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Are you looking to purchase? Indeed. Resting within this coffin is none other than my family's venerable ancestor, who achieved the pinnacle of the celestial realm during his lifetime. Undoubtedly, he harbors great treasures. If you truly wish to buy, then offer me 1 million top-tier spirit stones. The madman stated nonchalantly. 1 million? Top-tier spirit stones? Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. Such a substantial sum of spirit stones was beyond his means. What? No? Observing Lin Wudao's silence, the madman seemed to sense his predicament and thus adopted a different demeanor. If you lack spirit stones, we may exchange something else. As long as you can present a treasure that pleases me, I shall part with my ancestral relic, he declared with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao felt a stirring of interest. He then assessed his possessions and, with a flick of his wrist, produced a 3,000-year-old elixir of immortality. Is this sufficient? The madman's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the elixir, especially given its age. A 3,000-year-old elixir of immortality holds immense value. If consumed, it could extend his life by 30 years, allowing him to plunder more graves thereafter. In exchange, without a moment's hesitation, the madman snatched the elixir and contentedly tucked it away. In that instant, a radiant smile illuminated his face, and his gaze toward Lin Wudao transformed into one of warmth and kindness. You are indeed fortunate, and your future holds great promise. Deal. From this moment forth, my ancestral relic, including the coffin and remains, belong entirely to you. Just a word of caution. Be mindful not to let the people of Xiantian's sect catch sight of you. The old Taoist expressed his enmity towards them, declaring that those scoundrels were always intent on seizing his ancestral heritage. Oh, the people of Xiantian's sect wish to claim your ancestors? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao couldn't help but smile coldly within, fully aware that it was this very man who had disturbed their ancestral graves. Of course, such matters would remain unspoken. After all, business must continue. In the future, should similar treasures arise, they shall all be mine. I have no other passion but to collect the ancestral legacies of others, Lin Wudao remarked nonchalantly. What? You delight in gathering the ancestral legacies of others? The mad Taoist's face displayed sheer astonishment. Yet, shortly thereafter, an unsettling grin spread across his visage. Your interests are indeed intriguing. It appears we share a common affinity. I too have no other pastime than unearthing the ancestral legacies of others. It seems we shall have ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. The mad Taoist's expression was one of fervent excitement, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. However, just as he intended to continue conversing with Lin Wudao, an overwhelmingly potent force suddenly surged from the distant sky. Quick! Surround Dian City. That day, the deranged old man was on the street ahead. He must not escape this time. If I capture him, I shall reduce him to ashes. Thunderous roars echoed from afar, drawing closer. This is bad. The scoundrels of the Xiantian sect have arrived. I must take my leave now. As he spoke, the madman took a step forward and instantly vanished from sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the madman departed, a group of ominous figures descended from the sky, surrounding Lin Wudao. Their eyes were fixated intently on the bronze coffin. Chapter 58. The Taiyuan Sword Formation. It is the coffin of our ancestor. Gazing upon the ancient bronze coffin before them, the disciples of the Xiantian sect were invigorated. Ever since the madman unearthed Lu Songming's grave, the entire sect had been engulfed in fury, with nearly all disciples dispatched for the task. Now, they had fortuitously discovered Lu Songming's coffin ahead of time. If they could bring it back, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. With this thought in mind, a young man clad in green stepped forward, without hesitation, reaching out towards the bronze coffin, completely disregarding Lin Wudao standing nearby. Boom! Just as he approached the coffin, a terrifying handprint suddenly descended from the heavens, striking him down. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the young man's body was obliterated, transforming into a rain of blood. Upon witnessing this, the others were struck with horror. This is mine. You cannot touch it. A chilling voice emanated from beneath a cloak. What? Yours? At this proclamation, the Xiantian disciples erupted in outrage. Bullshit! Roared an elderly man in red, who appeared to be in charge. This is clearly the coffin of our ancestor from 800 years ago. How can you claim it as yours? Because I purchased it. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was further incensed. So, you are an accomplice of the old madman? In that case, you shall meet your demise as well. With that, Li Qingyun, the crimson-clad elder and outer sect steward of the Xiantian sect, unleashed his full power, pressing down upon Lin Wudao with unrestrained force. His cultivation had reached the great perfection of the heaven-reaching realm. Across the entire Xian province, he was regarded as a formidable figure. Furthermore, 10 Xiantian sect disciples, all possessing heaven-reaching realm cultivation, were present. Subduing Lin Wudao should have been an effortless task. However, reality proved harsh. As Li Qingyun launched his attack, the dreadful hand descended once more, obliterating his assault with unmatched force. Under the gazes of all, an icy palm seized his throat. A sharp crack of bone echoed in the air. Li Qingyun, the Xiantian sect's outer sect steward, was unable to utter a cry before Lin Wudao's hand crushed his neck. With a resounding thud, an ancient bronze coffin fell, instantly collecting Li Qingyun's corpse. Witnessing this, the remaining 10 Xiantian sect members were filled with terror. The scoundrel is formidable. Retreat. Hastily, they urged each other to seek the elders, panic overriding all else. Each person scattered, fleeing with utmost haste. Alas, their departure came too late. Thump. Just as they commenced their escape, Lin Wudao's brutal hand swept across the sky once more, instantly suppressing them all. Subsequently, his fingers clenched together with sudden force. Piercing screams echoed in all directions. The arriving members of the Xiantian sect were all crushed to death by Lin Wudao's hand, their corpses, along with Lu Songming, being collected into the coffin of burying heavens. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Lu Songming, obtaining 3 sets of array symbols depicting the Xiantian sword formation. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have obtained 3 sets of the Taiyuan sword formation. You have collected the corpse of Li Qingyun, obtaining 1,000 points of destiny value. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have obtained 10,000 points of destiny value. You have collected the corpse of Feng Lian, obtaining 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have obtained 5 million low-grade spirit stones. How regrettable. A series of notifications resounded incessantly in his mind. Some were fruitless? Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered obtaining nothing after collecting corpses. Moreover, the probability seemed rather high. This time, the Xiantian sect sent a total of 12 individuals. Apart from Li Qingyun and Feng Lian, who achieved modest gains, the others returned empty-handed. It seems that collecting corpses also relies on fortune. Clearly, my luck today is rather unfavorable. Lin Wudao frowned. Although somewhat disappointed, he did not dwell excessively on it. With a flick of his thought, his gaze fell upon the 3 sets of Taiyuan sword arrays. Name, Taiyuan sword array description, enhanced tenfold from the Xiantian sword array. Upon shattering the array talismans, one can unleash the formidable sword formation inscribed within, capable of subduing early mythological powerhouses. Note, one-time use item. This is indeed a valuable item. A glimmer of light flickered in Lin Wudao's eyes. The previous losses had been compensated through Lu Songming. The corpse concealment map indicated that it must be a rare treasure. After collecting the corpses, treasures are bound to emerge. In this regard, Lin Wudao felt quite satisfied. Suddenly, as he examined the Taiyuan sword array, a peculiar and disheveled figure abruptly appeared before him, eyes wide with disbelief. It was none other than the mad Taoist. Ah, your strength is truly impressive. Although Li Qingyun is merely an outer sect steward of the Xiantian sect, he is undeniably at the peak of the Tongtian realm. You have effortlessly subdued him, which is remarkable indeed. The prowess displayed is truly commendable. I hold the old Taoist in high esteem, exclaimed the madman, a lewd grin plastered across his face. In response, Lin Wudao remained impassive. Why have you not departed yet? He inquired. Well, I was about to leave, but I couldn't shake off the concern for you, fearing that the rascals from the Xiantian sect might bring you harm. Hence I returned, the old Taoist proclaimed with an air of righteousness. Naturally, Lin Wudao was skeptical of this explanation. He had already retrieved the body of Lu Songming, fulfilling his purpose, and after casting a cold glance at the madman, he prepared to exit Dian City. However, just as Lin Wudao was about to turn away, the madman called out to him. Please, stay a moment. Lin Wudao's icy gaze swept over. Perceiving this, the madman felt a shiver run down his spine. I have a significant proposition for you. I wonder if you might be interested? Suddenly, the madman leaned in closer with an air of mystery, speaking in hushed tones. A significant proposition? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao recalled the earlier encounter with Lu Yunsheng. Indeed, that had been a substantial venture as well. Do you not enjoy collecting the ancestors of others? I know of a place that will undoubtedly leave you satisfied, rivaling even the ancestors of the Xiantian sect. Might you be intrigued? Digging up graves? Lin Wudao's expression shifted slightly. Which ancestral grave are you planning to excavate this time? Do not speak so harshly. What do you mean by digging graves? I am merely here to assist others. Consider this, those formidable ancients, buried deep beneath the earth, taking with them a plethora of treasures. Is that not a tremendous waste? Since they did not have the opportunity to utilize these valuables in life and have no need for them in death, I shall lend a helping hand, allowing their legacy to shine once more. Heh. The madman spoke earnestly. In response, Lin Wudao's expression remained indifferent, neither declining nor acquiescing. Are you familiar with the Dayan sect? Suddenly, the madman uttered a name shrouded in mystery. The Dayan sect? Lin Wudao felt a stir in his heart. Are you referring to the Dayan sect that was renowned across the 9 provinces 8,000 years ago? Precisely. 8,000 years ago, the Dayan sect dominated the 9 provinces, boasting an abundance of powerful individuals within its ranks. There were more than 10 beings in the celestial realm, and even some great cultivators in the mythical realm. According to the information I have gathered, the ancestral grounds of the Dayan sect are hidden within this Dayan city. Would you be interested in exploring it? The madman urged, his gaze fixated intently on Lin Wudao. Chapter 59. The Imperial Sword of the Divine Emperor. Why have you sought me? Confronted by the fervent gaze of the mad priest, Lin Wudao maintained his customary calm demeanor, revealing no hint of emotion in his words. In response, the smile on the mad priest's face grew even more pronounced. Is it not a matter of destiny between us? You have a penchant for collecting the ancestors of others, while I delight in exhuming them from their graves. We are, by nature, kindred spirits. I firmly believe that collaborating with you will lead to a prosperous future. He continued. Moreover, grave robbing is a laborious task, requiring a certain finesse and, indeed, formidable strength to undertake. Therefore, your power combined with my expertise would be an impeccable match. The mad priest extolled without reservation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wudao remained unmoved. I have never engaged in endeavors devoid of benefit, he replied in a chilling tone from beneath his cloak. In response, the mad priest promptly gave a thumbs up. Great minds think alike. I too have never undertaken actions without profit. However, the Dayan sect is unique. Ever since its demise 8,000 years ago, it has remained buried beneath the earth. Are you aware of the ancestral grounds within Dayan City? Not only does it house the tombs of the esteemed ancestors of the Dayan sect, but it also harbors the existence of the ultimate spiritual weapons. Ultimate weapons? Lin Wudao's mind stirred. Are you certain? Indeed. The Dayan sect had been sealed for 8 millennia, never unearthed by the outside world. The ultimate weapon from 8,000 years ago, the Dayan sword, undoubtedly still resides within its ancestral grounds. The madman responded with unwavering certainty. If that is the case, I find myself somewhat intrigued. Lin Wudao chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, the madman beamed with a radiant smile. He knew that Lin Wudao would inevitably feel a stir of interest. The Dayan sect lay buried deep beneath the earth for 8,000 years, its sacred grounds concealed within an ancient secret realm. To unlock it, one would require the sect's heirloom token. This token was a sword bestowed by the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, who ruled the Azure Sky domain 8,000 years ago. However, due to a catastrophic calamity, the Dayan sect met its demise. The heirloom token, the emperor's sword, was shattered and scattered across the 9 provinces. Eventually, after fierce contention among various factions, a significant portion of the emperor's sword fragments was gathered, with the Xiantian sect, the Great Sun Demon cult, and the Tianqin Sword Studio each possessing a third. Yet, despite these 3 great powers uniting all the fragments of the emperor's sword, they remained unable to unlock the ancestral grounds of the Dayan sect. Unable to unlock it? Lin Wudao displayed a look of curiosity. What else is lacking? Indeed, the madman smiled triumphantly. It is well known that the imperial sword of the heavenly emperor serves as the key to the ancestral land of the great open and profound sect. However, few are aware that the essence of the imperial way within the sword is the truly vital component. Without the essence of the imperial way, the sword lacks a soul and thus loses its significance as a key. So that is how it is. After the madman's narration, Lin Wudao finally grasped the intricacies of the matter. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and his deep-set eyes fell upon the madman. That essence of the imperial way must be in your possession, correct? Heh. The madman chuckled without a word. Seeing his expression, Lin Wudao already knew the answer. Are you planning to invite the three major powers, Shantian Sect, Dei Demon Cult, and Tianxin Sword Studio, to jointly unlock the ancestral land of the Great Open and Profound Sect? Indeed. To access the ancestral land, it is imperative to have both the imperial sword of the Heavenly Emperor and the crucial essence of the imperial way. Only when they are all gathered can one enter the ancestral land. We need to leverage the strength of the three major powers. Likewise, they require the essence of the imperial way, creating a shared interest. Moreover, if the Shantian sect and other forces enter the ancestral land with careful planning, how can we not achieve great gains? Do you not have a penchant for collecting the ancestral relics of others? The opportunity has now presented itself. Once the three major forces of the Shantian sect arrive, you shall have ample opportunity to gather. The mad Taoist remarked with a smile, his expression imbued with an air of menace. Nevertheless, Lin Wudao found it quite appealing. Indeed, it appears that the ancestral grounds of the Dayan sect are quite a treasure trove. What are your plans? Hiki. Naturally, it is to invite them into the trap. Once the Emperor Sword's royal essence manifests, the Shantian sect, the Daylight Demon Cult, and the Tianxin Sword Pavilion will undoubtedly be unable to remain idle. We shall simply await them here in Dayan City. I am confident they will soon come knocking on our door. The mad Taoist exuded confidence. In that case, I shall await your good news. With that, Lin Wudao gestured towards a tea house across the street and stepped inside. Surely, I have not just brought back an old master. The mad Taoist smirked. He then cast a deep glance at Lin Wudao, donned a black cloak, and proceeded to spread the word. Natural Abode, the name of the tea house across the street. He had been staying there for the past few days, patiently awaiting the mad Taoist's favorable news. As expected, the madman indeed possesses certain abilities. It is unclear what methods he employed, but in the past few days, the streets and alleys of Dayan City have been abuzz with fervent discussions regarding the Dayan ancestral land and the royal Tao essence. Everyone is now aware, the royal Tao essence resides within Dayan City. In an instant, the gaze of the entire Jiuzhou region converged upon this place. Numerous cultivators, having caught wind of the news, sprang into action. Soon a day passed. At this moment, the madman returned. From the smile adorning his face, Lin Wudao discerned that matters had been successfully arranged. Everything was under control. The Shantian sect, the Dei Demon Cult, and the Tianxin Sword Pavilion had all dispatched formidable individuals to this location. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall soon gain entry to the Dayan ancestral land. The madman cheerfully sipped his tea. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in acknowledgement. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to sense something. Directing his gaze towards the outskirts of Dayan City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Brilliant streams of light tore through the heavens, accompanied by a potent aura. Raising his eyes, he beheld colossal spirit vessels traversing from the distant void, each brimming with powerful figures. They had indeed arrived. The madman took a deep breath and stood up. Simultaneously, two men and a woman stepped into the natural residence. They were none other than the venerable elder of the Shantian sect, Lu Qiming, the deputy leader of the Great Sun Demon sect, Nan Batian, and the head of the Tianxin Sword Manor, Su Tianxin. As Lin Wudao cast a sweeping glance, the information about the trio materialized before him. They were all formidable beings of the celestial realm. The gap between the realms of Tongtian, Guazian, Dujia, Deshang, Tianren, and Myth was a staggering 4 major stages, indicating that these individuals were indeed of great significance. The thought of collecting their remains filled Lin Wudao with anticipation. He pondered what treasures he might acquire. He was resolute in setting a trap to ensnare them all. The Great Yin Ancestor Land would become their grave unbeknownst to Lu Qiming and the others. They were oblivious to the impending danger. Under the enthusiastic welcome of the mad Taoist, the group arrived at the private room of the natural residence to discuss significant matters. Where is the royal Tao essence? Nan Batian, known for his fiery temper and ruthless nature, wasted no time in addressing the matter directly after taking a seat. Of course, it is in my possession. The mad Taoist replied with a beaming smile. I have summoned you all here to collectively unlock the Great Yin Ancestor Land, which has been sealed for 8,000 years. You possess the Royal Tao Emperor's Sword, while I hold the Royal Tao Essence. Neither can proceed without the other. Once we enter the Great Yin Ancestor Land, our fates will be dictated by the heavens. What do you all think? No problem. Agreed. A moment of silence enveloped the group before they responded in unison. In that case, let us commence our endeavor. The enigmatic figure continued, as per my investigations. The ancestral grounds of the Dayan sect lie beneath the ancestral tomb of the Xianjian sect. It was the scant information regarding the Dayan sect's ancestral site that prompted the Xianjian sect to establish itself in that very location. Their ultimate aim was to uncover a means to access the Dayan ancestral grounds one day. Hence, to penetrate the Dayan ancestral site, we must first breach the ancestral tomb of the Xianjian sect. The madman feigned difficulty as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Nanbatian erupted into a cold, sinister laugh. Now that we have ascertained the location, let us act decisively. If there is any dissent, we shall eliminate it. With that proclamation, he propelled himself forward like a streak of lightning, charging fiercely towards the Xianjian sect. Chapter 60. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. As the formidable Nanbatian departed, Lu Qingming of the Zhuantian Gong and Su Tianxin of the Tianxin sword sect ascended on radiant arcs, soaring through the void. Observing this scene, the mad hermit couldn't help but curl his lips into a barely perceptible, icy smirk. He then approached Lin Wudao. What shall I call you, esteemed one? Rinwushing. A voice, strikingly unremarkable, emerged from beneath the cloak. So it is, Brother Rin. Your name carries an impressive air of authority, exuding the essence of a sovereign, unlike my own moniker, which reflects my whimsical nature. Hence, I am often referred to as the Mad Hermit or the Old Lunatic. He chuckled softly. Having spoken, he presented a mysterious azure jade talisman to Lin Wudao. Brother Rin, this is an invisibility talisman. I have inscribed a concealment spell within it. Once shattered, it will grant the effect of invisibility. Under the divine realm, it remains undetectable. The journey to the Dayan ancestors' land is fraught with peril. The Zhuantian Gong, the Radiant Sun Demon sect, and the Tianxin sword sect are formidable adversaries. Do not be deceived by their outward amiability. When they strike, they are merciless. Exercise caution and remain vigilant. The mad hermit advised in a hushed tone. An invisibility talisman? Lin Wudao regarded the item in his hand, a glimmer of intrigue passing through his eyes. Indeed, he replied with a subtle nod. Subsequently, the pair closely trailed Nanbatian and his entourage directly towards the Profound Sword Sect. The Profound Sword Sect was situated precisely to the east of Diyan City. At this moment, as the morning sun was just beginning to ascend, thousands of disciples of the Profound Sword Sect were on the sect's plaza, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy or practicing various arcane techniques and mystical powers. Elders of the Profound Sword Sect on the high platform would occasionally offer guidance. The entire scene appeared incomparably harmonious. Rumble. Suddenly, a dreadful, colossal hand, enveloped in overwhelming power, descended fiercely upon the plaza, shattering the stone tablet dedicated to the ancestors of the Profound Sword Sect with a single blow. Disciples of the Profound Sword Sect near the stone tablet, unable to evade in time, were immediately affected, directly and violently killed by this potent force. One by one, they bled from all orifices, with some even having their bodies completely detonated. What is happening? Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Faced with this sudden, earth-shattering event, not only were the disciples of the Profound Sword Sect thrown into disarray, each one terrified, but even the elders of the Profound Sword Sect were greatly alarmed. At this instant, they all sensed a terrifying aura descending from the heavens. Who dares? Who dares to encroach upon my profound sword? An elder at the great perfection of the transformation god realm attempted to sternly question the intruder. Boom. As soon as his voice resonated, a terrifying hand descended, offering him no chance for resistance, directly suppressing him and shattering his body with a single blow. A torrential rain of blood cascaded down. This scene left the disciples of the Xianjian sect utterly stunned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by powerful beams of radiant light, the imposing and savage figure of Nanbatian came into view, much to their horror. Behind him followed Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin. They are the supreme elder of the Xiantian sect, Lu Qiming, the deputy leader of the Daylight Demon sect, Nanbatian, and the master of the Tianxin Sword Studio, Su Tianxin. Damn it, our Xianjian sect has always been peaceful. Why must they act this way? The heavens seek to annihilate our Xianjian sect. The numerous disciples trembled in fear. At this moment, their gazes directed at Nanbatian and the others were filled with terror and dread. In comparison to the formidable powers of the Xiantian sect, the Daylight Demon sect, and the Tianxin Sword Studio, The Xinyan sect felt like mere ants, easily squashed. Nanbatian, you should temper your temper. These are innocent lives. Why must you take theirs? Observing the horrific scene before her, Su Tianxin could not suppress a cold snort. To this, Nanbatian's lips curled into a sinister smile. Huh. The mere Su Njin gate is nothing but a swarm of ants, unworthy of pity. To perish at the hands of this lord is their fortune. Moreover, I am a demon. There is no need for discussions of righteousness or morality. In our daylight demon sect, we adhere strictly to the principle. Those who align with me shall flourish, while those who oppose me shall perish. This voice, imbued with extreme arrogance, resounded throughout the surroundings. Boom. As the words were spoken, a terrifying aura of the celestial realm swept over Su Njin gate like a tempest, instilling fear in all disciples, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Some of the less skilled practitioners were even struck dead on the spot. Witnessing this scene, STNXN felt a surge of anger, yet refrained from intervening. At this moment, the paramount concern remained the Grand Yin ancestral land. She deemed it unnecessary to engage in a grand conflict with NBTI over trivial matters. Such a confrontation would ultimately be detrimental to both the Daylight Demon Sect and the TNXN Sword Studio, potentially benefiting others instead. Contemplating this, STNXN forced herself to suppress her inner discontent, gesturing for the nearby disciples of Su Njin gate to withdraw from the area. Hypocritical benevolence. NBTI spat derisively, his expression one of disdain. In response, STNXN chose to ignore him. Whoosh. At that moment, another beam of rainbow light descended, revealing a middle-aged man in elegant attire, exuding a scholarly aura, who appeared upon the square. Before him stood Zhao Chongqing, the esteemed leader of the Xianyuan sword sect. He swiftly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately fixating upon Nanbatian and his companions. What brings you to my Xianyuan sword sect? He inquired, a hint of trepidation in his tone. The Dayan ancestor land, Nanbatian replied succinctly. What? Upon hearing those words, Zhao Chongqing's expression shifted dramatically. So it was true, the secret could not be concealed any longer. A sigh of resignation escaped him, his demeanor suffused with bitterness. Ever since the Xianyuan sword sect had chosen this location as its stronghold, he had known that the existence of the Dayan ancestor land could not remain hidden indefinitely. It was merely a matter of time before it was uncovered. Yet, he had not anticipated that this revelation would arrive so swiftly. Since you have come for the Dayan ancestor land, I shall refrain from further discourse and inquiries, provided you do not harm the disciples of my Xianyuan sword sect. With that, he turned his gaze towards the assembled disciples. All of you, leave at once. Leader, one disciple protested, they have slain so many of our brethren. How can we withdraw? Zhao Chongqing's voice rang out with authority, silencing the dissent. Although the disciples were seething with indignation and frustration, they dared not defy his command. Consequently, they retreated from the square, maintaining their distance. After ensuring that all disciples had departed, Zhao Chongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Grand Yin ancestral land is indeed a source of calamity. Alas, my Xinjian sect once gained a fleeting opportunity from the Grand Yin sect, which allowed us to establish ourselves. Who would have thought that today, it would be this very sect that brings us misfortune? Perhaps this is the will of heaven. The elders collectively sighed in response. In this situation, Zhao Chongqing felt utterly helpless. In terms of strength, he and the entire Xinjian sect were akin to mere ants when compared to figures like Nanbatian, and thus, they possessed no means of resistance. Therefore, he resolutely chose to abandon the Grand Yin ancestral land to safeguard his disciples. He issued an order for all disciples to vacate the Xinjian sect immediately, preferably leaving Grand Yin City altogether, with the intention of returning only after the storm had passed. I fear that the fiend Nanbatian may wreak havoc shortly. Yes, sect leader. The crowd responded with bowed heads. They swiftly dispersed all the disciples of the Xinjian sect. Once everyone had departed, Zhao Chongqing, along with the elders, left the Xinjian sect without looking back, exiting Grand Yin City. He harbored a foreboding sense that the Xinjian sect was destined to face a great disaster. Remaining there would only invite death. A bunch of cowards. Observing Zhao Chongqing's actions, Nanbatian couldn't help but scoff. As his words fell, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch, shattering the square and revealing the ancestral grave of the Xianyuan sword sect beneath, where numerous ancient coffins came into view. What purpose do coffins serve when the souls within have long departed? With a thunderous crash, he waved his hand, casting all the coffins from the grave into the air. In response, Lin Wudao extended his hand, drawing all the coffins into the confines of the system's space. Chapter 61. The Ancestral Land of Dian, Strike. Lin Wudao's sudden action immediately captured the attention of Nan Batian and the others, drawing their curious gazes upon him. They scrutinized him with keen interest. It was only at this moment that they began to seriously evaluate Lin Wudao. However, upon closer inspection, their pupils constricted in surprise. They found themselves utterly unable to perceive him. When their eyes fell upon Lin Wudao, it felt as though he were shrouded in a veil of mist. Even as formidable beings of the celestial realm, they could glean not a shred of useful information. Are you still interested in these coffins? A smirk of mockery curled at the corner of Nan Batian's lips. In response, Lin Wudao indifferently nodded. I have rather unique inclinations. I am particularly fond of collecting the ancestors of others. If you have any ancestors you wish to part with, you may entrust them to me. His voice was calm and unhurried. Fond of collecting the ancestors of others? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions painted with astonishment. What an eccentric hobby! They inwardly scoffed at the notion. In stark contrast to their bewilderment, Nan Batian clenched his fists, his icy gaze fixed intently on Lin Wudao. A fierce determination evident in his stare. Were it not for the enigma surrounding Lin Wudao, he would have acted differently. I fear they have already taken action. Let us not squander any more time. The ancestral tomb of the Xianjian sect has been opened, and we should proceed with our urgent business. At this moment, the mad Taoist sought to mediate the situation. Upon hearing this, Nan Batian snorted dismissively, choosing to disregard Lin Wudao. Subsequently, the three of them produced fragments of the Imperial Dao Celestial Sword, which they combined to form a jade sword over 3 feet long, radiating a formidable aura of imperial might. This was undeniably a top-tier imperial spiritual weapon. Witnessing this, the mad Taoist did not hesitate. He produced the essence of the Imperial Dao. With a flourish, he spread his palm, and a dazzling spiritual light erupted, ultimately transforming into a miniature jade sword that melded into the Imperial Dao Celestial Sword. Boom, boom, boom. As the essence infused, the imperial power erupted completely, unleashing waves of celestial sword energy imbued with an overwhelming sharpness that ravaged the surrounding space, turning the entire square into ruins. Thud. Once the imperial momentum subsided, the celestial sword seemed to be activated by an unseen force, instantly transforming into a beam of sword light that soared into the ancestral tomb of the Xianjian sect. Observing this, Nan Batian and the others exhibited no hesitation, stepping forward to pursue. Let us enter as well. Be cautious. These individuals are not to be trifled with, the mad Taoist whispered. The two companions set forth and arrived at the ancestral grave of the Xianjian sect. Thunderous echoes reverberated. Upon entering the grave, they were immediately greeted by an ancient portal. At this moment, with a subtle stroke of the Huang Dao Tenzi sword, a sharp radiance blossomed, accompanied by faint ripples, coalescing into a spatial passage in midair. The overwhelming scent of antiquity and decay surged forth. The great Yin ancestral land. The crowd's spirit soared. Whoosh, whoosh. As the miasma of decay dissipated, Lu Qiming, Su Tianxin, and Nan Batian transformed into streaks of light, darting into the passage. Witnessing this scene, the mad Taoist and Lin Wudao exchanged glances and followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they crossed the threshold, 3 terrifying figures materialized in the void, unleashing their most formidable powers to strike them down without hesitation. Be careful. Those despicable wretches seek to dismantle the bridge after crossing the river. The mad Taoist shouted in alarm. In the midst of his words, he swiftly produced a puppet to shield himself, simultaneously shattering a concealment jade talisman in his grasp. Humph. It is you I seek to eliminate. I have never been one to share my spoils. In the darkness, Nan Batian's cold voice echoed. Bang. A terrifying hand descended, shattering the conjured portal and the madman's puppet substitute into countless particles of dust. Puppet? South Tyrant seethed with rage. Upon realizing the anomaly, he immediately began to search for the whereabouts of the madman and Lin Wudao. However, his fierce gaze swept across the surroundings, revealing no signs whatsoever. It seems they were prepared in advance. Lu Qingming narrowed his eyes and spoke. At that moment, even Su Tianxin's delicate face bore an expression of coldness. They possessed the essence of imperial authority and surely would not allow themselves to be easily slaughtered. The fact that they had not been killed had already raised their vigilance. Achieving success now would be no simple task. Moreover, they were hidden while we were exposed, necessitating caution and defense against them. Su Tianxin furrowed her brow. If only I had known earlier, I would have dealt with those two scoundrels outside, ending it all in one stroke, South Tyrant exclaimed angrily. His fierce eyes were filled with murderous intent. In response, both Lu Qiming and Su Tianxin shook their heads. Engaging them outside would yield the same outcome. Indeed, they lamented. In such a case, we would not have even entered this grand ancestral land. Both sighed in frustration. They wished to eliminate the madman and Lin Wudao. Yet alas, fate did not favor their desires. After all, the resources within the grand Yin ancestral land are limited. The addition of even one more person means a reduction in each individual's share. Concerned for their own interests, none are willing to yield. Thus, a temporary alliance has been forged. The question arises, shall we act in unison or pursue our own paths? Let us proceed together for now. According to the map from the Imperial Path Sword, the Grand Yin ancestral land comprises 3 tiers, and we currently stand just outside the gates of the Grand Yin sect. To reach the innermost 3rd tier is to arrive at the true realm of opportunity. Furthermore, ancient lore speaks of a dragon rearing pool that existed 8,000 years ago within the Grand Yin sect, which once housed a Jiao dragon as its guardian spirit beast. Although 8 millennia have passed, it remains uncertain whether the dragon still lives. Should it have survived, its strength would undoubtedly be formidable, warranting utmost caution. The mention of the dragon rearing pool caused a sense of trepidation to grip Su Tianxin and Nan Batian. Even if that dragon were but a juvenile 8,000 years ago, it is likely now an adult, possessing strength at least beyond the human realm, perhaps even more terrifying. In light of this, let us proceed together. Once we enter the 3rd tier of the ancestral land, we may then act independently. Su Tianxin was the first to speak. At her words, Nan Batian snorted but did not object. Subsequently, the 3 of them followed the map from the Imperial Path Sword, making their way toward the deepest recesses of the ancestral land. A disheveled figure materialized in the air long after their departure. It was none other than the Mad Taoist. Fortunately, the old man had taken precautions, otherwise they would have fallen prey to your sinister schemes. By the way, where is Brotherren? As he spoke, he sought to trace Lin Wudao's whereabouts. Just as he turned, Lin Wudao silently appeared behind him, startling him to the core. Brotherren, I'm relieved you are safe. I thought you. If you were to perish, I would not succumb. Oh, very well. The Mad Taoist wore an expression of exasperation. Although somewhat dissatisfied, he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he gazed in the direction where Nan Batian and the others had departed, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Let us follow suit. In the 3rd layer of the Dayan ancestor land, the dragon in the dragon-raising pool, having matured over 8 millennia, must have reached a formidable state, ripe enough for us to partake. Perhaps fortune will favor us, haha. With that, he tossed Lin Wudao a piece of invisibility jade talisman and swiftly pursued.